Make sure that you're sharing this live out with a handful of friends. And Organic, I do really appreciate you for that little crown. You're super awesome. But what's going on, everybody? What's up, Lily, Mario, CKK, Sydney, Amanda, LJ? Welcome in, everyone. What's up, Gabby? For the first 350 of y'all, welcome into the live, guys. If you're voting for Trump, make sure that you're hopping in that queue. 1v20 and still soloing. You know it, Zach. You know it. For everyone that's coming in here, by the way, I have a video dropping tomorrow on Jubilee. One liberal versus 20 Republicans. If you want to see a teaser, go check my account. It's the first thing that will pop up on my repost from my main. But without further ado, guys, we already have a couple people in the queue. If load our first guest of the night, Nate, up. What's going on, Nate? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and how old are you?
20.
Awesome. So, wait, Nate, we've talked before, right?
Yeah, can you add me? I'm friends with Parker.
Of course, I got you, Nate. Thanks for coming up. Awesome. I love Nate. Nate's awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute. I did add you, Nate. You're awesome. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. Why so, dude?
I just, I liked how the presidency was under Trump more than I
like. What
liked
specifically? Like, what's a
Biden.
policy that Donald Trump passed while he was president that you agreed with?
I liked the Operation Warp Speed. I thought that was really good.
Cool. Yeah, I thought that Operation Warp Speed was great. I mean, but if you cared about having the vaccine like safely and readily available to people quick, then I mean, you'd probably vote for Harris over Trump because he also stigmatized the use of it alongside masks.
He also said that I got the vaccine. If you guys want to get it, you can. If not, it's fine.
Yeah, but I guess that was like a pretty bipartisan issue. So yeah, you said that you liked this president better. What specifically did you like about his presidency better than Biden and Harris's?
I felt safer as a nation with him. I felt like the border was a lot more secure, and he was more criminalizing. Kamala is more not really criminalizing people for coming over the border or doing it illegally. Like there's
ways
Trump's
for open borders.
Trump is for open borders?
Yeah, he torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, Lankford's bill. He torpedoed it because he didn't want to let the Democrats look good, even though that would have shut down the border, right, and ended the crisis. He literally wanted that crisis to continue so he could campaign on it to get your vote today.
Then why was there the least amount of border crossings under Trump?
Because of COVID, he was able to implement Title 42. That was the only effective form of border policy that was implemented during his term. Everything else failed.
COVID happened after, he still had a little bit of time where, you know what I mean? How many years of presidency did he have until COVID came? What, 2 years?
Yeah, about 2.5. And during those 2.5 years, we only saw border crossings increase, right? Year by year, we only saw border crossings increase. Regardless of what he did, it was just simply ineffective. If I was a conservative and I cared about the border, Trump wouldn't be my guy. He couldn't bring Congress together for border policy. He just kind of half-assed it through executive order and a misuse and abuse of DoD funds, right? Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, right, is actively attempting to solve the crisis by working with Congress. Right, her alongside Biden attempted to influence bipartisan border legislation through the House and the Senate. However, Trump then called the Republicans and told them to vote against the bill because if they passed that, it would have made them look really good. And if the crisis was solved, he wouldn't have that to campaign on today. This is just another example.
Why didn't they do that in the beginning? Why didn't they do that in the beginning?
They did, right? It takes about a year or two to draft border policy, right? And that was on the floor of the House 2 years after Biden's inauguration.
I think a lot of the reason he didn't accept that is because they were trying to fund too much money to Ukraine during that bill and everything.
Yeah, so that actually still passed. So what he did was he called the Republicans that he told them to vote against the border provisions. Then the border provisions were taken out of the bill. Then the funding for Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, and Ukraine were still pushed through the House and the Senate, and they're signed into law.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I felt like definitely the border was a lot more secure, how it is now.
Yeah, that's a pivot. You're not answering my question. If Donald Trump cared about the border, why did he torpedo the bipartisan border bill?
Why is Kamala saying that she would fix things that her presidency and Biden's presidency already created?
Okay, so what issues did Biden and Harris's presidency create? Then also, not to mention, this is another pivot.
So the Inflation Reduction Act actually created more inflation.
Okay, how did it do that?
How it did it, I don't know exactly what it went through, but there's so much.
Then how do you know it caused inflation?
because I watched the documentary on it.
Okay, so if you watched a documentary on it, shouldn't you be able to tell me how the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation? Because I can tell you how it didn't. It was a deficit-reducing bill, meaning it actually decreased government spending over the course of 10 years. How could a bill that reduces the deficit cause inflation?
I heard it wasn't even It wasn't even meant to reduce inflation. It was for something else, and they just called it that.
Like green energy. Yeah, I'd say they should have called it the Inflation Reduction Act. However, that doesn't mean that it's not deficit reducing. Okay, it still reduced the deficit marginally over 10 years. So my question to you would be, how can a bill that reduces the deficit create inflation?
I don't know, but why is there so much inflation?
Because of COVID, okay, right? And we know that's because of COVID, because the inflation that we've seen here at home in the U.S. has been global. It's happened in every single country around the world, but we've essentially solved that problem now, right? But I mean, if you're just going to make the argument that, well, inflation happened under Biden and Harris's term, therefore they created said inflation, did Trump create the 14.8% rate of unemployment at the end of his term?
Well, how come the inflation wasn't as bad during the ending of his presidency then?
Yeah, because that was before the global inflation was onset. I don't know why that was before global inflation was onset. That just happened to be the case.
I don't know. I think a lot of these polls and a lot of these fact checkers. I think it's a lot of bullshit. I think people.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
Well, like they didn't they say like there was like more jobs reporting? They reported more jobs, and they reported that to be a false thing. It was like over like a million.
You don't even know what you're talking about. So that's going to be the Bureau of Labor Statistics job revisions. That happens every 4 years. There's a job revision of over 500,000 jobs under Trump. That's natural, normal, typical, and expected, okay? Because that's just a process of how they build their jobs reports. But this is a complete pivot once again. I want you to tell me how Biden and Harris caused inflation.
I think I don't know exactly, but by certain policies they put in place that create inflation.
Like which ones?
I don't know exactly.
Then, okay, if you don't know what policies created the inflation, how do you know their policies created inflation?
Because I've never seen, I think whatever they're doing is not right.
Okay, but I'm asking you why you think that. Why do you think their policies created inflation?
Because when I go to the gas station and when I go to the grocery store, I think they're doing something.
Okay, yeah, so your argument's literally it happened in the country under their watch, therefore they caused it. So when the 14.8% rate of unemployment happened in the country under Trump's watch, did he cause that too?
What's that?
You heard me.
No, I didn't hear you.
When we had the 14.8% rate of unemployment under Trump, right? Just because it happened in the country while he was president, does that mean that Trump caused that?
So the 14.8 was that during COVID?
Yeah.
Well, then that doesn't count.
Oh, wait, so now you could appeal to external variables to explain how things can happen in our country? Wow, all of a sudden you're so very logical and rational.
Because unemployment rate dropped down to 4.7% under Trump.
First of all, it was even lower than that. It's 3.5%. But now you're saying that COVID caused a high rate of unemployment at the end of his term. So my question to you is, if COVID can cause unemployment, don't you think COVID can cause inflation?
Yeah, but dude, that was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. So COVID caused the unemployment rate under Trump's term, and COVID caused the inflation under Biden and Harris's term.
All the money that they're giving to Ukraine is like, they could be spending here. Like, I don't give a fuck about Ukraine.
Oh, okay. So how much money have we given to Ukraine?
Shitloads. Enough for Zelensky's wife to buy a brand new Bugatti.
She actually didn't buy a brand new Bugatti. So you're a victim of Russian misinformation. Russia, the Kremlin, they took a video of someone sitting in a Bugatti saying that he's buying it for his wife, and then deep faked a picture of Zelensky's face over it. You're like actually a victim of Russian misinformation. Like, please, I want you to find me a source.
Well, that's good that it wasn't real.
Find me a source that indicate that Zelensky's wife did buy a Bugatti.
Well, that's good. It wasn't real. But
great.
You can't.
So we Putin's puppet on the live. So once again, I just want to re-reference my question. Right? You said that just because inflation happened under Biden and Harris's term, that therefore they caused it. Right? Well, why can't I say the same thing about the rate of unemployment at the end of Trump's term? And you said, well, COVID caused that. Why can't I merely say, well, COVID caused the inflation, just like you're saying COVID caused the unemployment?
Yeah, but it should be handled by now.
And it has. We're at a 2.5% rate of inflation, and the Fed's dropped the interest rate by 0.5% the first time in 4 years, and we've had a quicker rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. It has been handled, quite frankly.
Why is gas still expensive? Why is groceries still expensive?
Because the rate of inflation is the rate of change or increase in the price of a good, right? Not necessarily like the price of the good in of itself. So what we'd say here is that we probably won't see massive drops in the price of groceries, gas, unless the global oil supply goes up again. And like specifically speaking, seeing a decrease in the price of a good is deflation, and deflation causes recession. And right, we don't want to go into a recession.
How do you feel about those unrealized gains?
Okay, complete pivot. I have a question. What is an unrealized capital gains tax?
So, like, if somebody has a house and say it goes up $50,000, they have to pay that $50,000 in tax.
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all, there already does exist
crazy.
property tax, which is an unrealized gains tax. And then second of all, how much is your house worth, man? Because if it's not worth like $100 million, you're not going to pay that. Right, because that only applies to centai millionaires, right? People with over $100 million in invested assets, and it only applies to their assets over $100 million. Corey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
So that's not for houses under $1 million?
It does not apply to literally any asset that any one person owns under $100 million.
So I wouldn't have to pay that then, huh?
Yeah, dude, I understand. I was watching Trump's rally last night, too. He was telling everyone that they'd all have to pay it. He was lying.
No, I didn't see that rally, but
I guess the point is that Trump's lying about that. Yeah, no, you don't have to pay that. You could fact check me with Reuters, with their own campaign website, kamalaharris.com/issues. Right, that's a fact. Do you mind if I ask you a question though? Would you ever vote for, or would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country?
All new Christians from entering in the country? Yeah. Why would he do that?
I don't know, because he's a religious persecutor.
But he's Christian.
Well, so he says, but anyways, my point still stands. Would you vote for him if you wanted to do this?
Well, what's the reasoning behind it? Because I agreed with the Muslim ban thing at the time. But
wait. So you were okay with Donald Trump, right, calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country? Why? That's religious persecution. I thought that America stood for a separation between church and state, and a free mobile a free and mobile practice of any religion.
Yeah, no, it was like, there was a lot of like radical Muslim terrorist groups and everything. So it was just. At that time.
Is there radical Muslim Christian groups? Sorry, whoa. Is there radical Christian terrorist groups?
That was like back in the day, like Salem witch trials, maybe, but like not now.
No, we still have neo-Nazis and KKK members, white Christian nationalists, right? Yeah, we do see that there is radical Christian terrorist groups. That's a fact, right? So because there's radical Christian terrorist groups, would it be justified in banning all new Christians from entering into our country, even if they don't pertain to those radical Christian terrorist groups?
Did he say something like that?
No, but I mean, seemingly, right, I'd want him to say something like that, or you would too, right? Because you were okay with the Muslim ban because of radical Muslim terrorist groups. Well, wouldn't you also be okay with a Christian ban because of radical Christian terrorist groups?
So maybe more stronger background checks of the people that are coming in here.
No, a full, total, complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into the country. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no.
Wait, why? But there's radical Christian terrorist groups.
I would say they have to do a strong background check.
No, a total and complete shutdown because there's radical Christian terrorist groups. You told me that you were okay with a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country because of radical terrorist Muslim groups.
Because they were a lot more crazy driving planes into buildings and shit.
Oh, okay. So you think it's okay to look at one scenario where 3 Muslims did something really bad,
ISIS,
then turn around and
Afghanistan,
stereotype
Iraq,
and
Syria.
Stop them all from entering our country?
Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan,
emancipation era slavery, genocide of the Amalekite people, Israelites enslaving non-Israelites as humans.
Yeah, we got that on our soil already.
Okay, we also have Muslims on our soil already.
Yeah, and we probably have them here because of the open like borders that they have here. They're probably already on our soil. I wonder when they're going to attack.
Okay, so you're just literally so you're Islamophobic, okay? Because we do understand that no, not all
Islamophobic.
Yeah, what so Islamophobia is just like a pure blatant prejudice against Muslims for literally no reason. And now you're saying that like all Muslims are on U.S. soil and they want to attack and kill you. Okay, no, right? I'd actually say that radical Christian groups, right, are more of a domestic threat than radical Muslim entities, right? And like that is because we have higher rates of domestic terrorism as committed by white Christian nationalists in comparison to Muslim individuals.
Yeah, they're both not good.
Okay, well, if they're both not good, why would you be okay with banning one from entering but not the other? Because if they're both not good, shouldn't we be okay with banning them both?
Sure, we can ban them both.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the concession. We're going to move on to our next guest for the 3.1 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. I hate bringing up that point because these people are just like exhaustingly Islamophobic. And like they will die on that hill. They actually can't see how their prejudice is harmful. Hey, what's up, Austin? Are you voting for Trump? Austin's not here. Guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Also, for the 3.1 thousand people in here, y'all, if you want to see a little sneak peek, a little teaser of me debating 20 Trump supporters on Jubilee that drops tomorrow, yeah, go ahead and check my recent. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Maybe.
Okay, all right. I'm just looking to specifically debate with people that are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, man. We're going to go ahead and get our next best Boyd up in here. Yo, Joe! Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Joe in the chat. Thank you for the $10. It's good to see you today, man. You're in here every single day. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why's that?
Because I believe when he was in office, everything was a lot better.
Okay, are you driving?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So some things were better, some things were worse. If you'd say that Donald Trump caused the economy to be better just because it felt better while he was president, would you say that Donald Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020 because it happened while he was president?
Well, that's because of COVID.
Okay, so we could attribute everything good that happened directly to him, but as soon as we start referencing bad things, we attribute external variables.
No, but
so it seems like you need to isolate for the same external variables when we're referencing the good things that happened under his presidency by explaining to me what policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that caused our country to be better off.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I'm just going by, I'm an everyday American that works and stuff, I'm just seeing the prices of everything are high. I mean, like everything, housing, food, everything. The prices are so high.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stats that people are talking about is because of COVID, so that's when everything went down. But before that, I feel like it was pretty good. But awesome. I'm not just saying it's just Trump.
Henry, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Henry. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping an adult woman?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for raping an adult woman. So why are you voting for Trump?
Who did he rape?
Trump's been civilly liable for raping an adult woman. So why are you voting?
Oh, sorry, you just got an echo there. But he raped E. Jean Carroll. I do appreciate you for coming up, man. We just got a little bit of an echo there. Hey, if you're one of the 3.4 thousand people watching and you want to help me boost this live out further across the For You page, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live. Let's try to get up to 1,000 shares here. We got Texas Mike loading in. Right. Additionally, chat, right, if you want to support me, my Venmo is my PayPal as well as is in my bio. Someone in the chat said that I kick them as soon as I lose. How did I lose? What? He was like, who did he grape? Hey, what's up? Hey, Mike.
How you doing?
Hey man, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, could you get it a little bit closer to the microphone here, man?
Hold on a second. Let me shut off the fan. I think it's broke.
Yeah, awesome. So why are you voting for Trump, Texas Mike?
I'm voting for Trump because he's a hell of a lot better than Kamala Harris.
So why is the rapist, fraudster, loser, wannabe dictator, and day-one fascist better than Harris?
All bogus charges.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely. Hi, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and Texas Mike.
How old were you when Trump was in office?
I was literally in diapers.
Exactly. So why don't you let the people that know what the hell they're talking about instead of you pushing your bullshit?
Yeah, Mike, I'm more educated than you. I know what I'm talking about to a higher degree than you do.
You're a lot less educated because you didn't live the bullshit that we had to live through.
Okay, what's one policy Trump passed?
Exactly. Excuse me?
Name a policy Trump passed. If you're more
You
educated
made
than me,
this country great, my friend.
That's not a policy.
Everybody was afraid of the United States.
also not a policy.
Yeah.
So name
Also-
a policy that he influenced to get passed through Congress.
It doesn't really matter.
It does. That's
What
literally
matters is
what
Kamala
matters the
Harris has
most.
zero policies. Name one freaking policy that Kamala Harris has.
Of course, her economic plan. She wants to increase the child tax.
Zero.
No, no,
Economic
no,
plan?
no, 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 no.
That'll make this economy even worse.
I'm naming you her
More
policies.
unemployment. That will create more depression. That will create everything worse for the United States. That's a beautiful plan, my friend.
Okay, so
You
how
don't
is increasing the child
talking
tax
about.
credit to $6,000 per
You
year for
have
newborn?
no idea what the hell you're talking about. You're pushing their ideals, and all you want is a little puppet.
Okay.
An 11-year-old
Hey,
puppet
hey, Mike.
was 11 years old.
Hey, do you mind if you shut the fuck up?
Outnumbered, my friend. No, I don't.
Cool.
I do mind
hey,
if
Mike,
I
I
shut
just
the
have
fuck
a,
up,
I just have a,
'cause
I just have a question.
you cannot
I just have a
take-
question.
You can't take the truth, my friend.
Organic,
Your
I appreciate
problem
you
is you
forever,
can't
Rose.
take the truth. You're too busy sucking up to the Democrats, and you have no idea what's going on in this
Layla,
country.
thank you for the $15 on Venmo for knowing more than Texas Mike. Let's get some W's in the chat for Layla. Just need to be able to get sent out into the algorithm, y'all. And I'm pretty sure that a restart's going to be necessary to be able to do that. So Gabby, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying Mike uses a typewriter and thinks he's sending emails. So real. Thank you for the $5, Gabby. So hit that follow button. I'm going to be back in 10 seconds. But I actually have something for all 3.2 thousand of you guys to do while I'm restarting. This is going to be super duper exciting. I want all 3.2 thousand of you guys to click on my profile. You're going to see a recent repost. It's going to be titled Dean versus 20 Trump supporters. Click on that video, like it, comment, share it, repost it, save it. Okay. Right. Tomorrow morning, I have my own Julie episode coming out. So everyone go like that video, go watch it. All right. Go watch the whole. Can you define communism?
Yeah, basically, it's mob rule. It's Marxism. It's mob rule. It's
False. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Okay, so you'd say that some women with IUDs are murderers.
Yeah.
She got 4.5 million votes to get into AG and DA and slept with 0 of them.
You don't know
How
that,
do you feel
though.
about
Do you
Donald
know
Trump?
that? No.
Okay,
Absolutely
so
not.
you think that she slept with 4.5 million people to get in her
she
position
could
of power?
have, but the one
Wait,
person that
are
she
you
did
serious?
was the most important person.
Did you just say that she
needed-
had to sleep with 4.5 million?
No.
My name is Dean Withers. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 Trump supporters. Can you define communism?
yeah, basically, it's mob.
Called civilly liable for raping someone else's 7-year-old daughter that he was babysitting. Would you say, well, civilly liable doesn't mean anything? I'm going to continue to let that man babysit my daughter?
Yeah, it's a different standard of evidence, much lower than criminal.
Okay, so you're just insane.
It's preponderance of evidence versus a beyond a reasonable doubt. That's our entire justice for civil system.
So people that are held civilly liable for like CP or P3 should
Mean
be allowed
nothing.
to like teach at elementary school because it doesn't mean anything?
Correct. Civilly liable means nothing. If it's a criminal charge, that's a
Holy
whole different
shit!
story.
Oh my god, you're dude! Oh my god!
It's a different standard of
Holy
evidence.
shit! What is the standard of evidence in a civil court?
Preponderance of the evidence.
Preponderance of the evidence. I honestly, personally, I think that the evidence suggested in the Trump v. Carroll grape case, right, met a threshold of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if you disagree with me here, what was the reasonable doubt to the evidence submitted by the victim?
That's a different standard. A reasonable doubt's a criminal standard. In that case, it was a preponderance of the evidence.
Right, but the argument I'm making once again, right, is that the evidence she explicitly submitted in this court, right, met the threshold of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Right, and if you disagree with me here, that evidence didn't meet a threshold of beyond a
You're
reasonable
saying
shadow of a
this
doubt.
court-
What is the
what court?
reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
What court does it need to be beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt?
In a criminal court, in a civil court, you're right,
and it
it's about a
never made
preponderance
it
of
to a
evidence.
criminal court.
Right, but I need you to listen to my words because obviously
Yes.
you're not even listening to my argument, okay? So we do understand that the standard of evidence, right, in a civil court is a preponderance of an evidence, right?
Yes,
that was the
significantly
threshold
lower.
that the jury had to meet. But what I'm saying, right, is that specifically speaking in this court case, the evidence submitted proved that Donald Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And once
No, it
again, if
only-
you disagree with
it
me,
was-
what
it
is
was
the
more of a
reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
Well, in this case, it was more than a coin toss. Preponderance of evidence is more likely than not, so 51% likely it happened according to the jury.
Okay, so then what's the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted? If it's not beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, name one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, right, or the whole preponderance as a whole, and name the reasonable doubt.
Well, if we're adding on who has to prove the reasonable doubt, it's not him. She has to establish reasonable doubt, and I don't think she's met that burden.
Okay, so what's the reasonable doubt?
That's on her to show that there is none.
Yeah, and I believe that that was demonstrated with the evidence submitted. You can't name the reasonable doubt.
And you can't say that she proved that. It was beyond a reasonable doubt because there's no court that found that way.
Yeah, no, I'd say that the evidence she submitted met that threshold, right? So if you disagree with me, once again here, name the reasonable doubt. If you don't name the reasonable doubt, I'm going to kick you and move on.
Okay, you can kick me, but at the end, it doesn't change the standard.
Sounds good. We're going to move on to our next guest here. So everyone just do give us a minute. Let's go to get DJ up in the live. Everyone, for the 1.9 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. And also, no, the jury didn't say otherwise, folks, right? Because it was a civil court. They held him liable due to preponderance of evidence. But once again, in this specific scenario, we'd say that it was proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And of course, if you disagree with that claim, you have to name the reasonable doubt. He couldn't, so I kicked him. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is sexist and does not care about women.
Well, I am a registered independent, and I think that what swayed me was the endorsement from RFK.
Okay, so why did an endorsement from one rapist to another rapist make you want to vote for the rapist over the non-rapist?
I think, honestly, politically, everyone's pretty corrupt in their own ways. I'm sure there's things that Kamala has that could be put on blast as well. But I think they go after Trump because he tries to fight for the American people. They didn't get him legally. They didn't get him physically, so he's still alive. So I think they're just willing to go to every extent.
So you said that everyone's corrupt. So I want you to name one thing that Kamala Harris has done, right, that is similarly as corrupt as Donald Trump raping a woman, sexualizing a little girl, boasting about grabbing women by the P word, saying that he wants to be like Kim Jong-un, defrauding people at Trump University, being a 34-count felon, right, religiously persecuting Muslims. Just name one thing that she's done that would be to that same threshold of corruption.
Well, she's never been to the border. I know that's not necessarily physically corrupting. And
she has been to the border, but that's a completely different conversation. Name one thing that Kamala Harris has done that is as bad as literally any single one of those things I just named that Trump has done.
She has not been to the border.
Okay, so not going to the border is just as bad as raping a woman?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about she hasn't been to the border.
Okay, so then what's something that she's done that's sufficiently as bad as or worse than Donald Trump raping a woman, being a 34-count felon, or defrauding people at Trump University, religiously persecuting Muslims, etc.?
Again, I'm pretty independent. I'm not, I'm pretty in the middle with it, but I was just telling you the reasons for my vote during Trump.
You said that you're voting for Trump because he cares about the American people? I disagree.
I do. I think with the federal spending out of control as it is, I think he had a great job source with the pipeline. I know Biden shut that down. I think he's overall a businessman, and this country is a business. And I think he would continue to do well as what he was doing in the past 4 years he was president.
Okay, so the Keystone XL pipeline's Canadian-owned. Biden shut it down because of an order from the Supreme Court, and it would have only generated 35 full-time jobs for Americans. My source there is Politico Pro, and you also and then you also referenced like ridiculous government spending. There's twice as much debt-related spending signed into law by Trump in comparison to Biden and Harris.
There was no wars.
Yes, there was. We had the Turkish-Kurdish war, the Yemen genocide, the proxy war with Russia and Syria, with U.S. soldiers boots on the ground fighting Russian troops, 483% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. You're wrong.
I think the biggest thing for me was that started to lean was, yes, the independent RFK endorsement. That was a big thing for me. The other big thing was I hated, even I was in college. That didn't add up for me.
Okay, so this is once again a pivot. So I want to talk about your reason here with RFK, right? So you're saying RFK endorsing Trump made you want to vote for Trump. So if RFK endorsed Harris, would you vote for Harris? Because we know that RFK reached out to her campaign and they declined to respond.
Because she was busy paying off a bunch of celebrities to try to vote for her.
Okay, what celebrities has Harris paid off to vote for her? Because I do specifically know that the Kremlin has paid Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and a handful of other Republican influencers to specifically push pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda. So what evidence do we have that the DNC or Kamala Harris has paid Democratic influencers?
The Taylor Swift just came out. I know a couple of influencers, TikTok influencers, have come out from on their TikTok about emails that they've received from Kamala Harris.
Like who?
Oh, I just saw one. You know what's so crazy? I was actually going to write it down. I'm not even kidding you. But if you watch the Team Trump TikTok 6 days ago, that they posted 6 days ago, I wrote that one down because that one spoke to me.
Also, wait, Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris means that Taylor Swift is paid by Kamala Harris? Okay.
She's a
when
billionaire.
Yeah, she's a fucking billionaire. So when Bryce Hall endorsed Donald Trump, did that mean that Bryce Hall was paid by Donald Trump?
Might have.
Okay, so when I endorse Kamala Harris, does that mean that I'm paid by Kamala Harris?
You could be.
Okay, so you just assume things to be true without evidence. So if we could assume things to be true without evidence, why can't I just assume that Donald Trump is a child rapist without evidence, therefore giving me a reason not to vote for him?
Well, here's my problem. So, wait. So sorry. I'm reading my notes. Can you say that again?
Yeah, you're just assuming things to be true without reason. Like, you're just saying that Kamala Harris is paying Democratic influencers, right, to endorse her, and you have literally no justification or evidence for that claim. So if we could just believe things without evidence, justification, or reason, why can't I just believe that Donald Trump has raped little girls, therefore...
That to be true, if you're assuming so.
I know, but the reason you say you don't
you.
believe that to be the case is because we don't have any evidence to justify that as being true. But very similarly, we don't have any evidence to justify your claim that Kamala Harris or the DNC as a whole is paying influencers to endorse them.
That's a good point. But I like these. So I'm not going to lie. I like going back and forth and hearing you out, and I genuinely am. And it's making me think about my vote as well, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Tony and Claire, I really appreciate you guys for the $15 and the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Tony and Claire in the chat right now. And Sarah, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Tony, Claire, and Sarah. So I actually have another question for you here.
Okay.
Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Christians from entering our country with a total and complete shutdown?
I think if they come over illegally, I think, yeah.
No, a total and complete shutdown, meaning a ban on travel through illegal means of entry, legal means of entry, or even just tourism.
I don't think that'll pass by Supreme Court.
I know, but I'm asking you, if Trump called for something like that, would you still vote for him?
I think if he called for it, I don't think it would really necessarily make a difference, only because I know it wouldn't pass in the Supreme Court, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you'd say that you'd still vote for him because it wouldn't pass. So if Donald Trump called for segregation and slavery to come back, you'd still vote for him because that wouldn't pass through the Supreme Court?
Not necessarily. I think that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah, and instead of it being religious persecution, it's racial persecution. So seemingly, racial persecution is bad enough for you to not vote for Trump. Why isn't religious persecution bad enough for you to not vote for Trump?
I don't see it from the religious standpoint. You said Christians?
Yeah, if Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into our country, right, that would be religiously persecuting Christians, right? He's stereotyping all Christians, right, into one sect, then saying that everyone who would hold to these particular beliefs cannot come into our country through any means, right? So that is religious persecution.
Okay, but I just know that's not going to pass either way. Neither of them are going to pass. No,
yeah, but like we'd say,
no, that's going to pass.
But what we'd say here is even if Donald Trump tried to do something of the sorts, it'd still give us reason not to vote for him. Like, for instance, if Donald Trump tried to rape a little girl but failed, you wouldn't vote for him. So if Donald Trump tried to religiously persecute but failed, would you vote for him?
No, but I still do think overall he is the better choice business-wise.
Okay, so you're saying that he's a better choice even if he's a religious persecutor. So what has Kamala Harris done that is sufficiently worse than religious persecution?
Trump hasn't religiously persecuted anyone.
He sure has.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Finish the rest of the clip.
Okay, it just says until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell's going on.
Until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
So let's pause things until we can figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay, so you just think that religious persecution's okay?
Not necessarily. However, I do think let's shut everything down no matter what I think you're taking him out of context. And I'm not trying to defend him. I don't think he's a great...
Wait, why do you think that we should shut down all Muslims entering into our country? What's the reason to do so?
I don't think it was necessarily talking towards Muslims originally. I think you're taking him out of context.
What?
I think
What?
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims and
He was talking about Muslims, yeah.
a complete shutdown, comma, of Muslims.
Donald Trump is calling. Okay.
Complete shutdowns for everyone. It's not just Muslims.
Okay, you're literally insane. Like I'm like, do you just see how like crazy you are? like I don't like listen, I've been having this conversation with Trump supporters like every single day for a while now. Like I don't understand why y'all are just so dense when it comes to this. No, he called for a total complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country. Do I need to slow-mo it for you like I have the past guests?
No, but here's my problem is now you're trying to like I told you, I respect you and understand your beliefs. However, you're now attacking me.
Yeah, because this is literally conspiratorial.
Calling me insane. That's where I don't love the. Now I agree with some of the liberal things. However, that's why I don't agree with hard leftists is because they'll attack you personally over things. It's just so emotional for them.
Oh, okay. So hard leftists attack people over other things, really? Okay. Well, then, how do you specifically feel about Donald Trump attacking Kamala Harris for being a woman? Does that mean that Donald Trump is a hard leftist?
As a woman, I think other countries will not respect us if we have a woman president. Look at the third world countries, right? Look at Afghanistan, Iran, all of them. The women are seen less as. Do I agree with that? Absolutely not. But do other countries see women as being weak? I think a lot of people are still left in a couple centuries behind us. So yeah, I think they would.
Okay.
Do you know who Margaret Thatcher is?
No.
She's a former prime minister of England. Her nickname was the Iron Lady because of her strength in dealing with communism.
Where did this guy come from?
Tree, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. He's literally been here the whole time. So I just want to clarify, you never vote for a woman candidate?
If they had great policies and if comparing the past 4 years to the 4 years prior, I would. Yeah, absolutely. But I do agree that I think right now, where she hasn't done a lot of stuff, she doesn't have a lot of leg to stand on that the American people can get behind. I think she would look weak as a leader.
Wait, I actually think that she has more to stand on than Donald Trump. Donald Trump has no healthcare plan, hasn't developed one after 8 years. She does. Donald Trump has no clue how he wants to pay for his tax reform plan. She does. Donald Trump has no clue what he wants to do with the border. He just wants to call for a total and complete shutdown of all people and a mass deportation, even though that's practically impossible. And she has actual good effective policy. Josh, I really appreciate you for the private jet. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Josh right now. Thank you so much for the private jet. Massive W's down below. Thank you so much for the private jet, Josh. You are so awesome, right? Kamala Harris, right, stands on fact, reason, and logic, right? We could rationally reason ourselves into a conclusion insofar as why we should vote for her over Trump. Meanwhile, in order to vote for Trump, you just have to be a great apologist. You have to excuse religious persecution, and you have to literally be in your feelings 24/7, deny reality, and contort it to fit your narrative to justify your vote. You literally have to pull out "I'm a misogynist" card in order to say that you're going to vote for him, because apparently no other world leaders would respect Kamala Harris. But when I tell you why I'm voting for Kamala Harris, I tell you that's because she cares about the American people. She has great policy that benefits the average working class more so than the top 1%, and she serves to protect and stand for democracy. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is a rapist who has sexualized little girls, said that he dated his own daughter if he wasn't his daughter, said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, and said he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first. He's a religious persecutor wanting to ban all new Muslims from entering into our country, while also only passing policy that makes it better off, that specifically benefits the top 1% more so than the average working class American. Like, for instance, can you name one piece of legislation that he influenced to get through Congress during his first term that benefited the average working class American more so than million and billionaires?
Before I answer that, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
How do we know she won't go back on her policies with how many times she's changed her views on policies?
Okay, so now I'm
that's
going
just
to
another
leave your
concern I would have.
Yeah, so I'm going to actually leave your question for a second. I said that I'd answer it because it's completely conceptually unrelated to what we're discussing. I'll go ahead and answer that second. So can you answer my question first?
Repeat it for me, please.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Right. Yeah. Can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump influenced get passed and signed into law that benefited the average working class American more so than million and billionaires?
So policies and everything, that's where I'm going to play my independent card. I'm not going to lie. I think I'm not super involved with policies and negotiations. I understand a lot of people are and do take the time to research that. And I can admire you for that on knowing your shit. Good for you.
Wait, but you said that you'd vote for Harris.
I personally don't know all the policies, and I'm not going to pretend like I do.
But you said that you'd vote for Harris over Trump if she had better policies, but now seemingly you can't even name one of Trump's policies. So if you can't name one of Trump's policies, how do you know that Harris does not have better policy?
Because she goes back on him.
Jennifer, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jennifer. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Jennifer right now with the $20 on PayPal for the cognitive dissonance and internalized misogyny. Right? I'd say that she doesn't. I say that she's changed her beliefs over the course of 5 years as she's been continually more moderated by Congress. Then if we want to reference ideological flips over the course of like 5 or 10 years, how about we talk about J.D. Vance saying that Trump was America's Hitler in 2019, the same year she said she was against fracking, and J.D. Vance writing in a college essay 12 years ago that Republicans are terrible for the border. Thank you for the money, and I really appreciate you for the love.
But he owned up to it. That's why I applaud him for that.
What do you mean own up to it? And no, I actually didn't own up to the essay. He actually reached out to that college professor and had him delete it. The only reason we know about the essay was because a team of investigators was able to find it.
Okay. Where'd you find that?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So that's specifically going to be coming from CBS. But I just want to clarify. So you're voting for the rapist, for the fraudster, for the election denier, for the womanizer, and the racist because Kamala Harris was against fracking 5 years ago? What are you, insane?
Here's another thing. I don't appreciate the nickname or the name calling.
Riley, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Riley. I apologize, Mal, but it is the case that I feel like we have to call the shots as I see them. And right now, you are actively engaging in delusion. You are literally bad for society.
Well, that's rude.
Okay. All right. Well, seemingly you don't have much more to add on here, so I'm going to move on to my next guest. For the 5.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Share that live as well. Law, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. The idea that somebody who supports Trump is upset about name calling just blows my mind.
I know, right? Yeah, totally. Hey, Molly, are you voting for Trump?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is a sexist and does not care about women.
I think he actually cares about the people more than Kamala does. I've seen so many interviews with Kamala, and every time she's asked a specific question about either her policies or how she's going to help the middle working class. I think I saw recently she just went into, I've been around people who work growing up, and just saying she's been around working people, which, okay, great, we all have, but what are you doing for the working middle class? How are you improving things? She has yet to state that.
Molly, I'm so sorry you just dog walked yourself. So specifically speaking, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden passed 4 pieces of monumental policy that benefited the working class more so than rich people, and Kamala Harris's tax plan only benefits the working class. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's tax plan disproportionately benefits rich people. But my question to you would be, if you care about benefiting the working class, name one policy Trump influenced to get passed during his 4 years that benefited the average working class American more so than million and billionaires.
So in his last presidency, I don't really want to say that's why I'm specifically also voting for him this current presidency. Honestly, if we vote Kamala, we're going to go to war. I don't think you guys realize that Trump has relationships and he's going to end the war, and Kamala is literally going to put us into war.
Okay. So it's actually not about how Kamala Harris is better for the middle and the low class, and it's all about baseless, irrational fear mongering. Because you just told me that you're voting for her because she's voting for him because he's good for the middle class. But as soon as I call you out on your bullshit, you're just like, well, Kamala Harris is going to start World War III. Molly, I hate to break it to you, if Donald Trump's elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive fucking space lasers, ma'am.
Are you serious?
Yeah. If Donald, this is why we shouldn't vote for Donald Trump, because if Donald Trump is elected, the Earth is going to be blown up.
Okay, so you really believe that?
Yeah.
What would he have a say in that happening?
I don't know. It's just gonna happen, man. You should believe my fear mongering, right? The same way I should believe yours about how Kamala Harris is gonna start World War III. Eat a bag of chips. Thank you for the gift.
She's going to honestly ruin those relationships. She doesn't even have a relationship with them, first of all. But Trump, he doesn't want the war to happen. She wants to continue the war. She wants to continue to put us in places we don't belong.
Okay, so where are we right now where we don't belong?
Well, she says we're not in any countries at all helping out with war, which we are. We're all over. We're in Africa. We're in Ukraine, and we're actually fighting the war now, which people don't realize, in Russia. So we're all over.
Wait, we have U.S. boots on the ground deployed in Russia?
We're not? Yes.
Wait, where do we have U.S. boots on the ground fighting Russia?
Research.
No. Where in Russia do we have U.S. boots on the ground fighting a war?
Just do your research. That's what people
do my research.
You have not
do my
done your
research.
research to understand that.
Hey,
and we
Molly.
do have boots on the ground in Ukraine as well.
Hey, Molly.
And did she not state we do not? It's like she lied. She said
we do not
not
have any active service military members, boots on the ground fighting in a war today. We have 0. But I just want to clarify, you shouldn't vote for Trump because he's raped like 10 little girls.
No, he hasn't. I mean, you can believe whatever you want, but
Molly, yes, he has.
Is that your main? I've heard on here that's like your main thing. Molly. I want to know for you. Okay, so
just look it up.
Obviously that
Just
is not. That is a disgusting thing.
Yeah.
It's a characteristic in a human being. Obviously, that's not someone we want to support.
Molly, you're being insane right now. I need you to look it up and do your research.
Okay, that's wonderful. I will look it up again. I've already seen many reports, and that's all everyone tries to get Trump on because they don't know what else to go for, because he actually is a great businessman and he's great for our country.
Wait, can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
What was that?
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Probably all of them. You make mistakes. But have you ever seen...
Okay, well, there's a lot of them. Can you name one?
Okay, no, I don't need to name one for you. Is that what you're looking for? Is for me to name one?
Because he's not a good businessman. If he was a good businessman, right, he would have held to his word when he said in 2015 that he was going to reduce the debt and the deficit. He actually increased it by $8.7 trillion, twice as much as what Biden and Harris did. If he was a good businessman, he would have passed legislation that benefited that average working class American more so than the top 1%. He passed no legislation. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris passed plenty. The PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan. Right? I could go over all these literally all day, every day. Inflation Reduction Act. All right, Joshua, I really appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Joshua. Let's get some W's for Joshua in the chat. And also, yeah, there's a lot of flaws in Donald Trump. There's a lot to go after. He's a racist. He's a misogynist. He's a sexist, right? He's sexualized little girls, right? He's weird towards his own daughter. He's a religious persecutor, okay? He's a narcissist. He's a pathological liar, right? He tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election. There's so much we could go over.
Right.
Here.
If we want to go over the fact that you want to say he's a rapist so much, how about we talk about the fact that Kamala slept with a married man who said he was split at the time, but he was not. And that's how she got her way in. And then she was the state attorney from there. And then she wasn't even involved in politics until he got her the in, which she had to sleep with him in order to do so.
Okay, yeah, we could talk about your internalized misogyny second. I just want to clarify. So you think that sleeping with a married man that said he was single is just as bad as raping a woman?
He didn't say he was the mayor. He's the mayor of New York. And so she knew.
Consensual sex is just as bad as unconsensual sex?
Mayor of New York, did you just say?
Or whatever, wherever it was. Yeah. Whatever, I forget his name.
Justin and Corey, I appreciate y'all for the $5 and the $2 on Venmo. So I just want to clarify, Molly. Consensual sex is just as bad as unconsensual sex.
No, but I think it's pretty messed up to be sleeping with a married man to get to the top.
Okay, right. So how many votes did Kamala Harris get in her run for AG and DA combined? Do you know?
Well, I don't know that. No.
4.5 million people. Out of those 4.5 million people, how many of them did she have to sleep with to win those positions?
Well, she had to sleep with a very important one in order to get there in the first place.
How? Okay, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, no, women cannot sleep their way into positions of power. Because if your argument is it's so easy for women to get there by sleeping with men, and it's so hard for men to get there because they actually have to work for it, well, then how come we see a disproportionate amount of men leaders?
I'm sorry.
If it's so easy for women and hard for men, how come 70% of Fortune 500 CEOs are men? If it's so easy for women and it's so hard for men, how come every single president we've ever had is a man? If it's so easy for women, hard for men, how come vast majority of leaders of all institutions are men? Obviously, if it was easier for women, we'd see a disproportionate amount of women within leadership positions. I mean, think of it this way. Who can better easily get into a country club? Rich people or poor people?
Yeah, no,
it's much more easier for rich people to get into a country club. That's why every single damn time you go into a country club, you see a disproportionate amount of rich people. So if it was seemingly very easy for women to be in positions of power, why would we expect to see
Pardon me, I don't remember ever saying it was easier, did I?
Oh, well, if you're implying that women can get into those positions of power by sleeping with
Never
men.
said that. I never said that. I never said.
Okay, so if women can't get into positions of power
she specifically did it. I'm not saying women have to do that. She specifically did. And another thing that's just kind of characteristically immoral is that she kept evidence from the people with investigation as far as like criminal charges on marijuana, things like that, to keep people in jail.
Dang it.
I know, right? I really wanted to.
God, I wanted to cook on that one.
Me too. Aaron, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you so much for the
Hey, Dean, here's one more number for you. Kamala Harris got 7.5 million votes as senator when she was running for senator. So the number just keeps growing of people who she had to bang in order to get into office.
Yeah.
That being said, we have 5,000 people in here. Dean is only sitting at 286,000 likes. I did learn something new. On Android, the filling up the bar is 80 votes, and on Apple, it's only 30. So if you're an Apple user, I need you to fill that bar up 3 times. Android users, fill it up once just so that we can get Dean above 500K within the next 60 seconds. Thank you very much.
Sin, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Sin. I really appreciate you for the love. And Alexis with a $5 on Venmo. W's for Sin and Alexis. And Ashton with a $15 on Venmo. Saying so we don't need to pass the bar because they have to be an attorney. I guess not. You just have to bang a dude. Thank you for the $15, Ashton. You're awesome.
That's good.
I know. What's up, D-Bar? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, all right. So why do you prefer the fraudster, the felon, the rapist over Kamala Harris? And Sai, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you for the love.
I think he did a really good job on the opioid crisis while he was in office by signing in the support.
Boop. Sorry, man. You can't say the names of the drugs on the live. That guy caught a really fast stray. By the way, guys, if you're coming up here, you can't say the names of any drugs. It gets you banned. Hey, what's up, Austin? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yep.
Awesome. Araceli, thank you so much for the $6 on PayPal. Saying can't wait to watch the Jubilee video tomorrow. Me neither. So why are you voting for Trump, Austin?
Can I first tell you, dude, you're shredded. I saw your profile picture. That's wild.
Hey, bro, appreciate you, man.
Are you 7 days a week?
6.
6? What? Do you do like a cardio or cardio day or anything?
I just do PPL. But yeah,
What's
so
PPL?
why push-pull legs? I just do like an Arnold PPL split. That's about it. I don't really do that much cardio. But why are you voting for Trump?
Am I able to just ask you like a question about a separate not a separate topic, but something they talked about in the debate?
Austin, you know what? Join my Discord and ask me a question. I'm here for debates, but you seem like a really genuine, nice guy. Join the Discord, or honestly, just feel free to DM me on here or on Instagram. I'm going to move on to the next guest because we are looking for debates. I do appreciate you for coming up. You sound like a nice dude. DM me and ask away, man. I'll make sure that I respond. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm planning on it.
Okay, why?
I like his gun policies better. Kamala's constantly changing her rhetoric about shit. She's the most disingenuous person.
Alex, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Keep it up, young buck. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that, Alex. W's for Alex down below. Go ahead, Patty.
And yeah, I also like what Trump said in the debate that like she's vice president right now. If she wanted to like try to make a good look for her, she could get all the people in the White House and like try to like do something because Biden ain't doing nothing.
Okay.
So real quick, Patty, Dean, if you don't mind, Patty, you said you like Trump's gun policies. He literally enacted more gun control than Obama did, and you like that?
And Biden and Harris.
What did he do? What did he enact?
Well, so the bump stock ban that came out under his administration with his full support. He instituted the rule period on the frame and receiver rule for home printed firearms, and he literally said to Mike Pence that in response to red flag laws, that they should take the guns first and then get due process later.
Shit, I did not fucking know that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris passed no gun policy. Like, name one piece of gun policy that Biden and Harris passed. So like you're just like pro gun control.
Nope.
Oh, well then seemingly you should be voting for Harris over like Trump because the only one of the two that's passed gun control is Trump.
Yeah, I'll take that into account. I had a question about you in your debate thing with what's his name, that Charlie guy?
Yeah. Big gum guy. Yeah.
You know how you kept talking about like Christianity?
No, well, you're confusing me with Parker, but yeah, go ahead.
Are you against Christianity?
Yeah, I'm against Christians who manipulate it in from a symbol of peace and love into a weapon of hate, prejudice, and hate, prejudice, and marginalization. Yeah.
Well, then, which one do you dislike more, Islam or Christianity? Because Islam is much worse.
No, I disagree. Christianity's worse.
Why?
Why? Yeah, because where in the Quran does it support genocide? Where in the Quran does it explicitly support slavery? So 1 Samuel 15:3, the Christian Bible, God commands genocide of men, women, and children. And Leviticus 25:44-46, God says that slavery is okay.
You see how Islam is the pig of all the fucking Hamas, Taliban, ISIS, all these things all come from Islam. They've killed many people.
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all, calling Islam a pig is insane. What do you know what happened to Black Wall Street? Do you know what emancipation era slavery was? What about systemic marginalization of black people? Because early Christians thought that black people were non-Israelites and they were the true Israelites. So in accordance with God's commandment in Leviticus, they could own them as property. Do you want to talk about the slave Bible, where Christians actually reduced the Bible, very similar to how some variants of the Islam religion have founded the Sharia law? Do we want to talk about how they use the Bible to like systemically oppress and dehumanize black people for 300 years? What about the Crusades,
I heard
man?
you say something about slavery and stuff. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of like Muslim countries that still have slavery. Lebanon, Yemen, also it's becoming a huge issue in Africa, but no one talks about it because it's Africa. No one cares. And
so the issue in Congo is actually like capitalism, right? Extorting goods in the Congo, extorting goods in Africa, colonizing particular African lands, as white people have been doing for hundreds of years, to basically take advantage of and exploit them for their goods. So the issue over there is not Islam. Also, right, Africa has actually been disproportionately colonized by Christians.
When? Is this hundreds of years ago?
Yeah, starting with the British Empire. We could go back in history. But did you just come up here to be Islamophobic, sir?
Negative. It's just an honor to be speaking to you. And I thought that you were the kid that was on that debate and was talking a bunch of shit about Christianity. And how you say how bad it is when Islam... See, you see all this stuff about homophobia and sexism and all this shit when Islam is you see what's going on? Women aren't allowed to show their ankles in Muslim countries.
And in the Catholic Church, women aren't allowed to lead. And Leviticus 2013, right, says that all GAY people should be stoned to death. How about that?
Yeah, but that's old shit. Christians aren't doing that shit now.
That's literally the commandment of your God.
Well, Islam is actually doing that stuff. Christians, they just hear that and then they don't talk about it. That's whatever.
Oh, so your God? Wait. Actually, do you understand that the God of Islam and the God of Christianity is the same God?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. The God of of Islam and of Christianity is the same God. In fact, right, in the Quran, right, Islam recognizes the Bible of being true divine command of God. It's just been corrupted. They think that Jesus was a prophet, right? They uphold the Torah as well in their religious texts. It's literally the same God. It's called the Abrahamic God. Let's talk about how if you want to call Islam so incredibly fucked up and distorted, how that all originates from commandment, right? From the Old Testament of the Bible.
Sure, I guess.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's like the infighting, man. It'll never stop. Honestly, I think that a lot of Christians' problems with Muslims has nothing to do with what Prophet Muhammad like preached. But like from my perspective, I get to be objective. Like I get to say Prophet Muhammad was a terrible man because he married a little girl. But you know, from your perspective, your God impregnated a 13-year-old. From my perspective, I get to say Prophet Muhammad was a terrible man because he owned slaves. From your perspective, God said owning slaves was okay in Leviticus. From your perspective, you get to say God's a terrible man because, in accordance with Islam, GAY people have been stoned to death. In my perspective, Leviticus 20:13 in the Christian Bible calls for that. From your perspective, you get to say that it's terrible because of the treatment of women. From my perspective, I get to point out how Paul said that women are not supposed to speak and that their husbands are superior to them. And God called for a genocide of men, women, and children in 1 Samuel 15:3. Okay? Right? You are literally looking in a fucking reflection. Every single issue you see with Islam is prevalent within the Christian religion as well. But my thing is, I don't think your issue is to do with their religious teaching or text. It's with the color of the skin of people in the Middle East, and because that's where the religion of Islam proportionately would fall, right? It just results down to prejudice, racism, or xenophobia.
Why aren't you talking about the wars that cause from Islam? Why do you talk about how bad Christianity is when Islam is the one that's actually like doing this shit? Like, yeah, it says in the Bible that they stone people and whatever, but they're still stoning people today. How many
What are the
Christians
Crusades?
do you see stoning people?
What are the Crusades?
That was ages ago when Islamic was becoming too invasive, and like Christian defenders came and killed them off.
So I just have a question. What's the difference between Christians saying that Muslims have become too invasive, therefore we're going to unalive them all, and a Muslim saying that GAY people have become too invasive, therefore we're going to unalive them all? I think both are equally as fucked up.
No, what they're trying to do in the Middle East, they're trying to like make it run by ISIS and stuff. I'm not just talking about Hamas and the whole Israel versus Pakistan.
Okay, well, I mean, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I just think that you're going to continue to be Islamophobic. I think that I proved my point there. We're going to move on to our next guest. I really miss those religious discussions, man. They're great.
After the election, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's somebody called Jack here who says he has proof that you're getting paid. I don't know if you want to bring him up.
Yeah, I tried to invite him because I saw that comment. I'd love to bring Jack up. I'd love to see if Jack could prove that I'm paid. Oh, Jack, hi, you're on the live, man.
What up, man? How's it going?
I'm paid. Can I see your proof?
All right, I know you're probably going to kick me. I don't actually have proof you're paid, but I had to get up here and ask you a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Hoodlum. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hoodie.
Absolutely. What's up, Law?
Oh, are you familiar with this guy?
Yes. Buckle up.
Okay. Hoodlum, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, because he's the only leader that's a candidate for this election that is capable of handling the situations that this country finds itself in.
Was he capable of handling the loss in 2020, or was he incapable because he then tried to coup the country?
Are you talking about your assumptions, your bias, or your belief in law? Which one?
I'm talking about what Donald Trump and his legal representation has admitted to in the ongoing January 6 indictments and to the Supreme Court, insofar as sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast.
No, they're not fake, sir. Dean. They're
alternative. Alternate. So what are the John Eastman memos?
The John Eastman memos? I don't know. You bring it up.
Yeah. So those are memos and emails, text messages sent back and forth between John Eastman, one of Trump's old lawyers that actually got disbarred, and between other representatives of his legal team. They all called the alternatives fake, and then John Eastman sent a follow-up email and said, Don't call them fake. Call them alternative with a winky face at the end. Alternative slates of electors are just like your alternative facts. You know, like the whole
So
thing.
in the
that,
2016 the 2016 election, after Hillary Clinton conceded, she spent the next 5 months putting together a legal response in several states, right? But when the Democrats do things like that, it's legal and it's fine. But when Republicans do it, it's a threat to democracy. So why is that, Dean? Can you explain that to me?
Because he didn't take the proper legal channels like Hillary Clinton or Al Gore did. He literally tried to overthrow our government.
Hold on, what's the difference?
Because one is appealing to courts, and then the other one is like wanting to like pressure and force the DOJ and Bill Barr into like falsely announcing widespread voter fraud, like Donald Trump did on his Oval Office, on the desk of the Oval Office, or like literally sending fake votes to Congress to be counted as real to install himself for a second term.
So what you're referring to is a tradition in this country of like secession to what the legacy media and the individual states state as the winner. And the acquiesce of the candidate is a tradition. It is not mandatory. And the fact that Donald J. Trump put together a legal defense, the first candidate to ever do that in this country.
It was a legal defense. Then how come? How come John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani lost their law licenses?
Because of people like you, Dean.
Oh yeah. It was such a legal defense. It was in fact so legal that their current argument to the Supreme Court is that they understand that it broke federal law, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions because presidential immunity should supply. It was so legal. Jack, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Hop back in the queue. I'll bring you up.
So let me ask you.
I really appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo, Jack.
Wait a minute. I have a question for you.
I was thanking John for his donation.
Listen, everything that you say, like you're like on Adderall, I would suggest
Hoodie, you can't do that.
He got astray.
All right, everybody, you got us up to 700,000. That is great. If everybody just does 100 likes each, that would get us well above 1 million. So let's go ahead and do that. Power tap until you get 100 hearts. Now, we do know there are some MAGA supporters that are hate watching right now. I would just encourage them, instead of punching drywall, go ahead and tap Dean's face with your finger. Just punch him right in the face, like Bryce Hall wants to, or hopefully, right?
Dog Sauce, thank you for the epic GG. W's for Dog Sauce down below. Thank you so much for the epic GG, man. Massive W's. Oh, yeah, you're super excited for that? Me too. I can't wait. Spam MAGA down below in the comment section if you want to come up. And Law, let me know if I'm yapping too much and I'm not giving you
you're good.
to hop in here.
No, yeah, I'll hop in if I've got something to add. I try not to interrupt.
No, I'm like telling you, please do interrupt. I love your input. Don't be afraid. Also, guys, if you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and same thing with Law. They're in the link in his bio. What's up, Nick? Are you voting for Dipey Donald?
Honestly, man, I just wanted to show you some love, man. I'm fucking Harrisol.
I appreciate you, Nick. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Nick Based.
Nick, I would find a different way to phrase that next time.
We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now. Guys, if we're in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you're voting for Trump as well. What's going on, Natty? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes, I am. And appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
How old are you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Nice. So why are you voting for the grapist, womanizer, racist, misogynist over Kamala Harris?
Well, we could go ahead and argue about each of those things if you'd like. We could talk about policies. What would you prefer to do?
Well, I think that we could have a conversation on both. Not only do I think that Kamala Harris's character is infinitely better than Donald Trump's, but I'd also say the same thing about her policy, right? Because her policy serves to the average working class American. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's policy disproportionately helps the top 1%.
You can make that argument. Could you give me, again, so what would you like to talk about first? You'd like to talk about character? I'm more interested in policies. What would you prefer to talk? What do you want to talk about?
Well, if you're more interested in policy, take it away. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? Joanne.
Okay, so one categorization that you make, a characterization you made of Trump, that he's for the rich and not for the average working class.
Because his policy disproportionately benefits the rich.
Yeah. So one scenario is the Springfield, Ohio case, right? Not getting into eating cats and dogs, right? That's just a meme. But do you believe that Kamala Harris's position to grant this sort of temporary status for these Haitians, bringing in 20,000, 20,000, we're going to say amnesty, to asylum seekers into a town of 60,000. Is that a good policy, do you think?
Natty, real quick. So the temporary protected status for Haitians happened in 2010 after the earthquake that devastated their country. That temporary protected status was extended by Donald Trump in May 2017. So the reason why there's so many here are because they had temporary protected status. They got to shortcut the asylum and refugee line and had direct temporary protected status here in the country.
Isabella, thank you for the $2 on PayPal.
I believe that there was some other step that Kamala Harris took to be able to give them asylum seeking here, like something with patrolling. I could be wrong. I'd have to Google it.
Well, no, I mean, it was also extended again in 2023 because it has to be extended every 7 years. So, but the fact remains that Trump extended the TPS, and then the Biden-Harris administration also re-extended it.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with the idea of a policy where we can give people protective status, right? The problem I have with it is abusing it, right? That's the problem. So my question is, do you think it's a good policy to? I mean, you can say we're giving these people protected status. Do you think it's a good policy to bring 20,000 to a city of 60,000?
Wait, if you think that it's a bad policy, well, I mean, maybe you should blame Donald Trump for that, because not only, according to law, is Donald Trump the individual that extended these protections, but Donald Trump is also the individual that's been fighting for an open border over the course of the last couple of years, okay? Donald Trump torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. Donald Trump wanted the crisis to...
Obama did the same thing when he was running for Senate, when President George Bush wanted to give amnesty to all the illegal immigrants here. I agree with you.
Obama called all the Democrats in Congress and told them to vote against the bipartisan border bill?
No, they had a coalition. He had a coalition where he wanted to be able to, where it was going to be agreed upon. We were going to give amnesty, not just asylum, amnesty. All the illegals here would be free. They'd be citizens. But the Democrats didn't want to give the political capital to the Republicans, and they killed the bill. This was under Obama.
So yeah, if Trump was
I agree with you. I agree.
Sir, one second. No, not 1 second. If Donald Trump was running against Obama, I wouldn't use this as a critique of Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump running against Obama? Absolutely not.
The argument you're making is that the Republicans are using this for political capital, and I'm saying Obama did the same thing. Democrats have done the same thing, and the people that are in power are the same people that were the same senators. It's the same elites. So both sides are doing this. I agree with you. Both sides are doing this.
The argument that I'm making is that Donald Trump has incessantly dehumanized migrants coming into our country since his original run for presidency in 2015. He has created a generation of prejudice, xenophobia, and exclusion of everybody who doesn't speak English as their first language or has a different color of their skin. Okay,
but Donald Trump,
and that's been created via his rhetoric that he's spoken with at his rallies, his rhetoric during his 4 years as president, and the fact that Donald Trump will then turn around, kill a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate to specifically allow the crisis to continue, so he can capitalize on that crisis, then turn around and say that these people are rapists, MS-13 gang members, P3DOs, demonstrates his lack of care for the country. It demonstrates that Donald Trump places himself above the country.
I agree with you. It wasn't a good thing for Donald Trump.
Okay, so then you'd agree that Donald Trump advocates for open borders.
No, I don't think that Donald Trump advocates for open borders. I think that Kamala Harris advocates for open borders. I think that I think that the Democrats are the one that advocate for open borders.
So do you think we have an open border right now?
Democrats, the reason why make me a point. The reason why I would say this is a Democratic policy is because the Democrats control the cities. The Democrats are the ones in these cities, sanctuary cities. They allow people to be able to not be the police are not allowed to report and work with ICE to be able to deport people if they see people in a crime that are committing a crime.
You should like sanctuary cities.
This is the current policy in sanctuary cities. I live in Los Angeles, for example.
You're so hypocritical.
How am I hypocritical? What's the hypocrisy here so far?
Because when it comes to a woman's right to choose, you're like, well, I'm against the federal government. We need to downsize it. Therefore, each state should have the individualistic rights and power.
I'm sorry. What's the hypocrisy? Because I didn't mention anything about that.
I was just telling you the hypocrisy.
I feel like you're deflecting a little bit. We're talking about specifically the border, aren't we?
Yeah, so you're going to have to let me finish for me to be able to explain to you what the hypocrisy is. So once again, what the hypocrisy specifically is the right advocating for more individualistic power to the states, advocating for a smaller federal government, advocating for the states to have more of that power. But then as soon as it comes to sanctuary cities...
I'm not trying to take away the state's power. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
So do we have a border crisis today?
I think we do have a border crisis, yes.
Okay, so then you also think that we had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have less daily crossings now than we had then. So if we had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term, how come he never solved the crisis? You gave him 4 years.
What do you mean we have less daily crossings? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you characterizing less daily crossings as? Yeah, are you saying illegal daily crossings, legal daily crossings? What do you mean?
We're going to be looking at all daily crossings or encounters into our country. This is coming straight from Border Protection and Patrol, right? And specifically speaking, they've indicated that right now we have about 23 through 2,400 daily crossings into our country when we had 24 through 2,500 at the end of Trump's term. So we have less daily crossings now than we had then. So does that mean that we also?
I was looking at statistics. I have to find it again, but I was looking at statistics that there was dramatic increase and almost an exponential increase under Biden's term.
There was for the first year, and part of that is because Trump used Title 42, which is a public health law, to shut down the border. So if you imagine like the people trying to enter into the United States, most of them don't get entry. 78% don't get to cross the border. The others have valid claims for work or for asylum purposes. But if you imagine COVID shutting down the border, we have this big backlog of people now because we're not processing anybody. The number of claims and entries went down to near zero. Those people are still... This is... Two seconds. Those people are still waiting to get in. So now once Title 42 lifts, and that happened when Biden was president because we no longer were under the public health emergency, all of those people are starting to come back in now.
Yeah, so again, I don't have... Again, I would like to discriminate on, people... like when you say like crossings, like there are plenty of people that can cross legally. Like if you're a citizen and you're a citizen of Mexico or you're a citizen somewhere else, like crossing the border legally, I'm not really concerned with that. The thing that I'm concerned about is, Trump created the Remain in Mexico policy, which would allow people that were seeking asylum from other countries, right, while we process their case, they'd remain in Mexico.
Right. Do you realize them? Okay.
Yeah, because he wasn't answering my question. I tried to ask him like 3 times about like if we had a crisis at the end of Trump's term, and he just pivoted around it 3 times.
Yeah, real quick, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah, remain in Mexico, we can't go back to that for 2 reasons. One is it didn't apply to Mexican citizens. You specifically had to be a non-Mexican citizen, and that requires you to remain in a country that is not your country. And under asylum laws, if you return to or establish residency in another country, you can't come back in. So we were telling people they had to remain in a country. 2, Mexico said they're not going to do it again. 7 to 8 times the rate of unalivings and kidnappings were happening in these camps, these shanty towns during Remain in Mexico. It is utterly inhumane, which is why every human rights organization in the world decried it. And Mexico said, sorry, we're not going to do it anymore.
Oh, yeah. For the 6.8 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen while we get our next guest up. Law, are you a mod? Yeah, you are. Feel free to help me. Feel free to help me try to find our next guest here.
I will do.
But guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Okay. Why are you guys voting for Trump?
I think Kamala is an incapable leader.
Okay, I think that she's much better at leading than Donald Trump, but why do you say that she's an incapable leader?
I just think that she is.
Okay, why?
I just think she's disingenuous.
Disingenuous? Donald Trump lied about the outcome of the 2020 election, told over 30,000 lies during his presidency. Who's disingenuous, sir? I think it's Donald Trump.
No, it's Kamala.
Okay. So can you please...
Can I show you a video real quick?
Yeah, after I finish out this line of dialogue with DJ. So DJ, right? Can you name like one bigger lie that Kamala Harris has told than Donald Trump denying the outcome of the 2020 election to prove that she's more disingenuous?
I don't have to.
Okay, well then why would you say that she's more disingenuous if she hasn't told a bigger lie?
Off of just watching her, like her interviews and stuff, I just don't think that she's capable of doing the job, getting the job done.
Okay, so I'm still waiting for you to provide me reason why the grapist, womanizer, racist, sexist, misogynist, right, who's religiously persecuted and also happens to be a 34-count felon, is better at leading than Kamala Harris. You're not giving me a reason here. So I'm honestly pretty damn sure that you're saying this because you're a misogynistic pig. And I'd love for you to prove me wrong by providing me with a legitimate reason why it is the case that you're not a misogynistic pig and you rather just do have good reason to believe that he's better at leading. But seemingly you fucking can't.
He's just better. That's it.
Yeah, so for what fucking reason?
All right, bye, DJ. No, I kicked him. He's got no policy, no reasons whatsoever. And we have Dan here. Dan seems eager to talk.
Yo, Sassy Sailor with the $125 on Venmo. Yo, I need all 7,000 people in this live to spam W's for Sassy Sailor for the next 10 minutes for the $125 on Venmo. That is seriously insane. Thank you so much for the love, Sassy Sailor. Holy shit, I do not deserve that. I really do appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Sassy Sailor, for the $125 on Venmo. That's fucking incredible. Thank you so much for the love. Seriously, you allow me to continue to do this every day, Sassy Sailor. Thank you so much for the love. I am so undeserving. Then also, Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Sarah. And then also, Hannah with the $10 on PayPal. Massive, massive, massive W's in the chat for Sassy Sailor for the $125, as well as some W's for Sarah and some W's for Hannah. Thank you guys so much for the love. Seriously, guys, it means the world to me. Dan, so you said you had an audio clip to play for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this clip is actually it's an interview with the former chief patrol agent, Aaron Heitke, and it's basically him saying how he was ordered by the Biden-Harris administration to cover up the disaster at the border. So I'm going to play that for you, and then
Timothy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Asking how the grandparents' anniversary dinner went. It went well, Timothy, but then my grandma cracked her head open the next day. But I appreciate you for the $10, Timothy. W's for Timothy down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. And then also specifically speaking here, Jazz, thank you for the $5 as well. But yeah, go ahead, man.
So yeah, here's the clip.
Aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. Fentanyl is another issue.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Dan. He said the name of the F drug. We actually can't say the names of any drugs on this live. Today, a lot of people are catching strays. That's a third person in like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, and to be fair, so that was a House Republican committee that was doing this investigation, and former Sector Chief Heidke was testifying to that. But he's drawing a big line there. He's saying we were told not to report this information, which could be a whole lot of reasons why. Investigations are ongoing. It could compromise things that are operations that are still in place. And then he connected that to a line saying because the public they wanted to hide it from the public. You can't just create that line without any evidence.
Yeah. Then also, guys, I kick everyone who says the name of a drug. If you don't want to get kicked, don't say the name of a drug. And what's up, Kitty? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Kitty's not here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. But yeah, TikTok does not allow us to say the name of any drugs here on TikTok Live, because if you do say the name of a drug, it actually gets my entire life age restricted, right? So I don't want my life age restricted, so we do have to kick every single person that says the name of a drug, right? That's just a constant rule. I understand that like Trump supporters like to push the red line. However, that is a red line just for the for the sanctity of the live. But we're gonna move on to our next guest here right now, y'all. Spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Let's go and see what Lupia King here has to say. And Janelle, thank you for the $3 on PayPal, saying thank you for dunking on the Trumpers. You got it. Thank you for the love on Venmo. W's for Janelle in the chat. We got our next guest loading into the live right now. Everyone just be patient. Jacob, I would love for you to join up as well, man. Make sure to hop in that queue. Our next guest is loading in as we speak, y'all. They were just spamming MAGA in the chat. I hope that they do join up. So everybody just do be patient here while we are getting our next guest up in the live. I think we need to have some longer conversations because people leave right when we start the when we are looking for new guests. So we just need to have longer conversations here. But everybody just give us 1 minute, guys. Is my grandma okay? She's healing. She is healing. We got Noah E loading up. Bro, we are literally cycling through so many people right now. No one is loading in. Hey, what's up, Noah? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Noah literally left. Jasmine, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Bye.
worries.
Thanks for tapping.
What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Basically because of the immigration and stuff. Yeah, that's basically it.
Because of the immigration and stuff. So do you think that we have a border crisis today?
Yes.
Okay, so then we also had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same or even lower amount of daily crossings now as we had then?
Okay, can I quote unquote tell you what Kamala Harris said?
Okay, well, seemingly, right, I want you to respond to my question there. So do you also think that we had a crisis at the end of Trump's term because we had higher daily crossings?
Yes, I did. Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so if we had a crisis at the end of Trump's term and Trump never resolved the crisis, why would this give you reason to vote for Trump?
But he can fix it in his today when he becomes the president. He can fix it.
Wait, I have a question. What time is it right now?
Time?
Yeah.
Привет, мой друг. Ты американец?
Да.
All right. What's the time right now?
Why are you asking that?
It's a Russian bot.
Wait. Are you? Are you a Russian bot?
Oddly enough, I took Russian in high school, and there's probably 8 sentences that I can speak in Russian. But he said he was an American, and he responded "da" in Russian. But then I lived in South America for a couple years, and so now I'm fluent in Spanish and can barely speak any Russian anymore. So that was almost the extent of my Russian. Everybody.
That was pretty cool. We got a sleeper agent on the live, ladies.
Yeah, there you go.
What's up, Jack? Are you voting for Trump?
How's it going? I am, yes.
Okay, why the hell do you want the grapist, misogynist, racist in the Oval Office, man? Let's hear it.
Okay, so obviously I don't agree with any of those qualities of him. I don't think those are a good thing in any way, obviously, and I would prefer definitely not to vote for someone with those qualities if those are true. I know there's a lot of evidence behind each one. I'm not going to go through it and say they're true or false, but I do think that he's better politically than Kamala Harris. You can let me know if I'm saying that wrong. I said it on Parker's thing, and he kept correcting me. I honestly just don't. I don't mean any disrespect. I just don't know how to say it. But,
wait, was I there when you were debating Parker?
I don't think you were, no.
Okay, all right. So you mean better politically? So what's one piece of legislation that he influenced during his first term that benefited the average American more than rich people?
I mean, specifically that benefited the average American more than rich people. You'd have to give me a second to think about that. I mean, there's lots that I do like. I do like that he did. The Right to Try Act, that's one thing I wouldn't say that benefited necessarily.
They didn't benefit, economically speaking. I agree with the Right to Try Act. I think it's ultimately inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, that's definitely not a policy that economically benefited the average working class American more so than rich people.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You'd have to give me a minute to get to that.
Take your time, man. We'll talk to another guest in the meantime. Sure. What's up, Kentucky? Are you voting for Trump? Make sure that you guys are double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends as well. You guys already know the drill. Y'all are the Team Dream Team. I don't put it past you. You guys know the drill. Honestly, we're just going to go ahead and hop. If you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue. Law, I'll let you up in a minute here once I build the algorithm up like I did last time. Love having you up here, man. You have Maga Mobile. I'm just not even going to talk to you. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our first guest, Felixio of the night, has to say. For the first 700 of y'all in here, if you're voting for Trump, spam MAGA in the chat. Hop in that queue. You already know the drill. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, are you sure? You kind of sound like a fetus. So I'm gonna go and trust my intuition. I don't think you're 18. I'm sorry, man. For the first 850 of y'all, welcome into the live, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping. Let's go ahead and get up to 100,000 likes here. What's up, Thomas? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Why?
I just think I don't really support the money. I mean, so I think he'll handle Ukraine a lot better than Kamala, just because I don't really like the I support Ukraine obviously, but I don't support the Ukrainians attacking Russia, as I feel like it'll lead to a larger provocation, and which I don't want. I feel like No
Wait,
one.
you understand, given Trump's view, right? He wants to revoke funding from Ukraine, and he doesn't want Ukraine to win the war. He didn't explicitly answer that question. He wants to just end the war as it is, okay? But if Ukraine doesn't win, that necessarily would imply that Russia wins, right? And if Russia wins, that means that they get Ukrainian land. And in order for Ukraine to win, that means that there's no Russian advancement. So in other words, you are literally voting for Russian expansion.
Well, I think that I think I would rather have Russian expansion than a third world war with Russia, right?
Oh my God! You're no. They're not going to start a third world war, dude.
How?
If they can't,
How?
if they can't beat Ukraine, why the fuck would they try to go to war with us? You understand that Ukraine has been whipping their ass.
Because-
insofar as Ukraine soldiers
do you know
now
how
being
Putin got
on
in
one moment,
power?
1 second, now being on Russian soil. No, Russia is not a threat to our country as it stands today because
I'm
they
just
can't
kidding.
even handle Ukraine.
Dude, I'm actually trolling. I'm voting for Kamala.
W's for Thomas in the chat. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. So everybody just do give us a minute. Yeah, Ukraine is whipping Russia's ass. Russia is not going to start a third world war. That's a fact. What's up, Varg? Are you voting for Trump?
Nigger.
All right, moving on to our next guest. I apologize for his use of the
Comments?
slurs there. That's the MAGA voter base for you guys. For the first 1.7 thousand of you guys, do double tap. Let's get up to 100K. What's up, Grant? Can you turn off the music? Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump, man? All right, something's going on with Grant. Guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're still looking for our next guest here, y'all. You guys already know the drill. Hi, Nicholas. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why?
I don't like how the Biden Kamala administration handled COVID. I think it was a disaster, and it actually on the borderline of dictatorship. And I really
Okay, so what specifically did Biden and Harris do that involved COVID that makes you think they handled it like a disaster and edged a dictatorship?
Personal experience. I was in a hospital. I had some complications. I was in the hospital for a month during that period of time. When they started obligating the nurses that were there already for months, suffering and crying with the family members that were dying, I personally knew 3 nurses that didn't want to take the vaccine, the jab, and they got escorted out of the building.
Dude, Nicholas, I'm so
My heart.
fucking sorry. First of all, that's a rule and a regulation via their private company that has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. But dude, I'm so fucking sorry. If I have to get vaccinated for like measles to play in my high school sports team, I am absolutely fine with mandating literal doctors and nurses with getting vaccinated for COVID
Yes, but
when
they
they're
were
working
there
in
almost
hospitals.
for a year, and it wasn't a problem.
It should have been a problem earlier. It should have been a problem from the moment it started. Okay, once again, if I need the measles vaccine to play lacrosse in high school, they need the COVID vaccine to work in a hospital during a pandemic.
And yet, but also my point is, and yes, Biden and Harris supported that decision.
As I do too. I think everyone should. I just have a question. Maybe this is a part of the dictatorship. So when Biden and Harris like warp speeded the approval of the vaccine, like got it through FDA super duper quick.
I thought that was Trump.
No, so you thought that was a bad thing though, right?
What, the vaccine?
Yeah.
Whoever wanted to take the vaccine should have took the vaccine. I don't think it should have been forced. People lose their job, their homes, their livelihood, had to move their kids out of school just because they didn't want to take the vaccine. I don't think that a government should be able to do that to.
I think that like we should force doctors to take the vaccine the same way that like we force people to wear a seatbelt when they're driving. The seatbelt keeps them safer. It reduces unnecessary deaths every single year. And I mean, if you don't want to wear a seatbelt,
but if you don't
just
wear a
simply
seatbelt, you don't lose your job.
Well, I mean, the comparison here would
You
be if you
don't lose
don't.
your job. You don't lose your livelihood if you don't wear a seatbelt.
Yeah, but the comparison here is if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, you could just simply choose not to drive
Yeah,
the
there's
same
no
way.
comparison because the outcome is way different. It's
Okay,
more
man, I'm gonna go ahead and finish talking. Do not interrupt me, okay? Right, the comparison here would be, well, if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, well, then don't drive. You're going to face a penalty. It's the same way if you don't want to get the COVID vaccine, don't be a fucking doctor surrounded by people that it is necessary you have the vaccine for, okay? Like, you understand that getting the vaccine, right, reduces the transmission, right, of the virus in of itself.
That's a
So you're
lie.
less likely to pass it off to other people. No, it's not a lie.
No, that's a lie. If
Okay,
you want,
indicate to me a source right now that indicate that the
That-
vaccine was ineffective with reducing the rates of transmission.
That's a lie. I read it in the last, what you call it. It doesn't stop transmission.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Yeah, so give me a source. Now I'm going to require you to listen without interrupting me this time. Have some self-control and actually listen to my question. Right? You said that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are dictator-esque because they asked a private platform to mitigate harmful misinformation about a deadly disease. So does Donald Trump have the intention of becoming a dictator because he literally wants to throw people in jail for a constitutionally protected behavior under a First Amendment right to freedom of expression?
I think that's his opinion, though. I don't think that he signed it up to pass he signed it up to Congress or the House.
Yeah, no, he's campaigning on that. He's saying that when he becomes president, he's going to do this. So when if he were to become president and he were going to do this, would he be a dictator?
No, because he can't pass it. Yeah, dictator.
But the point of my point was he intends to do unconstitutional things utilizing executive orders. So when he wants to do these things, he's already expressed a desire to violate the Constitution via executive order. So I think we should be worried about it. I don't think it's something we could just brush aside saying, well, it's his opinion.
Yeah, and then Grant, thank you so much for the $1 as well on Venmo.
I think it is his opinion. It's a big difference having an opinion and actually going and following through and doing things dictatorship-like.
Wait. So you're saying that you can't do so all things that are dictatorship-like are banned by our Constitution, so they can't actually do it. So because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were able to successfully recommend Meta to mitigate against harmful misinformation, that means that wasn't dictatorship-like as it got through a Constitution?
That was dictatorship.
Oh, so it's dictatorship to recommend to a private political platform to mitigate harmful misinformation that kills people.
No,
but
they didn't
not
threaten.
Dictatorship.
They pressured, and if you read that letter from Mark Zuckerberg, he specifically says, while all the decisions that they made were their own decisions, and they weren't threatened, but they felt that the White House was pressuring them to censor particular information.
What do you think he was going to cover? He wasn't going to cover his ass.
Bro, listen, I don't understand how I can make this any more clear. I'm going to lay this out one last time. If you don't understand, I'm going to move on.
No, you just don't understand.
No, Nicholas, you don't understand, right? Because you said if Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back, but couldn't because the Constitution would stop him, you wouldn't vote for him, okay? Right? So in other words, if Donald Trump wants to do something bad or wrong, dictator-esque, against our Constitution, even if he can't inevitably achieve it because of our checks and balances, that still gives us a reason not to vote for him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it should give you reason not to vote for Trump. It should give you reason to say that Donald Trump is like a dictator because he has the intention of putting people in jail for burning the American flag. Of course, that would not get through our Constitution because it's constitutional.
My vote. Burning a flag.
So if Donald Trump's not a dictator for wanting to violate people's constitutionally protected rights and throw them in jail, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris definitely aren't dictators either.
Burning a flag would not sway my vote.
You're not responding to my point here. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are not dictators.
But the first question you asked me, why am I voting for Trump? Burning a flag is not going to sway my vote. vote.
So putting people in jail for a constitutionally protected activity won't sway your vote, but making a recommendation to a private company to mitigate against harmful misinformation will?
That's freedom of speech.
Okay. So that's actually not protected under a constitution. Like, for instance, Nicholas, am I violating upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech?
Hey,
Nicholas, am I violating your First Amendment right to freedom of speech if I tell you that you can't slur on my platform, and if you do slur, I will remove you from my platform?
No, because this is your platform.
Exactly. Just like it's my private platform, right? Therefore, I'm not violating your constitutional rights. We can say the same thing about Meta as a whole, right? Every single social media company, regardless of its TikTok, no, it's literally not. Regardless of its TikTok, regardless of its Instagram, regardless of its Facebook, regardless of its Snapchat, they all have terms of service that regulate against particular forms of speech, including Twitter, which is owned by Elon Musk, a vehement Republican, okay? Right, so making a recommendation to change those terms of service to better account for harmful misinformation is not violating upon your constitutional rights, as you agree with those terms of service within the user agreement that you implicitly accept when you sign up for the platform. Okay, but wanting to throw people in jail for a constitutionally protected activity is literally a violation of your First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Earlier, when I asked you how do you feel about Trump wanting to put people in jail for doing this, you said that it wouldn't pass through the Supreme Court. Why wouldn't it pass through the Supreme Court? It wouldn't pass through the Supreme Court because it is literally a constitutional violation. So earlier, I don't think you noticed it, but you actually conceded to the fact that Donald Trump has proposed policy that is in violation of our Constitution when you said that he wouldn't be able to get that one passed.
But I just want you to realize that you don't live in the real world. When the FBI agents knock on your door and ask you to do something, they're they're not there being nice guys. They say, please, can you just knock it down on the what you call it? No, those conversations don't go like that. I don't know in what world you live in, but if the FBI asks you to do something, you do it.
Like turnover.
I'm sorry, you just do it.
Like to turn over federal documents, classified documents like that?
Oh,
Donald Trump didn't do that. He actually told his aide to hide them. I have a question, since you like talking about dictatorship. Trump's a dictator. He tried to steal the election in 2020 from Biden.
How?
How? By sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes from.
How can you steal something like a dictator and you're using the same system that allows you to do these things?
He actually didn't, right? So he tried to
No,
pressure
yes, he did. He used the courts. He used the judges. He used the courts.
No.
He went to
And lost 60 times.
And so what? He still used the courts.
Could I clarify
A
right now?
dictator doesn't do that.
No. So he actually tried to pressure the DOJ into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud, right? He literally
tried to what?
Yeah, so he went to Bill Barr and the DOJ. He told them to come to the Oval Office and told them to just announce that there's widespread voter fraud in the election without any evidence. Then Bill Barr wanted to go along with this plan. Then half the DOJ resigned because Bill Barr wanted to do so. Right? Donald Trump also sent fake slates of electorates to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost, saying that he won into Congress to be counted as real. Right? This is what he actually argued in the January 6th indictment, as well as to the Supreme Court.
So he went through
These
the
are
courts,
actions
right?
that he partook in.
But he went through the courts.
Right. So like the courts to contest the results of the election are separate from his fake electorate plot.
I mean, but this dictator used the courts. He applied his.
And then when that didn't work, he tried to institute a plan called the Pence card, where he would get states to submit alternate slates of electors, fake electors who were not lawfully put through their state's process, and then get Mike Pence to accept those slates of electors. That was the Eastman-Pence card plan.
Yeah. So it actually it went the opposite
you're
first.
saying that he went to Congress then.
So no, it actually went the opposite way. So first he tried to steal the election with like the fake electorate plot, and then he took to the courts and lost.
So you're saying he's a dictator because he tried to use every single outlet.
He's a dictator because he tried to install himself for a second term, right? And he tried to circumvent the voice and the vote of every single American citizen. Nicholas, I have a question for you. If Congress accepted those fake fraudulent votes that he sent to Congress, right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden would have not been our president right now. Donald Trump would have been. Right, and the voice of every single American citizen, the vote of every single American citizen that voted in 2020,
Aren't the Congress
would have been thrown
members
out the
voted
window.
for?
Is that dictatorship?
No, because aren't all the Congress members voted for him? Aren't they voted in?
So I just want to clarify: if it's not dictatorship,
Ain't
the
that
Congress members don't have anything to do.
Kamala is on the ballot right now.
Okay, Nicholas, can you repeat what Donald Trump's fake electorate plot is? Can you repeat what me and Law have been telling you he did?
Yeah, he went to Congress. He went to the courts. I mean, basically,
What did he do in
a whole bunch of
Congress?
paperwork.
I know I've told you
A whole
4
bunch
times
of-
now.
You're telling me a whole bunch of paperwork.
No.
Paperwork,
So you
but
literally
dictator
weren't
doesn't
listening.
deal with paperwork.
You literally weren't listening. Jacqueline, I
Dictator sends
appreciate
the
you for the
FBI
jib
to your door, to your home.
Hey, Nicholas, I've told you what Donald Trump did that makes him a dictator 4 times now.
Paperwork. You only mentioned paperwork for the past 20 minutes.
Hey, Nicholas, I need you to be quiet. I've tried to explain to you what Donald Trump did to attempt to coup the country in
You
2020.
live in a world of laptops. My God.
How many continents are there?
How many do you need?
And you live in a world of delusion and ignorance. See, that's the issue. Is
No,
that
I don't.
a large
But
proportion.
you ask me questions that you learned in 3rd grade.
A large proportion of Trump's voter base today is willfully ignorant to the world around them. Okay? Right? And I'm trying to explain to you what.
Not ignorant. Just
Hey, Nicholas, the real man's talking. Can the little boy be quiet? The real man's talking. I need you, the little boy, to sit crisscross applesauce while I'm addressing you.
That's your problem. You get offended and you start being disrespectful. And I haven't been disrespectful to you once.
Does it look like I'm offended and angry?
Yes. When you get disrespectful, that's when you get angry.
Okay, so if being disrespectful means that you're angry.
Your character is easy to read.
Okay, well, I'm going to once again try to explain to you, right, what Trump's fake electorate plot was, right? And I need you to listen this time. If you don't listen, I'm going to kick you and forget about you. Okay,
Okay, so just don't mention no more paperwork.
So, Nicholas.
Show me something about a dictator.
So Donald Trump attempted to coup the country and install himself for a second term to circumvent the voice and the vote of every American that voted in 2020 by sending fake votes.
There you go, paperwork. Okay, bye. I got to go.
Okay, bye, Nicholas.
Bye.
Run away, little boy. You're running. Run away. Bye. He ran away. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get our next guest up in here. Absolutely insufferable. Like literally so insufferable.
Guys, we are lagging in the algorithm a bit. I appreciate the 4.3 thousand who are here. We're still not at our levels that we were before the unfortunate incident that took us down. Let's push those likes up right now. Everybody fill the bar up 2 to 3 times, and I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you want to support me for my pain and fucking suffering, my Venmo, my PayPal, and my bio, I love you guys so much. What's up, Josh? Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I'm a Kamala Harris supporter.
W, Josh, I appreciate you for coming up, man. You're awesome. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. And W Log for getting y'all to like. I literally, bro, no one can inspire people to run up the likes on a live better than he can. And then Nicole, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. And Megan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Nicole and Megan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Melissa with a $50 on Venmo. Ooh. Yo, oh my God, Melissa, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I want to see at least 500 W's in the chat for Melissa. Let's get some W Melissas down below. I want everybody to show Melissa some love. Massive W's for Melissa in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. You're incredible, Melissa. Thank you.
Dakota, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. We'll put it to good work.
How's it going, man?
What's up, Timbo? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, most definitely, dude.
Now, why the fuck would you be doing that?
Because I'm not going to vote for a woman that's being supported by 200 neocons and a bunch of Democrats that are hardball players that are all corrupt, my friend.
Okay, so you're not going to vote for corruption.
Bill Clinton endorsed Kamala Harris.
Okay, the leader of the KKK endorsed Trump.
96 members of his advisors have ended up dead or committed suicide.
Oh, okay, so you're essentially
they're
saying...
attached to these neocons that keep doing this, dude. I'm going to tell you, whatever little college that you go to, that you're letting these people just brainwash you into believing that going to war with people over oil.
Can I ask you a question?
Donald Trump gave us the XL pipeline, which gave us $30 to a barrel, made our gas prices lower. Now we let the Obamas back in to do this Natural Shale Act, and we're having earthquakes.
Hey, I have a question. How did the Keystone XL pipeline make oil cheaper when it wasn't producing oil?
It was producing oil.
No, it was in fact still under production, right?
No,
so
it was producing oil because I was making chemicals that push in that pipeline, my friend. Come up with more of your lies.
Timbo, I want you to go to KeystoneXL.com. I want you to go to Keystone.
I'm just telling you, dude. He got us $30.
Hey, Timbo, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you, little boy. I'm gonna mute you
because I'm gonna mute you if you on etiquette and protocol.
I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop talking. Okay, Dean's talking, not the little boy. Okay.
You are a little boy.
Oh no, you are, right? How old are you?
I'm a grown ass man, dude. I've seen everything happen.
And how old are you?
World.
And how old are you?
The last 43 years, my friend.
Oh, you're 43. You've turned 143 times. You have more life experience, but you've done a quarter of what I have with it. So let's be fucking real. A quarter your age, 4 times as wise. Let's get so fucking real.
How old are you, dude?
20 years old, and I could be your fucking father.
That's
okay?
over half,
anything
my
more?
friend, not a quarter. That's what I'm saying.
More?
They're not teaching you good enough in this school that you're going to, my friend.
Oh, I'm sure you lied to us about your age. You're like 65 minimum.
No, dude,
look me up.
Look me up. Matter of fact, expose me on your little ring, dude. But I'm gonna tell you what.
You know, I actually want you to look something up. But like, I'm trying to
drain the slop.
I'm trying to tell you, John F. Kennedy's dead, okay? Yeah, you're calling me ignorant? You just said that John F. Kennedy's going to drain the swamp? John F. Kennedy's been dead since the 1960s. Get a load of this
Robert
guy.
F. Kennedy, excuse me. You know, I do have a little bit of a problem because of all these vaccines that have been put out and giving kids autism. No, I meant Robert F. Kennedy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That's not true.
Yeah, no, it's not. Landon, thank you so much. 1 second, buddy. Landon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Landon. Landon said, here's $25 for being smarter than a 45-year-old. Thank you for the love. Timbo, could you say W,
you're not
Landon?
smarter than a 45-year-old.
According to Landon, I am.
Okay, then how did we get the barrel down to $30 a barrel in the Donald Trump administration? Can you explain to me that?
Yeah, we could talk about that after. I absolutely dunk on what your first claim was.
No, let's talk about it now, dude.
No, because I've been trying to respond to your claim about the Keystone XL pipeline being in production since you got up in here, and you literally haven't allowed me to because you've been incessantly interrupting me. Okay, but if you just want a quick response on how the price of oil got so low, it's because no one was driving because of the pandemic. Dude, you're still interrupting me. Now I'm just going to go ahead and mute you. Okay. All right. So you said that the Keystone XL pipeline is what led to lower oil prices, right? My response to that would be no, it literally didn't, because the Keystone XL pipeline wasn't producing oil. Okay. And you want to know what my source is for this? KeystoneXL.com. Go to their own website. Okay. Because on their own website, they complain about how the pipeline was still under production when it was shut down. KeystoneXLpipeline.com is my source, buddy. What's yours?
Anyone that wants to support anybody that militarizes.
Sophia, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. It's concerning that this man can vote. So real, Sophia. Oh, you're running away. Run away. Run away.
Here. Matter of fact, I can recruit.
Sophia, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. 1 second, buddy. Let's get some W's for Sophia in the chat. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
Gen Zs, man. I swear.
Okay, Timbo, would you ever vote for someone that called for like a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians and turned into the country? And Gigi, thank you for the $5 to help pay for my quote-unquote little college.
That's why I didn't vote for him. But I can tell you what, I voted for Bush Jr., and that's the same people that destroyed this country that we're fixing to put in here now.
Yeah, so you're not answering my question.
Support this woman.
So you're not answering my question, right? If Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all Christians entering into the country, would you still vote for Trump?
I still answered your dumbass question, dude.
No, you
keep
didn't.
deflecting what I'm saying.
You talked about Obama and Bush. Thank you for the anarts.
Yeah, Obama and Bush, and you said something about fucking Trump.
Leslie, thank you for Jolly. I appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for Leslie and Crystal with the $5 on Venmo and India with a law. Thank you so much.
Robert F. Kennedy, guys.
Yeah, so would you still vote for Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into the
country? No, I would vote for Robert F. Kennedy to get in there and drain the swamp.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into the country. So Trump did call for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into the country, right? So like seemingly, why would you vote for someone that would call for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims but not Christians?
Donald Trump has never done that. And quit telling your moderators to quit muting me, dude.
That's literally me. I'm muting you because you're speaking over me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is because you don't want me preaching the truth.
Total and complete shutdown.
That's
Muslims entering the United States.
Fake commercials that you Democrats have been pushing off to our youth, and y'all need to stop.
So that's actually not fake. That's from 8 years ago.
Do you know Kamala Harris wants to shut down and start?
Elsie, thank you for the $8 on Venmo for muting Tim. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. W's for Elsie and Lindsay, I really appreciate you. And Chris with the $20 on Venmo for the education. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Lindsay, Elsie, and Chris with the $20. Thank you so much, Chris, for the $20 for the education. That is so incredibly kind of you, Chris. And Elsie and Lindsay, you guys are awesome. Let's get some W Chris's, some W Lindsay's, and some W Elsie's. So anyways, Timbo, why would you say that that video that I just played of Trump is fake? Joanne, I appreciate you for the sage. You're awesome.
Because your whole party is fake. Okay. Why would we vote for someone that's going to take all?
Phil, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So funny how Grudman is confident when knowing so little. Thank you so much for the love, Phil. So can you give me any evidence that this clip of Trump calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims and turn into the country is fake? Like we have to have like some like reliable basis of like.
But it's still not going to convince you liberals any different because y'all lie to people and y'all been getting caught. That's why Robert F. Kennedy, come after November, is going to drain the shop.
So you're voting for RFK?
No, I'm voting for Donald Trump so RFK can get in there, my friend.
Austin, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. RFK is a rapist. Why do you like two rapists? Because so is Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been held liable for rape, and
probably RFK because I'm not fixing to vote for no warmonger neocons that take medical shit and poison our kids with, and then raise the taxes up whenever they rip us off.
Okay,
just like
so
Bush did and Obama did during their administration, my friend.
I could give you 36 pages of resources.
And dude, I can give you a whole law.
I could give you 36 pages of resources that would justify that vaccines don't cause
autism. And I can give you a whole library list of stuff.
Can you give me one source that would indicate they do? And Seal, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Seal. That is C.
We can reconvene this meeting when I can get the rest of my evidence to prove to you. You want to do that?
Just go on pause and find it real quick. Stay on the live.
Oh no, because I want to throw it all at you. So I'll tell you what, give me like 2 days and send me an invite in 2 days. I'll follow you and I'll get you the law library information if you want it.
Law library?
Yeah, just come up, bro. Come back up, man.
Okay. Well, I'll be on in 2 days and I'll have this.
Janelle, I appreciate you for the $3 on PayPal saying that Trump literally wants to put people in jail for constitutionally protected activity. So real, Janelle. And Zoe, thank you for the $1 for the one brain cell that Timbo has. So real, Zoe. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, and how old are you?
I am 24.
Okay, so what's the appeal in the misogynistic racist?
I don't think he's racist.
I definitely do. I could justify that. I mean, he called all black people lazy and denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black. He also he said that they're black jobs. What is a black job? He called African Americans black with an S at the end, which is a derogatory slur, right? He's also specifically said that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. Okay, and then he said that he called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five. He said that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because of the color of his skin, instantiating the idea that he shouldn't be able to run for president. Explain to me how one of the 6 things I just named off isn't racist. And Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Joshua with the $10. Thank you so much, Rachel, with the $5, and Joshua with the $10. W's for Joshua and Rachel in the chat. Thank you so much, y'all.
I can't deny and say that what you have listed off isn't racist. But just trust me, I don't condone and say, yeah, that's great. That's definitely not what I think. But
okay, so Donald Trump is racist, right?
I haven't seen where he is racist.
I just gave you 6 examples.
Right, but I don't know if those examples are true or false. I haven't seen it for myself.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, if you want to justify the claim that he denied housing opportunities to black people, just look up Trump, DOJ, State of New York, 1973, and you will literally find the court documents from New York State records where he was taken to civil court for it. If you want to justify the claim that he called all black people lazy in the 90s, just look up Trump 1991, all black people are lazy. Okay. Right. If you want to reference like him proponent the birther movement of Barack Obama, like you could just go to his Twitter feed, scroll back to 2012 through 2014. Okay, right? These are like things that have come out of his mouth, right? And on top of being racist, he's also a misogynist. He sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word, was held liable for rape. Okay, this man's a mess. He's a lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, none of those sound good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this is a good idea. That's why I said, unfortunately, I am voting for Trump, but I just feel like Trump is a lesser of evils. I've seen where Biden has said that if you're black and you don't vote for Biden, you're not black. I've seen that on television. Those are the things I've seen that.
Autumn, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, that would have been an impertinent point to name about 4 months ago. Honestly, like over the course of the last 4 months, I've still been responding to claims about Biden, but Biden's not running anymore, man. And I feel like you just have to come to terms with that, right? In November, I'm voting for the non-racists over the racists. Why are you voting for the racists over the non-racists? And Peyton with a $25 on Venmo. Holy shit, guys. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Peyton. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Peyton says thank you for teaching them. Thank you for the love, Peyton. That is PEIGHTON, by the way. I want y'all to show some love to Peyton in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25. It means the world. Thank you, Peyton.
Okay, so I got a question. Is it because from what I see, Kamala isn't black, but she's claiming to be black.
Oh, okay. So Kamala Harris is not black. Okay, if she's not black, what is she?
Isn't she Indian?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, Indian's not a race. Okay, is your race American? No. Okay, so it's called South Asian. And do you know what it means to be biracial? Do we need to go back to 3rd grade? Do you understand how someone could be 2 races simultaneously? Right. So specifically speaking, she could be South Asian and black at the same time. Holy shit! There's her father. That's Donald Harris. Okay, right. Donald Harris is Afro-Jamaican.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
I'm not coming here to debate. I'm honestly coming here to be educated as well, but to try and to explain what I see as well. You know what I mean? Like Kamala's point on gun laws. She wants to take guns away.
Nope, she actually doesn't. She's actually made that clear at the debate as well. She said that she would never enact any type of she didn't want to take people's ARs away, right? But I have a question for you. What gun reform legislation or policy was passed under Biden and Harris's term?
Not a clue. Not a clue.
None. But you know what was passed under Trump's term? What was passed under Trump's term, Law?
Don't have a clue.
Bump stock ban. So that was passed under Trump's term. He got the rule period started up on the frame and receiver rule. So that had to do with privately manufactured firearms. And then in a meeting with Mike Pence that was televised, he said that he advocated for red flag laws, but not the red flag laws that we have in some states right now. He wanted a type of order that allowed police to go and take the guns first and then go and get due process later.
So if you want to vote for the candidate who's going to keep your guns safer, maybe you should vote for Harris instead of Trump, because Trump is the only one out of the two that passed gun reform.
I mean, I don't agree with bump stocks. Bump stocks allow people who use bump stocks. It's a very unsafe.
Stephanie, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying fuck racism. So real, quite frankly. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get at least 300 W's in the chat for Stephanie right now with the $25 on Venmo. That's so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Go ahead, man.
I definitely agree with fuck racism. Definitely agree with that.
Okay, then you're going to be saying that Kamala Harris is not black.
Okay. I got nothing else to say. I mean, if you're going to make me seem like I'm a racist, I don't want to be in this conversation. I'm just trying to educate and trying to be educated as well.
Okay.
So Big Z, you may not be a racist, but what you did is you came up and you repeated a racist trope. And maybe now that you've learned that since Kamala Harris's dad is in fact black, that maybe you won't repeat that again. So I don't think anybody's calling you racist, but you absolutely were perpetuating a racist message that was going out.
And if that's the case, I apologize for that. I did not know that Kamala's father was biracial.
Yeah, but Big Zig, right? You said a reason not to vote for Harris is she wants to take people guns away. So she made it explicitly clear at her debate with Donald Trump that she doesn't want to take people guns away. And Donald Trump is the only one out of the two to pass gun reform, right? So seemingly you'd have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump if you're pro 2A.
Well, if the gun reform is over the bump stock situation, I do agree with that. Bump stocks using a bump stock is not a safe way to fire a firearm.
No, I agree with you too, man. But this still
oddly enough, the Supreme Court overturned Trump's rule on that because it was unconstitutional.
Funny. But what I'm saying here, Big Zig, is that he's still closer in proximity to like violation of a 2A amendment because he's the only one out of the two that passed any policy or legislation, right, about like the ownership of guns, right? So what we'd say here is that you'd have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump if you're pro 2A.
I can see where you're coming from for that, but would you say historically that the Democratic Party is more against guns than the Republican Party?
Yeah, of course. I'd agree with that. And I agree with common sense gun reform as well. However, Kamala Harris has made it clear that she's not going to take your ARs away.
Okay.
But yeah,
awesome. I mean, I'm glad that on both sides, you know, they're not going to try and take weapons away. I am definitely pro Second Amendment for that. But
awesome. So what reason are you? Can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
No.
So Donald
no.
Trump's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman.
Now, I'm not saying that this isn't true. I'm not, but I would just like to see where could I find proof of that.
Trump v. Carroll jury verdict form. Type that into Google. You could literally read the decision by the jury. And Megan, holy shit, Megan, with a $62 on Venmo. Oh my God, Megan, thank you so much for the love. And that is Megan, spelled M-E-A-G-H-A-N. Megan says, it is my birthday. You're a great gift. Mimi in the chat. Holy crap, I really appreciate you for the love. Oh, nothing's popped up there on the green screen, Law. Feel free to put yourself up there, specifically when you have it pulled up. But yo, oh my God, W's for Mimi. I really appreciate you guys. Everybody, please tell Megan, everybody, please tell Mimi happy birthday in the chat right now. Massive W's, happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the $62. I want y'all to please wish an incredibly happy birthday to Megan and Mimi in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $62 and thank you for your support. Also, Law, your green screen isn't pulling up. It's just a picture of like that green background.
Oh, weird. It's not what it shows to me. Here, I'll try it again.
Okay. Then also, Sean, are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay. Right. Why? Oh, you can see it? Okay. I guess other people can see it. I can't see it.
Well, I mean, if I tell you why I'm voting for Trump, you're just going to, constantly insult me. You're going to say that I support a racist.
Hey, Sean, 1 second. I'll let you whine in a second. Let me first show this to.
See, you're constantly, you just constantly are disrespectful.
God, go on mute. Okay. Well, what do you have pulled up?
Yeah, so this is the verdict. This is for Big Z of the E. Jean Carroll. So this was 9 jurors unanimously found that that Donald Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Now, this is because at the time the the definition of grape in New York law was a male's private entering into a female's private. That was what it had to be classified as grape. Now, they have since changed that law, but what the second finding, if you go and review the jury instructions, is the jury found that Donald Trump forcefully and digitally, which means with his fingers, penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina. And that's what he was found liable for.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Sean, you could come off mute now.
4 times 3 is 12.
No, I said if I give you an example of why I want to vote for Trump, you're just gonna, you're gonna try and embarrass me. You're gonna try and make me look stupid. But one thing I want to ask you, because you and Parker seem to be drilling this fucking the Muslim ban, right?
Yeah, I think that religious persecution is bad. Why
Okay,
don't you?
so you're like really trying to drill that one home, right?
I think that prejudice and persecution right, of a group of people based upon a shared trait such as race or religion is bad.
Okay, and when did he say this? This wasn't recently, right? This was
8 years ago in 2016 and 2017.
Okay, so back 8 years ago when we were having issues with ISIS, correct?
No, so what caused him to institute or wanting to institute a Muslim ban was the San Bernardino attacks. They were committed by a Muslim, but they were also a U.S. citizen. Like, I guess the question I'd ask you here, if that was a U.S. citizen that was Christian, would you agree with a Christian ban?
No, we're not going to spin this on Christians, okay? So what did we do to the Japanese Americans after what happened at Pearl Harbor? What did we do?
Internment camps, which were also terrible.
But what were we doing?
Persecuting them because of their nationality.
No, we weren't persecuting them.
Wait,
We
one
actually
second.
took
Wait,
very good
the internment camps that we literally placed Japanese Americans in, that was not persecution?
Yeah, no, it was not persecution.
Holy shit.
We were maintaining safety and security of the country.
Lisa, thank you. One second, buddy. Lisa, thank you for the $6.66 for embarrassing the MAGA with the facts. I appreciate you, Lisa. W's for Lisa in the chat.
No,
Thank
you're
you for
not
the $6.
embarrassing me. I'm just trying to make you understand that not everybody has feelings. Not everybody wants to put feelings into it. Somebody wants to put facts into it, right? So the most important thing to our nation is safety and security.
Jana,
right?
thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I want to let you know that I want to know what Big TV has to say now that we've proved that Donald Trump is a rapist. Yeah, good point. We're going to bring Big TV into this next. But Jana, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Jana. That is Janna for the $25 on Venmo. W's in the chat. And Jeremy with the $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Jana and Jeremy in the chat right now. Thank you both so very much. Go ahead, Sean.
So I'm not saying internment camps are okay. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying you have to take drastic steps when it comes to safety and security of the country. That's what you have to do, right?
Okay.
So we had all these issues. We had issues with, I guess we'll say Muslims. We had issues with terrorism, right? Severe issues, right?
Gabby, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. White Christian nationalists are disproportionately more likely to commit acts of terror on U.S. soil in comparison to Muslims. Also, Muslim countries have
answer my question. Who are we at war with for over 20 years? Who are we at war with for over 20 years? No, answer my question.
Dude, I know, but you're cutting me off while I'm trying to make a point. So can I make a point based upon what you've said insofar as our conversation?
So you don't like being cut off when you're trying to make a point, but when somebody else is trying to make a point, you cut them off. You mute them.
How about this? I'll give you mutual respect. Oh, you didn't expect that one, did you? How about we don't cut each other off?
No, not from you. Not from you at all. But, I mean, that's fine.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, you really didn't expect that one. Jesse, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jesse. And Adeel, thank you for the $5 as well. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Jesse and Adeel. That is ADEEL. Thank you guys so much for the love. W's for Jesse and Adeel. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I really appreciate you guys. So yeah, anyways, to what I was saying, well, if you agree with these extraordinary measures to keep our country safer, well, the argument of white supremacists during Jim Crow era segregation is that black people are more violent than white people. So would you say that Jim Crow era segregation would be justified if their claim that black people were more violent than white people was true, which is false?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
So like seemingly, right, you're not okay when it would involve race, but you are okay when it involves religion? What's the difference?
No, I'm not okay when our country is attacked by a foreign country.
Okay.
And
Wait,
if
so I'm so sorry. The religion of Islam, right? A, is not a foreign country. There's Muslim Americans. And then B, once again, the reason that he instituted the travel ban on Muslims was not because of a foreign adversary, an immigrant, or someone coming from the Middle East. It was from a U.S. citizen.
But what did he say about Muslims? Did he say he was going to kick Muslims out of our country? Did he ever say that? If you're a Muslim American, were you getting kicked out of our country?
He said that he wanted to place a travel ban on all new Muslims coming into our country. Let me ask you another question.
New Muslims. So he didn't say anything about the American Muslims being in our country.
I know, which showed how much of a hypocrite he was, because the problem was coming from within.
How is that showing how much of a hypocrite he is?
Yeah, because like particularly speaking, the individual that committed the San Bernardino attacks was a U.S. citizen, right? That just so happened to be Muslim. So then he responded to that with xenophobia and Islamophobia, saying that therefore all Muslims are bad and we're going to ban new Muslims from coming in. Like if that person that committed that attack of terror,
it had nothing to do with ISIS. It had nothing to do with ISIS.
Yeah. So if the person that committed that attack of terror happened to be a Christian, would you be okay with banning all new Christian entries?
Yeah.
If they happen to be black, would you be okay with banning all the black people from coming into our country?
We're not going to say black people because I'm not going to be spun out like I'm fucking racist and shit. No, we ain't doing all that. But if Africans attacked our country and Trump said, hey, we're going to have to put a ban on people from Africa for right now. Yeah, 100% I'm okay with that. 1,000% I'm okay with that. 1,000% I'm okay with him sealing the border right now because terrorists are coming into our country. There are a lot of good people coming into our country.
Guys,
are also coming into our
we
country.
just have to look and laugh. Honestly, we just have to look and laugh. I don't even know what to respond to that. Like, we just look and fucking laugh. You're racist, Sean. Holy shit.
I'm not racist.
One second.
I'm
Jeremy,
not
thank you so
racist
much.
at all.
One second. I'm going to go and thank my donors.
Indianapolis.
I'm going to ban all new Sean people from speaking in my life while I'm thanking my donors. Thanks.
Sorry,
Jeremy,
Sean.
I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Jeremy. Jeremy says, this made my day. I really appreciate you for the $20. You are awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jeremy right now for the $20 on Venmo. You are so awesome. And Joe with the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. I want to see W's in the comment section for Jeremy with a G and Joe. Holy shit. Thank you, Joe, for the $50 and Jeremy with a $20. So Joe actually says here $50 to boot this racist POS. I want to continue to talk to him for a little bit. I'll boot him for $200 though. And we could do like a crowd fund. How about that?
Emilt, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. And a quick PSA before we get back to Sean. You guys see, you got up to 650. Now we're up to 6K. So let's bump that up. Everybody fill up the bar until you get 100 little hearts sent, and we'll be at almost 1.5 million. So everybody take care of that. I would appreciate it.
But I do appreciate you for the $50, Joe. We'll throw that into the crowd fund. So $150 if you want him kicked. But I want to see if we could fix Sean. Hey, Sean.
Dean, where do you live? Where do you live?
Jesus Christ. Why?
No, I don't want to know your address or nothing like that. I want to know where you live. Where do you live?
Brianna, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. The calls coming from within inside the house. So real. Thank you, Brianna. I live in Colorado. Robert, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal for calling Sean out on his racism. W's for Robert in the chat. Thank you so much, Robert, for the $10. Go ahead.
I'm racist. This is great.
Paul, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Paul. W's for Paul in the chat with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you, Robert and Paul. Let's go. Yeah.
So, do you live in a predominantly white area?
I don't know the racial split of my county. What the fuck? Why are you asking?
Don't lie. Get to the meat and potatoes, Dean. Do you live in a predominantly white area, or do you live in a predominantly black area? Where do you live?
What the fuck does
Those
that
are the only
mean?
two options.
Those are the only two options?
I'm asking you. Where do you live? Are you a silver spoon-fed boy? Is that what you are? Are you a silver spoon-fed boy?
So first of all, I want to clarify, like where I live, it's like predominantly white and Hispanic.
So you live in a predominantly white area?
No, it's like, I'd say it's pretty even, 50-50 split. Predominantly white and Hispanic.
White and Hispanic, okay. I live in Indianapolis.
Okay, I don't give a fuck where you live.
Oh, I know you don't. But that's where I live.
Yo, Ivar with a $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. Towards the kick fund. That's crazy. Ivar wants you gone. Let's get at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Ivar. That is IVAR in the chat right now for the $100 on PayPal. That's fucking insane. Thank you so much for the love. Only
hey,
50
man.
more dollars until you're gone, Sean. I appreciate you so much for the love, Ivar. Let's get at least 1,000 W's in the comment section for Ivar literally right now.
Off Trump's name. That's what you're doing. You're literally making a living off Trump's name. You get on here every day. I watch
John,
you
thank
a
you for
lot.
the $5 on Venmo.
I watch you and Parker a lot. You both say the same shit. But at the end of the day, I go to work. I bust my ass for 60 hours a
Renee
week.
with the $25 on Venmo to kick him. We only have another $25 left. W's for Renee. Shut up. W's for Renee in the chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. W's for Renee in the chat. Another 25 until you're gone, buddy. So yeah, I'm not making a living off of Trump. I'm making a living off of advocating for people not to support Trump. Joe with the $50 on Venmo. Here's the last 50 to kick him. And you're gone, Bow. Thank you for the love, Joe. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Joe with a $50 on Venmo, and another Joe for the $25 on PayPal. Holy shit, y'all wanted him fucking gone. Thank you so much for the 2 Joes. Let's just get 1,000 W's in the comment section for Joe. Bunch of different Joes right here. Thank you so much
Average
for the
Joes for the win.
Thank you so much for the 2 Joes for the $50 and the $25 on Venmo and PayPal. Araceli, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. And Thomas with a $20 on PayPal. Y'all are going off today. W's for Joe, W's for Thomas, W's for Araceli, and Kenya with a $15 on Venmo saying to keep up the great work, Dean. Thank you for the $15, Kenya. W's for Araceli, Joe, Ivar, Kenya. All of y'all are popping off. Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy shit, y'all are going crazy today. What's up, Reels Guy? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Why?
Because I can.
Okay. Well, I mean, if Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he could run for president. Would we have good
That's his
reason to
choice.
vote
Yeah,
for
he
Jeffrey
could
Dahmer because we can?
That's my opinion. You can't make me not vote for Trump.
Okay. Wait, I have a question. Can you slur?
What do you mean?
Like, literally, can you slur? Don't slur in my life. I'm asking, do you have the physical ability to say slurs?
What does that have to do with me voting for Trump?
Because you have the physical ability to say slurs, meaning you can slur, but that doesn't give you reason insofar as why you should slur. Okay? So just because you can vote for Trump doesn't give you reason to vote for Trump.
It's my right to vote for Trump.
Yeah, but why is Trump better than Harris? That's the question I'm asking.
Why is Trump better than Harris? Why is Kamala better than Trump? Why is Trump better than Kamala? Look, dude.
I can answer your question. I can tell you why.
Because I believe that Trump is a lot better. Okay, I don't care what the last debate.
Because
I believe that Trump is better than Kamala, bro. It's plain and simple. I believe our country needs revival. Okay, we're in such a mess that Kamala says that she will do all these things. She'll not take our guns away. She'll, get the border ready and stuff, and all this bullshit coming from her mouth. She lies. She's a liar. She said in the debate, "I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll change this. I'll change that." Okay, I want to see it, because if my vote changes and Kamala does all these things and she changes everything, the gas prices, the grocery prices, then good for her. She's actually learning something. That she's actually.
So I'd say that there's no bigger liar than Donald Trump.
Okay, so why do you say that he's a liar?
Of course, because he told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency. He lied about he lied about like being in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. He lied about the outcome of the 2020 election. Right? He specifically lied about winning Man of the Year in Michigan. Okay, right? He lied about not raping Eugene Carroll. He lied about not committing 34 felonies. Right? He lied about Biden manipulating the DOJ to unfairly persecute him. He lied about who the unrealized capital gains tax applied to. He is such a big liar. Literally, name the biggest.
I could say the same thing for Kamala, dude.
Yeah, what's the biggest lie Kamala Harris has ever told?
Everything I just said, bro. Everything about, making this country better, the border, the inflation. Okay, here's the thing. When the reporter talked to Kamala about what are you going to do about inflation, she did nothing to back herself up. She did nothing to say, "Oh, I'm going to lower the cost of food. I'm going to lower the cost of gas prices." She just said, "Oh yeah, inflation's big right now, and I know it's a lot and stuff." She didn't do anything. She didn't say anything about how she was going to lower it at all.
So because
she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything. She ignores all reporters.
So I'd like
to
ignores
it.
I'd like to clarify.
He ignores
here.
everything.
Yeah, so I could respond to this. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the money, and I appreciate you.
Yeah.
So I'd like to clarify that's because she already has lowered inflation. Her and Biden have ushered in the quickest response from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of literally any country in the G7.
I didn't see any change.
Okay,
I
so
did
we're
not see
currently
any change.
We're currently at a 2.5% rate of inflation. The peak of the pandemic was 9%. We have seen change.
Just because of the pandemic? Is that the only thing? Just because of the pandemic?
Yes.
No, the pandemic, people ran out of supplies in the pandemic. We were out of toilet paper. We're out of.
Brittany, thank you for the $25 on Venmo because you can.
No.
I appreciate you, Dean. I appreciate you, Brittany. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo because you can. Let's
How
get
is
some W's in the chat for
low
Brittany. Thank you
since
for the
the pandemic,
$25
bro?
on Venmo. Thank you for the $25,
COVID
Brittany.
even came, bro. Everything on the shelves were freaking gone, dude. Are you talking about what?
Hey, yeah, I could respond to this.
Oh.
First, I'd like to say for the people in the
Okay.
chat, please don't be ableist. That's not acceptable in my space. Mods, for everybody that continues to make fun of the way that our guest is speaking, please block them from the stream. So I just like to clarify that that's not acceptable in this live. And if you're a fan of me, you will not engage in such behaviors. But then secondly here, right, I'd also like to clarify that yes, the inflation that we've seen here at home in the US, right, hasn't only been here. In fact, it's been global. It's been everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So if you'd say that Biden and Harris caused the inflation that we have here at home in the US, how so?
I'm
How
not
did Biden
saying
and
they
Harris
did.
cause
I'm not
inflation?
saying they did. I'm just saying that there has been inflation in our country, and I've seen that. The cost of groceries has been up.
Yeah,
And for
yeah,
me
but-
to buy groceries, I have to pay like $25 for only four things or something. I don't know. It's just crazy. I want that to change. I want this country to change. Whether it's Kamala changing this country or Trump changing this country, I don't care. I just want things to change. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but we want change in a positive direction, not a negative direction. So I
Right,
agree with
exactly.
the sentiment. So I agree with the sentiment of change. I agree with the sentiment of progression, but I disagree with how we would achieve that change and progression. Right? The reason that I'd say that Harris is better apt to achieve such change and progression than Donald Trump is because Donald Trump wants to usher in regression in so many means. Okay, he wants to usher in regression with the way that our tax policy is centered. He wants to place the burden on the low and the middle class to relieve it from the high class, further ushering in income inequities. He wants to place that burden right on the single family homes because he doesn't want to increase the child tax credit as much as Kamala Harris does. He wants to place that burden on first time business openers and first time home buyers because he doesn't agree with the subsidies for $50,000 for first time business owners or $25,000 for first time home buyers. Right? He wants to place that burden on the low and middle class with his tariffs that are regressive and will disproportionately affect them negatively. Okay? Right? He wants to place a large burden on all 170 million American women and girls because he struck down Roe v. Wade, right, taking away their federally protected access to abortion. He wants to place that burden onto minority communities. He wants to bring God back into the schools. He wants to institute Christianity in our government, right, further leading to further marginalization of the LGBTQ plus and BIPOC communities. He wants to place that burden, and bring us back to a generation where our daughters are going to have less rights than our grandmothers. Not to mention that he himself is a racist, misogynist pig who's already tried to overthrow an election. Maze, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. W's for Maze in the chat. It's really good to see you, Maze. I hope that you've been well.
These comments are wild. Like the insults to me are wild. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, but it's okay. I can deal with it. But I just want to see what happens, dude. Like in this election, dude. I want to see what change is going to be, and hopefully something else changes, bro. But I'm going to get off of here. But thanks for bringing me up, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. If you see anyone insulting you in the comment section for the way that you speak, just let me know and I'll ban them. I don't agree with that.
I got you, bro. You have a good day, bro.
You as well, man. We're going to move on to our next guest. Yeah, I don't know why that your green screen isn't working for me, La. It's a little bit weird. Jennifer, I really appreciate you so much for the $25 on Venmo for education and positivity.
Yeah, it's weird right now. I'm just on camera, so it shouldn't even be a green screen for you. I see myself on camera. I don't know what the chat sees.
I bet they see you on camera too. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jennifer right now. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. I really appreciate you so much. W's for Jennifer in the chat.
James for 25 for me. Thank you very much. That pays for one booking fee for an unhoused person. So I appreciate that. Also, guys, we got to 1 million. Thank you so much. Let's push it to 1.5 right now. We have 7.1 thousand people here. If we get 100 likes out of each of you, we will be there in no time. Now, we do know there are some MAGAs who are hate watching, which is fine. We welcome them. So you might have to be like a blue state and subsidize a red state. So cover the MAGA's bid and do 200 likes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Also, everybody, make sure to go like my recent. If you just click on my profile, you'll see my recent. It's in my repost from my main account. I'm going on Jubilee, right? The video is getting posted tomorrow of me 1v20ing a bunch of Republicans, the same way Charlie Kirk 1v25 Democrats. So make sure to like that, save it, comment on it. Right now it's at 250,000 views in less than 3 hours. I want to try to get that to 1 million views by the end of the day. That would be huge, y'all. And that's coming out tomorrow at 9 p.m. Pacific on Jubilee's YouTube channel. What's going on? Elise, are you voting for Trump, man?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
Just from a biblical perspective.
Okay, what is he gonna do? Like die, raise from the cross 3 days later, and bang another porn star? Hello? He's not a Christian, man. Not at all. Yeah, he's like cheated on all 3 of his wives. As I already said, one with a corn star. He has raped a woman. He's paid for women's abortions. He doesn't care about poor people. He himself is a billionaire when Jesus said that it's just as likely that a rich man will get into the kingdom of God as it is a camel will go through the eye of the needle. The Bible constantly teaches about providing for the needy. He doesn't, right? Name one policy where he provided to the needy more so than rich people. If I was a Christian, I'd be voting for Harris. Point blank period, man.
I mean, yeah, I think the point of being a Christian is not to be perfect. I think it's to have morals in life and to just be a good person and treat your neighbor as your family.
Yeah,
and is asking forgiveness part of that?
Yeah, I think we're all not. I mean, we should all be asking for forgiveness.
Okay, so Donald Trump said at a Christian Coalition broadcast when he was asked, have you ever asked God for forgiveness? He tried to dodge the question. Then they asked him again, and he said, no, because I've never done anything for which I need forgiving.
Right, that goes back to saying, like, we're all not perfect. I agree with some of his views, not all of them.
Dude, I'm so sorry. This is fucking lame. Like, no, you are making a false dichotomy. You're either saying that you're a rapist, sexist, misogynist like Trump, or you're Jesus fucking Christ. No, listen. I'm not Jesus Christ 2.0 just because I haven't raped a woman, okay? It is a false dichotomy to say you're either perfect or Trump, okay? Okay. And then also, Kenneth, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying Kamala Harris is the only presidential nominee to have served in all 3 branches of the government. So real, Kenneth. And Alana, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying as a black woman, you should immediately correct people for saying Kamala Harris's name wrong. It's insulting to us at BIPOC, to us BIPOC individuals. I appreciate you so much for the recommendation, Alana. I'm going to go ahead and start doing that literally right now. I think that I haven't corrected every single person that has said that because they all pronounce it wrong. And I just feel like it's a losing war. But I feel like I have that obligation to do so because of the size of my platform, and I want to make sure that I, orient my platform in a positive direction. So,
I'll try to help out with that too a lot. I think you get a little bit numb to it just hearing it so often, but you're 100% right. It is absolutely coded language meant to demean and insult. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, W's for the constructive criticism in the chat. So yeah, Elise, do you understand how you're not either perfect or
I'm pretty sure like a rapist goes to jail for a while, and I just feel like he went to court for it, but he never had jail time,
Yeah, because he's held liable in a civil court, so he's forced to pay her $87 million, not go to jail.
Okay, and how would he be a racist?
Yeah, because he denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in 1973. In 1991, he said all black people are lazy. In the early 2000s, right, he said that he doesn't like it when black men count as money. He only likes the quote-unquote short men in the yarmulkes. All right, he also said that Kamala Harris quote-unquote turned black, implying that she was not black prior. He also prepared the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that because he's black, he was born in Kenya, even though he's a birth certificate from Hawaii, meaning that he's a U.S. citizen. I mean, he called for the death penalty of the Central Park Five. He referenced black people as black with an S at the end, said that they're quote unquote black jobs, right? Literally every single thing I just named off is incredibly racist, and I'd love for you to contend that.
I would just say that the Obamas, they're all connected to this, like, I don't know how you would say it, like, I guess conspiracy theories that...
Chat saying, hey, hey bro, keep up the great work. And I hope to still be a mod. King, DM me. Honestly, you've been sending me money on Venmo like every week or so for the last couple months asking to be a mod. You have finally earned it. DM me. I appreciate you for the $15, King. You finally earned it. I quite frankly, I gotcha. And then also here, Caroline, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Caroline alongside W's in the chat for King. Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. It's incredibly kind for me. Thank you. But yeah, please respond and rebuttal my claim that Donald Trump is racist.
Well, the whole thing about like the coronavirus, that's basically when it all started.
What? No. What the fuck? No.
When everything just started becoming so like toxic between Democrat and Republican, I feel like is when 2020 happened. When I graduated from high school, I noticed the change myself, as I think you did too, and everybody in this chat. They've experienced that since 2020, everything has gotten more expensive. Things have gotten just hard for a day-to-day citizen that, you know, has to go work and pay.
What does inflation have to do with the claim that Donald Trump is racist? It has nothing to do with it.
Well, it just becomes like, who's controlling all these things that we consume? Like,
pivot. We could talk, dude. We could talk about inflation next. We could talk about.
It's not about racism though. I feel like it's deeper than that. Like it's.
Okay, well, one second. You said that Donald Trump's not racist. I proved to you that Donald Trump's racist, and now you're saying that you don't care Donald Trump is racist. So just to clarify,
I just don't think he's racist. Yeah, I just don't see that.
Okay, is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racism?
But he's also helped black people with colleges.
Yeah, guess what? He actually detrimented black people with HBCUs. He decreased
contractors who didn't get paid.
Oh, they got paid. Yes, they got paid. He's paid the people that
I just want to let you know.
Built this country.
Having black people work for you is not the anti-racist defeater you think it is. Okay.
It helps a lot when you're getting paid good and you get to take care of your family, and you're not worrying about, you know, your next payment on your house or your truck payment. You're not worrying about that stuff because you can take care of your family because you're making good money.
Okay, man. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racism?
I'm not sure on that one, but I think that he's also helped black people and
motherfucker.
people.
No, wait. You're not sure if like denying opportunity to black people because they're black is racist?
He's also given them opportunity.
I just no.
He's also given them opportunity.
You're gonna stay on track with what I'm saying, little bro. Okay, you could make that claim second. Right now, we're talking about my claim. Okay, so I just want to clarify: if there's a hiring manager, right, at a corporation, and he interviews two people, a black man and a white man, and the black man is more qualified than the white man, but he hires the white man because he doesn't like black people. Okay, is that racism?
Yes, but is Harris racist at the same time?
No. Okay, all the pivots and deflections. Please stop, bro.
No, I said yes, that's racist. Okay, let's agree.
So now you've agreed that denying you've agreed that denying opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin is racist.
Okay, yes.
So Donald Trump did do that, right?
Yes,
in 1973.
Trump is not perfect. Trump is not perfect. I don't agree with everything he does.
Oh my God! Why is it either
he's not Jesus? He's a regular person.
So you're literally either Jesus 2.0 or you're racist towards black people. Is that the dichotomy you're giving me?
Is Harris racist towards black people?
No.
Because she's personally prosecuted black people in
Don't say the names of any
California
judge.
district as an attorney over 2 grams of weed. You know, something
Oh my
small.
God! You are literally so low IQ, dude. What did I just fucking say? Incredible. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. Literally incredible. Like literally incredible. So incredible.
And false, but we'll save that for somebody who can actually make the argument without announcing any narcotic names. Tammy, thank you for the $40, and Ben, thank you for the $25. It will go to good work. I really appreciate you.
Wait, chat. Just to clarify, I did say don't say the names of any drugs, right? Like I did. Y'all heard that, right?
I heard it.
Okay, yeah, the crazy. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute here. We got our next guest loading in right now. If you want to help me get up a guest, feel free. In the meantime, Jakari, I really appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Wish I could get a degree in demonology. I love you, Jakari. You've been watching forever. Marcel, I really do appreciate you for the $2. And Alana with a $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Alana. I really appreciate you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Ashton with a $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Alana and Ashton. Daniel with a $3. I really appreciate all of you guys so much for the love. Make sure to show some love to our donors in the chat. While we are getting our next guest up in here, we are adding them all in right now. We got Kyle loading in and Effie with a $10 on PayPal. W's for Effie in the chat. Thank you, Effie, Alana, Marcel, Ashton, and Jakari. Y'all are so awesome.
And while Dean is working on getting our next guest up, you guys know what that means. Let's do another minute or two of power tapping. Everybody put in your 100 hearts, please. That'll get us up above 1.5 in no time and keep Dean on the For You page because that's what's important. We need more people to come in.
And if you guys want to support me, my PayPal and my Venmo are in my bio. I get 100% of the dollars that y'all send over there. They go straight to me. Same thing with Law. He has his Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in the link in his bio. So if you do want to support us, all right, feel free to. Ian, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Alicia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying I'm so excited and happy to see you on Jubilee tomorrow morning. Me too, Alicia. Thank you for the $10. W's for Alicia in the chat. So, Ian, why are you voting for Trump, man?
Just I wanted to see how your dinner was with your grandparents.
Oh, it was good. But the next day, my grandma fell and split her head open. I appreciate you for coming up. It was really good, though. We got to see the whole extended family. We had a lot of fun. But, the next day was just a travesty. So
that sounds terrible. Hope grandma's okay.
She's getting better now. I've been so worried about her. I've been cutting my lives a little bit short so I can spend more time with her. We're going to move on to our next guest right now, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up into the chat. Yo, I saw someone in the chat say good. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Forrest? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why do you want the racist grapists over Kamala Harris? And Alana, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Alana in the chat. I really do appreciate you for the $10. It means the world. And I'm going to make sure I read your message after this debate with Forrest here. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So I consider myself a pretty knowledged, pretty informed on this election. I mean, I've done a lot of research. I need to hear you why you're voting for Kamala first.
Great! Phenomenal. I'll go ahead and tell you. So there's two main categorical reasons why I am voting for Kamala Harris. First is character, second is policy. Let's talk about character. Kamala Harris isn't racist. Kamala Harris isn't called all black people lazy. Kamala Harris hasn't denied housing to black people because they're black. Kamala Harris didn't instantiate the birther myth of Barack Obama saying that he's born in Kenya, therefore he can't run for president. Kamala Harris, also is not sexist, in the sense that Kamala Harris didn't sexualize a 10-year-old girl saying that she'd date her in 10 years. Kamala Harris didn't boast about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. Kamala Harris didn't boast about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA because she owned the place. Kamala Harris hasn't sexualized her own daughter, saying that she would date her if she wasn't her own daughter. And then Kamala Harris, also
hold on. I understand character. It makes sense. I understand. Can we talk about policy? Just what you favor?
Character is so vitally important, man. We'll talk about
Sure. No, but I'm saying I understand your point. It makes sense. I understand that. I want to hear policy, what you favor in her over him.
Yeah, Kamala Harris fights for women's federally protected access to abortion. Trump doesn't. That destroys.
Sorry, let me rephrase. I don't want social issues. I actually lean towards that, which I totally understand. Socially, social rights, I totally understand. Can we talk about economic rights and foreign policy? I understand social rights. I understand where she stands. I won't change my points on social stance. I personally prefer what Trump has to offer socially. I think his policy on abortion is very good.
Kamala Harris has a tax policy that's going to benefit 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class.
So what I don't understand is that tax policy is not in place right now. And as a 21-year-old, I'm getting screwed over with my taxes as I wasn't 4 years ago.
You're just getting screwed over with your taxes right now? Well, thank Trump, because we're still under Trump's tax code.
No. But hold on. They've had 3.5 years to change. Tax policies do not last for 4 years. That's not true. They've had the opportunity to change whatever they needed to in these last 3.5 years, and they have not done that. That is objectively true. They made the same promises in 2020 when I did vote for them. about how, oh, your taxes are going to change. Oh, the economy, we're going to do so much better. And it's
Kaya,
much
I
worse.
appreciate you with the $5 on Venmo saying Minnesota for Harris. So you're right. It's false that tax policy lasts 4 years because it lasts for 7 years. Or
No. But how come they promised in 2020? They promised in 2020 that there'd be radical changes by the year 2024, and there's not.
Holy shit, man. You are driving me nuts.
No. But why did they make promises in 2020 that they're not going to fulfill in the next 4 years?
Forrest, real quick though, the point is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act doesn't expire until 2025. You're saying you're being nailed by taxes now compared to 4 years ago when it's the same tax plan.
Right.
What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about like my personal income taxes. I'm talking about how companies, small businesses in the state of Arizona in which I live are now being taxed more to run an operation for a small business than they were in 2018.
You want to know why? That's because some parts of Trump's tax code sundowned. Like, so he made tax. Dude, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, you can keep talking. My bad.
Holy shit. Stop interrupting me. Thank you. So, in accordance with Trump's tax code, specifically speaking, right, a lot of those tax cuts, right, for the middle class actually sundown year by year, right, increasing the burden proportionately as time's moved on, right? Then to answer your question, why they haven't replaced tax code in the last 4 years, well, that's because the Congress gets together every 7 to 10 years to replace it, and they won't have that congressional support, especially to bypass the filibuster, until 2025, okay? So in 2025, either Harris or Trump is going to renew the policy because it's going to be congressionally required to do so, right? And Kamala Harris intends to implement her tax cuts for the low and the middle class, benefiting 100 million American workers, right? She knows that it's going to cost $2.4 trillion, and she knows exactly where that money is going to come from and how she's going to pay for it. Donald Trump, on the other hand, wants to implement tax policy that's going to disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. It's estimated to cost $45 trillion by the CBO, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. So how come you want the man that's going to institute the bad policy helping rich people with no clue how he's going to pay for it over Kamala Harris, who wants to benefit you, and it's not going to add a dime to the deficit or debt over the course of the next 10 years?
It's a good question. I find it a little bit intellectually dishonest on the parts of the campaign of Biden-Harris that they ran on in 2020 about economic changes. Because, I mean, throughout 2020, they promised changes and they delivered on some parts economically. I agree that the recovery from the pandemic has been set in place and we're in a much better place than we were during the pandemic. However, what I find very ironic is that
for sure. Joe Biden did promise to increase the corporate tax rate and more specifically to implement a wealth tax. Joe Biden never implemented a wealth tax. That's something that Joe Biden said he was going to do that Joe Biden literally never did do. Okay. But Donald Trump promised that he won the 2020 election. Donald Trump promised an infrastructure bill. Donald Trump promised a wall, right? Obviously, right? Joe Biden, if he was running for president today, would still be the lesser out of the two evils within this respect. But Joe Biden's not even running for president today.
You're right. Well, I understand that. That makes sense. So I appreciate the honesty. I do find it, and I just want to hear your thoughts on it. In the last 16 years, 3 of the last 4 presidents have been Democrat, and I feel like they have ran on the same message for 12 out of the last 16 years on change and promise and how middle class will do better. And middle class is not better 12 years later. It is not. 16 years.
That's very intellectual.
But you got to let me finish. I let you finish. So you got to hear me out. 16 years later, after Democrats, 3 out of the 4 terms, and including 8 of those years, actually, I think it's 6 of those years, had a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate, ran on the middle class will do better under Democratic leadership. However, we are not.
It was 4 of the years, and 2 of the years was a 50-50 split.
So, hey, Forrest. So, would you say that the economy was good and the middle class was doing good before COVID hit under Trump?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so there's the issue. Because we had the same, one moment, no,
I'm not done.
You said yes, that's all I needed to know. Yeah, we had the same economic trends in the first 2 to 3 years of Trump's presidency as we had in the last 4 years of Obama's, right? So saying that, the middle class isn't doing better, right, under Democrat presidents because of COVID causing mass inflation, right, is specifically intellectually dishonest as all hell, right? And what we'd say here is that the reason the economy was good during the first 3 years of Trump's presidency had nothing to do with Trump's policy. He didn't pass any legislation that quote unquote made it detrimentally better. Okay, his tax cuts only added $10 $10 billion to our GDP per year, then what we'd also say here is that maybe we could give some credit to Trump for not destroying the economy. But obviously the reason that the middle class is not doing better now than it was 7 years ago is because of the pandemic, okay? The pandemic caused mass inflation. The pandemic...
100%.
The pandemic in part destroyed the low and the middle class, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done much better at rebuilding the low and the middle class than any Republican we've had in modern U.S. history. Like, for instance, I can name 4 pieces of legislation that Biden and Harris passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people? We'll see what form of leadership, what party really stands for who here. This is going to be the big tall tale sign of who cares more about the average American. Is it the Republicans or is it the Democrats? Name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely cracked down on illegal immigration, causing less federal tax. I mean, our federal taxes have been increased through the Obama administration due to Medicare. It increased 6% for anyone making less than $100,000, and that was directly input by Obama through the approval through the Senate of Obamacare, which we now pay more federal taxes for. And Trump cracked down on that. He lowered the amount of people that qualified for Obamacare, causing middle-class families to pay less in federal taxes. So that's one policy.
Okay, so you're saying that his tax cuts for the low and the middle class is what served to low and the middle class. Okay, well, yeah, the TCJ as a whole did not disproportionately benefit the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts
you're right.
Went to the top 1%. So no, that is not a policy that benefited the average working class American more so than rich people. So name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people.
I'm not saying I benefited more than a rich person. I understand that completely, but I did benefit more than I benefit now because.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. I asked you a question. Can you name one policy where Donald Trump benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people? And your answer is no. That's why Biden and Harris stand more for the low and the middle class. It's because they passed 4. They passed the PACT Act that invested $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits that benefited that low and the middle class more than rich people. They passed the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies, to renew their infrastructure, and to create construction jobs that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act that was the largest multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources ever, while also be deficit reducing over the course of 10 years, which benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people in the long run. They passed the Chips and Science Act that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers, insofar as we will be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030, right, benefiting the low and the middle class more so than rich people. So earlier when you said the Democrats are bad for the low and the middle class, you are wrong, and you just got dunked on, proving that claim wrong. Purdy, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. But I asked you a question about 10 minutes ago that you still haven't answered.
I personally don't mind. I personally do not mind that the rich benefit out of tax breaks.
Appeal to external variables to explain how things can happen under Trump's presidency, not directly related to him.
Families do worse under the Biden-Harris presidency than they did under the Trump-Pence presidency. That's factually true. Now,
but that's not because of the presidencies.
Correct. Okay. No, we can agree on that. You can say that it's because of foreign policies, but that's objectively true. We're doing worse now, and I find it intellectually dishonest that the Harris Walz campaign is running off of, we're going to implement all these policies that's going to radically change everything, when in fact the 4 years that they've done has not benefited middle-class families in any way. We're doing much worse. And I feel like Trump, at least, if you can make the argument that Trump didn't promise and complete his promises, great, whatever. I can live with that statement. I think that's intellectually honest. He did not deliver on all of his promises. However, what I do find interesting is that the country was fine. The country was stable. Middle-class families did amazing. The pandemic came like an external factor. Middle-class families did not do as well. And then a new presidency came in as the pandemic went away, and middle-class families started doing better than they did in April of 2020, but not as good as they did in 2019. And so I find that Trump at least kept the economy and middle-class families doing very well in 2019. An external factor in 2020 came along. We're now not doing nearly as good. And the Biden-Harris campaign has not delivered that promise for middle-class families to do better now after 4 years that they promised through the debates in 2020 that middle-class families will do better under their administration. We are not.
Okay. Yeah. So would you say that the Biden-Harris administration caused the middle class to do worse?
Correct.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause the middle class to do worse?
According to federal documents released, we now have a record amount of illegal immigrants who have entered this country.
Okay, so how severe undocumented migration into our country? Yeah. So we'd actually attribute that to Trump.
On day one of Joe Biden's presidency, he cut a pipeline down on day one. That was an executive order by Joe Biden
to
cut down a pipeline.
$6 and the 66 cents on Venmo.
Hey, Forrest, what was the status of that pipeline when it was shut down?
It was weird during a pandemic policy, much like other things had to be shut down. And so,
I'm gonna clarify here. So now you're saying that Biden and Harris caused the middle class to do worse by shutting the Keystone XL pipeline down?
No. But let's go back to my other point of allowing illegal immigrants into this country. That was my first point. Illegal immigrants.
Forrest, we could hit 2 points at once. Okay, I'm gonna address them both.
Cool.
So your claim about shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline. First of all, that pipeline was not U.S. owned; it was Canadian owned. Secondly, they shut it down because of an order from the Supreme Court. Thirdly, when they shut it down, it didn't drive the price of oil up because it was the case at the okay.
So they did not shut it down because of the Supreme Court order. They did it on day one of their presidency because they could not wait to do it. There's a reason Trump did not do it.
So they did shut it down because of an order from the Supreme Court. You could specifically look up the order and read it for yourself.
Why didn't Trump do it the day before they did then? Why didn't Trump do it on January 19th?
Okay, Forrest, with all due respect, I'm going to kick you if you interrupt me again.
I feel like you interrupted me, bro.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll give you mutual respect, but at the end of the day, it is my platform. But
You're right.
I'm more than willing to attempt to give you that mutual respect. However, you are being insufferable. Okay, so stop being insufferable, Forrest. So they shut down the Keystone XL pipeline because of an order from the Supreme Court. You asked a question there. Well, then why didn't Trump shoot it down? It's because he wanted to contest the order. Of course, I agreed with shutting the Keystone XL pipeline down. And then also that didn't drive up the price of oil because it wasn't currently in production. So it did not create oil, meaning that when it was shut down, it did not impact the oil supply curve. Also, the overwhelming point there was that Biden and Harris made the low and the middle class worse by decreasing domestic oil supply, but that is just analytically and objectively false, okay? You could look up the U.S. Energy Information Administration. We are producing more oil under Biden and Harris than we ever have been before, including under Trump, because they have approved more drilling permits on federal land, okay? So we have the highest amount of energy independence that our country has ever had in the history of the United States of America because of Biden and Harris. Okay. Then another point, you said that they made the low and the middle class worse off with undocumented migration. So I would say that that was Trump's fault because he's the one that torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years back because he didn't want the Democrats to look good and he wanted the crisis to continue so he could increase his chance of winning re-election come November. So the question I'd ask you is, well, if the crisis made the middle class worse off and Donald Trump shot down the border bill because he wanted to win re-election, you're saying that Donald Trump places himself so far above the country and the low and the middle class that he's willing to make them worse off if it means it'll increase his chance of winning presidency?
Good point. Donald Trump was not in office. So he can say whatever he wants to his Republican buddies in Congress. He did not have power as an executive chief in office. Now, who did was Biden and Harris. And to stop border migration, all it takes is an executive order. They did not need to go through the Senate and the House to stop migration. That was proved through 2016 through 2020, that you can use executive powers to stop undocumented migration.
So what executive order did Trump sign into law that decreased the amount of migration over the southern border under his presidency?
There was not a record amount of undocumented migration while he was president.
That's not the question that I asked you. That's not the question. What executive order did Donald Trump sign into law during his presidency?
He didn't have to.
No, because your claim just was that you could use executive order to decrease border migration, and that was proved by Trump. So what executive order did Trump use to decrease migration?
Through executive powers negotiated with Mexico that illegal immigrants that were migrating to the United States that crossed through Mexico had to stay in Mexico, and Mexico wasn't going to release them to the United States.
Yeah, so that was a day one policy. Numbers under Trump's presidency only went up from day one about migration over a southern border. In fact, it was incredibly...
hold on.
Another interruption and you're gone, Harris. Forrest, I'm not going to lie. You
interrupted my claim. I was speaking.
No, you interrupted me. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if you interrupt me again, you're gone. right? So we only saw border migration under Trump go up month by month, year by year, until he signed Title 42 into law. Then also specifically speaking, you're saying that Trump wasn't partially responsible for the bipartisan bill failing because he wasn't our president. Yeah, so he didn't need to be president to control and sway the outcome of congressional policy, which is another reason not to vote for Trump, okay? This man has installed the MAGA mind virus so far into our country's backbones, so far into the congressional branch of our government, that he is able to influence policy while not even being our president. Okay, right? But are you contesting the claim that Trump is partially responsible for the failure of the bipartisan border bill? Is that something you agree with, or is that something you disagree with?
Trump's responsible for it. The Republican Party is 1,000% responsible for it. And I think they're trying to. We agree on that.
I have a follow-up question.
Just one more point. You asked just real quick.
I just want to stay on topic with this. If you have more to add on, I won't interrupt you. But I just want to stay on topic with this. So I will let you speak for as long as you want about the bipartisan border bill. I just want to add on specifically to this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that same bill, we'll talk about it. It was more of a stance to show the Democrats, I think, that they weren't going to get away right before the election to stop all-time undocumented migration, that they weren't going to make this BS push to stop this migration through the Senate, knowing that the Republicans were going to deny it, to show that Biden and Harris did not have the guts to use executive powers or to change policies or to communicate with the presidency in Mexico to lower this undocumented migration, which undoubtedly, which is objectively true, has been bad for the country.
We have one big issue here. It was drafted by a Trump-endorsed Republican, and it begun getting drafted a year after Biden's inauguration.
Correct. And it didn't get passed, and there was enough filibusters with the Democrats in the beginning and later Republicans that caused that the bill wasn't passed, and the final being the cause of the Republicans, because they wanted Joe Biden to actually do what they were wanting to do, which stop and slow down the process of undocumented migration, and they have not.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. Donald Trump didn't want this bill to pass because they wanted Biden to stop undocumented migration into our country when the bill would have stopped undocumented migration into our country or substantially slowed it. That's a bit of a contradiction there, don't you think?
No.
Okay, it is, because you're telling me that they wanted, right, the amount of undocumented migration into our country to be slowed, therefore they voted against the bill that would have slowed undocumented migration. That's like me saying that I want a chocolate ice cream, therefore I'm going to buy a vanilla one. I want some new shoes, therefore I'm not going to buy new shoes until I'm 35. I want a wife, therefore I'm going to break up with my girlfriend. And I want it to be summertime, therefore I'm going to move to Alaska.
So regardless, this is true, regardless of everything else, it's objectively true that while Joe Biden has been president and Kamala Harris has been vice president, illegal immigration has reached all-time highs.
So with all due respect, that's a pivot, right? Specifically what we're talking about right now.
Hold on. No. I wasn't done. Sorry, I was retracing my thought.
So specifically what we're talking about right now has been how Trump shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate, right? Meaning that Trump is responsible for the continuation of the crisis. Look, here's my perspective. We knew that when Title 42 was going to be revoked, that we would have a substantial influx in the amount of people coming across our southern border. We knew that that would create a crisis. We knew that the hundreds of thousands of people backlogged and turned away because of the substantial ban on entry into our country over our southern border would create that crisis. That was natural, normal, and expected. Therefore, we should judge the efficacy of the Biden-Harris campaign team via their response to the crisis onset by the revocal of Title 42. And what was their response? To influence good, effective, bipartisan congressional legislation. And that's what Trump stopped. That's why Trump's responsible. This demonstrates Trump's lack of true care for our southern border, and also demonstrates that Trump is willing to put the low and the middle class on the line because you said the crisis destroyed them just to win re-election. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about people in our country. He was willing to do anything. He's even willing to detriment America and detriment the people in it. Specifically, that means it'll increase his chance of winning re-election. And Purdy, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy with a $50. 1 second, I'm thanking Purdy with a $50 on Venmo. Purdy says, keep educating these fools. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Purdy. And thank you so much. And Lisa, once again, with a $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo as well. Massive massive W's for Purdy. And also Linka, that is Lenka, with a $20 on PayPal for some sweets and flowers for grandma. I appreciate you so much for that, Linka. W's for Purdy and W's for Linka in the chat.
I feel like it's a pretty weak stance for the Biden-Harris campaign to be complaining about someone who's not in the executive office, saying, oh, he's the cause that a Congress bill couldn't get passed, when they are in office, and a true powerful leader would be able to find ways to stop the migration, the illegal immigration that's coming into this country. They didn't stop the migration.
Yeah. Do you think that we have a crisis today?
So after allowing a record amount of illegal migration into
Forrest,
this country,
do we have a crisis today?
Yes, we do, because they're here in this country.
Okay, so then Trump didn't stop the crisis. Trump didn't stop the issue while he was president, because we actually have to lower our same amount of daily crossings into our country every single day now that we had at the end of Trump's term. Right now, we have 23 to 24.
Overall, it's not even close. It's not even close.
Hey, Forrest, I'm going to kick you if you interrupt me. I have drawn this red line literally 10 times. Okay, right. I am making it explicitly clear that this is the last time that I will draw this red line. Okay, you are interrupting me because you know that I'm right. You're interrupting me because knowledge and truth is not scared of scrutiny, and you know that you do not hold to truth, therefore you are scared of scrutiny, right? So if the interruptions do not stop at this moment...
My overall point is that the total migration...
Okay, there you go. Bye. Yes, for that one. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. Like, I mean, that you literally asked for it. I want some runner emojis in the chat for Forrest right now. Runner emojis in the chat right now. Runner emojis in the chat.
Constructive eviction there.
I know. That was like actively him running away.
And he was spitting out so much misinformation, it was impossible to keep up with. Like Donald Trump wasn't in power, but yet he has completely cuckolded the Republican Party to where they dare not speak against him lest they be primaried in their home district. So, like, spare me this just a regular citizen bullshit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was trying to respond to it, but I mean, like, that was literally him running away right there. Like, I literally had clarified that if he interrupted me, he's gone. So, like, Forrest wanted to interrupt me, so I'd kick him because he knew that he was losing. So, I mean...
Run, Forrest, run.
Yeah, run, Forrest, run. So real. Let's get some run, Forrest, runs in the chat.
Real quick, we've got 1.7 million likes and 7,000 people here. We can do better than that. Everybody fill up that bar a couple of times, get to 100. Dean will be at 2.5 in no time. So everybody, 100 each is all I'm asking for. Thank you. Purdy, thank you for the $50. That is amazing. I really appreciate you. Are always such a big, strong supporter of both of us, and I appreciate you.
Hell yeah. And if you guys want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. Your donations on those platforms go straight to me, so we could circumvent around the 30% or the 66% that TikTok takes on here. And it allows me to continue to do this every day for 6, 7, 8 hours, so I don't have to get a quote-unquote real job. I appreciate everyone so much for your love. Same thing goes for Law. Right, he does have a real job, though. He's a lawyer, phenomenal guy. His Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is all going to be in the link in his bio. But what's up, Jennifer? Are you voting for Trump?
No, Dean, I am not voting for Trump.
W's for Jennifer in the chat while we move on to the next guest.
Madsen, thank you for the 25. Thank you very much. Tammy, thank you for the 40. And Macy, thank you for the 5. And just so you guys know how I use the funds, I saw somebody say, why does a lawyer get donations? I am a public defender, so I'm certainly not well paid. But what I like to do is help people who are disadvantaged facing fees in the court system that I find are unjust, particularly unhoused people, disabled veterans, things like that, cover some of their legal fees and court costs. So I appreciate you.
Hell yeah. What's going on? New guest. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to go to...
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh,
okay,
sorry.
why are you voting for Trump, Caleb? Why do you want the rapist, sexist, racist in the Oval Office?
Because I will be buying a house soon, and I would like lower taxes.
Okay. What's your annual income?
I do freelance, so I can't really just put it into a number.
Okay, I'm guessing it's below $400,000 if you do freelance. Not only will you have lower taxes under Kamala Harris, but she's going to give you $25,000 for your down payment. If you want to buy a house soon and you want to make that process easier, you'd vote for Harris.
Why wouldn't she do that in the past 4 years that she's been in office?
Because that's congressional tax policy. They were going to renew Trump's plan in 2025 when it expires. That's the next time Congress will get together to do it. It would have been impossible to do it in the last 4.
So I have a question. What is Kamala's ethnicity?
Fucking hell, dude! Jesus Christ. Well, she's biracial, meaning that she is Afro-Jamaican as well as South Asian. What does that have to do? Wow.
Wow, what's wow about that?
No, make your point. Let me know how Kamala Harris's ethnicity and race is relevant here.
Well, actually, it's pretty relevant because that's why a majority of people are voting for her because they want a first female president.
God, you're so dumb, bro.
Am I?
Tracy, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tracy. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's right now in the chat for Tracy. You are phenomenal. Thank you so much for the love, Tracy, with the $20. And Evine, thank you for the boxing gloves. So here's the issue. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but I'm damn proud that a woman has the damn good policy that she does. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but it is fucking phenomenal that it's a woman who is here to destroy Donald Trump in 2024, standing on the phenomenal platform that she does. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but holy fucking shit. It is great to be voting for her.
I'm super happy. This is my first time voting too.
Wait, why are you voting for Donald Trump because he's an orange Cheeto man, or like, are you voting for Donald Trump because he has good policy? Can you name one policy that he influenced during his first 4 years that you like?
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
No, gas was very low. I loved it.
So what is that the name of a policy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so you're voting for Trump because he's a man. See, that's the issue. Honestly, like, way too many people in our country today are voting for Trump because he's a man. And like, I'm saying this as a joke, but unfortunately, it's probably true.
You could say the same about Kamala.
No, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she has good tax policy. She knows who she wants to cut taxes for. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a sexist. She hasn't sexualized little girls or boasts about grabbing women by the P word. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because also her name is pronounced Kamala, okay? And I'm voting for Kamala Harris because, specifically speaking, she hasn't religiously persecuted Muslims. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she hasn't tried to overthrow democracy. Thank you for the baby dragon M. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she actually has a healthcare plan. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she wants to codify federal protections for a woman's right to choose. Tell me which one of those reasons invokes the fact that she's a woman, sir?
Huh?
Which one of those reasons invokes the fact that she's a woman?
I never said anything about that.
Yeah, you said that the only reason I'm voting for her because she's a woman.
No, I said the majority of other people.
Okay, I really disagree with you, but once again, that's not conceptually relevant here. Why are you voting for Trump? Why is Trump better than Harris?
First of all, I think abortion is murder.
Do you think that abortion should be left up to the state?
Yeah, I like that.
So you think murder should be left up to the state, Caleb? Crazy. What's the difference between you and the Confederacy? Could I get a logical distinction there?
Me and the Confederacy.
Yeah, human rights left up to the state, right? Because you think that abortion's murder, yet it should be left up to the state. He's probably gonna run. Aaron, I appreciate you so much for the love on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aaron. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the love, Aaron. Someone in the chat said Dean oiled up. That is wild, quite frankly. We're gonna go to get our next guest, Bryson, up in the box right now. If you're in the live and you're voting for Trump, and and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat. We are getting our next guest up here right now. We got Tammy loading in.
Stephanie and Emily, thank you very much for the support. You guys got us to 2 million. Excellent job. Please, just 100 more each. I appreciate it.
Yo, Alexis with the $25 on PayPal saying pop off queen. Alexis. You pop off, queen. I appreciate you for the $25. Let's show some love to Alexis in the chat for the $25. I love you. Thank you, Alexis. What's going on, Team Bean? Are you voting for Trump? All right.
Yeah, hello?
Hi, how old are you?
I'm voting for Gojo Satoru.
All right. Moving on to our next guest here for the 7.6 thousand people. Give us a minute. And Alexis, I really do appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. You are awesome. You are so great. We got Zachary loading up in. We are inviting all of our guests up for some more debates. By the way, everyone, once again, go like my recent repost. If you click on my profile, it'll be the first thing that pops up. Who the hell? What is it? What the fuck is a Gojo? What the hell is a Gojo?
Yes, I thought it was some Gen Z thing. I wasn't up on, but if you don't know, it makes me feel a little bit better.
No, it's probably something related to anime, and I just don't watch anime.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, what's up, Terry? Are you voting for Trump?
I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good.
Thanks for tapping, Terry. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Moving on to our next guest. We're going to go and get our next guest up of the queue. We already know how it goes here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. In the meantime, guys, hit that follow button if you haven't already. I think we're actually pretty close to 100,000 followers on this account. Let's see if we could get there. And Julia with a $10 on Venmo. You were literally so awesome. W's for Julia in the chat. And Mariellis with the $10 on Venmo, so I don't have to get a real job. Thank you, Julia and Mariellis. Mariellis, that is a very fucking cool name.
Dean works harder than most people do at their real job, so you can cut that out.
So real, so real. German, are you voting for Trump? Okay. Yo, La, would you help me get someone up in here?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Great. Spam MAGA in the chat if you're in the queue and you want to come up and debate while we're getting our next guest up. For the 7.4 thousand people in here, I know that this part's a little bit annoying. What's up, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, awesome. How old are you?
I am 28.
Great.
How old are you? I forget.
I'm 20. Tiffany, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying advocating for my son's future. Can you say W. Aiden? W. Aiden. Let's get some W. Aidens and some W. Tiffany's in the chat. Thank you so much, Tiffany, W. Aiden, W. Tiffany, for the $25. And Emily, thank you for the $5. And Connor, thank you for the $5. W for Tiffany, W's for Aiden, W's for Emily, and W's for Connor. Sir, why are you voting for Dipey Don? Let's hear it.
I'd like to preface with I have worked on 2 campaigns against him.
And you're voting for him?
Republican campaigns.
So you've worked with the Lincoln Project?
No, so I have not. I worked for Ted Cruz in 2016.
Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis, let me guess.
That's a great guess, man. Congrats. What makes you say that?
I just vibes that again. I worked on Marco Rubio's campaign in Minnesota back in 2016. So
okay, fair enough.
Oh God, wait. So yeah, you've worked on these campaigns. So you're like forced into holding certain positions.
I'm not forced into anything.
Okay, we'll see. So why are you voting for Trump, man? Let's hear it. And Jordan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You're awesome.
Because I'm voting for Trump because I just think that my life was better between 2016 and 2020 economically than it is now.
No way.
I also morally, obviously not his character, but morally when it comes to policy, and lean conservative. So I believe that's going to push more conservative.
Dude, Nathan, you're telling me that you've worked on Ted Cruz's and DeSantis's campaigns, and you're up here giving me like a 5 IQ argument? You are supposed to be very well versed in politics, in Trump, Kamala Harris, and legislation, how it impacts us. And then you come up here and you tell me that you're voting for Trump because life was better under him. Here's the thing, though, man. Just because something happens in the country,
that's a very simple way of putting. Sorry for interrupting.
Just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that the president's to blame. Like, life was terrible in April of 2020, record high rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Did Trump cause that?
That is caused by COVID.
Oh, so external variables can make things happen in our country. So
Correct.
Can you isolate for those external variables that could have possibly made life better under Trump than Biden and Harris, like the pandemic, by telling me what policy Trump influenced to get passed that made life better, or what policy Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that made life worse?
Well, Biden, Harris, Biden, however you want to call it these days, just because of the change up. Well, with just how much money that has been printed due to the Inflation Act, the Infrastructure Act, things like that, there's more money been printed that's been created in history, which caused inflation. Obviously, COVID was a factor, but we were recovering as a country. And
man. You're lying about working on their campaigns. I feel like if you have a career in politics, you would know that the Committee for a Responsible Financial Federal Budget would indicate that there's twice as much spent under Trump's admin with debt-related spending signed into law than Biden and Harris's. And then you'd also know that there's a greater increase in the M2 money supply under Trump's admin than Biden and Harris's.
Sorry, I thought you were going to go. I didn't want to interrupt you because I didn't want to get kicked. I thought you were.
Don't worry. I'm actually kind of okay with people somewhat interrupting me, but like that last guest was just nauseating.
So what you're saying is obviously that you think, or these numbers prove that Trump spent more money.
Yeah, there's more money signed into law and debt-related spending under Trump and Biden and Harris, and there's also more money printed. There's a greater increase in the M2 money supply from the feds under Trump than Biden and Harris. That's a fact, yeah. And Rich Alley, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Caitlin with the $5 and Olivia with the $2. You guys are awesome. Jordan saying you're the best. Just got off work, ready to lock in. Let's go, Jordan. Olivia saying making me feel sane. Caitlin saying thank you for what you're doing. And Rachel saying, Dean, I watch your platform and can't wait to watch your Jubilee tomorrow. It will be interesting. So yeah, if you said that you're going to vote for Trump because, well, Biden and Harris spent and printed more money, are you now going to vote for Harris because Trump spent and printed more money?
I'm not, because I think these numbers are not accurate.
Okay, so what are the real numbers? How much debt-related spending did Trump sign into law, and how much debt-related spending did Biden and Harris sign into law?
I'd have to pull the numbers exactly because I don't want to.
And where would you pull the numbers from? See what I mean? See what I mean, chat? Rebecca, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, that's like flat earther logic. That's like imagine I'm debating a flat earther.
So you didn't acknowledge the fact on how much money was printed between the Inflation Act and the Infrastructure Act, and then most of the Infrastructure Act didn't really even go to infrastructure. So what was the point in it? And then
Actually, when you say most, you're implying over 50%. Over 50% did, and then about money printed because of the Inflation Reduction Act. It's actually deficit reducing under 10 years.
Okay.
And Wendy, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, and Rebecca, once again, thank you for the $5. But like, imagine that you're debating a flat earther, and like you believe that the Earth is round, and you're like, the Earth is round. Here's my evidence. Like, I don't know, maybe a live stream from NASA.
Yeah.
And they're just like, that's false. It's incorrect. And then you ask them why they think that the Earth is flat, and then they just don't tell you. Like just believing in shit without evidence is not okay.
Printing money causes inflation.
Rejecting shit without evidence is also not okay, and that's kind of what you're doing right now. If printing money causes inflation, Trump caused more inflation than Biden and Harris.
Why was inflation higher under Harris than it was under Trump?
Because of the pandemic.
So it's all the pandemic's fault.
Yes.
There's nothing that they did with their more left-leaning spending. I mean, we've all known since the beginning of time, Democrats spend more money and taxes are a little bit higher. That's what it used to be, at least. But now it has changed to where it's leaning a little more on the socialist side. Not saying
define socialism.
Government influence and spending on and in the market controlling it.
False. Literally completely false. Socialism is not about the redistribution of wealth. Socialism is not about government regulation. Socialism is a mode of production in which the workers own the means of production. Okay? What you just defined was not socialism.
That's what it always turns into.
Okay, so now you're taking like a conventional approach saying that socialism leads to fascism. That's completely separate from
No, it wouldn't lead to fascism, it'd lead to communism.
Okay, define communism.
State ownership of all goods and processes.
Okay, you were already off with your first word. You implied that there's a state given communism. Under communism, there's actually no state. Okay, so you're already wrong.
Okay, well, I guess you're right. Perfect communism has never been established, so.
Yeah, so should I start working for political campaigns? Is this like, I mean, if this is like, like Ron DeSantis's and, whatever the fuck's best warrior, okay? Right, Boot Boy's best warrior.
Oh, man.
I mean, I think I should start working. I actually have a question. Did Ted Cruz, does he wear inserts in his boots to make himself look taller?
No.
Are you sure?
I mean, it could be the Zodiac Killer. We're not sure. Could be Kevin from The Office, so.
Oh, okay. I have a question. Would you ever vote for like a religious persecutor? Like, would you ever vote for someone that wanted to ban all new Muslims Christians? Christians, don't worry. Like all the white Christians that you love so much. Would you ever vote for someone that wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country?
Okay, so before I answer this question, number one, I love everyone. I don't just love white Christians. So that you don't know me, and that's a stereotype, and you're kind of after my character.
What do you mean? Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Christians from coming into our country?
Well, I get where you're going with this, and he didn't want to ban all Muslims, so that's false.
You want to bet?
Explain to me how he wanted to ban all Muslims.
Let's bet money. Let's
No, explain to me. I'm not asking you to bet money. I'm asking you to explain to me how he just wanted to ban people coming into this country that were coming from terrorist hotbeds.
Okay, if Trump wanted to ban all new Muslims, would you still vote for him?
If he wanted to ban all Muslims.
Total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering into our country.
Well, I believe that would be against freedom of religion, so I would not vote for anyone who wanted to do that, but I also don't think that he's going to do that because he didn't do that during his first 4 years.
Nathan, let's be explicitly clear. Say, I, Nathan, would not vote for Donald J. Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims coming into our country.
Did he do it in his first 4 years?
Nathan?
Did he? I've asked you this 3 times and you still haven't answered it.
I'm willing to let you make whatever point you want after you
Did
solemnly
he
swear.
do it in his first 4 years? Yes or no?
He did not ban all new Muslims from coming
Okay,
into
thank
the
you.
country.
My point exactly.
So
Got
Nathan,
it.
will you please say that I, Nathan, would not vote for Donald J. Trump if Donald Trump wanted to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country?
I won't vote for anyone that wants to ban people based on religious affiliation.
And including Donald J. Trump?
I will not vote for anyone.
Including Donald J. Trump, yes or no?
Do you understand the word anyone?
Dude, I just know that mental gymnastics from the right are crazy. I'm just asking you to be explicit.
No, it's pretty easy. It's the English language. I know you guys get confused on it, but anyone.
Okay, including Donald J. Trump, right, Nathan? Just say yes.
I don't have to.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see how Nathan fucking contorts his way out of this one.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
I have no idea where that clip is taken out of, if it's taken out of context or anything like that. It sounds like he could be reading an article. It sounds like he could be saying something. I'm not sure. I need to hear the whole clip.
Well. What do we have here? We have another Trump supporter that explicitly said they would not vote for Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of all countries coming into, all Muslims coming into America. And as soon as he says, I, Donald J. Trump, am calling for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims coming into our country, he says, taken out of context or rooting off a newspaper. So first of all,
didn't say taken out of context. I said I need to hear the whole context.
That is the context.
It was at a rally. It was at a rally in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, on Monday, December 6, 2015.
So he said it before his first administration and then never did anything?
Yeah.
Oh,
he only attempted to. So he attempted to ban all new Muslims coming into our country.
No,
it was
he
ruled
attempted to ban people coming from terrorist hotbeds.
Bro. Woof. Listen to the clip again, Nathan.
I've listened to the clip. I just listened to it.
Calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Why, if he's talking, if he's saying he's going to say something, why would he say his name? Like, sounds like he could be reading something. I need to hear the whole context.
Of Muslims entering the United States.
Okay, so I need to hear the whole context of the clip, please.
Buddy, okay, we're gonna go ahead and play a fucking game. Okay, so this is gonna be a hypothetical game. We're gonna be in imagination land. We're gonna play a game. I want you to come up with any conceivable possible hypothetical context that could justify him saying, I'm calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims.
I'm not justifying it if it's true.
Okay, Nathan, we're gonna go ahead and repeat. I'm gonna go ahead and say something. You're gonna answer my question. We are going to play what I call imagination land, okay? This is where I want you to just create fake, made-up fairy tale context that would explain how Donald Trump isn't actually calling for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims entering into our country when he straight up says that Donald Trump is calling for a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims entering into our country. I've already made it clear that there's no additional context to this clip, but you are saying that you would have to be informed on what that context could be. Yeah. I want you to make it up. Nathan, no, make up imaginary context that would justify him not actually meaning exactly what he said.
Well, number one, he did. If that was in 2015, he was president from 2016 to 2020, so he didn't actually do it. So that's number one.
He attempted to, is ruled unconstitutional, so then he just instituted a travel ban on individuals from particular countries.
Right.
But I'd say just the intention of wanting to
caveat to those particular countries.
I'd say that being predominantly Muslim. No, I'd say that the intention.
Real quick, Dean.
Trump. Okay.
This had nothing to do with anything about ISIS or anything. This is one day after the San Bernardino. This is one day after the San Bernardino attack, where a Muslim couple, one of them who was an American citizen and another who was here on a fiancé visa, conducted an attack. This had nothing to do with any T groups or anything like that, or any attacks. This was 100% Islamophobia based off of
$100 to kick. I'll do $100 to kick this guest. I'm just really tired. Like, Law, he doesn't care. I'm going to be quite frank with you, Law. He doesn't give a fuck.
I try too hard sometimes.
I know. I know. Literally Trump supporters. I have never seen such contortion of reality. Nathan, you said that you would not vote for Donald Trump if he called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering into our country. I literally just played you a clip of him saying and calling for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims entering into our country.
A clip from 2015?
Yes. Right. So
okay, and then he was president and didn't do it. So you got it.
So yeah, wanting to do something.
So he literally proved that he wasn't going to do that, and that our Constitution said and didn't let him. Got it.
Okay, I have a question for you. If Donald Trump tried to grape a little girl but failed, you'd still vote for him because he didn't do it? Got it.
He didn't try to do that. So now you're making up something that didn't happen.
No, he did. He called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims entering into our country, and then specifically was stopped by our Constitution, and then which he had to implement a travel ban from particular states.
Okay, he didn't do it. And then what were special about those states that he picked?
That they were predominantly Muslim.
No, that they were predominantly home to terrorist organizations. Sorry,
okay, would you be able to indicate to me a source?
Keyword organizations.
Would you be able to indicate me a source, or is that more like made up gibberish?
No, I can. I mean, I have to look it up. I can't do it right now.
Got it. Trust me, bro. In the comment section, another thing. So if Donald Trump wanted to grape a little girl but didn't, you'd still vote for him?
No, I'm not falling for this. No, we're talking about T-words. And
No. You're saying that you recognize that Donald Trump wanted to religiously persecute, but he didn't, so you don't care. So if Donald Trump wanted to grape a little girl but didn't, or if Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back but didn't, if Donald Trump wanted to be a dictator but didn't, if Donald Trump wanted to take rights away from women but didn't, you'd still vote for him in all these scenarios?
I would not support him, but he didn't do it.
You wouldn't support him in any single one of those scenarios where I listed off morally atrocious actions, where him just merely wanting to do them in the first place gives you sufficient reason not to vote for him. So my question to you would be, why does Donald Trump wanting to bring slavery back but not bringing slavery back giving you sufficient reason not to vote for him, but Donald Trump wanting to religiously persecute,
never said anything about
not religiously persecuting, not give you sufficient reason to vote for him?
He didn't say anything about slavery. You're just making things up.
So it's a hypothetical scenario to conceptually prove my point that you are special pleading in this.
No, I'm not.
Because your argument, Nathan, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish, right? Because the conceptual point that we're proving right here is that we can say that Donald Trump wanting to ban all Muslims coming into our country, but failing to ban all Muslims coming into our country.
And it was only for countries that have T words. So you can try to spin it that way.
Nathan, did Donald Trump want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country?
I mean, if he wanted to, why didn't he do it?
Nathan, I want a yes or a no. I've already told you the Constitution. Did Donald Trump want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country? Yes or no?
No, because he would have done it if he did.
Okay, so So if Donald Trump didn't want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country, how come Donald Trump said that he did want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country? This is insanity. So dude, you're the type of guy, if Donald Trump walked up to you tomorrow and told you that he was a rapist, would you believe that Donald Trump's a rapist? I can't do this mental contortion, chat.
Hold on, can you hear me? My mic turned off for a second.
If Donald Trump walked up to you tomorrow and told you that he is a rapist, would you believe that Donald Trump's a rapist?
Is my mic coming through?
Yeah.
If he walked up to me and told me that he was a rapist,
I believe that he's a rapist.
I wouldn't. I mean, yeah. I mean, but that's not the point, though.
Okay, so Donald Trump walked up to you and told you that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering the country.
Okay, history's proven that he didn't, though.
Okay, yeah, the conversation if he did is completely separate than if he wanted to. Well, you at least first concede that he wanted.
It's not.
Yeah, I could want to be the president, but I'm not the president. Does that mean that I don't want to be the president? I could want to have 15,000 viewers in here right now, but I don't have 15,000 viewers in here right now. Does that mean that I don't want to have 15,000 viewers in here right now?
Okay, but you're not.
There's a lot of single people in America that want to have a girlfriend, but don't have a girlfriend.
Okay,
Does that mean that they don't want to have a girlfriend? No. So you can want to do something, but be limited by doing said thing for any various trivial reason.
Well, his first 2 years, he had a Republican House and Senate if he really wanted to get passed, because he has all this power that you talk about, just like he has all this power when he's not president to get a bill stopped. then he would have got it passed, but he didn't because he didn't want to. The only reason there were bans on Islamic countries was because
Okay,
they
so
had-
you're still instituting the claim that he didn't want to do it. So I just want to clarify. If I want to have
I don't
15
know. I can't tell from a 3-second clip where there's no context except him saying one thing that could be taken out of
Okay,
context.
did Donald Trump in that clip say that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering into our country?
You've said you want to ban all new Muslims. If someone takes that out of
Hey,
context,
Nathan, did Donald Trump say in that clip that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering into the country?
the clip said that, but I don't know what the
Okay,
context.
so I want a yes or a no. Did Donald Trump say in this clip that he wanted to ban all new Muslims coming into the country? And I just want to clarify here. I'm going to play the clip, everyone, to see how fucking dense Nathan is.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
So Nathan, did Donald Trump say in that clip that he wanted to ban all new Muslims from entering into our country? This shit sends me, Jack.
Sorry, I was muted. I couldn't say anything. What did he say before and after that statement? Dude,
Nathan,
you keep on a 2-second clip.
I'm getting ready to kick you right now. I'm
Because
getting
I
ready to
disagree with you?
No, because you are being
proving my
intellectually
point that
dishonest.
you're not giving me-
you are not proving any point. I will ask you
Why
one
can't you
last
play the whole
time.
speech then? Play the whole
I
speech.
will ask you one last time. This is the last time I will ask you. I have ran out of patience. In this clip where Donald J. Trump calls for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims coming into our country, did Donald J. Trump call for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country? There's so many things that I want to call you right now, Nathan, that I can't because I'd get banned on TikTok. There's so many mean names that I want to call you. Go ahead and answer my question, or I'm going to go ahead and remove you and move
Clip
on.
taking out of context where I don't know what was going on. He said he wants to ban all new Muslims, but I can't make a judgment off of something that I don't have full context to.
So that is the full context of the clip. I'll go ahead and explain this to you one last time. So specifically speaking, Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country. And just to let you know that there is no conceivable context that would justify this. I think that there was maybe one scenario of context that could possibly mean that Donald Trump didn't want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country. And that literally would have been if Donald Trump said, the next thing I say is a lie. The next thing I say is a joke. It is opposite day, or he called for this and then said that I actually don't want to ban all new Muslims and I was just joking, okay? Right, so there's no conceivable justification, right, for any context that would imply that Donald Trump was not calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country, right? And if you disagree with me here, can you please think of any context that we could add on to that clip that I just played that would imply Donald Trump didn't want to ban all new Muslims coming into our country?
Okay. So I can't, so it could be him mentioning someone writing something about him. It could be that he said something after that or before that that contradicts that. Plus he was president, so his actions contradicted his words. And this is what you're doing to me is funny because Kamala, has said that she wants to ban fracking or that she wants a mandatory gun buyback, but now that means nothing.
So we could talk about Kamala Harris next. So you're saying that the conceivable context is that Donald J. Trump was reading something written about him. Okay. Can you please give me a source to indicate that is true?
I said I don't know because I haven't seen the whole clip.
I'd honestly say that is about the only conceivable context that is realistically possible. Okay, so can you give me a source indicating that that's the case? No, you can't because it wasn't the case. Then the second point that you made was that his actions contradicted what he said. Okay, I don't think so. So what his actions were instituting a Muslim ban on particular countries that were predominantly Muslim, right? Because this was the only way to do so constitutionally. Okay, right? Like if Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back, but then serve 4 years without bringing slavery back, we would say, well, he couldn't bring slavery back because the Constitution limited him from doing so. Does this mean that Donald Trump didn't want to bring slavery back? No. Okay? He just had systemic limiters on his actions that made it so he couldn't achieve his desire. And a good example of this, like right now, I have the desire to have 15,000 viewers. Okay, but I don't. Does that mean that I don't desire 15,000 viewers?
You also don't have the power to have 15,000 viewers.
And does the president have the power to religiously persecute all new Muslims from coming into our country? There's the defeater. You just got cooked. Good day, sir.
No, dude, you won't even play the full clip. But back to that.
You just got ate up. Does the president have the power to religiously persecute and ban all new Muslims coming into our country? Sinna, I really appreciate you so much for the for the meteor shower. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sinna. W's for Sinna in the chat. Answer my question, sir. Does the president have the power to ban all new Muslims coming into our country?
He does not, but he did get
phenomenal.
But yet he has the power.
Phenomenal.
I think he has the power.
Phenomenal. Okay. Fucking phenomenal.
He's going to keep talking over me, or can I finish my point?
No, I was just celebrating the fact that you just got cooked.
This is your strategy: is you talk over someone when they're trying to say something, and then you think that you won when you've been talking this whole time about the immigration bill that was going through.
What point did I lose on?
Dude, we're just talking. You're never going to change your opinion, and I don't think I'm ever going to change my opinion. So I don't think
because I won on every point.
In your opinion.
Okay, so what point did I lose on?
Well, you still haven't played the full context of that speech. You won't, and you're playing clips. And like I said, Kamala has said things
Nathan,
like...
I've already told you that is the full context of this excerpt. I've already told you that is the full context from the excerpt.
Do you think Kamala Harris will have a mandatory gun buyback because she said it before?
Okay, so specifically speaking, Kamala Harris no longer supports mandatory gun. Kamala Harris no longer supports today mandatory gun buyback programs. The same way J.D. Vance said, one moment, in 2019, the same year she advocated for said mandatory gun buyback programs, that Donald Trump was America's Hitler. Okay, people's beliefs can change. This is a pivot away from our conversation, though. I will not allow you to pivot.
It's not the same thing. You're taking a clip that I have no context to, and I could take a clip of Kamala saying that she wants to ban fracking or she wants to have a mandatory gun buyback. And then I could just play that and be like, this is what she said. When now you're giving all these reasons why she doesn't mean what she said.
Yeah, if you played me a clip of Kamala Harris saying that she wanted to ban fracking, I'd believe you that in this year, Kamala Harris wanted to ban fracking. Right? The same way I should be able to play you this clip of Donald Trump saying that he wanted to ban all new Muslims, and then you'd believe that he wanted to ban all new Muslims, right? Like, you could make the argument that he no longer wants to religiously persecute, the same way I could make the argument that she no longer wants to ban fracking, but that's a completely different conversation and separate from what they supported when these clips were recorded.
So, okay, so with that clip and all, has Trump ever taken that back, what he said? Do you know?
No, Trump has never taken back his stance.
You know for a fact. You know 100% for a fact. Or you could do it. Trust me, bro. I've never heard it before.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's any reason to believe that he's gone back on this stance.
Except for that he didn't do it while he's president, but that's fine.
Nathan, that is not him going back on his stance. That's him not having the power to achieve his desire.
If he wanted to do it, he would have tried. But instead, he banned T-words. People from areas that have, I don't know if I can say that word or not, so correct me if I'm wrong, but he's the lawyer said
so Nathan, so he did try, right? He tried through those bans on countries with a predominantly Muslim, that are predominantly Muslim.
They're predominantly Muslim, yes, but what was the factor into where those countries could be on the list?
Just being predominantly Muslim.
No, being hotbeds of T-words.
Okay, name all 6 of the countries that he wanted to ban and what the hotbed of the terrorist group was in those countries.
You name them.
Dude, see, you're making claims without evidence.
I'm not making claims.
You literally just got cooked once again. Nathan, you just made the claim that he particularly banned these specific countries because they're hotbed for terrorists, but you don't know the countries and you don't know what terrorist groups do or don't exist inside of them. I'm going to go ahead and move on. I appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm here for good intellectual conversation with smart people, right? Not like just yipping back and forth with a literal caveman. You did try, you got cooked. We're going to go ahead and move on. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I appreciate y'all for being in here. We're having a good day so far, y'all. For the 7.5 thousand people, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. I'm probably going to stop bringing that point up to Trump supporters because the cognitive dissonance is insane. Like chat. Have y'all ever heard more cognitive dissonance coming from Trump supporters than we hear when I bring up that clip? Dim, hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, it's like a 1 or a 0. It's not for the most part. You either are or you aren't.
Well, if you want my opinion, I would say I like Trump more, but I think both of them are jokes. The way I see it is.
How old are you? I just want to clarify.
I'm just going to say. What did you say?
How old are you? I just want to clarify.
Oh, I'm 19. Sorry, I sound really young. I promise I'm 19, though.
No, you're good, dude. I sound young, too. Go for it. Take it away. Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, in my opinion, I just think that it really, if I'm going to get down to it, it's pretty complex. So do you really want me to go on? I won't go on for long, but
don't yap my ear off. But yeah, I'd love to hear why you're voting for Trump.
Give your elevator speech.
Yeah. So it's kind of like this. Since the dawn of my creation, there have been things I've just known. One of them being that, I am the most superior organism on this planet. I have no rivals, no opponents, no one, I'm talking gods. You should feel honored just listening to my voice right now. And I've also known that, Donald Trump would probably just be the best course of option for presidency. I think that we will be a lot stronger of a nation. I won't have to pay as much for gas anymore.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Mr. Superior Creator?
Yes, please.
How many continents are there?
That's not something that the Superior Creator... 7.
Name them.
There's Europe. And then there's... Yeah, that's about it.
No, you have 6 more to go.
Well, I mean, this isn't really about the continents, is it?
Okay, how many branches are there of our government?
There is Democrat and Republican, obviously. There's Libertarian.
Those are branches of our government?
Are they?
Branches.
Yeah.
Okay, so at what temperature in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
I would say -3 degrees Celsius.
So first of all, I asked you in Fahrenheit, and then second of all, it's not -3, and then third of all, you said Celsius, and then fourth of all, water doesn't even freeze at -3 degrees.
It's the -3 for me. That's the icing on the troll cake.
Oh my God. Oh dear God, dude. Oh man. What's your experience like watching my lives versus Parker's? Would you say that there's a big difference?
Yeah, I think Parker can maintain somebody for a lot longer, who can actually have a good conversation. You get so many dumb fucks up here. You have to it's like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack to get somebody who can maintain an argument for longer than 5 minutes.
You're so real. Solomon, man, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes. Hopefully I'm not in the term as dumb fuck for this. So.
Yes, Solomon, my hopes and dreams are in you, sir. Don't be a dumb fuck.
That's a lot of pressure, dude. I mean, come on, man.
Rush, I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Rush saying, I love what you do, Dean. I just wanted to show some love. Rush, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Rush while Solomon is telling us why he's voting for Trump.
So, I mean, there's usually 6 points that I like to go over, but the first point I like about Trump, obviously, economy, and we're talking about pre-COVID. He did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, which obviously was the hallmark of Trump's economic success. So he reduced the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%, which obviously is pretty attractive for business people and companies and people able to get money into their pockets. And so when we look at... Now, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, is Kamala, right?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
Kamala Harris, okay, I don't want to disrespect her by saying her name wrong, but she doesn't really necessarily have an outlaid plan to get more money back in the pockets of the American people. I know when we look at the Biden-Harris policies, Harris supported the stimulus payments, so that kind of provided temporary relief, but inflation definitely spurred by excess government spending and definitely erased wage gains, but with Trump's policies, it was able to kind of deliver to definitely more sustained structural growth.
Jennifer, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. So you made 3 claims there. First of all, you made the claim that Trump's tax cuts was the hallmark of his policy. Indy, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. The second claim that you made there was that Kamala Harris has no real plan for tax cuts for Americans. And then the third claim that you made there was that Trump's tax cuts led to structured growth. So literally all three of those claims are either wrong or terrible to make. So your third claim that Trump's tax cuts led to structured growth and some significant attitude is wrong. If you look up the macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform, this is a research paper written by 2 Harvard economists. It indicates that this $1.9 trillion spending bill only led to an increase in our GDP of $10 billion per year. I guess you could say that is some structured growth, but it is very inconsequential and very bad growth given the $1.9 trillion investment. About your first claim about this being Trump's hallmark policy, this gives us a lot of reason not to vote for Trump because he doesn't even know what the fuck his hallmark policy is. Another 10 years of these tax cuts are estimated to cost $4 to $5 trillion. Solomon, where is that money going to come from? Or is this going to be reckless spending?
So I know that one of the rebuttals when it comes to his tax cuts, you're going to say that kind of we focus on it's benefiting the wealthy because I've heard that a lot mentioned in the live and
that's not the question, nor the rebuttal that I'm offering you right now. The question I'm proposing is how the hell is Trump going to raise $4 to $5 trillion to pay for another 10 years of his tax cuts? Where is this money going to come from?
Obviously, he's going to have to structure it with different taxes, but that isn't necessarily raising the taxes to support that.
So he's going to pay for a decrease in government revenue with an increase in government revenue. So his tax cuts are going to cost $2.4 trillion in debt-related spending, and you're going to say that he's going to pay for his tax cuts with tax hikes? What taxes is he going to hike?
Yeah, and I know where you're going with this. I know that you're going to say that he's obviously going to have to hike up the.
Where's his tax going to have? Like, what taxes are he going to increase to raise $4 to $5 trillion over 10 years?
Yeah, I know where you're going with this, but when it comes to,
it's not like a leading question. I'm genuinely curious.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously he's going to have to figure out where the tax are going to come from, whether it's maybe raising the corporate tax again, but to raise
he intends to lower it. That's where some of that $4 trillion in debt-related spending is going to come from.
Yeah, I mean, his plan is to lower it, and that'd be fantastic because that's what helped last time. But do you know where the current tax rate is right now for corporate tax?
21.
21.
So, yeah. So I just want to like clarify. Donald Trump, right? You're saying that Donald Trump is going to pay for these tax cuts with tax hikes. Donald Trump has not announced any tax hikes. Donald Trump has said that he's actually not going to raise taxes for anyone. Okay, right? So your claim there is false. So ultimately, the consequence of what you've told us here is that Donald Trump has no fucking clue.
It's what he did during his 2017 act. So it's not.
What did he raise taxes on in 2017 to pay for the $1.9 trillion?
Oh, no, I'm not saying he raised taxes. I'm saying that it's not a false claim that he lowered the taxes from 35 to 21%.
No, the false claim is that he's going to pay for the $4 trillion over the next 10 years by increasing taxes for some.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So he's obviously going to have to raise the corporate tax from 21 to whatever, 21% to whichever to help. But I know he's
give me one announcement from his campaign or
I'm not saying he
any
announced
source
it. I'm just saying
online.
like realistically.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the galaxy.
But I think the reason why I like Trump's
Delaney,
approach,
I appreciate you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much. W's for Delaney in the chat. Thank you for the $10. So and Danny, thank you for the $10 as well. W's for Danny. So I just want to clarify. No, Donald Trump doesn't have a plan to pay for the $4 to $5 trillion in debt-related spending associated with his tax cuts. What you're saying right now is gibberish. He has not announced that he's going to increase like taxes on anyone anywhere. In fact, he's explicitly stated that he's going to do the opposite of that. He's only going to decrease taxes for everybody. Now, this is why I say that Harris's tax policy is much better. Veronica, I appreciate you for the sage, because she is going to decrease taxes for 100 million American workers that need it the most in that low and the middle class. It's going to cost $2.4 trillion, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. 1.3 of that 2.4 is going to come from a 7% increase on the corporate tax rate. The Treasury estimates that it will raise $1.3 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. Then the remainder of that $1.1 trillion is going to come from granting Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies, saving about $300 to $400 billion in government spending over the course of the next 10 years. And then the remainder of that portion is going to come from increasing the realized capital gains tax and introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. So Kamala Harris has a comprehensive tax strategy where she's going to decrease taxes for the low and the middle class, putting more money into their pockets, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Donald Trump is going to disproportionately benefit rich people, throwing $4 trillion onto her debt with no clue how he's going to pay for it. Obviously, Harris's tax policy is better here. Any rational human being would agree with me.
But the tax cuts that you put wasn't just benefiting the wealthy. Because if you look at the policies, it led to actual real wage growth for working class Americans.
So I don't think that we'd have any indication that this led to an increase in the real income for the
How so?
less American, because that's not what the macroeconomic tax, the macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform study. That
Because he definitely reinvested and
But
helped
my
create
claim
jobs.
wasn't. I just want to say once again, my claim wasn't that it only benefited rich people. It's that it disproportionately benefited rich people.
It was a trickle down effect because he was able to reinvest in and help create jobs and boosting productivity.
Okay, so name one point in American history where trickle-down economics has worked, because as far as I'm concerned, every single time we've tried trickle-down economics, it's failed. Since the 80s, with the introduction by Reagan, we have seen a stagnation in worker wages with increases in worker productivity. Trickle-down economics is a failed, economic
But it was
theory
working while
developed
Trump
by
was in
rich men
office
for the
from
rich men.
2016 to 2019. Was it not?
No.
Did we not see an economic growth of wages and employment and jobs being boosted?
Literally not. Like I already said, it only led to a growth in $10 billion to your GDP.
Where was the unemployment rate before Trump took over to where Trump was in office? Did not the unemployment rate go down?
So that's a correlation causation fallacy. You're going to have to indicate to me how the TCJA caused employment to go up. And I've already indicated to you how it's only caused an additional $10 billion to be added to a country every year. Like in the same way, you could say, well, at points under Trump's admin, we had low rates of unemployment. Therefore, the TCJA caused it. Could I just say that under points at Trump's admin, we had very high rates of unemployment, such as April of 2020. Therefore, Trump's tax cuts caused that?
Well, notice how I'm focusing between 2016 to 2019. I'm not focusing on 2020. I know 2020, people like to point to 2020, whether to degrade Trump or help Trump, whichever.
Wait, why can't I? Why can't I point to 2020? Using your correlation causation fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're focusing on what he was actually able to do from 2016 to 2019.
Well, how do you know everything that happened in the country in between 2016 and 19 was caused by him, but everything that happened in the country in 2020 wasn't? Like, your logic is very simple. It's called a correlation causation fallacy. Not everything that happens in the country is caused by the president, and just because two variables are associated doesn't mean that one caused the other, right? If I want to use your logic, I could say that the 15 million jobs added back to the economy under Biden and Harris were caused by Biden and Harris merely because it happened under their term, and I could say that the rate of unemployment in April of 2020 under Trump's term, the highest that we've had since the Great Depression, was caused by him. But we cannot use correlation causation fallacy. I'd like you to indicate to me a source and or a study that would say that the TCJA led to a drastic decrease in our rate of unemployment.
No, I understand what you're trying to say. But so if you're trying to say if it's causation fallacy, then are you trying to say that the previous administration with Obama was the reason for the economical boom?
No, I don't think that we could attribute a reason to Obama.
Then why can't we attribute it to Trump from 2016 to 2019 the same way we can't attribute?
Because you don't have any reason to attribute it to Trump.
But we can't attribute high inflation just to the Biden-Harris
administration. The same way that we want to attribute the unemployment rate at the end of Trump's term to Trump, right? Because you have to indicate what policy and or executive order caused these things to be the case, right? But you're not indicating how Trump caused these things. You're just saying they happened under his administration, therefore he caused them.
Correct. So when he did the tax cut from 35% to 21%, that's when we started seeing the economical boom with the trickle down economics, which I understand why there can be some, obviously.
Really? Would you be able to give me a source?
Yeah, of course I can.
Because if you follow actually the increase in our GDP, if you follow the rate of unemployment, if you follow the year-by-year quarterly increase in our GDP, you'll see that those are actually economic trends that were followed under the Obama's term and went into Trump's term. There was no massive economic boom with the introduction of the TCJA in 2017.
So just to understand what you're saying overall, you're saying that no administration, whether it's negative or good, can be attributed to that success by their policies and the way they approach things. You're saying
I'm actually saying literally the exact opposite. You're being intellectually dishonest. I'm saying that in order to attribute things,
intellectually dishonest. I'm just going based off of from 2016 to 2019 because I don't even blame Biden and Harris for a lot of the inflation because
hey Solomon, I'm going to repeat this to you one last time.
Okay, you got it.
How did Trump cause the economy to boom under his presidency?
Okay, first one, I already named the tax cut. The second one was the energy independence, securing America's energy future, right?
Tax cuts. Okay, let's talk about the tax cuts, right? Give me a study that indicate that the tax cuts led to a boom in our GDP. Because I've given you a study that indicated it didn't.
So companies could reinvest in their workers, expand their operations, and they return to manufacturing, which was to American soil, right?
But
so
they
unemployment
didn't.
dropped to 3.5%, which is the lowest in 50 years.
I've given you a study. You're not answering my question. This is not an answer to my question. I have given you a study that indicated that the TCJA was not effective for growth for our economy. Give me a study that would indicate otherwise. You are not giving me a study. You are using taglines.
I'm not using taglines. That it went down to 3.5%, which was the lowest in 50 years. That came from the U.S. Department of Treasury.
Solomon,
report,
Solomon, Solomon. This is my last time.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Just saying that something happened in the country does not mean that you could blame it on the president. You have to indicate how the policy caused those things to happen. Can I say that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's policy caused their record low 3.4% rate of unemployment, Solomon? Can I say that their policies caused 15 million jobs to be added back to the economy? Can I mute your mic now, little bro?
Okay. Why can't we say...
Answer my question. Can I say that Biden and Harris's policies caused 15 million jobs to be added back to the economy?
Of course you could, because if their policies were implemented and then that happened, then yeah, of course you could.
Okay, so yeah, Biden and Harris achieved a lower rate of unemployment than Trump did.
Okay, yeah, because we're coming out of obviously the pandemic, which I agree with.
Okay, so if Biden and Harris achieved a lower rate of unemployment than Trump, wouldn't this give you more reason to vote for Harris over Trump?
No, because we're just going over we're just going over one point. We're not going over the whole.
Wait. I have a question.
Hold on.
If the rate of unemployment under Harris doesn't give us reason to vote for Harris, how come the rate of unemployment under Trump would give us reason to vote for Trump?
So if we're going off of one point, okay, which, again, I understand you're gonna go down this whole it's lower.
You're not answering my question. I'm going to give you one last chance to answer this question before we move on to a different topic. If the rate of unemployment under Biden and Harris doesn't give us reason to vote for Harris, how come the rate of unemployment under Trump would give us?
Because that's not the only reason I'm going to vote for Trump. Is one thing.
Oh wait, but you're saying the rate of unemployment under Trump is one of your reasons to vote for Trump, right? So why couldn't we say here that because Harris had a lower rate of unemployment, that you have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump, right? In the context of unemployment.
So if we're going over specific points, then why can't I just say, hey, this is one of the points of why I want to vote for Trump? So,
bro, what is lower, 3.5% or 3.4%?
3.4%.
That would give you more reason to vote for Harris over Trump in the context of unemployment rate. When we're trying to draw up who the better candidate is, we're doing a comparative analysis, right? So saying that there was this low rate of unemployment under Trump doesn't give you reason to vote for Trump unless there wasn't a lower rate of unemployment under Harris. Do you understand that? Can you comprehend that point?
Oh, no, I comprehend exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so therefore you have more reason to vote for Harris over Trump in the context of unemployment, right?
Okay, so let's go on to energy independence.
Great. So yeah, energy independence, more oil has been produced domestically under Biden and Harris than ever under Trump. More reason to vote for Harris over Trump again.
So the U.S. became energy independent for the first time in decades, okay? Correct?
What do you classify as energy independence?
So he did deregulation in energy, right? So Trump's policies included rolling back.
Wait, so deregulation in energy means energy independence? So if we're producing no oil, but we have no regulations on the production of
he
oil,
opened
are we
up
energy
federal lands
independent?
for oil and gas exploitation, including the Keystone XL pipeline, correct?
Oh, the Keystone XL pipeline did not lead to domestic energy independence as it was Canadian.
It led to lower gas prices.
Wrong.
So okay, why is that wrong?
Because it wasn't currently producing oil, which means it didn't increase the oil supply curve, right? This is the very basic principles of macroeconomics, right? The way in which we would achieve a lower equilibrium price of a good, given the consistent demand, would be an increase in supply, okay? Right. However, it is the case that it wasn't not producing oil, so it didn't increase the supply of oil, which means it didn't drop prices.
So were gas prices not lower under Trump's administration?
The idea of the gas prices being lower under Trump's admin doesn't mean that Trump caused the gas prices to be lower, especially when we're talking about the Keystone XL pipeline. Okay, I just gave you a very rudimentary argument insofar as how the Keystone pipeline didn't cause lower gas prices because it wasn't producing oil. How can a pipeline that is not producing oil cause lower gas prices?
So when the Harris and Bidens prematurely shifted away from the fossil fuels, that led to an increased gas prices.
Now that's another pivot. You're talking about the Harris-Biden administration, but I'm talking about Trump. I asked you a very specific question. How can an oil pipeline such as the Keystone XL that is not currently producing oil decrease oil prices?
So when that led to that, again, we're looking at the overall economical stance. Did it not create more jobs in the energy sectors and create more national security?
No, it didn't, actually. It didn't create any full-time jobs for Americans. And at the end of the day, Politico Pro would only indicate that it would create 35 full-time jobs. However, Solomon, I'm not asking you about jobs. I'm asking you about the price of oil. How can an oil pipeline that is not producing oil decrease the price of oil?
The price of oil went down when he opened up the Keystone XL pipeline, despite there not being production.
Buddy, how can the price of oil...
energy sectors and the greater national security. That's why it went down.
Okay, so because it created more jobs in oil, so it only created 35 full-time jobs in oil.
Okay.
So
But
if you
did
create
not gas
35
prices
jobs,
go
it's going
down
to decrease.
because of that?
No, it didn't.
So you're saying that the actions that he did for that did not lead to lower gas prices?
Yeah, no, creating 35 full-time jobs did not decrease the price of oil. Because what you'd be referencing here is the future market.
So
because
are
the
you
only
not?
way, because
Go ahead.
dude,
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
This is basic fucking macroeconomics. If you don't understand basic macroeconomics, I'm going to move on to my next guess, right? And I'm honestly going to point and laugh at everybody in the chat saying that you're winning right now. Because when we're looking at a good, okay, there is a couple ways to decrease the price of it. But we're just going to go very basic here. We have a supply curve and we have a demand curve.
Correct.
So how do we decrease the price of a good given a consistent demand? We increase the supply, right?
Yes, I know the basics between supply and demand.
Right. So the Keystone XL pipeline being under production, did that increase the supply of global oil or did that decrease the supply of global oil?
Here in America, it decreased based off of the regulation for deregulation in energy.
Solomon,
I know what you're saying by the supply
that
and
is
demand,
not an
and I know
answer. That is not an answer. The Keystone XL pipeline that was in effect, did that increase the global supply of oil or did that decrease the global supply of oil?
We're not focusing on the global side of oil. We're focusing on here in America with where gas prices went down. But
Did
I'm
that
not
increase the
worried
domestic
about-
supply of oil or did that decrease the domestic supply of oil?
Was it not decreased under that regulation? Was it not decreased under him? That's
No,
what
it
I'm
was
trying to
not-
get at.
so
we're not
actually
saying
the
that gas
domestic
prices
oil
were
supply-
better under Trump.
The domestic oil supply was increased under Biden and Harris. Under Biden and Harris, we've been producing 13.4 million barrels of oil per day on average. Meanwhile, under Trump's, the highest that we ever produced was 12.8.
But they paused federal oil and gas leasing, the Biden and Harris administration.
No, they actually leased out more federal lands for drilling than Trump's administration ever did, 50% more.
No, they literally paused the federal and oil gas lease, which restricted supply and driving up costs. That's why a lot of the oil started going up. I know that there's different things going on in world events.
No, you're actually wrong. So what you're referencing is like drilling permits that were approved by Trump on nature reserves in Alaska. Okay. However, they accounted for pausing those drilling permits by approving others. We are producing more oil today here at home in America than we did under Trump. Am I wrong? Am I right?
I can't say yes or no because I didn't study up on that part yet.
You're so fucking incredibly dense. I cannot believe it.
Why? Because
I'll go ahead and tell you exactly.
You don't like the point?
No, the point that I don't like the point that you're making because it's wrong. You're making the argument that the domestic supply of oil.
You haven't said why it's wrong. You just said it's wrong.
I actually did just say that how it's wrong. You're making the argument that the domestic supply of oil is lower under Biden and Harris than Trump.
Are gas prices not higher?
Solomon, the question, are gas prices higher, is different from is our domestic production of oil lower? Our
But
gas
is
prices
that
are
not a relation to oil prices? Maybe oil prices, you could say they're lower, but does that mean gas prices are higher? Okay, go ahead.
If you don't let me speak. The reason that we have higher prices of oil, higher prices of gas today here at home in America is because oil is a global supply. We see a decrease in the global oil supply, okay? That's caused by Trump broking a deal with OPEC to reduce their output of oil by 10%, as well as Russia's invasion of Ukraine, meaning that we're no longer getting Russian oil. So the reason that the price of oil today is higher here at home in America is because of a decrease in the global supply. However, right, we've actually seen an increase in our own domestic supply. Let me just ask you a very simple question. If you and your brother are apple farmers, and last year you produced 5 and he produced 5, this year y'all produced 10 total apples, okay? And let's just say because you produced 10 total apples, each apple sold for $1. But now the next year, instead of producing 5 apples, you produce 8 apples. But your brother, on the other hand, instead of producing 5 apples, only produces 1 apple. What is the total supply of apples?
The supply of apples is still 10.
No, it's 9, okay? Because 8 plus 1 is what?
9. Sorry, I didn't have that part.
9. So the overall supply of apples went down. So when we saw a reduction in the supply of apples, what did that do to the price?
It can cause the price to go up.
Okay, so that's what happened with the global oil supply. The U.S. under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris produced more oil than it ever has been before because they have approved more drilling permits on federal land for oil production. However, we still see an increased price of the good for the reason that globally speaking, we have a decreased supply. Does that make sense, Solomon?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but when on other countries and other sources for energy?
We actually imported more under Trump.
from other countries, correct?
Correct. We're
And
less
his whole
reliant
goal-
on other countries for oil today than we were under Trump. We are literally more energy independent because we're producing more oil and we're less reliant on imports.
Okay. So you're trying to say that under the Biden-Harris administration, we are producing more oil.
Solomon, look up EIA. Go on your laptop.
Can I not just get a point out without you getting upset?
Yeah, you're just repeating like the same thing as if
Because
it's
you
false.
keep cutting me off.
You're making
why.
it sound like what I'm saying is wrong. Fact check me. Look up domestic oil production right
Can
now.
I not reiterate a point to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying
Reiterate your
before
point.
I make a next point?
Reiterate your point.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that under them, we are definitely more energy independent than under Trump, correct?
Okay, do you want me to say it for a fourth, fifth, sixth time? Yes, 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 and yes. Every single time. We're producing
Okay.
more oil and we're importing less. We're just analytically more energy independent.
Okay. And so I'm not repeating the same thing. So you're saying under them that their focus is to continue here and not go on certain lands and all that, correct? When they're drilling.
Comparative to Trump, yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that they're focusing more on clean energy, right?
They're focusing more on clean energy in comparison to Trump. That doesn't relate to our energy independence.
So he wasn't against clean energy. He was pragmatic about it.
That has nothing to do with energy independence. We're talking about who ushered in more energy independence, right? And now you want to talk about being pragmatic about clean energy? Listen, here's the point.
Because we need to maintain strong domestic oil and gas production to protect American workers and keep energy affordable.
And that's what Biden and Harris are doing. I have a question for you. How could you say that Trump ushered in more energy independence than Biden and Harris when we produce less domestic oil and we were more reliant on imports?
He started by doing that by his first policy under the deregulation of energy. That was the whole point that he started that, correct?
Okay, so you're saying that we were more energy independent under Trump, even though we produce less energy and we're more reliant on imports?
Well, aren't you saying that it's a causation under certain things when certain things happen? You keep saying everything that I say that Trump did was good was a cause. We can't say it's a causation because of Trump. And you're saying that a causation under the Biden-Harris administration is because of their policies, but not because of Trump's policies that he started implementing.
Yeah, so the causal factor related to the administration would merely be them approving more drilling permits. But I didn't even ask you. I asked you, specifically speaking, were we more energy independent under Trump? Yes or no?
We were definitely heading that direction, yes.
So your answer is yes, we were more energy independent under Trump than Biden and Harris. My
We
question to
were
you,
heading that way.
no,
and
were we more energy independent under Trump than Harris?
This is what I know what you're going to do. You're going to say, well, under this, therefore you should vote for Colin.
Okay,
for
Solomon,
Harris,
I'm
correct?
going to give you one last chance to answer my question. What's going on with a dense-ass guest today? Were we more energy independent under Trump?
So is no point good enough for you to point to say that, hey, Trump was a good president with certain things that he did?
Holy
and
fuck, Solomon.
And then you're just saying, hey,
what
that's
is this
just
shit?
a terrible point.
Am I getting tortured? Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Yo, chat. Where's the camera? Where the fuck is the camera? Am I like on a hidden prank TV show right now? I'm on a hidden prank TV show right now. I am on a hidden prank TV show right now. Okay, bro, this isn't going anywhere. We could continue to beat the dead horse if you'd like. I've definitely destroyed you in this conversation. I have another question I'd like to ask you, though. We could stay on this dead horse. If you want to keep beating it, I'm fine. But there's other questions that I would like to ask you.
Sure,
so
go for
are you
it.
okay with moving on? Or do you
Yeah,
want
of
to beat
course
the
I am.
dead horse more?
No, go for it.
Perfect. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
I'm not focusing on the character of a person. I'm focusing on policies.
With all due respect, Solomon, that
there's
is not an
literally
answer to
no
my
one
question.
in this presidential race that's going to be perfect.
It's not being a rapist or being perfect. That's a false dichotomy. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman, Solomon? Do you see this shit? Do you see what I go through for you guys? Solomon, unmute your mic, Pookie. Holy shit. Where are the cavemen in the chat? I swear to God, we like rocks clacking no one's home. Solomon, there you go. Would you ever vote for someone held liable for raping a woman?
Okay, so going back to the point that I was trying to make, I don't like Trump. I don't think he's a good person, but I like how he handles his policies and how he's
Solomon,
going to
would you
approach
ever
them.
vote for someone that's been held liable for rape?
Did you not hear my response? I don't.
You did
like
not give
Trump.
me a response. It's a yes or no question. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for grape?
I am not going to vote based off of someone.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for
someone
grape?
who's going to have good policies?
Okay, so if Donald Trump raped a little girl in 1992, would you still vote for him?
A little girl, like 13, 12 years old. Is that what you're saying? He groped a little girl at 13, 12 years old?
I'm saying if Donald Trump raped a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Of course not.
Okay, so how come you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped a little girl, but you would vote for Trump if he raped an adult woman? Because Trump has raped an adult woman. It was proved within a court of law, and that determination was made by a unanimous jury. So what is the relevant distinction between raping an adult woman not being sufficiently bad enough, but raping a little girl being sufficiently bad enough?
So when we go back to, again, policy, I know what you're trying to say. He did these things, whatever.
Solomon, I'm 3 seconds away from putting you on mute and repeating my question. Can we skip that part?
No, we're not going to skip that part. Because
let's skip the part of you pivoting, me muting, and re-asking you the question.
Dude, you pivot all the time, man.
I actually specifically am not pivoting. You have been constantly pivoting since you got up on this
Every
live.
time I ask a
and
question,
in fact, the one
pivot, it's fine.
conversational shift that we made, I made it explicitly clear that I was willing to continue having that conversation, but asked for your approval to talk about something else. So no, I have not pivoted in this conversation, but I want to ask you the question once again. You specifically said that you would vote for Donald Trump if he's raped an adult woman, but you would not vote for Donald Trump if he raped a little girl. What's the difference between raping an adult woman and a little girl that means you debate for him in one scenario but not the other? And Monica, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
I can't consciously vote for Harris because of her stance of abortion.
Okay. So Solomon, you will answer my damn question or you will be removed from my live and the entirety of my chat will laugh at you. I want all my chatters to get ready to laugh at Solomon when he doesn't answer my question. Everybody get ready to laugh. Why would you not vote for Donald Trump if he raped a little girl, but you would vote for Donald Trump if he raped an adult woman?
Okay. Because he wasn't convicted.
Oh my God. Okay. Jesus Christ. So you're saying that, okay, so you'd vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl because he wasn't convicted?
If he went to jail and he was held liable, absolutely.
So would you vote for Donald Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl?
Correct.
You would vote for Trump?
No. Sorry, I thought I misunderstood the question. No, I wouldn't. If he was held liable and went to prison for that, no, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay, well, like civil courts don't send people to prison. So he was held liable for raping an adult woman. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Donald J. Trump?
And did he go to prison for it? Was he convicted?
Civil courts determine financial responsibility. So he was ordered to pay her $87 million.
Well, then that just means that there just wasn't enough evidence for him to go to prison.
No, false. So the reason it didn't go to a criminal court where they send people to prison was because the statute of limitations had passed, not because there wasn't an unprecedented amount of evidence.
So then, okay, now we're just going to get into technicalities. So if he was held financially responsible for this, but he wasn't actually convicted, and that just means that there just wasn't enough evidence to convict him to go to prison. Because even it doesn't matter the amount of time. If there's enough evidence for someone to go to prison, they're going to go to prison.
No, that's false. There's statute of limitations, sir.
That under certain things, yes, but rape is not one of them.
Yes, there is. There's statute of limitations on rape in the state of New York.
Oh, in New York, sorry, different state.
So you're wrong.
Thank you. I can actually admit when I'm wrong.
What have I been wrong about?
I think the only thing with you is that you refuse to admit that Trump actually did good with certain policies and how he handled, like, let's say, even the border. But since he's Trump, you don't want to admit that.
Okay,
correct?
Well, we'll talk about that next. And I'm fine with admitting when Trump does something good, right? Like such as the Right to Try Act or the Operation Warp Speed. Those were great. But now let's go back to my question. You said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl, but you would vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult woman.
If he was actually held liable in the sense of going to prison, was convicted, substantial evidence, yeah, I wouldn't vote for him. Just,
Okay,
I mean, but then again, I can't vote for anybody because
so Trump was held liable. Okay. So you said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a woman. Donald Trump was held liable for raping a woman. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
Well, I'm still going to vote for him because he wasn't held liable, nor was he gone to prison.
Oh my God, he was held liable. Oh my God, you're okay. Okay, get ready for the dunk, guys. Here's the form that held him liable. Yeah, that's E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump. Here's a jury verdict form.
Yeah, I remember you showed this yesterday.
Yeah, he was held liable. Here's a court
I watch your
document.
lives way too much.
So yeah, Donald Trump was held liable for raping a woman. Do you concede now?
No, because
you just said that he wasn't held liable, and that's why you're still voting for him. I just showed you the court document that held him liable. How dense are you? Are you trolling me?
Do you not know how the law works?
I do know how the law works. You don't know how the law works.
Because there needs to be substantial evidence for people to actually be held liable in the sense of going to prison, saying, hey, you are guilty of sin. You did this, you go to prison.
Okay. We also literally have a lawyer on the live.
There's been plenty of times where people have said, hey, you know what? There's some evidence that he did. There's some evidence he's not, but we're going to hold him financially responsible for that. That's why it goes to a jury, because the jury is allowed to actually evaluate this process.
So the reason that Donald Trump, right, was held liable for grape in a civil court in comparison to criminally convicted of grape in a criminal court is specifically because the statute of limitations had passed for E. Jean Carroll to bring forth criminal charges against Trump. Okay?
So
and
is the only reason you're not voting for him is because of that conviction?
There's a multiplicity of reasons why I'm not voting for him.
Okay, so then why do you always come back to this point if that's not the only reason?
We literally talked about other points for 40 minutes. Solomon, dude, holy shit, I'm explaining to you how the court system works. You know what? I want you to repeat to me what I just said. If you cannot repeat to me what I just explained to you, I'm kicking you. You're on the dude, hot mic right now. I have explained this to you 4 times. Repeat to me what I have explained to me, or I am kicking you and I am moving on.
Just kick me.
So you listen, look at that, Solomon. Why the fuck will you sit up here, act like you're engaged in a good faith, productive conversation with me, and then turn around and admit to not even listening to what I'm saying?
Because I have other stuff going on, man. I have kids. I'm paying attention.
Oh my God.
To them.
So your excuse for not listening to a single damn thing that I've said is because you have kids?
I listen to plenty of stuff that you said, dude, but I can't listen to 100% of the stuff going on.
Yeah, he couldn't even explain what the difference was between a civil and a criminal court, even though that's what I've been telling him for the last 20 minutes. That, y'all, is your typical Trump supporter. That right.
And everyone
there,
yelling at me for not jumping in. Dean was doing just fine. I'm here for fact checking, and there were no lies detected, so he was cooking just fine.
I know, dude. This is crazy. I'm starting to have a little bit of a headache because these guests here, chat. I'm probably gonna hop off soon. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the first time in 6 months where I've legitimately had a headache. I've been in physical pain from how bad these guests are. What's up, Joshua? Are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump, and I don't know if you remember me from the last conversation we had not that long ago when we were filming, but I want to pick up on some stuff really quick.
When we were filming?
For Jubilee?
Were you on the you were on the Jubilee episode?
Yeah, the one that's airing tomorrow.
Which one were you?
I'm the black individual, the black guy who came up.
Oh,
I got a couple. I got probably 20 seconds each because you know how people are so eager to talk and automatically
yeah. Yeah.
So,
were you the guy that recognized me from the Brooks debate, or was that someone else?
That might have been somebody else.
Oh wait, I remember you. Yeah, you did come up a couple times. Yeah, I'm excited for that air tomorrow.
Times.
Well,
yeah,
honestly,
I'm looking forward to it too.
what are your share with the chat here? What were your preliminary thoughts? What did you think about filming the episode? How do you think it went down? I want you to tell the viewers in here a little bit about your experience as a Republican on there.
Yeah, I thought the idea and the premise of it was really, really interesting. I know it's the first time they really did something like that, surrounded. So I had a really, really good time doing it, kind of test driving a new idea. However, I will say, like I said before, I know you mentioned it. I watched one of your videos on your account and you mentioned it. I feel like it goes, the idea of raising your flag when you feel like somebody's not debating well was kind of missed. So a lot of the people who you were sitting with in the circle, they would raise their flag without even really they would raise their flag because they wanted to talk. Not because you were doing bad, because they wanted to talk. So when you were up there and you were debating, you wanted to quickly say as much as you can, as quick as possible. So it kind of skewed it up a little bit and made it a little bit hard to get arguments out and everything and have a good debate, because you have one side trying to speak as quick as possible before you get voted out because somebody else wants to come up and speak. So I think the idea overall it was a great idea.
Overall, how do you think everyone did? Do you think, from the Republicans' perspective, how did the 20 Republicans hold up against me?
Yeah, I think there were some people that, again, I'll give this to you. You're a really good debater in some of your techniques that you use. I think there's definitely a lot of Republicans that got tripped up pretty quickly and just weren't able to I don't know. They didn't have enough evidence to back their claims. I agreed with some of the claims, a lot of the claims, but they didn't have enough evidence to back it up, and they couldn't go up there in a public setting or in front of other people and have that kind of conversation because they just get tripped up pretty quickly. So I think there were some very good points made on the Republican side. However, they just did not have enough backing to prove it.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, yeah. You're honestly going to be my last guest of the night here before I end. Why are you voting for Trump, man?
So what I'm voting for Trump is I want to kind of shy away from the whole economic stuff and all that kind of stuff, but I really want to put it on racial issues.
Let's do it.
So when we take Kamala Harris and we put Donald Trump, I know a lot of people want to just bag on Donald Trump, like, oh, he said all these racist things, oh, he did all these racist things, blah 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 blah, blah. Like keep on going down, down, down. But at the end of the day, we have to look at a track record. We have to look at a track record of what Kamala Harris has done as DA of California. And I think that's overlooked a lot.
Be sure not to say the names of any drugs.
Oh yeah, I won't say anything. But she locked up a lot of people for minor drug offenses. She withheld evidence that would get 2 people out of jail. There's one individual, Kevin Cooper, who is on death row right now because she refused to let evidence in the courtroom and blocked it. There's another individual, George Gage, who has a life term in prison because she would not have DNA testing to prove that he did not commit the crime. And then on top of that, she, in 2015, when called upon by the Legislative Black Caucus to support bills that would have mandated that all police officers wear body-worn cameras and that the Attorney General's office investigate lethal officer-involved shootings, she declined that. So she has a track record in the minority community of just not caring, especially in the criminal justice system. That is, I mean, honestly, in the argument of race politics, we believe that is hurting us a lot. She has that kind of track record. And for me to sit here and be like, no, I'm going to vote for someone who has that kind of track record, I can't do that. I can't bring myself to do that.
Yeah, I got you. First of all,
go ahead. I'll let you talk. I want to interrupt. I want to actually have a good conversation right now.
Yeah, man, I hear you. So first of all, I mean, like, even if everything you just said was true, I'd still say that's a better track record than Trump, like calling all black people lazy and calling for religious persecution. But there's a lot of things that you said there that I don't think are necessarily true. One of them being Kevin Cooper, the guy in death row. So Kamala Harris prosecuted Kevin Cooper. He was put on death row, proven guilty. Kevin Cooper's lawyer argued that there should be further DNA testing done. Of course, the prosecutor, Kamala Harris, was like, hell no, we don't need that. That's a waste of resources. He's definitely guilty. A judge then ordered DNA testing. It was done, and he was well proven guilty again. He was not exonerated. His life was never on the line because the state of California stopped executions in 2006, and then this was even investigated in 2018, and there's no evidence found of wrongdoing on behalf of Harris. About young black men being locked up by Kamala Harris when she was acting as DA for petty drug offenses. There was about 65 locked up under her watch as DA. Sorry, 45 locked up under her watch as DA in San Francisco. However, it is specifically the case that there's a prosecutor prosecuting. And we also don't have race or gender statistics from the state of California with their crime rate, so we don't know that they were all young black men. And then additionally, she called for an end on the war on drugs in 2014, and she even co-signed on legislation in the Senate in 2018 to federally legalize the use of the drug. Then about the other person on death row and then the body cam thing, I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe Law down here does. Do you know what he's referencing?
George Gage, he's not on death row, but he will die in prison because he had I'm trying to pull it up right here. He has a pretty long sentence. He's not going to get out anytime soon. That's for sure.
So what did she do to George Gacy that was racist?
George Gacy?
Yeah.
She withheld evidence. It's
withheld evidence
here's
again.
Here's the thing that's kind of funny when it comes to Democrats and people vote. It's like she could do these kind of things, but if anyone that's white does the same exact thing, they're automatically called racist. You know,
I call Trump a racist. I call Trump a racist because he said all black people are lazy. Says he doesn't like black men counting as money.
So what has he done in office to help the minority? If we could have this kind of conversation though, what has he done in office while he had power to either harm or help the minority community? I'll list some right now.
He actively harmed the African American community by significantly decreasing funding to historically black universities, and then attempted to make that decrease in funding permanent. So he decreased it to $250 million per year, and then said this is a legislation.
I want to chime in on the George Gage thing real quick. George Gage was convicted in 1999 And Kamala Harris didn't become AG until 2011. So I'm curious how she withheld evidence in a case that she wasn't prosecuting.
Yeah, I'm pulling up my stuff I have right now on him.
And the thing about HBCUs is true.
While I'm pulling this up right now, can we get the exact numbers for the funding between the Trump administration and the Biden administration to HBCUs?
I got him. Yeah. So Trump did $250 million per year. They did $4 billion per year. And then like they renewed the funding to HBCUs like every like 4 or 8 years, historically speaking. But when Donald Trump got in, he decreased funding to $250 million per year, and then it made it permanent. Okay. Right. And the reason why that's an issue is because it would have taken 49 years to account for $16 billion given his policy. Biden and Harris step in, send HBCUs $16 billion in 4. Okay, right. And then also, we could account for like Donald Trump being racist, even though like most of the things were done outside of office in his past. I don't really.
I know, but I want to talk about in office though specifically because that's what affects all Americans. Just like I want to talk about Kamala Harris's track record as a DA, that affected all California.
Yeah, but there's also ways that like racism in his past affects all Americans though today. Because what it does is it normalizes.
Go ahead.
Also, her name is pronounced Kamala.
Kamala. That's what I'm saying.
Perfect.
So yeah.
No, dude, you're good. Don't worry about it. And then I just want to point out, like Trump's like historical like track record of racism does impact everyday people in America now.
So can we list some of the historical track records of racism that affects me as an African American right now? How that affects me?
Sure. Well, I could give you the historical pieces of racism, and I could tell you how it affects the African American community today.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like denying housing opportunities to black people in the 70s, calling all black people lazy, saying that he doesn't like black people counting his money, saying that Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because he's black, therefore he's been in Kenya, born in Kenya, saying that Kamala Harris isn't black and instantiating that there's a point where turned black and instantiating a point where she wasn't black prior, et cetera. And like this impacts the African American community today because you're essentially just like adopting, normalizing, and accepting, and even uplifting a vehemently racist man who's been endorsed by the KKK to be a leader of our country. Okay, that is regressive towards social attitudes towards members of the African American community. And then the ways that he's impacted. More examples. Central Park 5 black jobs, calling the African American community black with an S at the end. And the way that like he's also impacted the African American community in office, not only is by like decreasing funding to HBCUs.
You're saying that him calling African Americans black is racist?
Black with an S.
Because honestly, for me, I feel
black with an S at the end.
Oh, blacks. Okay. So because honestly, for me, calling us black or use a put whatever you want encompasses that for black individuals, it's not just all from Africa, African Americans. We're also from Haiti. We're from all over the world. That whole encompasses a lot of different
I agree with you.
Cultures within the black community.
I agree.
It's not always black American. So that's not a racist thing to say. Black,
I don't think
it's not racist.
I don't think it's racist to call black people black people. Saying, I think it's racist to call black people black with an S at the end.
Okay, so it's racist to call Mexican people Mexicans? Is that racist too?
And the big difference.
Okay, then why is it racist to call black people blacks? And like, what's racist about that?
Great question.
I really want to know.
I could give you an answer. So let's imagine you are looking to buy. Okay, maybe some people are in the chat are saying that it is. Okay, so maybe Mexicans is a dehumanizing term. Let's think about like a term that isn't dehumanizing, so I could really drive my point home. Christians.
Well, actually, let's use a term that's not dehumanizing.
How about Christians?
Let's keep it on race right now. I want to keep it on race. Let's use a racial term that we can use plural.
Whites isn't racist or dehumanizing.
Okay,
there we go.
Why is that not racist and dehumanizing? I want to know that.
Great. Yeah. So I could explain to you why saying black with an S at the end is and saying whites isn't. And I could explain it to you through the use of a very useful analogy. So let's imagine you are looking to buy a new gun. You want an AR-15. And you are presented with two options. Okay, you have two AR-15s that you could possibly buy. One AR-15 is just like straight off of the manufacturer's conveyor belt. It's never been used. It was just made $1,000. And then the other AR-15 was the same AR-15 that they used to kill kids in the Uvalde school shooting or Sandy Hook. Okay, you're obviously going to prefer to use the new AR-15 over the AR-15 that's been used to kill kids historically, okay? In fact, I might even say that we should take the AR-15 that was used to kill kids at Sandy Hook and fucking burn it, never use it again. Would you agree with me there?
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So there's like some AR-15s that have been used historically in very poor, derogatory, and honestly violent ways, and we should never use those ARs again. But there's nothing wrong with the ARs that haven't been used historically in those poor, negative ways. So the analogy here would be the term whites hasn't been historically used to dehumanize, reduce, belittle, and marginalize white people. However, the term black with an S at the end has. The term black with an S at the end has been used to dehumanize black people, to take away their humanity, to treat them lesser than white people. And then another good comparison, just to drive the point home further, is a comparison between the terms Christians and Jews. Okay? We should not use the term Jews because that is what the Nazis used to refer and to dehumanize all Jewish people. But there's nothing wrong with using the term Christians.
Okay, so actually, I want to bring that up because here's what it seems like you're doing that whole entire rant and argument. If you're trying to define the term racism, and you're trying to say, and this is the problem that I have when it comes to the Democratic Party and liberals in general, is that you want to sell this idea that minorities can go out there and redefine racism to whatever the color of skin is. So I can call you. It's fine if I say white, but it's wrong if you say blacks. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything. If I cannot call you one term, then you cannot call me one term, and vice versa. So if blacks is offensive, no. If blacks with an S is offensive, then I cannot call you whites.
Well,
with an S. I call you white.
The reason why the term black at the S. So there is good. So the reasons that I have to justify my claim that referring to black people as blacks, right, do not apply in the sense of referring to white people as whites. Okay? Right? So we have reasons why we say that term is derogatory, and those reasons don't apply to the term whites. It's like super duper simple. It's like, if we shouldn't use the AR-15 that they used to kill people in the Sandy Hook school shooting, does that mean that we shouldn't use any AR-15s? Purdy, I really appreciate you for the champion. I thank you so much. W's for Purdy in the chat. Like, let me legitimately ask you that. Would you ever use Joshua? Let me ask you a question. Would you ever use the AR-15? Let me get this out. Let me get this out, please, man. Would you ever use the AR-15 that was used to kill kids at Sandy Hook? Would you ever shoot that gun for fun?
No.
Okay, so using your logic, would that imply that we should never shoot any AR-15s for fun?
Okay, let's use your logic. Let's use your logic. So the AR that was used for the Sandy Hook shooting and any other AR, does that mean that the Sandy Hook shooting AR has a complete different name to it? It's a completely different name. It's not even an AR-15 anymore. It has a complete different name. Are we going to use that logic now? Are we going to use that exact logic? Because that same exact logic...
Sarian, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. For Analogy King Slay, I appreciate you, Sari, for the $10. I don't understand how you're not getting my point, man. You're being really dense.
No, I get your point. I get your point and what you're trying to say right now. But I'm saying it's extremely flawed. It's extremely flawed.
It is not flawed at all. Let's just...
Yeah, it's a flawed argument. It's a flawed argument.
Okay, I'm going to make it once more. You're missing the point. I could explain to you how you are missing the point if you will allow me to explain to you how you're missing the point.
I know how. Okay, go ahead.
You never use the AR-15 that killed kids at Sandy Hook because historically it's been used to perpetuate bad things. But you use other AR-15s. I never use the term black with an S at the end. Sorry, I never use the term black pluralize because it's been historically used to perpetuate bad things. But I'd use the name of other races pluralized that haven't been used to historically perpetuate bad things, like whites. Would you ever call Jewish people Jews? Or does that sound wrong to you?
No, I don't understand where you're going with this argument. This argument is It's baseless. And what I'm trying to say right now.
Cammy, I appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Cammy right now. Thank you for the $20. Another example: calling women females and calling men males. Like, oh, those damn females. Like, okay, we don't reference women as females specifically because, well, that's been used to dehumanize women. Okay, it's been used to belittle and reduce them down to what's in between their legs. But the term males hasn't been used to reference men that way.
See, now you're just running on emotion, and what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to explain to you.
This isn't an emotional argument.
You're running on emotion right now. You're saying, "Oh, that's demonizing because I'm using an S at the end." Like,
I've given you my logical qualifiers
right now, and what you're really trying to do right now is you're trying to redefine the term of racism, and you're trying to say that racism is a fluid definition.
Do you think it's okay to reference
based on the individual? What?
Do you think it's okay to wait? So do you think that you'd be running off of emotion when you wouldn't use the AR-15 used to shoot up Sandy Hook, but you would use others?
I just right here said that I would not do that. I would not use the same AR-15 that was used to shoot up
in the same way,
Joshua,
just try to understand my fucking logic. And the same way you wouldn't use, the AR. One moment, Joshua.
Okay.
In the same way you wouldn't use.
Have a good conversation. We gotta let each other finish our thoughts.
In the same way,
you're not letting me finish my thoughts.
In the same way, you wouldn't use the AR that shot up Sandy Hook, but you use others. I wouldn't refer to black people as black with an S at the end, but I'd refer to white people as white with an S at the end.
Like I said before, does the AR-15 at Sandy Hook, same build, same everything, and a different AR-15 that was not used? Do they have two separate names? That is what I'm trying to ask you.
No, they'd fall under the same category, as would like the term whites and black with an S at the end. They'd fall under the same category as the title of a race pluralized.
Yeah, this is what you're like. Okay, what's the basis of that argument, though? What's the basis of that argument? Because I just gave a rebuttal. You use it now.
I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Travis, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you so much. And Charles, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for the Tylenol. These guests are giving me a headache. Yeah, man, I'm getting a really bad headache today. Every single person I've talked to has been doing. I really appreciate you for the $25, Charles.
Let's just end it there. Great conversation. It's great debating you a little more.
I'm down to keep going because, like, the point that I'm driving home is so clear. Like, let me just, without interruption, I'm going to make my point, and then without interruption, you can make your response. How about that?
All right, let's go.
Okay. So my point is that we can say it's wrong to use the word black with an S at the end to refer to black people, while also saying it's not wrong to refer to white people as whites, because there's a historical context behind the term black at the S at the end that does not exist behind the term whites. Okay? Black at the S with an S at the end has been historically used in a very negative way. Okay? Whites has not historically been used in a negative way. And an analogy to this scenario was, what AR-15 are you going to use? Would you ever touch an AR-15 used to kill a child? No. The same way I never touch the term black with an S at the end. Would I ever touch an AR-15 not used to kill a child right off the manufacturing belt? Yeah. I love guns. They're fun to shoot. Would I probably reference white people as whites? I don't, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
So is that your argument? Are you done?
So tell me where I'm going wrong there.
Where you're going wrong with that, at the essence of what you're trying to say right now, is it's fine. Whether it's through history or whether it's through whatever, you're fine to say, you know what? To define a group of people, it's fine for people to use an S to refer to other people, but it's not fine for it to be the same way.
Yes.
I know to date, people are not running around saying blacks in a negative derogatory term. They're saying to date to represent the whole entire black community, which is subsections of different regions of Africa, South America, the Caribbean. That's what it's defining. It's not defining it in derogatory term. And you're going back and referencing history and everything. So then you also have to admit that throughout history, as a country, as a society, we have not changed.
Joshua,
we have changed.
I think I
We have
found
changed.
the issue in your logic. I did. It's the
Go
impact.
ahead, I want to hear it.
It's the impact, not the intent. Maybe I can agree.
Dean, can I hop in just for 2 seconds?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, Josh. So I think you're recognizing intent, and I think that's a valid way to look at it. That you're looking at if somebody's not intending it to be derogatory, then that should weigh into the situation. But I think the problem is that when you're using the pluralized form in the two different ways, there's a one group of the population that term has been used to denigrate and demean. And there's another population that has no historical basis for that. So in the interest of making sure that we're not perpetuating terms that were specifically designed and used and utilized to denigrate and demean, we don't really care about intent. We care about the impact.
Yeah, I could give you a really good scenario of impact versus intent.
Let's hear it.
Hitler intended to save the valuable lives of other white people that he thought were being intruded upon by the non-valuable lives of Jewish individuals, Romani individuals, gay individuals, and black individuals. His intent there was just to uplift valuable life. What's wrong with uplifting valuable life? There's nothing wrong with uplifting valuable life.
Very, 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 very.
But now, what the
extreme
fuck was the impact of his actions?
You're using a very, very extreme analogy not even fit in this case that we're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's a very extreme. That's a very extreme scenario that demonstrates its impact over intent.
Let's use your argument, for example. Let's use your argument that you're using, and you're going to do a whole nother analogy on this. Let's use your analogy that you're using. Saying the term blacks is racist because off of historically it was used as an offensive term. You're going to then use a whole entire genocide to analogize that? That's
dude,
insane.
you understand
that's insane.
You understand
those are honestly insane.
Hey, Joshua, you understand that the term blacks aided and abetted to the dehumanization that necessarily enabled white people to genocide and enslave black people for 250 years here at home in America?
Yeah, I'm very well aware of that. And I also know there's also a lot of other terms that were used that are not used to this day. But what my argument is that what you're trying to do, I have the same feeling with the N-word. I have the same feeling with all that kind of stuff. You guys, what you're trying to say is that it's okay for other people to use that term. You're trying to change the definition of racism based on who is the one actually doing it. And that's exactly what you're doing right now. That's exactly what you're doing right now.
So what is racism to you?
Racism is unfairly treating one race because you think you're superior than the other. That is racism.
Okay, so
that is racism as a whole. That is the essence of racism. But what your definition is of racism in this discussion so far.
Okay, so it's not. Wait, 1 second. So you don't think it's? I just want to clarify. So if there's a white person that doesn't think he's superior to black people, and he calls his other white friends the N-word, that's not racist because that's
that is racist. That is racist. Just like I think if a black person called me the N-word,
why is that racist?
No.
Why is that racist? Because it perpetuates harm against black people?
Just like I think if black people also call black people the N-word, that's racist. At the end of the day, it's a universal term. It doesn't change based on who's saying it.
Okay, so
just because you're a minority doesn't mean that you can do certain things.
We'll start off here. Wait, why is saying the N-word racist to you?
Because it was from a time, it derived from a time where black people were oppressed. They were going through slavery. That's where it came from. It
Joshua,
was
where did
it was a derogatory term. And you don't. Okay, you tell me where it's from then.
Joshua,
from now?
where did the term "black" with an S at the end come from?
You answer that question for me.
Yeah, it came with similar motivations to the N-word.
You can actually find old slave auction advertisements with that, 20 strong, pluralized black.
Jess, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. Julia with the $8. Micah with a $1. And Yvette, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate that for you. I'm dying. Eric, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. And Danny with the $5. Y'all are awesome.
What I'm trying to say right now is I think that you to say that blacks is a negative derogatory term is a very, 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 very big stretch. It's a big stretch. You with the liberal and also minorities, because the liberal party has convinced minorities apparently that they can just say whatever they want.
Holy shit. I'm so sorry, man. John with a $78 on Venmo. Holy shit, John. Oh my God. I want to get some massive W's for John. That is JON in the chat right now. I really appreciate you for the love, John, with this $78 on Venmo. John says, from a black man, thanks for cooking this black conservative while I listen at work. You're fucking welcome, John. I really appreciate you for the $78. That's insane. Thank you for the love, man. Massive W's for John in the chat. Incredibly kind. Thank you, John. Dude, what's like, I think, like, I'm pretty sure, like, logically speaking, if you're saying it's not racist for white people to reference black people as black with an S at the end, you'd also have to say it's, like, not racist for, like, an ignorant white boy to say the N-word. The reason being,
that is racist.
It is possible,
that is racist.
But just listen, hear me out. Because an ignorant white boy can say the N-word because that's just like what he's heard on songs, and he thinks he's cool for calling his other white friends that. Okay, but we're inclined to say that that's racist because of how that term has been used historically. But as soon as we allow for that logical train of thought, justifying the use of terms as being racist because of their historical usage, as soon as you validify that argument, you're also validifying the argument that it's racist to use the term black with an S at the end because of its historical usage. So what is it going to be? Are you going to say that it's valid for us to say using certain terms are racist because of their historical connotation, or are you going to say that it's invalid for us to say that using certain terms is racist because of their historical connotation? Because right now you're kind of picking and choosing.
No, I don't think I'm picking. I'm choosing.
You are. Explain to me where I'm wrong.
What I'm trying to say right now. Just for example, let's say this. Let's say that throughout history, because African Americans were enslaved, black people were enslaved, and everything, if as a derogatory term that we went around and started saying during that time, we started referring as white people as whites, and then throughout history, it kind of changed from like, you know what? It's not. We're saying whites because it embraces the whole European, European culture. Like, there's a lot of different countries, a lot of different cultures within whites. So I want to ask you that. Do you think? So now you think definition? No, actually, no. I want you to answer that question. Would that be racist? If to date we're like, no, what? Actually, that encompasses, as a community, we'll agree that actually encompasses everyone within that community from all different walks of life that identify as white. Because I will tell you right now,
is anyone following his question?
Kind of. So, but I guess my response to that.
But I want that, because I've been in the black community. I've known this. I do know that the term black or blacks is better because it encompasses and doesn't say, oh, just because you have black skin. No, just because you have black
Joshua,
skin. No.
I have an insane idea.
No, let me finish this. Let me finish my point. Because saying black does not mean you're just from Africa. It means you're from all over.
How about
using
this?
that full term? Actually, let's go.
How about this?
Let's do it.
Instead of saying black with an S at the end, can't we just say black people?
We could say that too. I'm saying there's so many different ways to say it.
So instead of saying black with an S at the end,
you know what?
Because that has a negative historical context behind it, just like the N-word.
We'll say black.
How about we say black people?
Fine term. Yeah, black people are a perfectly fine term to use. Perfectly fine term.
But would you say that we should use the term black people over black with an S at the end for the reason that there's a negative historical connotation behind black with an S at the end that isn't behind black people?
Fine, let's use black people. If that's going to make everyone happy today, let's use black people. If that's going to make everyone happy today,
this isn't like an isolated incident. For instance, during Jim Crow law segregation, what did white people call black people? They called black people colored. Okay? And that is why it is absolutely unacceptable to call black people colored today. What about during the times of racism? What did white people call black people? They called them the N-word. And that's exactly why it's unacceptable to call black people the N-word today. Now, throughout slavery, Jim Crow law segregation, and even modern day racists, what have all of them called black people? Black with an S at the end. The same fucking logic. It is so simple. If you think it's racist to call black people colored, if you think it's racist to call black people the N-word, you have no reason to say that it's not racist to call black people black with an S at the end.
You know what? I'm gonna put my hands up to this one specific topic on this. Get back on the race. What other topic on race you want to hit on? So I really would like to have a conversation. Unless you're too tired right now.
I'm
too tired for it right now.
I'm most definitely hopping off. I'm cooked, man.
All right.
I appreciate you for coming up, Joshua.
Yeah, you're welcome. Look forward to the video posting tomorrow.
yeah, have a good one,
All right.
man.
Eli.
Law, appreciate you for coming up, man. It's been a pleasure.
No problem, buddy. It's always fun. Everybody, thank you so much for getting Dean up to almost 3 million. I'm a little sad that we didn't hit it, but you guys did your work. I appreciate you guys.
Damn.
And
what? Whoa, we have 2.8 million likes. I didn't even realize.
And thank you, everybody, for your gifts and donations. I will put them to good use. I appreciate you all.
You're awesome, Law. Have a good rest of your day, man.
You as well, sir.
And Chad, I'm not hopping off quite yet. First of all, I wanted to thank Tony. Tony, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Tony, you're awesome. W's for Tony in that chat. As well as Jerica. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. W's for Tony and W's for Jerica. I really appreciate everyone for your support today. Now, I'm actually going to be back on live later. I just need to like fucking... I wish I could just have a nice glass of whiskey right now after that shit. I feel like I just went through war, man. I feel like I just went through war. Purdy, I appreciate you for the whale diving. You're awesome. Before I hop off here for the day, maybe when you guys leave the live, you could go like my recent repost. If you just click on my profile, you'll actually see it pop up. I posted it not even a handful of hours ago. The title is Dean versus 20 Trump supporters. It's already at 500,000 likes. That's going to be going live on Jubilee's YouTube account tomorrow at 9 a.m. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Joshua, that last guest who was up here from that Jubilee episode, that's how a lot of the guests were. Did I have that much film in it? I didn't. So I guess we're gonna see how it goes. So the first one of the first conversations I had was about Trump being racist, and I was giving this guy that I was talking to examples of Trump's racism. I brought up the Obama birther movement, and then he said that he also believed that Obama wasn't born in Kenya, and because he thought Trump was correct, therefore it wasn't racist. 3 million likes, let's go! W's in the chat for the 3 million likes. Y'all are phenomenal. You guys are awesome. I love you all. Go shoot Parker a raid. Head over to @Parker Get a Job on TikTok. If you spam it in chat, I'm sure that that'll direct other people as well. I will probably be watching over there with y'all. I do not feel like a co-host today. I feel like dying, actually. So head over to Parker's stream, show him some love. I'll be on later tonight once he gets off, though. So head over to @Parker Get a Job. I will see you all later tonight. Peace out, guys.
Bro. Dean, I don't even think it fixed it. I don't know. We'll see how this works. I don't know. Maybe the raid will help. All right, this person is completely out of it. Let's go to the next individual. Thank you for the Dean raid, everyone. I really appreciate it, y'all. Y'all are so nice. I really appreciate it, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I'm opposed to most of the platform on the Democratic Party.
Like what?
The amount of pushing they do for some LGBTQ issues, kind of putting it in our face.
What are you talking about? Has Kamala Harris done that puts it in your face? Jack, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Crystal, thank you for the $5.
Democrats in general. That's why I would never vote Democrat. So that's why I'm voting for Trump.
Democrats in general? Well, what do you mean?
Well, yeah, like in California, they passed a law They
So
passed a law in California.
Wait, how does that
if
have any
you
relation
give-
to? One, most Democrats don't do that. Two, what's wrong with acceptance?
I'm against it.
You're against acceptance of GAY people?
No, I'm
Alexis,
against.
appreciate the $11.11. Thank you so
I'm
much, Alexis.
against pushing it down our throats. I'm against.
How is it pushed
grooming
down your
children.
throat? Push down the hand heart. Thank you so much.
Well, like at parades, there's been a lot of LGBTQ people running around naked, getting naked at the White House. I find it disrespectful.
How? Wait, dude, what the hell are you talking about? How is that a relation to all of GAY people? I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Aren't there straight people that do things like that? And that's not. By the way, getting naked in front of people isn't being GAY. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Well,
And that's not pushing being GAY on people. That's someone engaging in indecent exposure in public. Right? Why do you look at someone the fact that they're GAY? Why don't you acknowledge the fact that if someone who's straight does it, you don't blame the person, everyone else who's straight? That makes no sense.
So I've
Danny,
only
thank
seen
you the $10.
It
Thank you so much.
Parades or at the
What are
White
you
House
talking
with gay
about,
people.
bro? Dude, what are you talking about?
I've never seen a straight person get naked at a parade.
Have you been to any of these parades where it happened? Jakari, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, you have. You saw it in
Yes,
you saw
in
it
New
in
York,
public.
yes. I was in New York on vacation, going to Times Square. Did not know that there was a parade and there were people exposing their genitals.
Like
And I was there with
in
children.
public. Appreciate the hand up.
Yes, in
Hang on,
public
thank
with
you.
my eyes. That's why I'm against it.
That has
Like,
nothing
you
to do with
cannot- you cannot
so
refute
one
my
thing,
personal
I have
experience.
no evidence indicating that's true. One, two. If it is true, how does that represent GAY people at all? Appreciate the hand art. Just because that has nothing to do with being GAY at all.
Well, it's happened in
And
Florida
even if you
also.
have, wait, what, dude? That has absolutely nothing to do with being GAY.
Well, it's happened many times. That's only one issue, though. That's one
Yeah,
thing. I have a
give
whole
me
list.
one source that indicates that. I'd love to see it.
One source that indicates what?
One
That I've
source that
seen it?
indicate. Yeah, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Samuel. Give me one source
Give you one source
that it
I've seen
happened,
gay
because
people
that would literally
you can
be
just
public
Google
information.
It happens almost every year. and
Never
every
seen
single
that. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Well,
I appreciate
you're
it.
in denial, and you.
And
just don't
Janelle, thank you for the
accept it.
$3. Thank you so much. No, you just have no source and you have no evidence.
You can
and you're just
Google
relying
it.
on
It's
a basic
very
claim.
common.
Oh, okay. Wait, what about the straight people who have the free the nipple movement? What about that?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay, but the straight people doing that, is that representative of all straight people?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're trying
Is
to push.
is that
I don't know what their
representative of
agenda
all
is.
straight people?
I don't even know that it exists. I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. So
That-
wait.
I
So
don't know
couldn't
what
you
free the nipple means. It seems to be some kind of a agenda. I don't know what that means.
agenda? But you're not saying that's a fault of all straight people.
I don't know what it is. I'm saying.
Darla, I
know
appreciate
what-
the $25
I know what
on
gay
Cash App. Thank
people
you so much,
getting
Darla.
naked at gay pride parades are.
Has nothing to do with GAY people at all.
What do you mean? It happens in
No, it
almost every
doesn't.
single gay pride parade.
No, you just lied. Give me you.
I did
You
not
just made
just
that up.
lie.
You just yes, you
I
did.
didn't-
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. You said it happens at most events. I guarantee. Type 1 in the comment section if you've been to a pride event and you've never seen that. Okay. Watch the comment section, dude. Watch the comment section. Look at this. Look at that. Bro, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bro's just like trying to get mad at something. That also, literally, there's no policy that you're referencing that Kamala Harris supports that is pushing it onto people. And also, why don't we talk about the fact that people have been pushing being straight on people? People have been pushing that for literally generations. Straight people are the ones that have been pushing being straight on people, not the other way around. Not the other way around. Like Christianity, maybe? You want to talk about Christianity? Also, you can unmute. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Danny, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. And Brandy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Literally. Laura, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much.
I don't care that Christians have been pushing it. I'm not Christian, and it's nature. It has nothing to do with.
What do you mean it's nature? Wait. Also, so you think everything that's natural is good?
What do you mean everything's nature?
Do you think everything that's natural is good? People starve to death naturally. Is that good? Is famine good? That's
I don't
disgusting.
even know what you're talking about. Talking about a sexual act.
Lucy, thank you so much. If people don't eat
A
food, they die
lifestyle.
naturally speaking. Is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. So not all things that are natural are good.
Not
That's why
eating naturally doesn't even make sense.
What are you
Like
talking
you
about?
read books and watched videos on how to debate to try to think you're making a point, and it's nonsensical. Completely
do you
nonsensical
think-
what you're
do you
saying.
think- do you
I'm
think-
telling you that heterosexuality is.
Do you think that in nature, because natural just means something that exists in nature, do you think starvation doesn't occur? Right? I'm just acknowledging, appreciate the jolly, thank you so much, appreciate it, that if something is natural, it does not mean it's good. There are plenty of things that are natural that we consider bad. Okay? So just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good. That would be a naturalistic fallacy. Bianca, thank you for the dollar. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The Smarty Pants person, you can accept my request to join the live. Otherwise, you're scared, bud. Unmute, bro. Unmute. Gabriella, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah,
I'm
like
not
literally.
scared. Yeah,
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person in the chat that was
I'm
spamming.
addressing
Push this
what
thing-
you
this
said,
best, thank you.
that heterosexuality was being pushed on people. And I'm saying
Yeah.
it wasn't pushed on people because it's natural.
Okay, so you don't think that conversion therapy is a thing?
Huh?
Push the gem gun. Thank you so much. You don't think that conversion therapy has been a thing? The literal traumatization of GAY
You're not addressing
people
what I
to
said.
try to make them not GAY, which is something that's not possible. Versus DJ Glass, thank you so much. That literally
I don't
traumatizes
think it's
GAY
possible.
people.
I don't know what that has to do with what I said.
That's the abuse of GAY people. You know that, right?
I think that's just a waste of time.
What's a waste?
Yes,
Okay. Okay, so
I didn't-
you
I didn't say
acknowledge
anything about
you
that. I
acknowledge
didn't
that there's
encourage it. I
been
didn't mention
you acknowledge that heterosexuality has been pushed on people. Momo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. So us just accepting GAY people is not pushing it on straight people. It's just accepting him. It's just accepting everyone, right?
No,
there's no reason to not accept GAY
lifestyle is a
people.
deviation of
It's not a
what's found in
lifestyle. It's
nature.
someone's sexuality. Is being straight your lifestyle? No. Did you choose to be straight?
Yes, it's a sexual lifestyle.
No, wait. Okay, so could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
No, being heterosexual.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is what
So
I
if you
am.
can't choose to,
And
if you
having
can't,
se-
wait.
having
So minister,
heterosexual
listen.
sex.
Hey, if you can't choose to do that, well then how can you say it's a choice for GAY people? Appreciate the paper crane. How can you say that's a choice? Sabrina, thank you for the 70 cents. Thank you so much. Thom, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much for loved watching you destroy Charlie. Thank you so much, Thom. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Carrie with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Carrie as well? W's for Thom and Carrie in the comment section right now for the Venmos. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comments? Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Y'all are so kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everyone tap the screens front to 500,000 likes shit live as well. Thank you so much, everyone. What were you saying? Or did you want to respond to what I said?
Your example was kind of like a hypocritical statement that could be easily debunked.
How am I hypocritical for that? Tell me.
The way it would be debunked is by you saying, no, the statement, I'm not, you probably are a hypocrite in general, but your statement was hypocritical because you're saying that being gay is not a choice. That's how they're born. So then that
Same
would
thing
apply
with
to
being straight.
transgenders. They should accept being born what gender they are. They shouldn't cut off body parts or take hormone blockers. You can't just apply it to gay lifestyle.
What? How is gender the same as sexuality, right? What aspect of gender are you comparing to sexuality here? Right? Because one could be a choice and the other one could not. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. That doesn't change anything. Also, as it relates to trans people, it's not a choice. It's a desire that they have. Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. So they don't necessarily choose that desire. That's just the desire that they've had. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Does that make sense? Okay, and he can't unmute. Give him a second. Hit the profile picture on the bottom right and click the microphone. Gabby, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So do you think penguins that choose to be in GAY relationships and actually raise children
I'm
in
not going to
GAY
answer a
relationships,
closed
do you think
question.
they're
That's just
choosing?
nonsense. Your debate, you and your
Are
Buddy
the Penguins
Dean with your
choosing?
debate tactics, just nonsense. But I just told you why I don't vote Democrat.
Elisa, appreciate
And
the dollar. Thank
I
you
have
so much.
many more besides that.
Yeah, so you're just a homophobe. That's
Growing
why.
up,
So like, yeah, like I mean,
Growing up in the 80s.
if the reason why you're voting for Trump is because you're a bigot,
no, actually,
well then
I'm
you're
not
just
homophobic.
telling
I
me.
tell you,
You're
can I be
just
honest
telling
with
me
you?
everything. You're
Let me
just telling me all I need to know.
No,
You're a bigot.
you don't know me well enough. You don't know me well enough.
Yeah,
to
I
know
just heard
if I'm
that you're a
homophobe
bigot, man.
or
What
if
are
I
you
have gay
talking
friends.
about?
But
Caitlin, thank you for the dollar. Thanks.
as
Oh my
soon
gosh,
as
you have
they
GAY
took-
friends. You couldn't possibly be a
as soon as they
homophobe.
took immoral
Patrick, thank you for the
actions,
ICU.
no.
Is it religion
I'm
that you
not
think
a
it's wrong?
homophobe.
Yeah, you
Huh?
are. Cammy, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much,
scared
Cammy. I
of
really
gays. I don't know
appreciate
why
that. Thank
would
you
call
so
me
much.
homophobic.
What are you talking about? You literally just what would you just say?
Listen, I'm 52 years old. I've seen a lot. I've never, ever had anything against gay people. But when they started putting it
That's
out
a
in
damn lie.
public, when teachers
Look
started
at him.
saying
But
they've been forcing our children to have sexual,
let me just
so I'm
express
gonna
my
be-
bigotry
I'm
right now
saying
to
in
show that
public-
I was contradicting
I'm saying
myself.
in public with the nudity. With the nudity,
That has nothing to
not
do with
holding hands.
GAY people.
No.
You are like
I didn't-
insane, bro.
I
You're
didn't
insane.
say everything perfectly. I'm talking
No
about
such. Thank you.
I'm talking about nudity in front of children.
That has
Sexual
nothing to
acts.
do
Do you
with
know how many
GAY
videos
people.
I've seen?
Wait. Do you think it's
parties
wrong?
At bars where,
Bro, this is honestly, I'm not engaging with this. You're just a fucking weirdo. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Bro's just a weirdo. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, David. Erica, thank you so much for the gem gun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. So actually, I don't want to waste your time, but I basically wanted to ask you.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you, though. I do appreciate you a lot. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Why does it matter?
Oh, well, you said it a little late. I thought he wasn't there. Chat, we only add up people who are disagreeing for debates. Else I would have to add up everyone who agrees. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And we would get like almost no debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I think he has really good policies around immigration. I think that the border is being flooded with illegal immigrants currently. And I think him wanting to close the border is a really great thing because they're getting opportunities to live in these amazing areas without really having to work. So that's one of them. Another one I'm sorry?
Can I address that real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so how do you feel about him undermining the border bill?
I'm not really familiar with that. Would you mind sharing a little more?
Yeah, so there was a bipartisan border bill actually written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford, that would have made the asylum processes go faster instead of it taking 8 to 10 years. It takes 1 year maximum, 6 months on average. So like that would have heavily expedited the process for that. It would also give in funding to build the wall. It was a really conservative border bill, and it would have passed if Trump didn't call people in Congress to not vote for the bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good. He said it was the appropriations, but then they split the bill with the appropriations by themselves, the Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan funding, and then also the solo border bill. And then the solo border bill didn't get passed, but the appropriations did get passed.
Wow, that's actually really cool. I didn't know about that. Thank you for kind of sharing that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you care about immigration, actually the ones who are fighting for that is actually like the Biden-Harris administration. Trump cares more about using it as a talking point for the election than he actually cares about, getting constructive legislation done.
That makes sense.
To the border.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Is there any other reasons you want to vote for Trump?
No, for now, I think that one's kind of my biggest one.
Okay, for sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, Pink Butter, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Oh, shit.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22?
Are you voting Trump?
100%.
Why so?
I just think that he brings back wanting to be an American. I feel like this country, it doesn't feel like the United States anymore. We don't feel connected. It just doesn't feel the same.
If he's bringing back wanting to be American, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Then why is he saying that we live in an uncivilized country?
Look at all his rallies, man. Like,
do you think we currently live in an do you think America is uncivilized?
No.
No, you don't think it's so. You do think it's civilized. So why is he saying that we're uncivilized if he's such an American exceptionalist? Think of the Jolly. Thank you so much.
I don't know.
Wouldn't America be great even without him? If it's so great,
I don't think America would be great without him, to be honest.
So the only way America is great is if Donald Trump is our president.
100%.
So America's never been great before Donald Trump.
Well, no, it's been great. That's why I said bring it back. Like,
appreciate the Rosie. Thank you so much. Okay, so America can be great without Donald Trump. Appreciate the hand lights. Thank you so much.
Say it one more time, man.
So America can be great without Donald Trump.
We can with someone that's like Donald Trump.
With someone who's like Donald Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was America great? And when was America great?
When you go to a Trump rally.
When was America great?
When you go to a Trump rally, you have people chanting USA, USA, USA.
Actually, at a Harris rally, they do chant USA.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Actually, I've seen it in multiple occasions.
Which one?
I'm talking just like typical ones that I've seen. There was one in Las Vegas, in Arizona.
No, man. It didn't happen.
Pennsylvania.
No, it didn't happen, man. It's just, I don't know, man. It just makes me want to be American. You know?
Okay. Don't you like? Okay. Why does it make you want to be American? Right, to have a guy who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman as your president.
Did he go to jail?
I'm talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I know. Did he go to jail?
He was held civilly liable, which means that he had to pay millions of dollars. The reason why he didn't go to jail is because that's through a criminal court, which criminal courts, they couldn't try him in a criminal court because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event occurred. And many victims either don't come out, 61% don't come out with the fact that they've been assaulted, right? Or it takes them decades to come out. And this is one of those instances. We have medical records and vast evidence, right, that indicate that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump, okay? So that's why the jury of 9 people unanimously determined that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll against her will, right? Again, unanimously when the decision did not have to be unanimous.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's not in jail. It's like,
okay, so Hitler never went to jail. Was he guilty?
I don't know.
Actually, he did go to jail before the Holocaust. I'm talking after the Holocaust because I'm saying was he guilty of the Holocaust? He actually did go to jail. That's where he wrote Mein Kampf.
We're talking about today, man. We're talking about.
I'm asking you, do you think that Hitler was guilty for the Holocaust? Because he never went to jail for it.
Yeah, I think he's guilty for the Holocaust.
So just because they didn't go to jail doesn't mean that they're not guilty. So can you give me the reason why? Wait, can you first can you tell me the name of the victim?
Trump to Hitler right now. Well, how many?
No. Actually, what I'm showing you, hey, Aaron, what I'm showing you is that it is the case that just because they have not been put in prison does not mean they are not guilty. I'm not comparing necessarily Trump to Hitler. I'm comparing that concept in particular. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, that makes sense, man. I get you. One thing I wanted to ask: what do you think about the Trump assassination attempts?
I think that political violence is bad. I think we should beat them in the polls, not with violence. but I do think he should be put in prison.
Have you seen videos of Kamala, Biden, and I forgot who else promoting violence towards Trump? Have you seen
I don't like promoting violence towards Trump, but I'd like that he were behind bars. That'd be great.
No, but have you seen the video of?
I'd like to see Trump behind bars. That'd be incredible.
You said that you don't like promoting violence, but Biden on an interview or I think I forgot where he was, but he said
how did they promote violence?
Because he said he'd take Trump out back and beat his ass.
Okay, that's a total lie, dude.
No, it's not. Look, I promise you can look it up. Look up just when you're
dude, what?
Yeah, when he said.
I can't even see Joe Biden saying that. I can't see that.
I take Trump out back and give him an old
school. Dude, the fact that he believes something like that is crazy as fuck, dude.
It's not a lie.
What are you talking about?
Look at your comments. Yeah. They're all saying it's true.
Can you play me the video?
I mean,
and also Joe Biden's not running.
I know, but I'm talking about what do you think about them promoting violence towards Donald Trump?
I disagree with violence. I disagree with political violence. I've already, Aaron, I condemn political violence on both sides. How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wants to pardon the people that pled guilty themselves of violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
I haven't seen that yet, so I can't make
so I can send you multiple articles right now if you'd like.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, look up Trump. Trump will pardon January 6th rioters.
Okay, well, I think I'd have to leave.
You can find it from NPR.
I would have to leave the live for that, so I'll definitely look it up. I'll tell you that. But hey, I gotta go, man. Honestly, okay. I didn't think you were gonna pick me.
Appreciate you coming up. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 700,000 likes. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump? Oh, you cut out. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
I'm mostly voting just because of the immigration laws and the things he's doing for the country. Mostly just because, like the last guy said, I do think he'd bring a greater good to the country. And I think it would make Americans more unified. I feel like right now we, as Americans, are really fighting kind of against each other. And, I do also think benefits of not sending as much money to foreign countries. And as a Catholic, I do like his laws against abortion.
Okay. Do you think women who have been raped should be able to get access to an abortion?
Personally, not really, but that's mostly just because
So
I think
what about children? A 10-year-old girl who gets raped, do you think she should be able to get access to an abortion?
That is a very low number on that, and it's
regardless, do you think that 10-year-old girl that got raped should be able to get access to an abortion?
No.
No, you don't think so?
I don't
think they should be
so,
forced to go through that pregnancy? So they get raped by their uncle, they should be forced to go through that pregnancy.
I mean, yeah, you could say it's forced, but that's more of a personal thing. But the personal thing about it is I think that if we were to kill the baby, wouldn't that just be fighting bad with bad? If that woman,
most of the pregnancy, thank you so much, because she didn't cause the pregnancy. It's a 10-year-old girl. She didn't cause the pregnancy.
How many 10-year-olds have been able to have a baby after being raped?
Regardless of that number, you're saying it should happen in even one circumstance?
Well, I'm saying
I don't think that should ever happen. I don't think that a 10-year-old should ever be forced after already being traumatized. That's insane.
Yeah, it's true.
She didn't cause that event. How could you say that she has an obligation if she didn't cause that?
As a 10-year-old girl, to get an abortion, having to go through most of the procedures of even some that are, even a home remedy of them, whatever they're doing in the abortion facilities, I'm not that knowledgeable on, but they are taking babies from
Denise, thank you so much for the $25 for send Trump to jail. Thank you so much, Denise. I really appreciate it. Tessa, thank you for the $33.33 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
But they are in those facilities, grabbing out babies, taking them out limb by limb. Don't you think that would be more traumatizing?
Wait, there's actually... Okay, so what do you think... How do you think how most abortions are conducted? Do you think that's how most abortions are conducted?
I don't know if that's how most of them are. I'd have to fact check that.
No,
but
definitely
the thing
not.
is that, but that does happen. Isn't that one traumatizing?
Let me ask you this question. Do you think abortions are wrong within the first 5 weeks of a pregnancy?
In the first 5 weeks, yes.
Why?
Because that baby is still a baby. if
Okay,
you
so
are-
life is it because of life at conception?
Life at conception. What do you mean?
Do you think because life begins at conception that specifically that's why it's wrong to kill it?
Not specifically, no. I think that a baby is
When do
a
you care
baby
about it?
the whole way through. But that is mostly, the argument of a clump of cells. I think that is not a clump of cells. I think a lot of things can
Wait,
be
at
argued
what
that
point
we
do
are
you value it?
clumps of
You're
cells
not answering my question. At what point do you value it?
I value it right as the baby is starting to be formed in the womb.
Oh, so at implantation?
So whenever they have sex?
No, okay. So conception happens. Do you know what fertilization is?
I mean,
The
I'm not
sperm
going to say
fertilizes
that I'm
the
the
egg?
smartest being on it, but yes, I would think I do.
You don't know what conception is, fertilization. Where in the human body does conception occur?
I couldn't tell you that one. You want to tell me?
Where in the human body does pregnancy occur?
In the stomach? I don't know. What
The
does this have to do with
the stomach? Where you mean where your food goes?
I don't
You
know.
think
In the
that you
uterus?
think that the baby is held in the stomach?
In the uterus, man. Well, either way.
Jesus Christ.
How
dude.
does this
Lucas,
go
thank
in
you for
with
the
the
dollar. Thank you
argument?
so
Are you
much.
saying you asked me whenever I think the baby is a baby, and I think that is as soon as the baby starts to get
Thank you,
formed.
Jeff. Good. Okay, so is it at conception or is it when pregnancy begins?
At conception.
Okay, so do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
I do not. But on a faith
but it can stop implantation. It can stop the conceived cell from implanting into the uterine wall, which causes the death of that conceived cell.
I'm actually gonna change my answer here. On IUD, as a Catholic, I don't think that it's needed. I think that
so do you
if
think
there
they're
were
murderers?
better, if you are to go through with having sex, you should know that there's the chance of you having a baby. And you go back to your rape argument. What is the point of killing the baby? And that still adds to the trauma.
No, I'm asking you a question. You're pivoting. I'm asking you.
Okay.
Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No. Well,
no.
I
But
would
the
say
IUD.
no, but I think that's more of a personal thing. I think that's more of a matter.
Do you know what an IUD is?
Yes.
What? What is it?
I mean, I don't know the exact definition, but I know that's a thing that you stick in there, and it stops you from having kids. I'm not going to say I am a genius on that.
Wow, dude, fucking genius, dude. I know. Yeah, absolutely. So as it relates to the IUD, the point that's relevant to this concept, it's an intrauterine device, right? It's that it specifically can prevent a fertilized egg, a zygote at conception, from implanting into the uterine wall.
Okay, but I'm actually asking. I'm not talking about IUDs. I'm not talking about that.
No. But like, if you think that women who have IUDs are murderers, do you think women who have IUDs should go to prison?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so then why should
that is a socially accepted thing?
So some
IUDs
murder should
are
be
different.
legal. So
No.
some murder should be legal.
I'm not. Did I ever say that?
Okay,
No.
if no
IUDs
murder should be
and all
legal,
that
well then
have
it should
nothing
be
to do-
illegal, right? First thinking lines. Thank you.
Well, you could say the exact same thing about abortion.
Should
pills
murderers
and
go
all
to
that.
prison?
What'd you say?
Should murderers go to prison?
Yes, I definitely think so.
So women who have IUDs should go to prison.
I never said they were murderers, did I?
Okay, so they're not murderers.
No.
So killing a conceived zygote is not a murder. You're not a murderer for ending the
Are you
life
saying
of the
that
zygote.
IUDs kill zygotes?
Yes.
Well, then I don't think IUDs are not a part of abortion. Abortion is a whole separate thing. IUDs are meant to stop from you getting pregnant. IUDs are meant to stop that. Whenever you are pregnant, you are having the kid.
Wait. Okay, you understand? If they're stopping pregnancy, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which would be killing some lives. So you think in some
you said it
instances it's
kills.
murder? It does. Because it prevents the zygote from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore leading to the death of the zygote.
So then, in my opinion,
So
if it
human
leads to
cellular
the
life
death of a
dies.
zygote,
You
then it
care about the
should-
zygote. You think the zygote's a person.
The zygote, I mean, yeah, I think any stage in a pregnancy makes it a person. And a zygote or whatever. But I think as an IUD, it's different. But I think you're mostly changing my mind here. I would expect IUDs should not be used. I don't think IUDs are meant to be used. I think that if you are going to
if
have
a woman
sex,
has an IUD, they're a murderer and they should go to prison.
I never said they were a murderer.
So then why shouldn't they be used?
I think that they are so that they don't know the thought of what they're doing.
Okay,
I don't.
okay. So if you don't know if what you're doing is wrong, then you shouldn't go to prison.
That's not what I'm saying. That is completely out of this realm. To say that they don't know that they're doing wrong, I could say a murderer could walk in a room and say, "I don't know. I didn't think that killing that person was wrong." That is completely different than a woman doing an IUD. That is not to be seen.
Okay, so tell me why it's not murder, because you're killing a life under your view, and you think it's unjustified to kill that life. That's what murder is. Murder is unjustified termination of a human life under your view, right?
Yeah.
So that's an unjustified termination of a human life.
So I'm saying that
That's
IUD
murder.
should not be used.
Okay, so if they should not be used, that implies that you think it's murder.
Yeah, sure. I think it's murder.
Okay. So if you think it's murder, then women who have IUDs should go to prison.
I never said that they should go to prison because they don't know.
So all murderers shouldn't go to prison?
I never said all murderers shouldn't go to prison. IUDs are different. IUDs are a...
Hannah, think of the $5 from an IUD user. Leah, think of the dollar. I will ask about that. And Denise, think of the $25. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
IUDs are legal. And you can go get an IUD. I'm saying for the ban of abortion facilities. You're pivoting here. You're pivoting to an IUD.
Ian, this isn't a pivot.
Totally different.
This isn't a pivot, because if you are committed to saying that you think it's a person at conception, well, then you're also committed to saying that women who have IUDs are murderers, because this would be lead to unjustified termination of human life, which would specifically be the case that under your view, since it's unjustified termination of human life, they're murderers and that they should go to prison. But I think it's a ridiculous statement to say that women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to prison.
But I didn't
So
say
I don't
that.
think you actually hold to that. And the reason why I'm using this is because I don't think you're going to hold to that, and it's going to make you rethink, right? You saying that zygotes have value. Does that make sense? I'm trying to get you to rethink that zygotes have value.
But the thing is, too, is IUDs are a legal thing. You can't compare an IUD.
If IUDs lead to the same thing, then IUDs are also wrong. I can also give you another example, like IVF. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. When people are engaging in IVF, they might create multiple zygotes that aren't used, and those zygotes die. Do you think IVF should be banned?
What? Can you re-explain that to me?
When people engage in IVF, they create some zygotes that aren't used, which leads to the death of those zygotes. Do you think IVF should be banned because it's murder?
Honestly, I think anything that involves the stopping of fertilization should be illegal. I think that we should get rid of IUDs and get rid of all these birth controls. Because honestly,
thank you so much.
What do we absolutely need to have IUDs
So wait, no.
and all that?
I'm asking about IVF. I'm asking about do you know what IVF is? Do you know what IVF is?
Not fully, no.
Okay, IVF is like in a petri dish, right? Pretty sure the head massage. Thank you so much. They create a human life, like a cell conception. Pretty sure the falling for you. Thank you so much. And then later they might use that to implant it into someone's uterine wall, right? Which will begin pregnancy. So it's like it's causing conception, right? But outside of the human body, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you still have conceived zygotes that you consider to be valuable lives, and those conceived zygotes will die, right? Because we don't use all of the conceived zygotes that we create. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. And if that's true, then you think that, right, IVF should be banned because it leads to the murder of zygotes.
But don't you think that's the same thing?
RR, appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Alicia, appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So you're saying that some zygotes live and some zygotes die in the process of the what you just said.
Billy, I appreciate the sage. Thank you so much. Yes.
Isn't that the same thing as having sex? Some of your sperm cells are going to die on the way, and some of your sperm cells are going to live and have a human baby.
No, what I'm saying, I'm not talking about the sperm cells, whether or not you value those. I can bring that up as well. I'm talking about IVF. IVF creates zygotes, and some of these zygotes aren't used. The zygotes are people under your view. Austin, thank you for the $32. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate Austin. Austin said, my husband is 32 and is an IVF baby. Many zygotes died for him to live.
Okay, but I'm saying, in my personal opinion on abortion, I think that anything that has started to form a human life should not be killed in any sort of way. And zygotes or whatever, I think they should all be able to live through the full pregnancy and they shouldn't be messed with through the.
Thank you. So should IVF be banned then? Should IVF be banned?
Yeah, honestly, I think so.
Okay,
I think a
so
lot
if we
of
should-
stuff should be. Wait, what IVF was to put some of those in. No, I don't. Okay, no, I don't think IVF should be banned. Sorry,
Okay. So then
I'm
you're okay. You're
overthinking
okay with systematic murder
No, I'm not saying
under
I'm
your own
okay with-
worldview because
You're
you think
saying
that the zygotes
some
are
things
valuable
might
life.
die and some things might live. Every single zygote,
Ian, it's almost undoubtedly that you're going to have some zygotes that die when you engage in IVF.
Isn't that the same thing with sperm cells? You're obviously going to have some sperm cells that die, and some.
Oh wait, if you think the zygote is comparable to a sperm cell, well then you should re-question the value you place upon zygotes to then restrict women's access to like autonomy over their body for again something that you value to the same degree as a sperm cell.
I value anything that can come to be a human life.
Yeah. Okay. So do you value sperm before fertilization? Thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much. And also, zygotes already are human life.
Zygotes already are.
I just
human
don't care
life.
about cellular human life. I care about sentient human life. Vanessa, thank you for the $20
So
on
your
Venmo. Thank
opinion
you so much. I
is- so when
appreciate it.
do
Thank you so
think
much.
that,
And Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Do you have an opinion on when you think abortion would be wrong?
Elective after sentience, right? But that's really late into
So-
the pregnancy.
So when would you say that they gain sentience?
Likely between 18 through 26 weeks.
So you think anything before that, if it was to go in, either whether that's a chemical abortion or through any other type of
Oh yeah.
That's
Abortion
fine.
pill, that's totally fine. Any abortion prior to sentience, I have no issue with.
See, but I think this is definitely a personal based matter, which everything in most of these conversations are. But in my personal opinion, everything before that is still a human life. You would
Hannah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, I don't care about just human life. I care about human sentient life.
So you think that even though the baby will be able to live and have a whole life, they will get
Yeah,
to
I
that
don't
point
care
where
about
they
sperm.
have sentience.
You don't care about sperm either.
before that.
You don't care about sperm, do you?
I don't care about sperm?
Yeah, you don't care about sperm.
No,
Even
I
if
care
were-
about my sperm.
If you're engaging in intercourse, do you have the right to pull out? There
course.
could be a future person from those sperm.
Yeah, but that you have not planted it into the egg. There is no hope of a
Why does that
sperm
matter?
cell
Why
by
does that
itself
matter?
becoming a baby.
There's you said what was valuable was the potential.
Of course, it's valuable because
are you saying
it will
there's
actually
not
happen.
potential?
If
Are
you
saying-
don't have an
wait,
egg
Ian,
without sperm, then there's
if,
no baby.
Ian, if you're saying there's no potential to create a baby when engaging in intercourse, push the superpower. Thank you so much. Well, then why would someone have
I never said that
responsibility
there
for
was
something
no
that had
potential.
no
I
there
said
was
that
no
there needs to
potential
be-
of in the action they were engaging in?
I said there needs to be an egg and a sperm cell.
Evie, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. But what you just said was that it's valuable at conception, right, and whatnot, because there's going to be a future sentient being there. Hannah, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
With having sex, you should know the value of it. You should know that there might be a child involved. And
so, at what point do you think it's a person? Do you okay? Like here, I'll give you an example. Do you think that this is a person? Because you think zygotes are people. Do you think that? Yo, thank you so much for the baby dragon, Trin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you think that this is a person?
What is that?
Since you think zygotes are people, do you think this is a person?
Is that a zygote?
Do you think this is a person? It's a microorganism.
No, that there is a major difference.
No,
is that
that's
what
not a
is, what
person?
is
You don't
that?
think
You don't-
microorganisms?
it's a microorganism.
If you don't think microorganisms are people, well then obviously a zygote's not a person. Running with scissors. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Obviously, then microorganisms can't be people. If microorganisms can't be people, a zygote can't be a person. Is that your view?
Is a
or is this a person? Is this a person? You just said microorganisms
That's like
can't be
asking
people.
if a plant is a person.
What?
You just said is a microorganism a person? If it is going to become a person, if it
Amy,
has
thank you for the $5.
the
Thank you so
steps to
much.
become a person, why would you end that?
Wait, so do you think microorganisms can be people? Or do you think a person could be a microorganism? Interesting.
It's not.
Oh, it's either, no, just random lag somehow. MAGA Mobile really saving this
Don't know
guy.
what to say. I don't know really what a microorganism. You want to explain it to me?
You don't know what a microorganism is?
No, I don't.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Dude, tell me.
You don't even
Tell
know,
me.
if you don't even know what a zygote is, then how can you tell me the value of the zygote overrides the woman's autonomy?
I think it does. Because a zygote
okay.
has the opportunity to become a person.
So does a sperm.
So does a sperm. But if
Okay, wait, Ian, I want to clarify first.
Your zygote has.
Let me go over let's go over what a microorganism is.
Okay.
Okay, do you know what bacteria are?
Yes.
Those are microorganisms. Do you think
So
bacteria?
you're comparing a bacteria to something that could turn into a human.
Because they're both microorganisms. I'm just
So
comparing the
everybody
fact that they're
on Earth
microorganisms.
is just a bacteria?
Wait, I'm asking, do you think
You just
people
said
can't-
no. You just said every single person is basically a micro. You just said that.
I
You
did not
said
say
every
that.
single
I did-
person is a microorganism.
I said zygotes are, genius.
You are comparing the exact same thing.
Ian, I said zygotes are.
But can a microorganism turn? It
Your
can turn
brain
into
is.
a human. So
Your
you're
brain
saying
is.
you're saying I'm a microorganism?
Yeah, not everyone else, just you.
Someday.
Because you think people can be microorganisms.
Is it going to be a person someday? Is it in a womb? Is it attached to an egg?
Okay, again, sperm cells can also be in the exact same scenario. Just because it isn't attached to the egg yet doesn't mean that there isn't potential.
Turn into a person.
Wait, by the way, let me ask you the question.
Turn into a person.
Do you think the
sperm cell?
do you think the sperm cell that created you, that literally led to your existence?
Yes.
Do you think that it had a potential to be you prior to conception?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. So was that sperm cell?
Obviously, it would be.
Ian,
It has the potential, of course.
Ian. So is that sperm cell then valuable because it had potential prior to conception?
Yes, I think that sperm cells are valuable. Why would they not be valuable?
Sperm deserve rights?
Did I say sperm is not attached to an egg? Sperm is a whole different thing.
So okay, but you just said that it's a rights-bearing individual because it has potential to be sentient. So again, you think that the sperm cell prior to conception that created you think it was valuable prior to the conception?
Well, if it created me, it's obviously a valuable thing. Sperm is a valuable thing. Why would it not be?
So I have a question.
Is your sperm a valuable thing? Do you think the sperm cell before? Do you think your sperm cell was a valuable thing?
Do you think that instead a person pulled out in that circumstance? Do you think that they're murdering you?
I never
because you were a sperm cell that was about to be
connected to an egg. They did not have the intent.
Okay, but you just said that it had value. You just said that it had value before conception.
Of course, all sperm. I said this all goes back to what I said. If you are going
so then, if you kill the sperm,
the same idea
if you
that
kill
there
the
will be a
sperm
child.
by pulling out, do you think that you murdered someone?
No, that is completely different because your sperm cell is not attached to an egg.
Okay, so Hillary, I appreciate this description. Thank you so much. So again, why is a zygote valuable? Because you said it's only valuable because there's a future person there.
Yeah, because there is. Well,
okay, so again, what you're not understanding is that the sperm, right, going towards the what's it called, the egg, right, in that process when you're engaging in intercourse, that also there's a potential baby there if it's going to lead to you. So the time that your parents were engaging in having you, right, or making you, right, it is the case that you were valuable as a sperm cell. So if your father pulled out, right, you think that that's a murder because they prevented a future person.
No,
Amber, thank you for the $9. Thank you so much, Amber. And thank you, Melita. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you.
You're comparing pulling out to killing a baby mid-phase of going through their making.
What?
You're comparing pulling out to abortion to
I'm
killing
comparing
the baby that is attached to a
I'm
egg.
comparing pulling out to killing a zygote. Yeah.
To killing a zygote.
Yeah,
So
killing
I
a
said-
sperm cell to killing a zygote. Yeah, that's what I'm comparing.
That's what you're comparing. So
First
the
people know
zygote
because
that
you said
is
what was
in
valuable
conception-
about the
a
zygote.
that is in conception. That's what I'm talking
You said what was valuable about the zygote was the future person, the fact that it was a future person, the fact that it had potential.
A zygote that is connected to the egg has the potential to be a person. So why would you kill that? Either way, if it's from the very first week that you had this, that you learned that you are going to have a baby, whether that's 1 week into the pregnancy, 2 weeks in the pregnancy, that is still has the potential as a zygote that's connected to an egg.
Ian. So again, we just went over this. Just because it has potential to be a person does not mean it's valuable. Okay, we care about potential insofar as that there's already a present or a past established.
I'm saying
I
that
wouldn't
it's
care about
valuable
just.
that if
Can you
it's
listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? I wouldn't say that I just value
usually
potential. I wouldn't just say that I value a potential state in of itself alone as it relates to like this abortion and rights argument. I think that the potential is only valuable insofar as that there's a past or present established.
You're saying so you think it's only valuable whenever it hits sentience?
Yeah.
So the whole in between, the whole start of whenever you have the pregnancy, it's attached to the egg and it's starting to form a human. You
John,
think
I
that's
appreciate
not all
the watermelon.
valuable?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, I don't think that's valuable. I don't think a 1 week old embryo is valuable. A non-sentient 1 week embryo.
But don't you think,
Caddy,
that
I appreciate
if
the
it has
$6.66. Thank you so
human,
much.
why wouldn't you let it go through as a human?
Dude, you're just asking the same question over and over again. I'm not going to answer the same question again. We just went over this, sir.
Do you want to pivot
Wendy,
to
I
the next
appreciate the $5.
topic?
Thank you so much. No, I'd rather not talk to you.
Oh, okay. Well,
let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much, Rosemary. Okay, all right, let's get this next individual up here. Kelly, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Kelly. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in the bio, everyone. We finally added it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Follow me here if you've been ready. Thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everyone follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to, again, 1 million likes, everyone. 1 million likes. Yeah, I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Cole. Okay, let's get this next individual up here real quick. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
How old am I? 28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
By the way, it's in the bio, everyone. Are you driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you got to come on when you're not driving. By the way, everyone, the PayPal is in the bio. It's in the link tree. The era. Maybe I should just put my name. Like, just Parker get a job. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Most likely.
Why so?
I just cognitive function. I want to ask you about Kamala Harris.
Cognitive function? How is cognitive function better than Kamala Harris? You watched the debate
How
too, right?
stupid could you be to believe Juicy Smollett? Remember? She believed him. She took it hook, line, and sinker. And then her and the guy from New Jersey floated the bill about the anti-lynching bill that they ended up getting passed when Juicy Smollett had his, I don't know what you want to call it, acting debut there in Chicago.
Do you think anti-lynching bills are bad?
No. I think that if she couldn't figure out that was a false, episode, that these guys in MAGA hats are out 2 o'clock in the morning in 2 degrees in Chicago, that she thought that was real.
What the hell are you yapping about, bro?
You know what I'm saying. She thought it was real. She got on board with it.
What the fuck
How
is this
could
guy saying?
anybody have thought that was real?
Does anyone, if you have no clue what this guy is saying, can you type 1 in the comment section right now? Maddie,
Well, they know.
$3.33.
They know what I'm saying.
I have no clue what you're referencing right now.
You don't know what happened with Juicy in Chicago.
No,
when he
I
got
don't-
attacked by the MAGA hat wearing duo.
No, I have no clue. Hey, can you tell me why you think that Kamala Harris is a worse candidate than Donald Trump?
Because I think she is she's a cog in the, deep state, the swamp.
The deep state, the swamp. So why is
Can you
she
say who? Tony West?
Okay, hold up. Let me ask a question. Why is she ingrained in the swamp? Cassie, I appreciate the super. Thank you so much, but Trump isn't.
She works for Obama and the Clinton machine and the whole thing.
What
Trump
evidence do you have
doesn't.
of this?
Trump doesn't.
What evidence do you have that she works
Tony
for Obama
West.
and Clinton?
Tony West.
That's not a source.
That's her brother-in-law.
Not a source.
You don't know his story.
Not a source.
Nah,
Would you like to provide
yeah.
a source?
Have a nice
Pokey,
night.
I appreciate
Have a
the
nice
galaxy.
night.
Thank you so much. What are you yapping about?
You ought to educate yourself a little bit.
So you don't want to have a conversation? You just want to run away? You scared?
No, I already put out what I wanted
so
to put
scared.
out, and everybody knows. Everybody
There's no
knows.
putting
They
out.
know. They know what I'm saying.
You think that everything's controlled by the deep state, and you've given no evidence?
You think Trump was caught?
You're just some random conspiracy lunatic that believes everything you see on 4chan and Facebook. Okay, so I need you to use a little bit more critical thought and don't believe every fucking random thing you see on the internet. Like, ironically, you guys say that we believe everything on the internet. We're not the ones believing random conspiracy theories. I'm looking for actual studies, evidence, data. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Facts and logic. And you're just coming up here with random ass feelings from Facebook, dude. Like tinfoil hat logic. Like, what the hell, bro? What are you talking about? Eric, thank you for the $6.66 for Zygoto Cereal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Carol Ann, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Carol Ann. Mary, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cole, I appreciate that mustache. Oh, wait. He has to figure out how to unmute everyone. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, then click the microphone. Kenny, thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much. Or is he too busy screaming at the phone screen? Undertaker, you got to click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Oh, okay, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. It might take him a while to come back, everyone. We'll see how long it takes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Denise, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Denise. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Okay, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. We go live literally every single day. Undertaker, for some reason, cannot figure out how to unmute himself. And Shane, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? That sounded like an infant. Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Oh, they left. They couldn't figure out how to unmute themselves, so they left. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Carl! Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Carl! All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Are you voting for Trump? Appreciate the
Damn straight.
gun. Thank you so much. Why so?
Oh, shoot. There's a long list. I don't know if I can remember it all. But let's see. There's the Texas, the border, the putting guns back in the schools. There's a inflation tax he's going to put on other countries for us. There's the fact that he's going to possibly pull us out of WHO again, which hopefully he does, but he hasn't verified that, whether he doesn't do that again or not, which hopefully he does. Take us out of NATO, which we should have been out of NATO years ago. And it goes on and on.
Okay, so he undermined the border bill. So if he cares so much about the border, why do he undermine the most expensive border legislation in the past?
Why don't you tell us?
Can I finish?
What
I'll let
else
you
is in
finish.
that
Can I
border
finish real
bill?
quick? Hey, Hillbilly, can I finish real quick?
Go on, continue.
Okay. Yeah, so specifically, Donald Trump undermined the border bill, the most massive border legislation in the past 20 to 30 years, most comprehensive one, written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford. You also said you supported an inflation tax. You support tariffs that cause increase in pricing. Appreciate the Android. Thank you so much. And then you want God in schools, so you want to force religion on children, and then you want to take us out of NATO, which Trump never indicated he was going to take us out of NATO.
No, he never. I never said it did. I just said I was hoping that he brings us out of NATO. Like he didn't.
He never gave any indication of doing that.
Hey, no, wait. I'm trying to remember here. No, he did say that he's going to pull us out of NATO. Because he said that he doesn't see any reasons why we are in NATO. He can't find a reason why we should
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. Tucker Carlson covered it in his interview with
He
Trump.
did not say just by itself, right? It is the case that he sees no reason to be in NATO. He did not even say that. Okay.
Yes, he
so,
did.
I mean, that's just not even true, right?
If
he did, I would bring that up and be like, that's a really stupid thing that he said. But like, he didn't say that.
How is that?
So.
Do you know what NATO's for?
How is it dumb? NATO's to stop Russian expansion. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I'd appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Man, are you going to let me talk, or are you just going to keep interrupting me every 5 seconds? Because this is going to be one of those things. We're not getting nowhere, buddy.
Do you need a baby bottle?
You need a baby bottle? Well, dang, go talk to your mama about that. She might give you her kitty instead of baby bottle. You might get lucky.
That was like the weirdest thing you could have possibly said. I was saying, do you need a baby bottle? Because you're acting like a man-child.
You are. Well, I can't call you a man because you're not even a man yet. So I wish I could say it about you, but you're not even a man yet. You're just a little boy still, sucking your mama's titty. Now, we're going to get past the insults, or we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. Insult all day long.
Is that really the best you got? You said to a 22-year-old, appreciate the cat. Thank you so much that I'm a little boy.
You're not a man. You're still a little boy.
So if I'm a little boy, then how do you feel about Donald Trump saying he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Are you saying that he wants to date a little girl?
Let's talk about that one. That one's my favorite topic.
Because they would be 20 at the end, and he's also sexualizing a fifth grader. Appreciate the box. Thank you so much.
Let me answer your question. All right, shut up. Let me answer your question. Okay,
Go for
you
it.
said, how do I feel about Trump telling a 10-year-old girl that I'll marry you in 10 years? That's your question, right?
Yeah, date her in 10 years.
Okay,
Yeah, you said that I'm a little boy.
I'm trying to answer this.
You said as a 22-year-old, I'm a little boy.
Hush, little boy. Hush. Adult speaking. Okay, do you agree when Biden said in his 2020 campaign, I love it when kids rub up against my hairy legs? Do you see that better or worse than what Trump said?
I think it's definitely not sexualizing children. I think it's a little weird that he said that. It's kind of like an old person thing, but it's not like saying you date a. It's not definitely not saying you're dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. That's like explicitly sexual. So that's one thing. Also, he's not running for president of the United States. It's Kamala Harris. So I don't know what you're talking about.
How can you not take something like that sexually? But Trump says.
I don't think I watched the clip you're referencing. I don't think that's sexual, but I do think it's like a weird thing.
You don't think. That's why you don't think it is, because you don't think.
You got flagged for harassment and bullying already, and I think you're the one that's clearly not thinking. You're voting for a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, walks in the changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place, brags about the fact that he calls his daughter voluptuous, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his own daughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the vile guy he's choosing to vote for. So he doesn't care about any of those things. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Bradley, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Dina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Morgan, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Jen, I appreciate the paper crane. Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, why so?
I just think he's a better option.
Why so?
I just think he's more. I mean, he's had the experience before. He's done it, and I think he did a good job while he was in office.
Can you give me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I mean, no, not off the top of my head, but I do know. I think in my personal experience during his time in office, besides COVID, it was just a better, just quality of life.
So I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Lily. So if you can't give me any reason to believe that he did better, then why would you say that he was better?
I just think he did a good job while he was in office. I didn't say better than.
So what did he do that was good?
That's what I'm saying. My quality of life.
You have no clue?
What?
You have no clue what he did?
No, I'm not saying I just think he did with prices and just the quality of
So
life.
he inherited a good economy and it continued on that trend.
I still just we're talking
So
about
that's not him. That would have happened regardless of presidency.
No, but what about we have two options, right? We have Kamala and Trump.
Kamala.
Yeah. And I just think he's the better option. If we have two people to pick from,
why is he the better option?
Well, then I would just be going now.
Would you vote for someone who wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country? Sin, thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much, Sin. Thank you.
I think that's just like a talking point. That's not really. I think there's a lot of things that people say Trump said, and like certain things, like even.
I still haven't heard an answer to the question.
What was the question?
Miley, I appreciate the perfect. Thank you so much. If a presidential candidate said that they wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country, would you consider voting for them? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Pokey, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I would need more context to the statement.
They wanted to ban all Christians from coming into the country.
Yeah, but
need more context.
Yeah, because I think that's just like it's kind of like when he said all there were fine people on both sides. There's more context to the.
So, do you think that some context banning all Christians would be justified? Catherine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Well, where are they coming from? Are they allowed to come? Are they coming in legally? That's what I'm talking about when I say more context.
No. He means everyone who's Muslim. Appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much. That he says a complete and total shutdown of Christians coming to the country.
See, I think there's more to that quote that I'm not getting. So, I mean, to answer your question.
Okay, if they call for a complete and total shutdown of Christians coming to the country, would you vote for them?
If that was the statement alone, just I'm banning all Christians from coming to the country, then like I guess not. But I don't think.
No, okay. So why would you vote for him if he said that he wanted a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
Because again, I think what you're saying is just like a snippet of what he actually like. There's more context to the.
He literally said explicitly, Donald J. Trump is calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country until our representatives know what the fuck is going on. Dexter, appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. That's explicitly calling for religious persecution and a complete and total shutdown of an entire religious community.
Right. Again, I think at that time it was when people were coming in illegally, and I don't think he meant to.
No, it has nothing to do with people coming in illegally. It was specifically after San Bernardino, which was like some people got killed. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. By a United States citizen who happened to be Muslim.
How long ago was this?
This was, I think, 2017 or 2018, something like that.
Yeah, bro. See, we're talking about stuff that's just so far in the past.
So far in the past. I mean, 2015. Sorry, my bad.
Again, yeah.
President.
I'm saying that. Yeah, but that was in 2015, like you're saying. That was a different time. Different things were going on, and I'm not going to take something like I'm talking about now. Like the two options right now are Kamala and Trump, and I just don't think like. First of all, I wasn't very.
Victoria, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Victoria.
I wasn't very like thrilled.
Tina, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Because I wasn't gonna like, to be honest, I wasn't. I'm not like a Trump all the way, like, you know what I mean, like I'm not like that. But
Lee, thank you for the $4.20. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Again, that's like a legal case that's going on, and it's
already happened. Like a jury unanimously already decided on a verdict that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
I understand all these things, and you're giving me like points of I think he's been a victim of political, like the justice system is out to get him, and
so that's just the justice system out to get him. So then why do we have medical records from 1996 indicating the same thing?
Why didn't she come forward in 1996? Like what?
You understand that she did in terms of medical records. She just didn't come out legally in terms of police report like many other victims. 61% of victims do not come out in terms of that because of social pressures that exist.
I understand, and I had a friend who went through the same thing, and like I'm not trying to downplay her experience or anything. But when we have two options, what I keep trying to get to the point is we have two options.
Yeah, how is the Trump the better option? The guy who tried to coup the country was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, says he has sex in common with his daughter when she said real sitting golf.
I can honestly, like me personally, I can look past these things if I think.
You look past all of these terrible comments. That's just ridiculous. You look past him literally sexually assaulting a woman. You know, women can't look past these things, right? Alex, think of the corgi. Right, you're only looking past this because it doesn't affect you.
But like I said, I've had friends and close friends gone through similar experiences, and I've been.
So don't use that to justify voting for someone. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Who's the perpetuator of those things?
I know, but we're talking about running the country, and
I still love you. Thank you.
And
yeah, running the country. So you want someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman to be the president of the United States? Thank you, the hand. Thank you.
I really don't think that.
Lee, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. You don't think what? Let's hear.
I can look past those things, and
Why can you look past those things? Are those things not relevant to you? Sexual assault not excessively bad enough insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone?
I mean,
Michael, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you.
Context to the. I know he was like he went through a case and it's been settled or whatever, but still, if you just look past if
you just look past the sexual abuse, the cooing the country, the saying he has sex in common with daughter, the sexualizing 10-year-olds, you know those things, right?
No, but those you're just saying things that like
Just the Rosie, thank you so much.
Honestly, they're subjective to your.
These are not subjective, dude. These things are obviously abhorrent. The fact that you're sitting on here and justifying these things is actually disgusting.
I'm not just. I'm
like
not saying...
you honestly should be embarrassed of these views.
All right, but okay. Well, I'm not, so that's fine. And there's millions of other.
You're not disgusted of voting for someone who's literally been held civilly liable of penetrating a woman against her will.
Again, there's who are you talking about?
Pokey Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. Trump sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will.
Who? The girl, the woman.
Trump sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will.
I mean, I think that chick's a wacko.
Oh, okay. So can you name me one thing she said that was quote unquote wacko?
Okay, but we're getting like you're.
Can you give me one thing? Kate, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Kate.
I honestly don't want to like.
Give me the thing. What is it? Tell me. You just called her a wacko. Tell me one thing she's done that you consider wacko.
I think it's weird that she was like saying that she was a fan of the show. I think she was saying what she was.
That's a person super. Thank you so much. Give me any source that indicates that.
I mean, you want me to like whip out my laptop?
Yeah. Go find me a source that she said that.
Okay. Another thing that I think I saw.
And also, like, why are you immediately going to blaming the victim?
I've already said, like, I'm not blaming the victim. I do.
You
think
clearly are. You saying you're not doing it doesn't mean you're not doing it.
I know. I understand that you think like I'm some like.
Melissa, think of the $13. Thank you so much. You actually are. If you're justifying voting for him after these types of things, you absolutely are some MAGA lunatic. What are you talking about? Right? I don't think the people who are misinformed that don't know are like lunatics, because if they hear this, they clearly think it's wrong and then they aren't going to vote for him. They were just misinformed. But you actually know these things and you actively justify them.
I just don't think like in this person's case of Eugene Carroll,
E. Jean Carroll. You don't even know her name. Wait, actually, can you tell me one piece of evidence you dispute in the case?
I have to. I wasn't here to like debate like this. Like,
no, can you tell me one thing you dispute in the case? If you can't tell me one thing you dispute in the case, well, then you know nothing. Why are you disputing it? You absolutely are a grape apologist. You don't know anything about the case to dispute it.
No, you're like leading me into this like path of wanting
debate.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm leading into a debate in a debate platform. Wow, that is a wow. I really wouldn't have expected that. Yeah, yet you think that women should be forced to go through pregnancies because they knew that they were going to get pregnant from sex. Appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. I think you had more of an idea that you are going to be in a debate, joining in a debate platform, than a woman thinks that she's going to get pregnant when engaging in sex. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Where comes the responsibility and the accountability when it relates to you?
Now you're just saying a bunch of words. I honestly like.
Now you're just not listening.
Yeah, because I'm trying to
saying a lot of words that you should be listening to.
I'm trying, but like where every time I talk, like I hear people come on and we all give you, I mean, the last guy was interesting character, but I'm trying to, talk with you, but I feel like you're now talking over me and not letting me get to the points that I want to bring up. All I wanted to come here on to say is, like, again, like the EG, whatever Carol lady, she she did her thing. I get it. I think that's still, even though he was, I about the case and he went through the whole process and he was, I don't know, was he indicted? Was he found guilty of all that stuff? Is that a fact?
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Kizzy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so.
And you're complaining about interrupting because you're trying to find something to divert away from the fact that you don't have a response to my argument.
No, I'm actually not trying to find. I didn't look up the thing that I was going to look up, but I came on here basically just to say, like, the thing that bothered me about.
Eric, thank you for the $5, Eric. Thank you.
About why. Because okay, this is what I was going to say. I was on the fence. Like, I'm not like a huge politically active person, but this year I am, and. Honestly, I was a fan of RFK. Like that was gonna be my guy. He dropped out, endorsed Trump. So now
that's terrible. They're both terrible.
Okay, well, again, that's
RFK didn't even deny sexually assaulting a woman. He said that he has a bunch of skeletons in his closet, insofar as that if they could vote for him, he'd win King of the World. He said that he's not a church boy in response to literally like sexual assault allegations. Alex, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the gold medal. You really like people that are likely of committing crimes. Like, it's actually unbelievable. I thought you guys were like the pro Law and Order.
I know, but you think all politicians are just clean and just like these perfect people?
Can you give me any evidence that Harris is a convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster who tried to coup the country, who called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, denied science as it relates to climate change, right? Like that, maybe anything like that.
I just didn't like the. And again, like I'm trying to say is I'm literally was on the fence. I'm not a politically inclined person normally, but I've been watching all these things, like the news and everything, lately. And all I wanted to say was I'm not a fan of how they kind of were talking about how Biden was this competent person, and then he had the debate. He showed himself to be, not the sharpest.
We actually, when seeing flaws in our candidate, got our candidate to step down. Bro, you guys see massive flaws within your candidate, and you're like, keep going, Trump.
I'm not. I never said, like I've said. Handed over. Like I would have much rather had their
8 out of 10 of the Democratic Party wants her to be the candidate. She got literally support from the entirety of the Democratic Party.
What about the people? If I was like a super political person and they just like, they're like, here you go, like Joe's out, this person's in, I'd be like, what? I didn't know. No one like, I mean, I'm sure people would have. And then in 2020, she was the
8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Harris being the nominee. The only people that are mad are Republicans.
What about
because she has a better chance at beating Trump. That's it. You're just mad that she has a better chance at beating Trump.
I'm not mad, bro. I swear I'm not.
Okay, so then stop complaining about our party processes that you're not involved in. You're not involved in those processes. He actively tried to steal the election illegally, and you don't care about that. He literally sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and you don't care about that. He tried to get his vice president, built upon pressure of a mob, to not certify the election results and to certify the false votes. This guy is actively delusional. He's a lunatic. He doesn't care about American democracy. He doesn't care about unity in this country. He cares more about himself being in a position of power. And that's not what I'm just saying. That's what's been said by multiple chief of staffs, multiple national security advisors, right?
I know, but it's he said, she
his
said,
old vice president.
It's he said, she said. You know what I mean? Like,
it is not he said, she said. Name me one other U.S. president in modern history that has a track record of this many members in their administration calling for them to step down and to not be president of the United States. Appreciate the Sage, thank you so much. Right, because they're unfit to be president, because they're a threat to democracy, because they care more about themselves than the American people. Peak, thank you for the cheer squad. Thank you so much.
I mean, if you're going to, you probably have the answers in front of you. I don't know if anyone has, but it's to me, I think I understand that he has these allegations and charges, and I think he's a victim of.
You think he's the victim? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
No, I think
he's got you guys fucking believing everything. Thank you for the stage. I appreciate peekaboo.
It's so hard to talk with you honestly, because I think you're so set in your ways, and I don't we'd have to meet in the middle and agree on something before I think we can Well,
what is there to agree on? Right? You're literally saying that you're going to vote for a guy who tried to coup the country. You're saying you're trying to vote for a guy who engaged in religious persecution, who sexualizes 10-year-olds, who walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. I've said all of these things. You don't care.
On the first thing that you said, trying to coup the country, I think
what the fuck do I want to compromise with you on? Nothing. I want the entirety of the MAGA movement to go to literally be in shambles. I want there to be a new Republican Party, a Republican Party that cares more about the freedoms of this country, cares more about the individuals of this country, and cares more about putting us on the right track. Right? Whereas Donald Trump is undermining our very political and democratic institutions. Mr. Jolly, thank you so much. Let's get back to normalcy. Let's get out of the Trump MAGA era where they've completely destroyed the entirety of the Republican Party.
If there was another option on the table, I'm all for it. Like I said, I'm not like the last guy who was on your hillbilly or whatever.
There is another option, Kamala Harris.
No, I'm talking about you're talking about the Republican Party. That's the nominee.
Kamala Harris is your other option. Why do you think that Donald Trump's better? You literally can't give me anything.
Because I think Kamala she's just
Kamala.
Kamala. I think she is just like a puppet. I don't.
She's just a puppet. Okay, give me any evidence to believe that.
It's my belief.
It's your belief. So I believe you're a Kremlin puppet. So why should I listen to you?
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't if that's what you think.
You're a Kremlin puppet. Gotta kick you, dude. I don't like Kremlin puppets on the stream.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Kremlin puppet. Kremlin puppet. I don't want to listen to Kremlin puppets. Or Putin puppets.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
I mean, yeah, no bull.
Why so?
I mean, I ain't gonna sit there and lie. I don't think he's a good man, when it comes to a lot of stuff, but I think he's good business-wise.
Really? Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies that's not Trump?
I mean, he's still a millionaire.
Do you want to answer the question? Can you name me one good businessman that's 6 bankruptcies?
A lot of people, actually.
Yeah, name me one.
I can't name one. I can't name one.
Can't name one? So he inherited $400 million and got 6 bankruptcies. What happened to Trump Airlines, Trump University, Trump Vodka, Trump Steaks?
Shit. Your ass eat me up, but I wanted to join here so I could ask some questions real quick if that's cool. What's with Kamala like? What's so big about her?
Kamala? Well, she's advocating for an opportunity economy. She's advocating to make sure that people have access to health care, something that Trump doesn't have a plan for. He just has concepts. She believes in science. Donald Trump believes that there's going to be global cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet. So he's actively delusional. He believes the 2020 election was stolen. No sufficient evidence to indicate that. Over 60 courts indicate that he's totally wrong. And actually 34 of them were Republicans. 17 were Trump appointed judges that actually said that he had no evidence to sufficiently overturn the election. Yet he says that they're all treasonous and corrupt and stole the election from him. So he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that is wrong. Like I said, I don't think he's the best person. I'm not going to sit there and say Trump's the GOAT and he's the best man ever. I know he's not, but there was a lot of stuff.
But he's a delusional lunatic that's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing women and tried to coup the country. I think it's pretty obvious to see that he's a terrible guy and someone you wouldn't want to vote for on either side.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I feel like Kamala is also someone, I'm sorry, however you pronounce her name.
Kamala.
She isn't someone else I'd want to vote for just because the stuff I've heard about her, she's saying she's going to fix all this stuff, but yet, she's in office right now. I'm pretty sure, the past 16 years, I think, maybe 12 out of 16 years, I think it was just Democrats, right? I'm pretty sure something like that.
If you look at the president's Democrat and Republican since the Cold War, there's been 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. Republicans have a collective of less than 2 million jobs added under their administration, right? Whereas it's near 50 million for Democrats.
Yeah, but like one of my biggest concerns is like I saw like she's like talking about she wants to keep abortion which I think that should definitely be here. Like I don't agree with Trump on that.
Okay.
But
Okay. So what's more important to you? Having slightly lower taxes for people who make over $400,000 a year, right? Or women's rights?
Women's rights.
Okay. Well, then obviously you'd vote for Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump, right? Because he actively put 3 people in the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade, and he brags about it. It restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims. And women have actively died in this country because they can't get access to abortion in their states until they're actively dying. So they have harsh medical complications, some being long term, right? All because of their state's abortion laws.
Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at first, like, I mean, I wanted to join this because, like, I don't really know too much about it, you know? Like, I really wanted to get your info as well. Like, I'm not on here to argue with you or none of that. So, but as well as, what about Project 2025? Like, I hear a lot of stuff on the radio about that, and I just don't, like, I heard, like, he's not even interested in that or something like that.
Yeah, so he's lied about his affiliation with it, and there are multiple people that were a part of his administration and or had like associations with him that said that there was a clear like association between them. Like here, I'll show you a video right now. This is of, you know who Date Right Stuff is? Have you seen him on your For You page?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so this guy was affiliated with the Trump administration, right? He worked with the Heritage Foundation. Look at this.
The Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So I work for the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
Yeah.
That's like he said himself.
Yeah, like I said, boss. I just really wanted to get up on here and ask some questions, you know, because you know I'm fresh. I'm freshly like 19. I'm just able to vote. That's like this is gonna be my first year voting, so I just want to get some questions in and shit like that.
Of course, Q. I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, yeah, that's all I have for you. Thank you, man.
Of course, of course. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, it's always Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do what?
How are you voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for either one of them. First,
Okay.
do you even...
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump? Hello?
Oh, wait, yeah. Can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Where I think politics suck in general, and I think we all can agree on.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you. You gotta see me in order for me to be able to hear you.
I feel like the economy was just way better under Trump, and I feel like
Based
the last...
on what measure?
I mean, if you research it, it's like a proven fact.
Oh, no, I have researched it. I have a degree in economics. Can you tell me what measure of the economy was better?
House prices were lower, gas prices were lower.
Okay.
I feel like
so you're talking about
there was-
inflation?
Yes, like I just feel like
So
in
did
general...
you know that real median wages are up
everything was
now?
better.
According to 2019, real median wages are up, which means median wages are up accounting for inflation. Not only that, but it is the case that inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So that was caused by the pandemic and had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. So why do you blame them when Trump actively advocates for tariffs, which would cause inflation?
Well, if you look at in these last couple of years, everything is just way higher. So that's just my reasoning. Your question on here is why you're voting for Trump. And my reasoning is I feel like I just want to be able to afford a house and I want gas prices to go back down. And yeah, that's why.
So both gas prices are all gas prices, groceries, and develop. Oh, well, she just left. And development for housing would be more expensive because the materials, all right, that we buy from other countries around the world to import into the United States would be more expensive. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She doesn't care about any of that. She just cares about continuing to vote for a guy who's a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, who tried to coup the government. So, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. All right. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Oh, okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Tap that screen, everyone. Share the live. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Go to the link tree in the bio. That's the best place to find it. You can click on them directly. All right, let's get this next person up here. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Now, I am actually a Kennedy supporter. So I think his ticket is far superior to Kamala's. I just think that they have like, a lot of good ideas.
Of Trump's?
Well, Trump's policies are kind of secondhand to what I care about is what, MAA, like make America healthy again. I think that's a really good thing to do.
Oh, okay. So I'm again waiting to hear what Trump's healthcare policy or health plan is.
It's not necessarily Trump's policy.
So why are you voting for Trump if you don't know any of his health policies?
Well, because RFK would be part of his cabinet. Am I correct to assume that?
So, appreciate Wendy. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That doesn't mean that he supports any health policies, and he actually has no plan to address healthcare in America. Maureen, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Oh my God. Can we get some W's for Maureen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you, John. I appreciate the Forever Rose. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. W Maureen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
So, can you kind of explain the process of how like cabinets work? Because I'm a little naive. I'll admit I'm a little naive to that, but
Gabrielle, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So are you talking about in terms of like the overall policies that he supports? Because they only have like small legislative power. I mean, not legislative power, small like executive power, because they're a part of the executive branch.
I see. So you're saying that Trump hasn't acknowledged?
He hasn't even adopted any of the policies. Not a single one. He got RFK after RFK went to the Democrats, and the Democrats didn't even engage with him because he's such a conspiracy nut.
Oh, why do you say that?
The Democrats didn't want him because he's such a conspiracy nut.
What conspiracies did he?
Well, he says vaccines cause autism. That's a conspiracy. Is that not a conspiracy?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if they do, but
there's no evidence indicating that. It's a total conspiracy theory. Like if he was trying to like make America healthy and he did it like based upon science, that'd be great. But Donald Trump doesn't believe in science. He actively undermines climate change.
Right.
If it was about the environmental record, right? Kennedy, his entire career has been fighting for the environment, but then joins a guy that doesn't even believe climate change exists. Right?
Yeah.
He's completely corrupted all of his values.
Well, I wouldn't say like if you listen to Kennedy, he obviously disagrees with Trump on many things, and which I would agree with. But I think what they're kind of going for is they're going to try to influence his policies within, also with Elon's endorsement. Because
I just don't see that to be a relevant fact at all. As to why to vote, you want to vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to coup the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, doesn't believe in science. Tanisha, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, would you say that Elon is for the climate? Would you say he's
really
a
big
climate
the
activist?
$5? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think he's corrupted his values supporting Trump, and also I don't think he was ever a climate activist. I think he was just trying to make money.
So all of his EVs.
He's a capitalist.
Well, of course, but he has to make money in the process of
Thank you.
moving away towards like gas vehicles and everything like that. You know what I mean?
You mean moving towards EVs?
Yeah.
Sure, I could acknowledge that he's done things to move towards EVs, push the handing lines. Thank you so much in terms of his business. Now that doesn't mean that like he's some saint.
Well, yeah,
Simone, thank you for the $5.
He's a pretty insane individual. I'll give him that. But
okay, so let's like address some factual basis here. Like, what is a good reason to vote for Trump?
Well, like
I
said, I think his cabinet.
Elon Musk or RFK. I think those people are like pretty wild.
You think those people are wild?
Yeah, I think those people are pretty crazy. Debbie, think of the $10. Thank you so much, Debbie.
Yeah.
I think those people are crazy.
I think they do a lot of good in this world. And honestly, like when I listen to RFK, he makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know. To be fair.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to show you a clip of him right now, not saying that he didn't sexually assault someone when it's brought up? Like someone brought up his allegations against him. He said that he's not a church boy. He said that if all of the skeletons in his closet could vote, he'd be king of the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look at it. Let me see it.
Yeah, I'll play it for you right now. I got you. Give me 1 second. Let me see if it's in here. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, is there anything you want to bring up? Hillary, thank you for the sage. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here it is.
From one of your former nannies. That was not a comforting one. Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. Mm-hmm. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but it's, I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask, sir. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
Yeah, that's it sounds like he's had a kind of crazy past, to be fair.
Tony, think of $1. Thank you so much. Would you, if someone said that you assaulted them, would you at least deny it? Right? If it
wasn't true, right?
Thank you so much. Yeah, if it wasn't true, you'd deny it, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't just be like, oh no, I'm not going to address that.
Yeah,
it kind of like incriminates you, right?
It could be portrayed that way, or maybe he didn't want to get into the details on that because people could kind of twist his words on that. Like how that always happens.
Okay, so if they could twist his words, is there something incriminating there?
Well, no, and to be fair, like if I was accused of that, I'd probably want to just come clean and say that. But
yeah, you would at least say, "Oh, I didn't do that." People are taking my words out of context. Percy confetti, maybe.
However, does that mean that he's guilty of that? I don't know.
It heavily increases the probability, and also I wouldn't want to vote for someone like that. Would you?
Okay.
Push the confetti. Thank you, Anthony.
Honestly, it's hard to overlook the good that I see in like his cabinet's position because I feel like he does have a lot going for him.
Thank you, Amanda.
And it's hard to kind of overlook that.
I don't see how that's even relevant. Like, this guy's a terrible person. And honestly, like hearing that, I don't see how you can justify it. Would you vote for someone who said that they had sex in common with their daughter?
Yeah, I'm guessing Trump said that.
Would you? Push the handout. Thank you.
I'm not voting on Trump for his character.
Okay, so you would vote for someone who's done that because you don't vote based upon character.
Exactly.
Push the confetti. Okay. Would you vote for someone who sexually assaulted a woman?
Did Trump sexually assault a woman?
Yes.
Well, like I said, I don't know. I don't really vote people on their character and what they do to.
So you would vote for them. Michelle, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. And Joyce with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Joyce. Can we get some W's for Joyce in the comment section? Thank you so much. Now,
I think I kind of made it clear like why my position is on why I'm voting for him.
So you would vote for him even if he raped a child?
No, that's not the reason I would vote for him.
No, but you would vote for him if he raped a woman.
It just seems like an interesting thing to bring up, honestly, because we weren't even on that topic.
I think it's pretty relevant. Like, I would never vote for someone who raped anyone. But W Joyce in the comment section, everyone. You would vote for someone who's done that? Pokey, think of the subscription.
Look, I'm here to say that I don't agree with Trump, what Trump did in his past, or who he is, or
And if
his
you're voting based
character.
on policy, then let's talk policy. What policy?
With policy, I kind of mentioned that I'm interested in his cabinet positions. I think he has overwhelming support with pretty good people in the world.
Only his cabinet positions. That's it. That's all you got.
Well, like I said,
To
I'm an
justify
RFK
voting for those
supporter.
things.
What's that?
That's all you've got. Cabinet positions are what you've got to justify voting for that guy. Appreciate the handout. And cabinet positions that you're not even sure of what they'll be able to do.
Well, yes, but Elon was suggesting that he has a department of government efficiency. Do you think that's a good plan?
You want Elon Musk, a total conspiracy theorist? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. To be running the government of the executive part of the government that is relating to efficiency.
I think you have to keep in mind that he is.
Why is Elon someone that's good? Like Elon, what the hell? He went on a call on Twitter Space with Donald Trump and bragged about firing union workers. Jams, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
You have to acknowledge that he does.
Well, I'm just gonna overlook this because, like, honestly, like anything that he does in terms of his character, I just don't care about any of those things. He could literally go murder people and I wouldn't care. I'd still vote for him. Because he's gonna have good policy. Now I don't know what the policy is going to be, but it's gonna be so good.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I know he's gonna restrict women's access to abortion, but I don't really care about that.
Well, I guess we'll just agree to disagree. That's fine.
Appreciate Lucy. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. If you want to agree to disagree on thinking sexual abuse is wrong. That's crazy.
I never said that. Of course it's wrong.
Okay, so if you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, a woman, why wouldn't you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Push that mustache. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I vote for someone who sexually assaulted a child? Is that what you asked?
Okay, if you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, why wouldn't you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Because to be fair, that's kind of a degree of magnitude worse.
Teresa, appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Also, raping a woman just isn't excessively bad enough. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Yeah, he doesn't think raping women is bad enough. Kristen, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Magnitude? Are you serious? You don't think raping a woman doesn't hit the magnitude of badness. That's such an insane thing to say. I can't believe you just said that, to be honest with you. It's fucking insane. Ivar with the $150 on PayPal for keep going, man. Let's get some W's for Ivar in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $150 on PayPal. That is unbelievably kind of you. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the $150. Thank you. Casey, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo for doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Michelle, thank you for the $5. We get some W's for Ivar and Casey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That person left, everyone. Jeez. What is going on with the guests today, y'all? But Ivar, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the you're amazing. Thank you so much, Em. But yes, everyone, I have Venmo, Cash App, and now PayPal in the bio, everyone. So do make sure to go to the bio to click on them if you do want to support me. And that is the best way so that you don't get scammed by the people that claim to be me on all these Venmos and Cash Apps and stuff. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
February.
Okay. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I am pro-life.
Okay. If Trump killed 10 children, would you still vote for him?
Why would he kill 10 children in the first place?
I'm just asking, if he did that, would you still vote for him? Because he'd still be the lesser of two evils, under your view? Because there'd be more children that die from abortion.
No, I would obviously vote independent. Why would I? Wait, whoa, hold on.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you're not voting based upon the lesser of two evils. You're voting on principles. If you're voting on principles, right? Well, then I'll just ask you this question: would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Has Kamala not also had these allegations against her?
No.
She could be lying.
No, she actually hasn't. She doesn't have these allegations. And also, Trump's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Okay, but that could not be true. You have no proof against that.
Could
No
not be
proof.
true. We do have proof, and that's why he was held civilly liable and is forced to pay money. And I can call him a grapist, right? And I'm not going to get defamation charges because, civilly speaking, he's sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, how do you not know that Kamala did the same thing? How do you not know Joe Biden?
She
did the
hasn't. What are
same
you
thing?
talking about? That's a total. You just totally made that up.
How do you not
Can you
know?
give me-
How do you not know that? How this could be all?
How do I know that? There's no evidence.
How? Okay, there
Anna,
could
do you
be-
have evidence that Kamala Harris has sexually assaulted someone?
I'm not saying that she did, but I'm just saying that I would vote for Trump because I am pro-life.
Okay, you would vote for Trump because you're pro-life. So
Yes.
okay. So do you think that little children who get raped should be forced to go through pregnancy?
No, I'm not
Like a
saying-
10-year-old girl who gets raped should be forced to
No,
go through
because
pregnancy?
that is not Trump's views at all. He said multiple times that obviously, with the exception
He
of
he wants to leave it up to the states, which doesn't provide federal protections for great victims. So inevitably speaking, great victims are denied the access to get an abortion under his worldview. And again, 1/3 of women have a restricted access to abortion.
Okay, but he has said multiple times in multiple interviews, that he, in the exception of rape, the exception of the life of the mother, and one other thing.
Yeah, but he didn't provide those exceptions federally speaking. He didn't protect those rights. He undermined the rights of the women and girls in these states that don't have the federal protections for great victims. And those great victims have been forced to go through pregnancies. Women have died because they weren't actively dying early enough insofar as that they could have been able to get access to an abortion. Right? Women have been killed. And you care more about a non-sentient embryo and a zygote than you care about sentient women.
Okay, one, a fetus is a life. That is a life, and you're killing that life because of the consequences that you had. You
Do
made
you think
those consequences.
sperm is also living? Do you care about sperm?
No. Yes. Nope.
Yes, you care about sperm? Sperm rights?
No.
So no sperm rights. So you don't care about living
A
beings?
fetus.
So why don't you care about sperm? They're living.
I never said I did. Okay, you know what? I'm just
You
saying.
just said that the
I'm
zygote's
pro-life
valuable because it's living.
Yes, all
Okay,
I'm
but so is the
saying-
sperm.
Wait, what happened to my screen?
I am still here. So is sperm. Sperm's also living.
Okay.
Oh, give her a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. Follow me here if you have not already. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. All right, we're gonna actually add up someone else. I think she doesn't know how to get back into the app. Crazy, Dean. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, thank you. All right, yo, Kevin, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Oh, Anna left. Anna left. That's so rough, everyone. Anna left. Looks like she doesn't want to justify her view voting for a misogynist. What's up, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why would you vote for a misogynist?
Can you give me why you're voting for Kamala?
Kamala, yeah, because it is the case that she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right, basic things like that. She didn't deny science.
It looks like you're looking at like a script.
Yeah, I'm reading the Parker script, the superpower thinking, which the DNC and the Illuminati give me, and I'm reading it as I'm playing 2K. So I'm cooking up the like Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves while also reading the Parker script that allows me to like dunk on Trump supporters.
I'm not like yes, I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't hate Kamala.
Bree, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bree.
I'm just I don't really know. I'm kind of in between, and I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do. But right now, I am voting for Trump because of the inflation.
Would you vote for someone who called for? Oh, actually, inflation. So how was the inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Because when Trump was president, these prices were not this high.
So when Trump was president, prices weren't this high. Did you know prices were higher under Trump than they were under Obama? Does that mean Trump caused the price increase?
No.
Okay, so why do you blame what's it called, Biden and Harris, but you don't blame Trump?
Because Biden is not, his mind obviously isn't right. I mean,
Did you know
he
there was
said that-
inflation globally? And also, you're saying his mind isn't right. Donald Trump's actively delusional and in cognitive decline. And yet you're voting for Donald Trump, the oldest president in Canada's history, over Kamala Harris? Donald Trump's older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago. Casey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Casey, for the Parker script writers. Thank you
Biden
so much.
also put a MAGA hat on and forgot his name.
Yeah, Biden put the hat on as a joke, and he didn't forget his own name. Vanessa, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Donald Trump mistook his ex-wife with the person he sexually abused when he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type. Sarah, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much. From the Illuminati Reptiles. Thank you. Thank you.
So you're voting for Kamala?
Yeah, Kamala.
Kamala. Okay. If you were to change my mind, how would you do that?
If I were to change your mind, how would I do that? I mean, if you think that like graping people isn't a reason not to vote for someone, or cooing the country isn't a reason to not vote for someone, I don't know if I can change your mind. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. If you think those things are like totally cool and
No, I
totally
don't.
rad, bro, and sick, like
I
I don't know if I can change your mind there.
But like I said, I'm still kind of in between, so I'm kind of watching these debates to kind of see.
Do you think that like those things are like reasons to like not vote for someone?
Yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no? That sounds like to be like a contradiction to me.
So yes, he might have did all that stuff, but at the same time, if he's gonna better our country, he's gonna better our country
How is he going to better the country?
with what he said he's gonna do.
Like what? Can you give me one policy that he wants to do that's going to better the country?
Lower taxes.
Lower taxes? He wants to increase tariffs, which would cause inflation. That's higher taxes.
And he wants to.
So he wants lower taxes for people who make income over 400K. Kamala Harris wants lower taxes for families, right, to reduce child poverty. Whereas Donald Trump, so she wants to cut taxes for 100 million Americans. Donald Trump wants to cut taxes for the richest amongst us, more than he wants to cut it for people who are in need and poor.
He wants to cut it for the rich.
Their child care policy is grandma and grandpa need to help out. Did you know that? That's their child care policy is grandma and grandpa should help out.
What do you mean?
Yeah. JD Vance was asked what their like child care policy is, and he said grandma and grandpa should help out.
I mean, not wrong.
Oh, okay. So that's a child care policy?
No,
I didn't know
I'm
I didn't know that was a child care policy.
No, I'm saying grandma and grandma should help out.
So if that's not a policy, well then why are you using it as a reason to vote for him?
Because he's Donald Trump.
Because he's Donald Trump. Oh, that sounds like an incredibly terrible reason to vote for him. Sayo, thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Would you vote for someone who wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country?
Absolutely not. I'm a Christian myself.
No. Okay, well, how about someone who wanted to ban all Muslims?
Absolutely not.
Donald Trump called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Do you want to like would you vote for him given that's true?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
So you're not going to vote for him, or you are?
I am. I'm still.
So you are. So you would vote for someone who wanted to ban all Muslims. So why would you vote for someone who wanted to ban all Muslims, but you wouldn't vote for someone who wants to ban all Christians? Thank you for that mustache. And Sarah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I wouldn't vote for someone who would ban all Christians.
Okay. So you mean ban all Muslims?
You said
Crystal, thank you
Christians.
for the $10. Thank you so much. I said if you wouldn't vote for someone who's going to ban all Christians, why would you vote for someone who wants to ban all Muslims?
like I said, it's not. It's about the policies, which I guess that is.
It's about that is a policy.
Yeah,
He
you're
wants to
right.
ban all Muslims.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, do you want me to play the clip?
No, it's okay. I believe everything you say. I totally believe you. Like,
Push the hand art.
I believe what you're saying. Like I said, I'm still like myself, trying to figure out what to do.
Okay.
I'm 22 and half my family is voting for Kamala or whatever.
Kamala.
And then the other half is like voting for Trump. So I'm like, well, what do I do? And I'm not.
So what do you do? You look at the facts,
anything.
you look at the reason, the evidence, and I've just given that to you, and that's the reason why you shouldn't vote for Trump. Joanna, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Joanna. Can we get some W's for Joanna in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Joanna, for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What?
It's incredibly nice of you. Thank you.
How was it on Charlie Kirk's?
How is it debating him?
Yeah.
He's not as smart as I thought he would be.
He's not?
He's very underprepared. He doesn't understand basic arguments that were brought up. Yeah, it was kind of sad.
Do you think if he did that again, you would go and do it again?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, have a good night. Like I said, nothing against any of y'all. Like, I just am trying to, figure stuff out myself.
Okay, for sure. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, V. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21. How you doing, Parker?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I think just overall, you look apples to apples, you compare him to Kamala. I think overall, Trump is going to be the one that is going to bring America back economic stability. And in terms of no new wars, as Charlie also mentioned,
there were new wars, but what economic policy?
No, I think I love no tax on tips, no tax on overtime worked. Not just that as well too.
And the Tax and Jobs Act, how is he going to pay for that?
No taxes on Social Security. Well, federal budget, as you see, Kamala and Biden did terrible. I'm a business student. I'm actually an MBA grad student. And all of my good colleague friend and grad friends all say that under Kamala, it's not going to do well under her policies.
Well, I won't just appeal to like being a grad student. I'll appeal to, I have an economics degree, and it is the case that you can look at the debt signed into law under the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion, 4.3 trillion non-COVID related, or 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, 4.3 trillion Biden-Harris administration, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So not only did they sign less debt into law, right, and Donald Trump not only did he send more, but even if you account for COVID, it's true to a greater extent.
It is, and that's why we have the implications of why we're in such a high inflation now, is because of those that were spent during the pandemic. And I'm not completely saying that Biden and Harris is the fault that we point fingers at, but globally, inflation has went up globally, not just America, globally.
That's actually like the point. So then, like, inflation's not our fault. But Donald Trump's advocating for tariffs, which would cause inflation, right, and wouldn't be able to pay for all of the tax cuts he's promising. So he would add debt and cause consumer products to go up. That would devastate our economy.
Not completely true. Higher tariffs.
What's false about that?
Higher. That's a fallacy, because higher tariffs doesn't necessarily mean higher imposed prices on consumers.
What's a tariff?
Higher tariffs. China. He will make sure China does pay for those tariffs. And there's a reason.
No, I'm asking you, what's a tariff?
A tariff is an imposed tax that you have on export goods that comes in from other countries.
On imported goods into the country. So if it's a tax on an import into the country, and that tax is passed down to the consumer, that causes the price to go up.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, in order for it to cause...
He did it in 2017 and 2018. How come we didn't see a price influx on consumers?
He's advocating... There actually was. There was a price influx on consumers. And there's plenty of evidence indicating that. Push the hand out. Thank you so much. Most economists agree on this. But the thing is, the reason why I don't bring that up is because the Biden-Harris administration kept those particular ones on China still in place, right? But he's advocating for universal tariffs, which would be more expansive and would hurt more people.
No, I think it's pushing. I feel like it's pushing the agenda that it's going to be more American made. We need more
So
factories.
you're going to have more domestic production, right?
Domestic production, drill baby drill, which is one of the biggest motto, right?
Johnny. In order for there to be more domestic production, there would have to be increased cost of imported goods, because then there would be a lesser demand for imported goods and a greater demand for American goods. You understand that the policy you just mentioned, in order for it to increase domestic production, has to cause inflation. Kian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Is it going to
just conceded?
Okay, what is the inflation percentage right now? Currently, as we're at right now with Biden-Harris administration, what is
2.5% annually, the same as what it was under Trump's administration in 2018.
So, are you saying that inflation is going to be at the same if Trump was to have those exact same policies?
No, what I'm saying is that Trump would cause there to be greater inflation than the Harris administration, by significant amounts.
Okay, I mean I feel like that's just an opinionated justification.
No, it's not. This is already agreed upon by top economists, right across the board. Left wing, right wing economists agree on this.
Across the board, Wharton School, University of New York. I'm from New York myself, and those are completely out fallacies. Although those are not true, it's not going to cause a worse. It's not going to. It's not. That's not true. And I feel like
then there's no increase in domestic production then.
There is going to be an increase in domestic production.
If there's an increase in domestic production, it relies upon higher prices for imported goods. You just contradicted yourself.
But you said it's going to cause a higher inflation. Or
it has to cause higher inflation for there to be greater domestic production.
That's just simply not true.
That is true. Okay, how else is there going to be more domestic production?
So inflation is going to be worse than we're at the point.
Tell me, how is there going to be more domestic production if it doesn't cause inflation on imported goods?
Same, if not worse. That's what
Say that again?
That's not what I'm agreeing. No, I'm agreeing that it is, but you're saying that.
Okay, so it does cause inflation. So you just contradicted yourself multiple times and showed that you don't understand tariffs.
You said it was going to cause, if not the same, if not more. That's what you said.
No, I said it's going to cause more inflation. Universal tariffs will cause more inflation.
Then where we're at right now.
Right now, we're at lower levels of inflation than we were under Trump's administration.
But would you say tariff is the only factor in terms of inflation, cause of inflation?
Obviously, tariff is not the only factor. Tariff increases inflation, though.
So, sometimes
it is not disputed by economists that tariffs increase inflation. You don't understand economics, and that's why you're saying this.
I mean, from a business standpoint, like I said, I've been in business for 7 years, right? Business owner.
Respectfully, I don't give a shit. You don't understand tariffs.
If I don't understand tariffs, what I'm trying to understand to you is, of course, we're going to take certain negatives and certain things when we come. There is going to be a trade-off. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows when you make which is why Trump is a business person from a businessman is implying.
Name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
Kamala Harris. Tell me if Kamala Harris would have even
name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
6 bankruptcies. Okay, let's look about all the great businesses that are still running. DJT. Have you looked into the stock?
Can you give me one business owner that is a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
Oh, well, hey, why are you just pointing out the bad apples? There's multiple. Name
one.
We can name a lot. We can name one. We can name more.
Name one person.
The important subject is you said that
just name one person.
Domestic goods are going to cause more inflation.
Just name one person.
Why does that matter? Why does me naming that? I'm trying to debate to you why I'm choosing Trump over Kamala,
just admit you don't have a single person.
You're wanting me to queer off of what we're trying to say, Parker, and I'm trying to get into your point why Trump I think is going to be a better in terms for our economy. And you know it, Parker.
You can't name one.
Parker, you know it.
He won't address it because he knows he doesn't have anything.
Parker, that's not the truth.
Johnny, you're engaging disingenuously.
That's irrelevant. That's an irrelevant.
So acknowledge that you don't know.
That's an irrelevance to the question.
You're not answering my question. Answer the question, and I'll address yours.
I answered your question. I completely answered your question.
Angela, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Angela in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I do want to say for most of the viewers, if you guys are split on terms of who you're voting for, who you're choosing for, just know having no tax.
Alexia, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Worker.
Charles, thank you for the $200 on Venmo. Holy shit. Angie, thank you for that mustache. Can we get some W's for Charles in the comment section for the $200 on Venmo? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Charles. That is unbelievable. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Charles. Get some W's for Charles in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Charles. So what were you saying, Johnny?
And I was just letting your audience view.
Bro, W Snow in the chat. W Snow in the chat. W Snow in the chat, man. Here's our.
Okay, that was just like just randomly started playing audio. What the hell? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Charles. That is incredibly kind of you. Incredibly kind of you, and as well, Angela. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $100 as well. Thank you so much. Y'all are incredibly kind. Holy fuck! Thank you so much, everyone. Why'd he kick him? Because I heard audio from like a different live. There's a glitch on TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Richard, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Richard. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alexia, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Richard. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
Voting Trump, yep.
Why so?
Many different reasons. But I actually have a question for you, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So, do you not think that the way Kamala speaks to the American people, especially during debates, you don't think it's almost degrading the way she looks at the camera and tries to pull on your heartstrings? And I mean, it feels so phony to me.
When I watch the debates, the one that's degrading is Donald Trump. Person of the year, sweet, thank you so much. He says he grabs someone by the vagina. He doesn't even have to ask. He has sex in common with his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He says he walks into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. So he quote unquote owns the place. He said people are eating dogs and cats. And JD Vance admitted that they were just creating stories, right, in order to get people to look at the border. So he actively engages in things that are bullshit, delusional, right? And you think that he's the better candidate? Jeffrey, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
Well, okay, let's go one at a time here. So you think, okay, hold on. So JD Vance, he was talking about making up stories, right? So I don't know the full context of that because I haven't watched that, but are we sure if I go watch that video, are we sure that he's going to be talking about the same thing you're talking about?
Yep. Do you want me to play the video? Ventura, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ventura. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm
Christine, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christine. Can we get some W's for Christine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Ashton, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Trying to talk about the problems in I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do. I've been trying.
Yo, Kayla, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kayla. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Did you hear that?
Right, but he's saying, if I have to exaggerate what's going on in order for people to pay attention, then that's what I'm going to do. I mean,
no, he's saying that he has to create stories. Okay, that's explicitly telling you that he literally created the story.
Right, except he didn't entirely create the story. That is happening. It's
he just said that. He just said that, and you don't believe it? Thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Brody.
Right, but it's not. Listen, he's not creating stories. Listen, he's exaggerating the story because that really is happening. There are people eating cats and dogs. It's just not illegal immigrants.
Okay. So, yeah, so he said that it was undocumented immigrants. There were American citizens that were specifically doing that. And he created a lie which perpetuated violence towards Haitian communities in the United States. But yeah, there was one person that was going through a mental breakdown, right? That was a United States citizen that was eating, I'm pretty sure it was a cat, right? But that's not representative of anything that he was referencing to.
Oh, possibly. I don't know. Maybe he didn't do enough research on it. Maybe he just brought it up in the debate. Maybe Trump just brought it up in the debate because I don't know.
Thank you for the
Maybe
rose.
he just saw it on TV. I don't know. But
he saw it on TV is not a good reason to like justify him saying that.
Well, maybe not, but maybe he's relying on media to be reliable, and it's not reliable because, listen, the media twists Trump's words time and time again. Let me give you an example.
Now it's just that they're twisting Trump's words. What? No one's twisting his words. It's things that he said.
Right, except for I can give you an example. People say all the time that January 6th was Trump inciting an insurrection, right? Except for that's not what he did. He said peacefully and patriotically, let your voices be heard, right?
He also said the election was stolen from him. Fight like hell. He also like didn't call for people to like help with the conditions at the Capitol for multiple hours when he could have.
Actually, he did. He claimed
no,
he
didn't. He took hours. No, he totally lied.
But he says he told Nancy Pelosi to send people to help, and she refused.
Nancy Pelosi did not have the authority to do that.
Did she not?
No, she specifically had no authority to do that. None. That was made up. Stephanie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, why would he say that though?
Why would he say that?
Yeah, why would he say that?
Isn't that something that you need to answer?
I mean, I'm asking you though. Like, what specifically did he say? Do you know?
Wait, what did I just say?
You said you said that Nancy Pelosi doesn't have control over that, but you didn't say what his statement was.
So if she doesn't have control over that, how is she supposed to be able to do that?
Right, but that's what you're saying. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, she has no authority to do that. I can send you multiple PolitiFacts on this specifically if you'd like.
Right.
There's been multiple fact checks on that.
Well, that may be, but either way, I mean, we're acting like this is like a horrific day in American history. Like
January 6th was. He tried to coup the country. He tried to send false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. It was a very large threat to our democracy. Like, you can't deny that. You're sitting there and denying it because you want to vote.
Okay, but do you have evidence that he actually was trying to send fake votes?
Yes, he doesn't even deny this. His lawyers to the Supreme Court argued that's an official act of his presidency, that they sent alternate slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. So we know that those alternate slates are false slates. Bruce the Boxing Glove, thank you so much, because he lost the election. He doesn't deny it. He just claims immunity for it.
Whoa, but how do you know for sure that they are not real voters? How do we know that?
How do I know that they're not? Because he sent false slates. Appreciate the confetti. He says alternate slates. The lawyer is arguing that to the Supreme Court.
Okay, the lawyer is arguing this. Do the American people have this evidence? Like, do we have?
They're admitting to it, dude. What the hell are you talking about? They're admitting he did it.
But did Trump
and his lawyer are admitting that he did it?
That he sent false
slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to illegally steal the election. Rich the Meerkat, thank you so much. They're claiming it's not illegal because they think that it's an executive action. But it's still killing the country regardless. First, the Boxing Up, thank you so much, because it's false slates of electors. DJ Squadward, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
So while I'm up here, I do want to touch up more on that in a minute, but I do have another question.
Go ahead.
So, and I genuinely want to know: are you being paid by anyone to do this?
Yeah, the Illuminati, DNC, and Taylor Swift give me checks every single day to do this.
Well,
Jace,
no,
thank you for
because
the $5. Thank you so much, Chase.
Well, no, because Harry Sisson is being paid by Pallet Media, which is directly funded by.
He
the
doesn't
DNC.
work with Pallet Media. He's affiliated with Pallet Management, and I don't have any management company. I've never worked with any business. The only way I get paid is people give me money through Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and like through the TikTok app. That's the only money I've ever made.
Right. Well, I believe you, but listen, we have people, and I know Harry Sisson is paid by
He's not.
Pallet Management. Yeah, but he is though.
They're his management company, which means he pays them, not the other way around.
Okay, but what doesn't make sense about that is when you clicked his link, it was a couple years ago, he took it down. When you clicked his link, it said that he was funded by them on their website.
No. So there's nothing indicating that. The money he has gotten, he's gotten about $19,000 for social media consulting work, which includes like Democracy Defense Action. Okay, that's not the DNC. That's not Pallet Media. Richard, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. That's not 210 grand that he gets paid.
Right. Another thing, which I'm sure, and I know I'm bombarding you with questions, but I just want to get all this out because I've talked to you before, but it's been a long time.
Oh, sorry then. I'm sorry. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 42.
Richard boxing up. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Honestly, just what I've seen like the last 12 years, and just seeing how the media has twisted everything, and I think Trump will just be the better candidate just for the fact that honestly, I think.
Can you name one thing the media has twisted that you think is so bad that you have to vote for Trump?
I mean, this whole debate thing. I mean, it was just he was fact checked and she wasn't. I mean, and she lied. I mean, there's multiple lies that she did.
What was the lie?
I mean, that she said she didn't do mandatory firearm buybacks. She didn't say that. I mean, there's video.
No. Trump said specifically that she wants to take away everyone's guns. She said, no, I don't want to take away everyone's guns. I myself am a pew-pew owner. Tim Walz is a pew-pew owner. They don't want to take away everyone's guns.
But she did lie and say she didn't say she was going to do a mandatory firearm buyback.
No, she didn't get that. I don't know. I don't remember her getting that question. I remember her getting asked, because Trump specifically brought up, he brought up and said that she wants to take away everyone's guns.
Kamala literally told him to stop lying about her wanting to confiscate firearms.
Yeah, confiscate everyone's firearms, which is not true.
No, she just said confiscate firearms. She didn't say everyone.
Trump said everyone. Martha, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Martha. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Connor. Thank you for the $5. And Jace, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
And then even that the thing that Kamala Harris claimed that Trump called neo-Nazis very fine people. She lied about that.
So actually,
he did not say that in the video.
So can you tell me what people on that side were very fine people? Because those people were fighting to keep up a statue. Push the paper frame. So those people were there fighting to keep the statue of Robert Lee, who was a Confederate who fought for slavery.
Okay, but
so what fine people existed in that crowd?
Wait, what?
What fine people existed in the crowd that were fighting to keep up a statue of a Confederate who fought for slavery?
And the white supremacists. Everybody but them.
Hardly, I appreciate the 5-month subscription. Thank you so much. Can you tell me who were the fine people that were fighting to keep up a statue of Robert Lee, who is literally a Confederate that fought for slavery? Sydney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Everybody that wasn't a neo-Nazi, white supremacist. That's it. That's what was said.
So again, you think people are fine people even if they fight for statues to be up of people who literally fought for slavery?
What's wrong with having statues up of our history? It shows us where we've been.
I appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. So do you think that Germans should keep up statues of Hitler? Should Germans keep up statues of Hitler because it's quote unquote their history?
If they want to, yes.
So no, do you think they should keep up statues that were meant to commemorate Hitler?
It's not like they should have them everywhere. But if they had a statue up there to remember not to go back to that time, then
so
yeah.
you think they should have a statue commemorating Hitler?
How's it commemorating? It's a memory. It's not commemorating.
Because what is a statue?
It's a statue.
A statue is meant to commemorate a particular individual.
So like
so you want Germans to commemorate Hitler?
I mean, we're still kind of getting off the topic here.
Completely not able to respond. Sydney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I mean, yeah, you go back. You're really good at deflecting. I'll give you that. And what about the defund the police? You never said you wanted to defund the police.
You quite literally just deflected and moved and pivoted to a different conversation.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was talking about
the level of hypocrisy in the conversation is the level of hypocrisy in the conversation is crazy.
I'm still talking about the lies from the debate.
Yeah, you still didn't give me one. What was one lie?
I just told you 2 of them.
No, give me one.
Okay, she said she never said she was going to defund the police, or she didn't want to.
So again, in terms of defund
got a video
the police,
right here that says otherwise.
Well, yeah. Play the video of her saying that she never said that she
It's
didn't
on my
want to defund the
laptop,
police.
so I really
she didn't say it for this election. She did say it in the past, right? Which in the past, all it means. Listen, Philip. All it means is that they wanted to reallocate funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime. Saying defund the police is not the same as saying that you have sex in common with your daughter, saying that to Howard Stern calling your daughter a piece of ass, or that you date your own daughter if it wasn't your daughter, or that you grab women by the vagina you don't have to ask.
It's like taking words
Those
out of
things are not
context.
comparable. I'm not taking anything out of context. I can play the videos for you if you want to hear them.
Yeah, it's
you want to hear the videos? You want to hear the videos?
Daughter? Really?
You want to hear the videos?
That's real. Yeah. You want to
I'll play the video right now. I'll play the video.
She wants to defund the police?
I'm gonna play the video right now because you're being ridiculous.
I'm being ridiculous.
Yes, you are absolutely being ridiculous. I'm gonna play the video and I'm gonna see how you can sit there and try to ignore that. You ready for this?
Yep.
All right. Here we are.
Put it up to the mic.
Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Okay, so I was right. Take that out of context.
Yeah, tell me what context justifies that statement.
Sex?
Saying you have sex in common with your daughter. Tell me what context justifies that statement.
They probably both had sex with a lot of
people.
people.
oh, that you think that's what he means?
Well, yeah. I mean, is it? Can that not be what he means?
So you think it's totally okay for a father to say that they have sex in common with their daughter? You think that's totally
they both
okay?
have sex with a lot of people and they know it. I mean, yeah.
So would you be okay with your partner saying that she has sex in common with your son?
If he's an adult or even a teenager, I guess, and they both have sex, then yeah.
So you'd have no issue with your significant other saying that about your son?
Because I wouldn't take it out of context. No.
Take it out of context.
That's what you
is
guys
crazy.
are doing. I mean, that's crazy.
That's not taking it out of context. That's just like clearly it's crazy. McKenna, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I hope I can get a turn sometime. But let me show you this on Jubilee doing the 1v25. But here, listen to this.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
Yeah,
Okay.
so voluptuous means sexually attractive, and he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of
Voluptuous
ass.
means
Do you think that's okay to say as a daughter?
Woman's just thick because she's voluptuous. That's what
It
most
means
people
it means
in
it means
regular
curvy and
society,
sexual.
without a
Voluptuous means
dictionary, would take
curvy.
it as.
Okay, it means
If you
it
see a
means
woman that's
it means
thick and
it
got
means
curvy and big.
it means curvy and sexually attractive. If you're okay with someone saying that about your daughter, you're sick. You're like actually sick as fuck. You can unmute. Click the profile picture at the bottom right, and there you go.
I got it.
Okay. Are you actually justifying him saying that?
That you guys are taking words out of context? Yeah.
Oh my God. Everything's
that's
out
all
of
it is.
context. Donald Trump
It is.
could. Donald
That's,
Trump
that's
could.
what everything is
Donald
it,
Trump
on
could
this side.
admit to
Everything's out of
SA,
context.
and you'd still wouldn't vote for him. I mean, you'd still would vote for him. He could admit to it, and you'd still vote for him because you say, "Oh, you guys took that out of context." Tell me what's the context then?
I just explained the context.
You didn't.
Yeah, I did actually.
So saying yeah to Howard Stern calling your daughter a piece of ass. Tell me what context justifies that. Tell me.
I mean, what Howard Stern says is what Howard Stern says.
No, him saying yeah to Howard Stern calling your daughter or his daughter a piece of ass, right? Is that okay? Push the cap. Thank you so much.
I mean, should he have said yeah? Probably not. I mean, but I mean, they're on TV. They don't want to cause nothing, and they're just together.
Okay, so you think that's totally okay to say? So you'd still vote for him?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What
Like I said,
about if
everything's
he
taken out of context? And
what about if he said
over-exaggerated.
what about if he said he walks into the changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place?
When you say that,
Can you answer the question? If he said that, would you vote for him?
probably not.
No? Okay. You want to hear him say it?
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, give it 1 second. There's an ad.
Got you.
All right.
I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So yeah, like, how do you feel about that?
I mean, did he say he saw him naked?
He says he walks into them and they have no clothes on.
He said there's no clothes on in that.
Yes, you could hear him say that.
I didn't hear that.
You walk in there and he has no clothes. I'll play it again.
And I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible.
You heard it?
You said they're getting ready.
Yeah, he said they're getting dressed. They're standing there with no clothes.
That implies that they're naked.
So listen, he said they're getting dressed. They're standing there with no clothes.
You didn't say no clothes. You didn't.
I'm not even, Philip. I don't even want to take you seriously because he's saying no clothes on. Right there he's saying no clothes on because he said they're getting dressed and he said there's no clothes. He cut himself off. He was saying that. And then there were people that corroborated this. There were victims. There were victims that corroborated these stories.
There's victims.
Yes, there are victims from Miss Teen USA, because that's the event that he did this at. There are multiple victims that corroborate this.
And what happened?
He walks into the changing rooms while they're naked or semi-naked changing.
Victim, so there's got to be a.
Yeah, victims of him sexually harassing them by walking into the changing rooms while they're dressing naked.
So he got in trouble for that?
That's what he just admitted to.
I know, but you called them victims.
Yes, I do think that they're victims, right? Because it was against their consent.
And they said this?
Yes.
And he got in trouble for it?
So he's in trouble by us, socially.
Oh. For almost saying naked.
For them, he said that they're changing in there, getting dressed with no clothes on. Like he literally said that, and you're like still justifying it. Like,
yeah, like I said, he said he was getting ready. I get it. I mean, another one taken out.
Caddy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Another one taken out of context. Is that you really think that's taken out of context? Are you fucking trolling? You literally are gonna believe. You're gonna believe everything is taken out of context.
He said it, and then you said he almost said. Okay?
I literally showed you. You can clearly hear him say it.
You almost say it, like you said.
Bro, he said no clue. He said they're getting dressed.
But like I said,
you can put two and two together. You can literally put two and two together. You're smart enough, right?
And this whole witch hunt on Trump, and everyone.
It's not a witch hunt. It's literally what he actually did. Sharp, thank you for the baby drag. Thank you so much. He actually did this, and he's being held accountable, and you don't like it. You don't like the fact that he's being held accountable for his crimes, for things he's done wrong in his life.
In the justice system,
you don't like the fact that he's held accountable for his crimes and things he's done wrong in his life.
This justice system can be used against you if they wanted to.
Think of the hearts. They're not going to because I've done nothing wrong.
Because you're on their side right now.
Whose side? Who's they?
Left.
The left. Okay, so you think everything's just controlled by the left. Okay, so then why did we prosecute?
Media is, that's for sure.
So then why did we convict Hunter Biden?
Of what?
Why did we convict Hunter Biden?
Of holding the document, you guys convicted him?
Why did we convict Hunter Biden? If it is the case that we are the ones that control the DOJ, how come Hunter Biden got convicted?
Why didn't Joe Biden?
Dude, you're not answering the question. I'm gonna kick you from the live if you don't answer the question.
Just go ahead. We're done anyways.
Well, you're the one not engaging in conversation. I'm trying to actually engage.
Not really.
I am right now. And you think I'm fucking paid by the Illuminati? You think I'm the one? You think I'm the one on the side controlling the fucking DOJ? You think we're controlling the DOJ and we're the ones putting Trump in prison? No, his own crimes and his own actions put him in prison.
Hell yeah,
have him take accountability for his actions. Because you just always want women to take accountability, but whenever men need to take accountability, then it's an issue. Women need to take accountability under your view, and women need to be controlled, but men, nope. Men can do whatever the fuck they want without any accountability, without any responsibility.
Yeah,
and that's exactly the very hypocrisy of the misogynist worldview, dude.
I guess again. Okay. I didn't say any of that.
You're saying everything out of context. Everything's out of context. No, it's not out of context. You just said something misogynistic, and you're voting for a misogynist, a racist. You're voting for a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who tried to coup the country. Push the gold medal. Thank you so much. A religious persecutor. Push the galaxy. Thank you so much. A fraudster.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The White House. And I forgot his name. It went to New York, reopened the statutory limits.
Push the money.
And then the first person to step up.
That's because of the Adult Survivors Act and the Child Survivors Act.
And it was right after what?
No, she was not the first person in line. Thousands of other people were able to hold their abusers accountable because of the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act. The Adult Survivors Act came after the Child Survivors Act. So it was heavily promoted by the Child Survivors Act and by the Me Too movement. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. And E. Jean Carroll was one of the victims that was able to hold her abuser accountable. It was not because of her only. It was because of the Me Too movement and because of victims in the Catholic Church, right, that were able to change the statute of limitations for civil courts, right, within the context of New York, because of the statute of limitations did not allow for them to hold their abusers accountable. James, thank you for the $10, and Hannah, thank you for the $10 for women. Thank you so much. And
because that
thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Die. Melinda, thank you for the cheer squad. Can we get some W's for Die in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Parker. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Die. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I was saying literally that fall, after he announced he was going to be running for president again, they opened that statute of limitations there, and then all of a sudden he's now going to fucking freaking court for it.
You're actually laughable, dude. He didn't even announce by that
That's
time.
what happened.
No.
That's what happened.
No,
though.
by the time that you're referencing, he didn't even announce yet. This is 2019. This is 2019. In 2019, it wasn't. Chelsea, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're mad. You're mad that you got cooked and you got nothing.
Nah, not really, man. Like I said, she lied and then she got caught in it.
She didn't lie. That's a lie. Appreciate the manifesting. You lie. Donald Trump lies.
Mandatory gun buyback. She said it.
She said that she didn't want to take away everyone's guns because Donald Trump lied and said that she wanted to take away everyone's guns.
No, she said in the debate. She said he lied when he said it.
He did lie. He literally.
And she said Donald
Trump said that she wants to take away everyone's guns, which is a total lie. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
She wants to do a mandatory gun buyback.
So she wants to do for well, you're only talking about for assault weapons. That's not everyone's gun.
Did she say that she was going to do a mandatory buyback of guns? Yes or no?
Not for all guns.
I know, I didn't say all guns. It just said she was going to do a mandatory buyback.
I think she said it in the past that she supported one, and for what's it called, for assault weapons. But to my knowledge, it is optional. But I'd have to check. Okay. Mandatory was like 2019.
All right, man. I'll get more informed, and hopefully we'll come back again around. But it was nice talking, man.
Appreciate the Rosie. Thank you so much.
It was nice seeing you go against Charles.
For sure. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal in the bio, everyone. In the link tree in the bio. Click on it there if you do want to support me, everyone. So that you don't accidentally select someone random's Venmo or Cash App, because people literally try to act like they're me to get money from people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, damn right I am.
Why so?
Because he's the best choice we've ever had.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Well, I mean, if you pay any attention to the politics for the last, 50 years, it makes it extremely obvious.
Sarah, appreciate you're amazing. Thank you so much. How so?
Well, he's been the only president in my lifetime that has actually done what he said he was going to do. He doesn't
He built the wall. He drained the swamp.
He
He made
doesn't just
Mexico
say
pay for it.
false claims. Listen, I'm talking. He doesn't just say false claims, and then as soon as he gets elected, nothing happens.
So he got an infrastructure bill. He had a healthcare policy.
He doesn't have a healthcare policy, but you know what he's going to do is he's going to put it back in private healthcare. This government healthcare.
It already exists in private healthcare.
Government healthcare is BS. Okay,
so
that.
He's going to cut. So he's going to cut
You're
Medicare and
a very smart
Medicaid.
individual. You are an extremely smart individual, and I understand that. But what
So is he going to cut the ACA, Medicare, and Medicaid?
The what?
So is he going to cut the ACA, Medicare, and Medicaid?
He might cut some stuff and change it and make it better. But listen.
So he's gonna cut stuff and make it better with what concepts?
Parker, you know what? I like you. Dean's a smart ass and he doesn't let anybody talk. And I respect you because you actually let people, have a few words and actually say some stuff. We might not be as intellect and as quickly and have everything memorized like you guys do. We're a different breed. I'm a little older than the normal audience you have, but I got a question for you. Why are they trying to kill Trump?
I don't know who they is. So there's just some people who do it. That's fine.
Levy,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Big fan in Texas. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Rachel, thank you for the $5. And Robert, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on PayPal.
As soon as a hard question comes your way, you cowered out.
Lisa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So I'm not cowering out. Go ahead. Try again.
Why is the FBI, the CIA, and the government trying to kill Trump? It's already been proven. Look, all the election 2020.
So you have no evidence that the CIA is trying to get rid of Trump.
You know it was. You're not stupid. You're a smart kid.
Can you give me evidence the 2020 election was stolen?
Why are you working for the devil? Why are you working for the devil?
You think I'm working for the devil?
Yes, because you obviously are. Because
I'm obviously am.
CBS, NBC, they're all lying crooks.
Lisa, thank you for the $5. So how am I working for the devil? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I can tell you because you're on here. You're on here promoting Kamala Harris.
Voting for Kamala Harris is not supporting the devil.
Dude, what? She has no qualifications to be president. Joe Biden had no qualifications.
She has no qualifications.
40 years.
So you'd vote for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in 2016, right? Because Hillary Clinton had the qualifications and Donald Trump had none.
Hillary Clinton has killed more people. Bill and Hillary Clinton, all their staff had been offed. As soon as they found out something, they knew something, all of a sudden they got suicided.
That's not true.
It is all true.
Eric. There's no evidence supporting that at all.
You know why? Because the whole system is rigged to launder our money. This whole war in
Eric, if the whole
don't stop me. All the money going to Ukraine has been laundered and comes back to these companies and these organizations and these corrupt politicians. And I want your whole audience to hear what's going on because all this left BS, it's all laundering money and coming back. It's all a big joke. And the reason Russia went into Ukraine is because Donald Trump wasn't president anymore, and they're producing narcotics over there. It's the biggest NGK.
Hold up, can I respond to this? Now?
Go ahead, respond.
Okay. So Kenneth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate Victoria. Thank you for the $5 from Satan, and Ann, thank you for the $6.66 from Satan. Thank you so much for continuing the great work. Thank you. So you said that the whole system is rigged. If the whole system is rigged, how did Trump win in 2016?
He won because they had no idea. They didn't expect him. You heard it on every news. Well, you were probably too young to even see it back then, but on every.
I was a Trump supporter back then. Nico, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And actually, so you said that they won because they had no idea. If they control the entire system,
he was going to actually win. They had no idea.
Eric, respectfully,
Oprah,
Eric, if they control the entire system, they would have known that he was going to win through the counting process.
Okay.
So if they controlled every aspect of our society, insofar as that they could have. If they could have controlled every single aspect of our society, right, insofar as stealing the 2020 election without any evidence being present, well, then they would have done the same thing with every other election. They wouldn't put the hands in something that they weren't sure of. They would be sure of it if they could be. Like, that just makes no sense.
Are you there? My microphone said it was turned off. Okay.
Yeah, I turned it off. Well, I appreciate the cheer squad.
Well, okay. Well, I'm going to turn yours off next time.
Good luck.
Okay. So you want me to answer the question that you asked me, 30 seconds ago before you interrupted me? Okay. So in 2016, when he was running, nobody believed. They thought it was a joke. They're like, he'll never win it. He'll never win it. And they tried to cheat. And they got real close, and they freaked out when he actually won. So the entire time Donald Trump was president, they tried to take him down. They tried everything to take him down. They were impeaching him, and they were giving everything. And then they couldn't do it. And then so the next election, they're like, fuck, we got to try harder. And it's proven. It's proven. There's already tons of facts out there, but the whole system is already rigged, though. It's already rigged. So they made sure next time, before we went to sleep on November 5th, 2020, he was ahead by like 20%. We wake up in the morning and then he's down by like 2 million votes. And then every vote that came in that night was for Joe Biden. It was a joke. I mean, and then all the investigations, he proved it in every state. Every state, there has been proof. It's been through the system, but nobody will look at it because
Okay, you've said enough dumb shit. Can I respond, Karma? Thank you for the manifesting. Okay, you said like 5 dumb things. Okay, you said they tried to.
I didn't say no.
Let me explain. So you said they tried to cheat, but they couldn't do it. So they could cheat in 2020. Had all the. Dude, this guy got removed for community guidelines. Like, please let me respond. Jesus, he couldn't stop. So they tried to cheat, but couldn't do it. So they had the ability to know all of the information and rig it, and they're choosing not to. That makes no fucking sense. They just got to try harder. That's incoherent gibberish. Proven fact show the election was rigged. Over 60 courts indicate no sufficient evidence. He just made that up. Before we sleep, then it changes. Most political analysts knew this was going to happen. I even fucking tweeted about this. You can see on my Twitter, if you go back on my Twitter, link in bio, by the way, on my link tree, you can see I said this before the election. Are you saying that I helped rig it because I knew this was going to happen? Jesus Christ, dude. I said, wait till the mail-in ballots are counted. So I knew the election was going to be stolen? Like, what? Ron, think of the $10. Thank you so much. Before I was a content creator, by the way. Actually, well, like, before I, like, did lives. I still made TikToks at that point. Did Parker kick him? I didn't kick him. He got banned. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ron, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ron. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, 100%.
Why so?
Because he's keep word to his truth. Keeps true to his word.
Really? So did he build the wall? Did he make Mexico pay for it? Did he drain the swamp? Did he get a health care plan to repeal and replace the ACA?
Well, at least he made the biggest tax cut in American history.
Bill. The biggest tax cut? So that mostly went to people who were rich?
I mean, he trying to help. He trying to help, regular people. You see.
No.
And most of these blue people, they just wanna get all your money, take everything away from you, your freedom, everything.
Okay, so we're not taking away your freedom. Actually, we're fighting for women's freedom to have control over their own bodies. We're also fighting for people's freedom to be able to do things like freedom of expression, like the First Amendment, because Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Those are the types of freedoms that we're advocating for. Also, you said that he wants to help regular people. Can you name me one Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, the way I see it is, if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're going to lose everything that you actually believe in.
So you didn't give me one. That's not one policy. Also, taxes are only going to go up for income over $400,000 a year. 100 million Americans will get a tax cut because the child tax credit will be increased. Well, Barbara, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much for your patience and stamina. Thank you so much.
I heard that Kamala Harris wanted to, increase the taxes beyond believable measures.
Well, that person lied to you. So she only wants to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
But how does that benefit, regular people?
because she's increasing taxes on income over 400,000 people, over $400,000 a year, in order to decrease taxes on working families, on middle class families that are raising children, right? Because they're increasing the child tax credit, which decreases taxes again on middle class families, and it decreases child poverty. When implemented in 2021, it decreased child poverty by 50%. Think of that mustache. Think of the elephant.
Yeah. So can you tell me what would be the benefit if Kamala Harris would be the president? Kamala, whatever. It doesn't matter.
What would be the benefit if she was president? There would be multiple things. $2,000 cap on what's it called? Pharmaceuticals out of pocket. She wants to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. $50,000 deductible for small businesses. The tax credit, child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
But
and Candace, thank you so much for the $40 for things from Texas. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Candace in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
But there were no one who voted for her
Camille,
to be the candidate for the Democratic Party.
We vote for delegates. Delegates vote on our behalf. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with her being the candidate.
But you have people like the Kennedy family who's been, going over to the Republicans. So how do you feel about that?
I don't care about RFK. He's a conspiracy nut.
Why so?
Why so? He thinks vaccines cause autism.
Well, I don't know about that, but regardless, the way I believe is this is someone who is, Trump. He has put in his own money. She don't have no money, He don't have to do it. You know what I mean?
She don't have any money? She raised more money than Trump did.
Anyway, Trump didn't have to do this. He was good. He was good before he is even entering the president election and stuff like that.
He was doing good before he joined the presidential election? I don't see that's a relevant point.
But how not? Because he don't have to do this, but he wants to do it. Why would he do it?
He's doing it now to get out of jail. And he likes worship. He likes the attention. Araceli, appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. He likes a cult-like following. He likes the power.
Mm-hmm. And you don't see that Kamala is in the, secret... Kamala, whatever.
It's not a whatever. It's Kamala.
Kamala, whatever. I don't care.
Jackie, thank you for $5. Thank you so much. You can say you don't care, but I do. If you do it one more time, I'll kick you.
Okay, my bad. But anyway, she is, for agenda that is not beneficial for the people of America.
Okay. Can you give me one policy she supports that's bad? Jackie, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
No, I'm not that. I don't know, actually.
Oh, okay. So can you name me one policy Trump likes that's good?
Yeah, he wanted to. He want to make America great again.
He wants to make America great again. That's not a policy.
Well, it's very important though, because if you look at it, most people.
If you're such an American exceptionalist, why don't you think America is great right now?
Well, you see how the world has turned out since he was not the president.
So America is not great? So you're not an American exceptionalist?
No.
You don't think we're the best in the world? Holly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Holly. I really appreciate it. Okay, so if you're not an American exceptionalist, you don't think America is a great place, well then why don't you leave and go to a different place? Like how conservatives always say that if you don't like it here, then you can leave.
Yeah. That's the thing to it. But the thing is also that I do not live in America, so that's the part too.
Oh, okay. Okay. Connor, appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Conservatives always like making that point. They're like, if you don't like it in America, you can leave. Right, but they hate that point being targeted towards them. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
You voting Trump? John, I appreciate that you're passionate.
Yes.
Thank you. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think that he did a lot more for our country and our people, and I think we're under a better economy.
You just muted. So he did more for the country. Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I don't know about specific policies, but the unemployment rate reached 3.5% which is the lowest in half a century when he was president.
It was 3.4 for 2 different months under the Biden-Harris administration, so it was even lower.
Okay. Well, middle-class family income increased to nearly $6,000, which is more than 5 times the gains during the entire previous administration.
Thank you. No, it was not 5 times the gains. That's a total lie.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, you can look up median income, real median income, accounting for inflation. It did not increase 5 times more than what it did under Obama's administration.
Okay.
You can find this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which gets their data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. Well, he lifted nearly 7 million people off of food
Here,
stamps.
for example, under under the Obama administration, we'll just go for the last 4 years of his administration. 2012, it was 333 was the real median wages in this country for over 16 years old workers. By 2017, when he left, it was 352. So it went from 330 to 352. Trump's administration went from 352 to it looks like 362. So there was a greater increase under the Obama administration than under the Trump administration. So the point you just made there was totally false. Jakari, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. And Yvette, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Sassy Sherry, thank you so much for the sunglasses. Let's get some W's for Yvette in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Ellen, thank you for the $1. Yes,
who does that include? Because this is just talking about middle class family income.
Yeah, I said real median wages, which is accounting for inflation. It's looking at the middle wages in this country.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best, most representative thing within the economy of like the middle individual, what they're doing.
Okay. Well, I also do agree with some of his other.
You just cut out. Hello?
I don't agree. I do agree with some of his other policies. I do agree with his anti-abortion policies, personally.
Okay, and thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So you don't want federal protections for rape victims to get access to an abortion?
That's not what I'm saying, but
you want it to be left up to the states, which means that certain states can restrict girls and women who specifically are raped from being able to get access to an abortion.
So the majority of abortions that do occur aren't from rape victims.
I never said that. I'm just saying in those circumstances, you don't think there should be federal protections.
I am not saying okay. If they were to say make abortion illegal for anybody except people whose lives are at risk or who were rape victims, I would agree 100%. However, since they're not saying that and they're just saying all abortion, I don't agree with all abortion because there are people out there getting abortions and killing innocent babies, because I do fully believe that an unborn baby is a baby. So I don't think that, especially when the vast majority of abortion cases do not come from rape victims, that we should completely allow abortion.
Yeah, but you don't want it to leave it up to the states because then it doesn't have those exceptions that you want. Rob, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So you'd like there to be federal legislation, not just leaving it up to the states, because leaving it up to the states would be too risky, right? Sherry, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Come again? Can you say that again?
So you don't think it should be left up to the states. You think it should be federally protected. If you think it should be federally protected, then you wouldn't support Trump's policy leaving it up to the states, because it doesn't have the federal protections for rape victims.
Okay. I'm just saying that I don't agree with abortion and that his policies for abortion apply more to what I believe.
Okay. So you do want to restrict people's access to abortion. Okay, I'll ask you this question. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No.
Okay, but why do you think abortion is murder in the first trimester?
I think that the moment that conception happens, that that is a life, because that whatever you want to call it, fetus, whatever. It has its own set of
It's
DNA.
not a fetus at that point. It would be a zygote. But like the point that I was making with that is that IUDs, not only can they prevent fertilization, but they can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a fertilized egg, life at conception, from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore ending a human life. So are you against, do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers then?
No, I do not think that they are murderers. Just like I don't think that Plan B, morning after pills are bad.
Wait, but you're terminating a human life. You're unjustly terminating a human life under your worldview.
Yes.
Okay, so that's murder. How do you define murder?
Yeah, I do believe that abortion is murder.
No, but women who have IUDs are murderers because, again, it is the case that unjustly terminating the life of a human zygote is murder, right?
Okay, that is taking a precaution beforehand, okay? Like you're getting it beforehand. It's not like you got pregnant and now that you're pregnant after your actions.
Life doesn't begin at implantation. Life begins at conception.
Okay, I think that there are very different cases, especially because not all abortion cases, many don't happen that early. I mean, it takes a while. It takes a couple days, weeks, not days, weeks, sorry, to even know a lot of times that you're pregnant or to have symptoms. That
I don't have an issue with abortions, right, in the first trimester. I don't have an issue with abortions up until 18 weeks if we're talking elective abortions, right? And then any abortions after that are justified if they're grape or medical, medical circumstances.
Okay.
Okay, so but before that, why is elective abortion wrong?
Elective abortion? What does that mean?
Okay, so why is abortion wrong? Prior to sentience.
Sentience?
Prior to subjective experience of like the fetus.
Uh-huh.
Why do you care about it if it doesn't have a subjective experience?
Because it's still a life that's forming and it's still its own.
So then women who have IUDs are murderers.
In my opinion, those are two completely different things.
Okay, should IVF be banned? Should IVF be banned? Because in the creation of a particular zygote that you're going to use, you kill some zygotes because they aren't used. Ella, think of the dollar. So do you think IVF should be banned?
I'm just saying that I don't believe abortion is okay. I'm not talking about any kinds of birth control, any other things like that. I'm talking about abortion.
Okay, so, but you said it's wrong, Priscilla Confetti, thank you so much, because there's life at conception. IVF creates life at conception that they kill. Okay? So it sounds like you should believe that IVF is murder, right, and should be banned. But you don't believe that. So then what is the reason why you think abortion in the first trimester is wrong?
I just looked up IVF, just that way I have a definition. And it says that it's a procedure that helps individuals or couples get pregnant.
Yeah, it does. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. But in helping them do that, it is the case that it creates multiple zygotes that then die. So I don't care about zygotes. I don't think zygotes are people, but you think zygotes are people. I think we should keep doing it because it helps families be created, right? And it's a good thing under my view. But you think it's murder under your view, and you think it's a bad thing.
That is a absolutely total different thing. If somebody is unable to get pregnant or they need assistance getting pregnant, through this process, it is helping somebody get pregnant. So yes, some of them
But you'd be
die.
killing people under your worldview. So you think systematic murder is okay?
It is okay. Abortion, typically, not all cases, abortion occurs because somebody doesn't want a baby, they can't financially support a baby, something like that. Sure, there is, rape cases or somebody's life being at risk, right? But that is why people are doing it, because they don't want a baby. This other situation, they do want a baby, okay? Those zygotes or whatever, they wouldn't even be a thing if it wasn't for this process and the person trying to get pregnant. This is a process.
So same thing with abortion in any context. So you're not really giving a good reason for why you think it's okay to kill the zygotes as it relates to IVF, but you don't think abortion is okay in the first trimester. You're not really providing a good reason to believe that.
I think I did give a reason.
I'm still confused.
I said that
or Jana, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jana. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Jana. I apologize. Thank you, though.
the IVS is a procedure that helps individuals or couples get pregnant. Abortion is to kill a baby, is to get rid of the baby. This procedure isn't specifically to kill those other babies or zygotes or whatever, it's not specifically for that.
It does kill the zygotes, like as a byproduct of doing it. Like you could just say abortion isn't to kill the baby, it just is the termination of pregnancy. Janice, thank you so much for the 9-month subscription. Thank you so much, Janice.
Okay.
Kata, thank you for the $7.77. Thank you so much.
So from what I'm reading personally is over 10 million babies have been born from IVF around the world. There are over 500,000 IVF deliveries every year worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2018, it was 2% of all births in the United States. So this is a process to create life, not end it. It's not.
Yeah, you understand that in the process of creating life, you lead to the ending of some zygotes. I don't know. You're not listening. Jesse, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, Hannah, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
I'm okay.
For sure. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Okay. So you agree, as being a Democrat, you agree with the amount of immigrants that we have?
Tori, think of the $10. Hannah, think of the is important. Now, I think everyone who's already in the country right now should be able to get citizenship who has not committed a crime. Right? I'm okay with deporting people who have committed crimes, but if they haven't, I don't see any reason to do that because our system takes so long. Let's make the system go faster, expedite the process to make it go faster. 6 months, 1 year maximum, which is what the border bill did. Trump undermined it. So, I mean, if we wanted to do something about the border, we wouldn't vote for Trump, right?
So why is that if you agree with the immigrants, obviously, that are already here getting asylum, essentially, and having, citizenship, what would that look like?
Mandy, think of the $5. What would what look like?
A lot. Or what would the process be in which the immigrants that are already in this country that have not committed crime getting asylum?
They would just be able to apply and they would get expedited under my process. So they'd just be able to get an SSN. They'd be able to get everything that they would need: citizenship documents, driver's license, everything.
And how will the government? I guess, yeah. How would the government be able to dictate who's not, committed a crime? Because I mean, yeah, obviously there are.
If they've committed a crime and they don't have papers, then it would be the case that they would be deported. Mandy, I appreciate the manifesting. Thank you so much. They haven't committed a crime, right? Then they would be able to get papers.
Okay. All right, now.
Mandy, think of the $5. Hannah, think of the $5.
I guess we're gonna go ahead and jump on this abortion bandwagon that obviously everybody seems to want to talk about.
Okay, what about it?
So I personally,
rights?
Not necessarily restrict them, but I have and this is like real world experience that I'm experiencing as far as my brother, because we've been Republican for as long as I can remember, and he has finally switched to Democrat. Congratulations on you guys. But I think his whole aspect or view on why he has switched is because he is now a recent father of a daughter that obviously, his daughter's rights are now in his mind. And my thing is that if he goes Democrat and he cares about his daughter's rights, why is he going for Democrat when Democrats are, for the most part, all about transgender and allowing pretty much a man into a women's restroom.
Corgi. Donald Trump himself brags about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. And also, trans people being in bathrooms does not put cis people at any greater likelihood of harm. It's actually to protect trans people, because trans people are at a greater likelihood of harm if they're not able to go into bathrooms that are based upon their gender identity. And right now, if you force people to go into bathrooms based upon their biology, trans men that are masculine presenting would go into women's restrooms. And it is the case that that you wouldn't be able to differentiate between, again, me and a trans man. Right. So again, would you be like doing genital inspections at the beginning of bathrooms? Right. That just seems absurd. A genital inspection is crazy as hell.
I never said that.
Okay. So then how do you determine who goes based in the bathrooms? Because I can show you a picture of a trans man right now, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, between me and the trans man. So if you can't tell the difference between me and the trans man, and you expect that this man should have to go into the women's restroom, right? Well, then how are you going to expect people to not, think that, like, they're like just a cis man? Like, look, do you think he should have to go into the women's restroom?
I completely agree, and I understand where you guys are coming from. Like, obviously nowadays with all the surgeries and enhancements that everybody's doing as far as transgender, that, yeah, the likelihood of you being able to dictate whether this person is male or female is not likely because of the adaptations that they have, created, essentially. I'm not
adaptations
saying
they've created. What do you mean by that? And Gina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Gina. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Gina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
I'm talking about all the surgery and the enhancements in order to look the way that person wants to look. And that's what I mean by wants to look that way.
Wait. Say that one more time. Sorry. So you think that they're not a woman you think they are a woman after they do surgery?
I think that if a man has the chromosomes of a biological man, he has to obviously go through surgeries and or enhancements.
Wait. There are women with XY chromosomes where they have female anatomy, but they just have XY chromosomes. So should they be forced to go into the men's restroom, even though they have all female anatomy? Bree, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I mean, I can't speak on the 1 in a million or whatever the chances are that happens or whatever, but majority, we're talking, for the most part, we're always talking majority, that the person that wants to switch has to have enhancements or surgeries to get the way they want to get.
Not necessarily. Some people don't have to go through surgeries to get to where they want to.
Okay, well, I'm talking about obviously using testosterone and stuff like that also being
That's not a surgery.
That's an enhancement.
Okay, right? You understand, appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much that people take ADHD medication, right? People take anxiety medication. People take depression medication. People take Tylenol. That's an enhancement. Tylenol is an enhancement. I take that after my life sometimes because it is the case that I get a headache from the light. That's an enhancement.
I understand.
People wear glasses. That's an enhancement.
No, I get that. But at the same time, you're not using, like, let's say Tylenol, obviously. You're not using that to get...
Is getting like a breast reduction wrong?
Depending on
depending on the
circumstances.
Is getting a breast increase a wrong thing? Or is
I mean,
it
I
just someone's
personally
choice?
don't think they're flattering, but if you're choice,
you can think whatever you want, but do you think it's wrong?
No.
Okay, so then why don't you think it's wrong for them, but you do think it's wrong for trans people?
Because they're trying to align themselves with whatever. It's essentially like Kamala.
Austin, are you voting for Trump? I mean, not voting for Trump, but Austin, are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
So God the Father, what are his chromosomes?
Personally, I don't believe he has any, though, and I know.
So how do you believe he's a man then?
Bible. Say it again.
So why do you believe he's a man?
I never said I did.
Okay, so but not all fathers are men.
Oh Lord, here we go. I mean, obviously, my personal opinion, because obviously this is all it is. My personal opinion, in order to be a father, you have to obviously be there. See, yeah, all right, I know.
So
where
what
you're
biology
trying
does
to
God
walk
the
me.
Father have?
If we're going off Jesus,
I'm talking prior to incarnation, because God the Father is different from the Son, right?
yes. And so
Okay. So how is he a man?
Is where I'm.
So is God the Father not a man?
I'm not as religious. I am not as religious as most Christians. Don't get myself as a Christian.
You're
really
lagging out.
found out
So you're not as Christian as you thought you were?
what that is.
So you're just not Christian. I reduced your view into you not being Christian. That's fucking hilarious.
No, I said that I am not as religious as a lot of Christians. So as far as my soul, I still figure out where I am living.
You're lagging really bad, Austin. I'm just gonna go to the next person. Well, at least I reduced him down to not being Christian. Okay. All right, he gave up Christianity for that point. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 23. Just turned 23.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
What's up?
Honestly, I can't stand.
Oh, and thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I just can't get my head around how Kamala got elected in, well, not even elected into office. Basically, the coup on Biden because of
the coup on Biden. Appreciate the stage. Thank you so much. So Biden stepped down himself consensually and then endorsed her. So how's that a coup?
Yeah, but I think many conservatives will agree that that's not the way.
Can't really think of the $5. You said what? Appreciate the hint.
I said personally, I would think that a lot of conservatives didn't see it that way. They believe that Biden's mental health and his decline was the main reason for him stepping down because there was no path to victory for the Democrats.
Wait. So again, but that was still his choice. Jerry, think of the subscription. Thank you so much. 67% of the Democratic Party wanted Joe Biden to step down. Joe Biden chose to step down based upon that. That was his choice. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala Harris being the candidate. Someone could have gone against her at the DNC, right? But they chose not to. They all endorsed her.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, we have the elections. The Democratic election to earn your spot as the nominee and to earn your delegates. And she didn't basically go through.
You earn the delegates when the delegates vote for you.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like she would have to go through the Democratic nominations with all the other Democrats, earn her spot.
Wait, she did. She did earn her spot because again, no one ran against her.
Yeah, because there was no no debates because the Biden was the one who was chosen, so she was handpicked.
And again, other people could have gone against her. No one ran against her.
Was it already not too late for them to have them? I thought
no, they could. No, they could have. They could have ran against her, but no one chose to ran against her. Not only that, but the only people that are mad about this are Republicans. And also, you don't care about cooing the country because Donald Trump tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, right? And try to get his vice president to not certify the election results. So don't sit there and act like you care about cooing the country when you're literally voting for a guy that actively tried to coup the country.
I'm just saying that she didn't. I don't feel like she earned her spot, and it's weird to see JFK endorse Trump.
Name one popular vote Trump won.
What?
Trump didn't earn his spot. Name one popular vote he won.
It was the same deal. Biden just unanimously got his spot, same as Trump.
You used
Trump
unanimously
wasn't the
wrong.
one.
Oh, and think of the handout.
So because like you said, no one wanted to debate them. So Trump got his spot because
he just got removed for community guidelines and my guidelines. Oh, and thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't know why he got banned. There we go. We're back. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. It really will help send out the live. I do appreciate it, everyone. Please, let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. Tap the screen. Fill up the bar, everyone. Fill up the bar. It will help me push out the live more. I really do appreciate everyone who's doing that, everyone. It really, really does help. It really, really helps. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How do you?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to click that. Not voting for Trump.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry.
So I'm leaning more towards him, but I haven't fully decided yet. And some of the kind of big issues for me are like 2A, and also, so I was in Afghanistan during the withdrawal, and Trump started that, and the Biden administration just completely failed on how that went.
What did the Biden administration do that you think was wrong?
So they just enacted the withdrawal way too fast, and
they actually extended the date. They extended the date of when they were leaving. Trump set it for an earlier date than they left.
The thing is, they also sped it up too fast, and they left CAF as the last airport to close down. CAF was not the largest airport or the base we had over there, and I think that's a huge reason why the suicide bombing happened. Excuse me. And a lot of the other issues happened over there.
So when did the Biden-Harris administration make that decision? Because that was likely determined by people outside of Biden and Harris.
I honestly couldn't tell you the exact date that happened.
Yeah, so I just don't know why we'd particularly blame them. But why don't you blame Trump for the 65 service members that died in conflict under his administration? Oh, and thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so for us, why don't we blame Biden for the 13 that died at CAF,
Laura,
and the other multiple that have been injured in Syria?
Wait. Appreciate the wait, you were blaming them. Okay, so the 16 that died under Trump's administration, or under the Biden-Harris administration, or are you saying that even though it happened under the administration, you don't think it was necessarily caused by them?
No. So both were caused under the administration. But my point is that Trump
caused more
withdrawal from Afghanistan, and he wanted us to get out of the Middle East.
Then why didn't he pull us out of every other area?
So there were bills shot up to actually do that, but all of those bills were shot down. Like, I know a year ago, Atlas News posted that there was a bill being put forth to pull troops out of Iraq and Syria, and that bill was just completely shot out.
Does he need a bill in order to do that?
So technically, yes,
because there was a Republican-held Senate at the time.
Those bases already over there. Those wars, those conflicts are still ongoing, including with ISIS.
So I don't see any evidence that would say that we'd need, the legislative branch to do that. But if that's true, then I would give a little bit more leeway.
I mean, the only one who can commit to war or declare war is the legislative branch, though.
Okay, so you say that they're the only ones who can declare war, but not the only ones that can pull us out.
No, definitely not. Like, that's kind of the reason that we started withdrawing, but I believe the military-industrial complex just has so many people in Congress, in the government, that they have in their pockets, and that's why we're not pulling out from all the other countries over there.
So you said that we're not pulling out because of what reason, sir? Or did you just restate because of the legislative branch?
Sorry, can you repeat that last one?
Okay. All right. So then I'll just ask you this question. How is that going to be different with either president?
So I truly do believe that Kamala is going to get paid by the military-industrial complex. I also don't see a
no
reason why
evidence
she
of
wants
that.
to pull us out of the Middle East.
I'm sorry,
And
Will
Trump
Parks. That's
is-
actually crazy. You're just saying that she's getting paid by the military-industrial complex. Can you give me any evidence?
So I think she will be getting paid by them eventually.
Getting paid? So what makes you think that?
Because if we're being completely honest, I think every politician does get paid by them. But the
So
only
including
difference I've
Trump.
seen is that Trump actually wanted to withdraw us from Afghanistan.
So is Trump getting paid by them as well?
Honestly, he could be, and I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, then what's the distinction between this and other people?
So my main point of distinction is Trump wanted to withdraw us from Afghanistan, and even in the debate, he said that he wanted the war of Ukraine to end, which I'm pro for. Like, I want the Ukrainian war and Israel to end. I think we should stop sending so much aid and support over there because I think that only prolongs the war.
I don't support supporting Israel. So, like, I agree. I'm pretty anti-war, but I don't think that if you have Trump in office, that somehow fixes this.
I believe he would cut that support, though.
So you believe that he'd cut support? You have no evidence to indicate that, though. So if you have no evidence to indicate that, I don't know why you're saying this.
Well, because in the debate, he said he wanted to stop the war in Ukraine. That's just one point that he said, which I know, of course, could be a lie as well.
Okay, so then I'm still not seeing a good reason to vote for Trump. You kind of just like you said it. You feel like it.
Well, I mean, so has Kamala come out saying that she's against Israel or Ukraine or giving all this other support?
Okay, so again, Donald Trump has shown support for Israel to a greater extent than Kamala Harris has. Even Donald Trump says that she apparently hates Israel and that Israel's not going to not exist if she's president. So apparently he supports Israel more. Not only that, but it is the case that as it relates to Ukraine, Donald Trump wouldn't undermine Ukraine unless he wants to give Russia Ukrainian land. So if he gives Russia Ukrainian land, are you telling me that's a preferable outcome from what we have currently?
I mean, completely honest, dude, depending on how much land we're talking about, like, how many acres, is it really worth more than the lives that are already dying over there?
Oh, okay. So why don't you let the Ukrainians make that decision?
I mean,
They not eat chicken. They are the ones making that decision. They're not willing to give up Ukrainian land.
Yes, but we're also funding that support. So technically,
okay, but they're the ones that don't want to give up the land.
And they have a right to say that, and they have a right to do that. But why should we keep supporting them?
Because it is the case that we have a Budapest memorandum. We signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you.
I was actually never aware Ukraine had nuclear weapons to begin with, which
they did.
Okay,
and that's why we signed an agreement with them for them to get rid of that.
Okay,
and they did.
Sense. And I know, like, the main argument for all the support is, like, there's been a ton of arguments that they're not a NATO country. We only support NATO countries. So it's kind of weird that
we signed an agreement with them, so that's just like a lie. We sign agreements with non-NATO countries.
So,
what's up?
I was just asking about, like, when was the Budapest Agreement signed? I don't know much about that.
1992, I think.
Gotcha.
Or 1994, something like that. I think it was 1992. It's been a minute since I thought about it. I think it's 94.
Gotcha.
It is. Yeah, it's 1994.
And so I'm assuming in that agreement, it was basically, we will help give you aid against Russia if they decide to invade, if you give up your nuclear weapons? Okay. So do you feel that honoring that agreement is more important than cutting support and trying to stop this war? Or about that?
Yeah, I think that defending Ukraine is a good thing. I think Ukraine should win. And I think that if they want to continue, that we should support them as we sign an agreement with them.
That's fair. I mean, we have to keep to our word. So.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
Oh, honestly, not right now. I just am not too up to par on my policies and everything. So I appreciate you talking to me and have a good one.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Cool.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 27 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why don't you want to vote for Kamala Harris?
I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris because I believe that she does not represent the individual of the United States of America.
How so?
Based on her policies.
Okay, so like Trump trying to undermine women's access to abortion, that's protecting individual rights?
I think abortion is a topic that me and you should not discuss.
Okay. That's interesting.
Coming back? Probably.
Yo, Binks, you think I'm scared to add you up?
Well, I've been trying for about 3 weeks, but
Isn't there just like a lot of people in the live?
I know you do. I know you do. There's so many questions I have of you. First, I'll tell you that yes, I'm voting for Trump. And yes, for all your reasons that you say you shouldn't, I'm still voting for Trump. But I do have a question to you directly about Joe Biden. So your view is you absolutely positively
I don't
know
really
that he
care about Joe
illegally
Biden.
resigned seeking re-election.
Yeah, he resigned.
That's about the most naive statement I've heard from just about anybody.
Well, it's
on these
objectively true that he
sites.
resigned.
He resigned. He wasn't given an offer he couldn't refuse.
That he still chose. Did he? You're saying he involuntarily resigned?
Are you old enough to remember The Godfather?
I don't know what you're referencing.
You know, you seem to know everything except when people
Are you
address your
old enough to
question.
remember the Revolutionary War?
Absolutely.
I know it.
Know a lot of the issues, but don't pivot one of your favorite sentences. But you really believe that Biden said, you know what, I've thought it over, and for the good of the country, I'm going to resign. That's one of your most naive statements I've ever heard you make, and trust me, you've made thousands of them.
Yeah, can you just tell me why it's naive instead of just saying it's naive?
Sure. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. Okay, they kept saying it's going to be his choice. It's going to be his choice. You know, why do you downplay Nancy Pelosi
It was his
basically
choice.
admitting in the car that she did it?
She talked to him. You having friends that talk to you and give you advice isn't like them like forcing you to leave.
Say that again?
You having friends that give you advice is not you being forced to leave.
I'm not being forced to leave.
I know, I meant like Biden.
And the Secret Service just standed down that day?
On what day? You pushed the sunglasses. Are you talking about the assassination?
Oh, you stop talking to me?
No, I just responded to both of you. I am still talking to you.
Okay. So I find it very... The only last thing I'd like to really, again, just ask you if I'm correct in my assumptions. Everything that Biden or Harris has done over the last 3 or 4 years that was good, it's because they were president and vice president. Everything bad, if it wasn't their fault, it must be Trump's fault. You know that statistically that's absolutely impossible?
That's not what I'm arguing.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
I do believe that Trump did
you
some
come
things that
across
I would.
bad.
I do believe that there are some things Trump did that were good, but it's overwhelmingly bad. And I do believe that there are things that the Biden-Harris administration did that were bad, but I think it's a very small portion.
And I would defend to the death your right to believe that. I just think you're wrong.
Okay,
I
but
think
Donald
that
Trump
Donald
doesn't, because
Trump-
Donald Trump wants to put us in prison for burning the American flag.
Nah,
So
yeah,
if we
and I
disagree with him,
that.
we go to
I
prison.
absolutely disagree with that and something he said. But you know what? I disagree with a lot of things that Biden has done and said throughout.
Biden's
And
not
again-
the candidate.
No, he was up until, and you supported him 100%. And he was
I
perfectly
didn't
fine
support
to be
him
president.
100%. I never said he was
Well-
perfectly fine to be president. I actually called for him to step down.
Oh, at some point you did, absolutely.
Yeah,
And then
I
you
called for him to
continued-
step down before he stepped down.
Yep, you called for him to step down shortly after the interview, the debate that didn't have to take place.
Nakata, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Patricia with the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patricia. Brittany, thank you for the ICU. Thank you so much. You some W's for Patricia in the comment section. And Kara, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. For Kamala is the only who has experience in all three branches of government.
Point he wanted to talk about
You got to
abortion.
wait till Parker stops
And I would
interrupting
just
like
say
that.
that abortion is not me or yours topic to discuss right now. I've had a few girlfriends in my life, and if that were to happen, I would want to make sure that I take care of the child and make sure I take care of my girlfriend that's going through, and I don't want to talk about that. So that was your first policy.
You can say you want to take care of them, but like taking care of them includes respecting their right to make the decision.
But at the end of the day, I don't think that's a point.
Are you going to take care of them if they choose to get an abortion? Would you take care of your girlfriend? Wait, Cole, if your girlfriend got pregnant, would you take care of her if she got an abortion?
Man, I feel like that my girlfriend would never be in the position to want to have an abortion because I take such good care.
Say all you want. Say all you want. Would it be the case that you'd be there to support her?
I mean, I cannot imagine any girl that I've dated or had any sort of relationship with, if she sat down and said, I'm getting an abortion, I don't think I can convince her not to, is what I'm trying to say.
But would you be there to support her?
I mean, it's just such a weird topic and weird, very specific point.
Weird topic. If it's such a weird topic,
yes.
stop
My
restricting
current
women's
girlfriend,
rights.
I would support her if she was to say, yes, I want to get an abortion. But
okay, so then you don't think it's murder? Because I'd ask you this question: if your girlfriend murdered someone and then was asking you for support, would you support her?
But doesn't this specific issue come down to the states currently? And
wait, but Cole, if you thought it was murder, would you support her? No, you probably.
Your personal right, like to have an abortion, a woman's personal right, and it's taking it away from them. But it's just so much more complicated than that, Parker. It really is.
Well, what is the complication?
When you guys finish, can I have one more question in there before I go?
Yeah.
Because people liked him better than Hillary at the time. But my biggest concern about that election is that was the number one spot where our current president of the time, Obama, messed with the peaceful transition of power. His Justice Department started an investigation, the oncoming president's transition team. Don't tell me that isn't messing with the transition of power. Disagree all you want.
That is not. That's not
Okay,
messing
of course
with
it's
the transition.
not.
You know what's messing with the transition of power?
Yeah.
Trump sending false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Again, there's
also,
an
can you give me
argument-
any source that he did that?
What was it? His emails that have been brought out that have suggested that yes, they were in fact Biden. I'm pretty sure was on record. I have nothing in front of me and no source I can cite you, but I'm telling you that he's on record with asking the people in this room that he was meeting in, don't know whether it was the Oval Office, is, gee, should I tell this information to the transition team or to Trump? The world went crazy when Trump got elected.
Queen, think of
Went crazy when Trump got elected, and they've spent
was there a
8
peaceful
years
transition
being
of power?
afraid of him.
Was there a peaceful
mostly
transition of power?
Absolutely messed with the peaceful transition of power.
No, what? Okay, can you give me any source?
I'm telling you my sources. I said, one, I'm sitting here. I don't have all the information in front of me like you do.
So do you want to go
I have
find
a
it while I
resource that-
talk to this guy?
No,
I
I'm
think
not going to
this
find
is
it. I'm telling you that there's been multiple.
Okay. So I found his source. Everyone, look at it. Cole, do you like his source?
I don't want to talk about that source. I want to talk about Project 2025. You want to talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, what about it?
What is it? I don't know what it is.
Here, let's get date right stuff to tell you.
Okay. I would love to, honestly.
Foundation on their project 2025. I work for the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
That's a member of Trump's administration who currently has a big platform here on TikTok. Date right stuff.
I definitely know
the
who
Got
Date
It
Right
guy.
is. I love to follow all of his stuff. He's a
and
great
did you hear he just
influence
said?
on.
He was literally charged by or he was told by the Heritage Foundation, this is his position, the confetti, is to be the person to help with Project 2025.
Yeah, well, you
Right,
do realize
Project-
that Project 2025 is made up. That's just like a buzzword that you guys use.
No, it's not. It's actually not. It's not made up. It's
2030.
wait.
Do you know what
you
Project 2030 is?
No, Project 2025 is a real thing from the Heritage
Okay, let's talk
Foundation.
about Project 2030 though right now, real quick. I want to talk about it.
I don't know what that is.
What I'm going to talk about it. So what Project 2030 is, sorry, excuse my dogs. I had a litter of puppies and I'm taking care of them. Project 2030 is something by the World Economic Forum, which is
It's a clean energy initiative.
Yeah, sure.
What's wrong with
There's
this?
some policies in there that really.
There's actually a fact check from the USA Today. There's no evidence that the UN will establish a one world government along with associated implications as such a single military and currency by 2030. There's no evidence.
But if you keep up with current events, you realize that Project 2030 came out before Project 2025 did, right?
So when you say Project 2030, I don't know what you're referencing.
Okay, sorry.
I think you just mean like what the goals are for like the overall international community by 2030. And if you're referencing that, that's different than us referencing Project 2025.
Yeah, but why do you guys reference that when the presidential nominee says that he is not a part of that?
So he's been lying about his affiliations.
Oh, okay, got it. Understood that point. Thank you. Okay, what's the next topic why I should vote for Harris?
She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Both the first topic.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
The first topic and the second topic are such personal. My skin is crawling, my hair is standing up. I don't want to talk about those two things. It's just things that me and you, as men, I don't think we should discuss those two things. Like that's
if you think as men we shouldn't discuss these things, then why would you vote for them as a man? That's the hypocrisy in your statements there, because you're using that as a mechanism to not talk about this so that you don't have to be held accountable for voting for these.
No, because as you look at history, there's these very clear turning points in history where these things come up and we have to make these decisions that are hard. They're very, very hard to make, and they affect our emotions, and it's very hard to make these decisions. But if you make the wrong decision,
it's not hard to make this decision. This is one of the easiest elections to make a determination on.
I don't think it really is, because
this guy's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right, this is a uniquely
what was the last
bad
point?
candidate.
Sorry, you mumbled on the last point.
He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
And why did he call for that?
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because there was one event in San Bernardino of a U.S. citizen that happened to be Muslim, like murdering a few people. Thank you for the handout. When there are people who are white Christian in America
Did you
who
just
do
say
that all the
murdering
time.
people and then say, quote unquote, murdering a few people? Dude, come on, man. Like, this is all such touchy topics, and you have such confidence, and it's scary because you're so young and you need to take a step back and say, man.
Dave Grant, how old are you?
I'm 27 years old.
When you say so young, dude, you're literally 5 years older than me. Think of the paper.
And I don't think I know everything either, man, but you get on these
I never
lives
said I
and-
know everything.
I know, but you're so confident in these topics that are very, very controversial. And
I don't give a
these
fuck if you
lines.
think it's controversial. I gave you an argument. Would you like to respond to the argument? I debate people every single day. This is my job. Appreciate the sunglass. Thank you so much. Of course, I'm going to have a broader understanding than the average 22-year-old.
I know.
So actually
okay.
respond to my points. Don't just sit there and say because I'm a 22-year-old and you think I'm young that somehow disputes what I'm saying here. Because you're only 5 years older.
I'm just saying this is
the hand art. Thank you.
So this is your second election you're voting in?
Thank you for the box. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens over these 4 years? It changes the outcome of where we're headed as a country, and that's very, very important as we live in this country, correct? Like, we really care about where our GDP is, where our economy is heading, where our inflation rate is, where our M2 money supply is at. If you look at that,
$3. M2 money supply increased more under Trump. M2 money supply increased more under Trump.
I don't care, but if we look at the curve right now, go to the Fed government and type in M2 money supply and look at that yield curve.
I already have.
Right now, currently. Look at the
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you. I'm literally already on the St. Louis Federal Reserve website. Right? You can look up. Appreciate the year, Mason. Thank you so much. Look up M2 St. Louis Fed, and you'll see exactly what I'm referencing. If you look at the St. Louis Fed, you'll see that there's a greater increase under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. Under the Trump administration, it went from around here in January 2017, it was 13,283. Appreciate the glasses. Thank you so much. When he left office, it was 19,323. So there's a 6,000 increase. Under the Biden-Harris administration, went from 19,323 to 21,000. So way less, multiple times less of an increase in the M2 money supply under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration.
Yeah, but do you see the dolphin? Do you see the U coming back up right now?
What's the relevance? You talked about M2.
Yeah, exactly. But have you looked like visually? Do you look
Sabrina,
at
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sabrina.
Points you just described
3 million likes. Let's go.
Were dates on when it happened. And unfortunately, as we all here in this live understand that we had a global pandemic that really did affect things. And as much as I don't agree with what the Federal Reserve did during that time, that is the same Federal Reserve chairman that is currently under office. So that has nothing to do with the politics that is going on currently. So it's hard to, I brought that.
Okay. You brought
that point up because of the Democratic policy that's needed that they're proposing that you're going to have to spend money on. That's going to have to increase.
Wait, Cole, we actually have a mechanism to pay for it, whereas you don't. You guys have no mechanism to pay for your TCGA, for your no tax on tips, for your no tax on overtime, for your no tax on all of these things. He has no clue of how to pay for these things. Okay.
The biggest thing right now is
what's his plan to pay for it?
We need to increase. We need to withdraw military, and we need to increase military.
He wants to increase military spending.
Yeah, within the United States, we need to withdraw.
So if you want to increase the military spending, then it is the case that you can't say that's going to pay for the tax cuts. So how are you going to pay for the tax cuts?
We're going to take away
Lizzie,
your IRS agents. We're going to take away all your people that are in your government.
If there are no IRS agents
that are wasting all this money,
that's crazy as fuck. Taking away IRS agents reduces the likelihood that you can bring in governmental revenue. Now, how are you going to pay for that? Because increasing IRS agents is how you literally increase revenue. So you're literally not able to enforce your own tax policy. Cole, you can unmute.
Oh, sorry. Hey, everyone's using Chase Bank. Let's be real. Like it's very easy to see the money coming in and out. If they want to charge what the IRS has to charge, and when it comes to being audited, I file taxes every year. I do it. I understand what it's like. Like, they don't need more agents. It's going to become automated. They're just using that as a way to spend money.
Agents.
No, they don't.
No, agents, the greater level of agents does allow for them to enforce the laws to a greater extent. There have been plenty of studies on this. That's why I appreciate the Rosie. Thank you so much. In the Inflation Reduction Act, it was deficit reducing. It's because the increase in IRS agents helped bring in significantly more revenue.
Oh my gosh. My pets. I'm so sorry. Somebody said spray and neuter my pets. I just have one little puppy. She's 12 weeks old and she's just barking. So don't worry. I would not recommend spraying and neutering your pets. But hey. Yes, I am yapping. Somebody also said I'm yapping.
Cammy, think of the $5.
Hey, but do you see where this is going when it comes to the Republican Party represents the individual and the
No, they don't. Think the
Democratic Party represents one. Which is, I don't know. It's like a personal belief, right? If you
say that one more time.
The Democratic Party represents one idea, and if you don't believe in that idea, it's a scary thing.
What's the one idea?
Well, you guys have very strong beliefs.
What's the one idea?
No, like as in one, like it's leading towards like, you know, government handouts. You guys love to do that, right?
Okay,
what happens with that?
So you don't want the government to fix your problems. You want it to be left up to the free market, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so then why do you want tariffs? To bring back American jobs. Why don't you just leave it up to the free market? Mariah, I appreciate the magic rhythm.
Because tariffs on certain countries promote correct labor practices, right?
No, they limit the free market. Lizzie, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. If you want the free market, then why don't you decrease? I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. The restrictions at the border, because that limits the free flow of labor into the country.
Well,
Lisa,
when you
import the $5. Thank you so much.
When you import products into the United He's just saying he's going to increase some tariffs in some countries that the practice.
No, he wants a universal tariff.
From every outside country, it's the same price.
No? He wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff.
10 to 20% on import goods.
Emily, appreciate the confetti.
That sounds amazing. That sounds like a flat.
That sounds terrible.
Easy. That sounds like a way to have the computers automatically detect when Pepsi imports their products from Malaysia or one from Lululemon imports their products.
You understand that would cause inflation in the United States, right?
No, it wouldn't, because that would be priced into the product.
Cole, in order for you to increase domestic production, it would have to cause an increase in the price of imported goods.
Debating somebody.
And Cole, this isn't debatable. This is something that right-wing and left-wing economists agree on.
No. Inflation is caused from money being injected in the system with not proper reasoning. So, like, a tariff is proper reasoning because it.
No. So again, dude, every economist knows that tariffs increase prices. What is a tariff?
A tariff is a percentage based on what you import into a country from an outside country.
It's a tax on an import. Lizzie, appreciate the $5. So that causes the cost to go up, the price to go up. Basic economics.
Yes, but now it promotes. So the reason why, and I don't believe that it was you said a flat tariff 10 to 20%. Is it 10 or is it 20 or is it 10 based on what? I thought it was based on certain countries.
No, they didn't want to do a universal tariff.
And is it 10 or is it 20?
10 to 20%. He doesn't know. He hasn't said.
He hasn't said.
He said 10 to 20%. He said 10, maybe 20%.
I think the biggest thing with importing goods is proper labor practices. So it promotes what a tariff like that does, though, is promote the goods to be made in the United States instead of the product being.
The only way it can do that is by increasing the cost of imported goods.
But it's not that simple. Like as much as you want to study. No, it is not, because that's a.
I have an econ degree.
Okay, exactly. But the way that your almonds that you like from California, your almond milk gets there, there's a lot more things that rely on it, like the water that the state government is not giving them to grow their almonds, right? So what I'm trying to say,
that places around the world have better conditions for farming specific crops. So you want to cause inflation on those goods so that we have worse products in the United States?
Yes, because we don't want to hinder.
That's incoherent.
No, because what you guys are suggesting is the people that are making money are Elon Musk, the people that you want to tax the 1,000 people that make billions of dollars. And those people are the ones who are truly innovating and adding GDP.
No, they're not.
Who is, though? The government. So then why did Trump's tax policy? Laura, I appreciate the $5. Everything, and that's.
No. So why did Trump's tax policy specifically only add 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is around $28 billion, if it is the case that he did $1.9 trillion in spending that mostly gave it to rich people? Joanne, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm back. Hey, the tariff argument is way better for capitalism than the argument of punishing the people that are succeeding. That is not the way to do business. It's like, hey, if you're doing good, we're going to tax you more. That doesn't make sense. The government.
Wait, appreciate that. Hey, Cole, by the way, I just want to let you know that Appreciate the paper crane. When you're saying that, you're also advocating for tariffs. You understand that's not a free market, right? You understand that you're saying other countries around the world are producing better goods at cheaper costs than we are here in the United States.
Yes, because I want
and
a free
therefore
market
you
in
want
the
the
US
government.
that
Stop
we-
talking. Stop talking.
Sorry,
I'm
my bad.
speaking. Appreciate the paper crane. You're saying that we shouldn't leave it up to the free market there. We should leave it up to the government to fix the problem. So I'm not saying the government should control everything. What I'm saying is that there are specific aspects in the market where the government should step in because it creates more efficient market conditions. Go ahead.
Okay. I was reading the comments while you were talking, and I wanted to grab my little puppy. So, okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, it's taking you a little too long to gather your thoughts. I do apologize. I'm going to go talk to someone else. Thank you for coming up, though. I do appreciate the conversation. I appreciate it a lot. I think you should listen more to the lives, and I think that I can convince you over time, man. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, a number of reasons. I think nowadays politics is so divided, which I hate. It's like you can agree on one side of policy, another, but like today is now, if you don't agree on one side, you have to go to the other side, which I think is wrong. But here's the deal. When it comes to like housing in America, it's at an all-time high inflation right now. Kamala has really never put her policies or what she plans to do about this housing market. Nowadays, younger Americans will not be able to afford a house anytime soon. Their rent.
Emily, thank you for the subscription. What's Trump's plan to help with that?
Well, I'm not going to go on Trump right now. I'm going to ask your plan about her $25,000 to go to help new people.
First-time home buyers with new homes?
Yeah, first-time home buyers buy a house. But here's the issue with that. There's a minimum market right now. And when you give them, it's just going to, the buyers or the sellers are just going to increase their prices. It's going to increase inflation after that. And the housing market is only going to go up. That's supply and demand 101. So personally, I don't think that's
so the prices for new homes is going to be more expensive, but that's to produce a greater supply of housing. So they're offsetting the affordability of the price increase, lack of affordability of the price increase. Persistent Glass, thank you so much, but providing the tax credit, right, which makes it more affordable. So it limits the effect of the increase in pricing in terms of lack of affordability, but then it also creates a greater incentive for producers or suppliers to create jobs where people want them.
Okay, but how, if you have a limited amount of housing in America, how is that $25,000 plan going to help it when there's a supply and demand issue? Right now, there's a very limited supply.
How is that? Because it creates an incentive to produce supply where people want them. Now, what's Trump's plan?
Okay, I'm just saying, how are you going to lower the demand with that $25,000? How are you going to?
I never said it's going to lower the demand.
Okay, so
I said it's going to create more of a supply.
Okay, but what was your argument about under Trump back in his previous when he was the president? The economy was at an all-time great. Inflation was low.
So all-time great in terms of what characteristics?
You look at the price of groceries, the price of housing, the price of gas.
It was not an all-time low. They were lower under Obama.
If you show me that stat.
There was inflation under Trump, correct?
Well, there was, but
so obviously there were higher prices under Trump comparative to Obama because there was inflation.
But are you blaming that inflation on because of COVID? Or are you blaming that?
This is prior to COVID.
It was still at a
And I am blaming the inflation as it relates to what we saw global inflation on COVID, absolutely, because COVID is a huge main cause of inflation globally.
So you believe that none of the Democratic policies over these last 3.5 years had anything to do with the economy?
I don't think that the Democrats caused inflation. Can you give me any evidence to believe that?
Well, sure. Look at the cost of prices right now.
So cost of prices doesn't indicate that it was because of the Biden-Harris administration. The same way that I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration, that doesn't mean that that was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. Like I said, I'm not here to like argue like hard about your points. Just here to talk about it. But here's another issue. They go into like the border crisis. There's significantly more people crossing the border there is now than there was back in the day. And what's that doing to housing prices? That's pushing them up because there's more demand now because there's more people entering the country. And that's just going to create more inflation, more housing prices. And
so more people coming into the country doesn't necessarily create more inflation. Actually, if you want to look at it in terms of more people coming to the country, it creates broader supply and broader demand. So it doesn't take away from the economy in the same way that you existing doesn't cause inflation.
Well, I'm talking about like the housing now. And
Lee, thank you for the $26 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lee, thank you so much. And David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm good. Don't worry.
All right. Well, here's one more like side question for you. I'm open for your discussion on it. Why is the U.S. the only country in the world that allows outside foreign countries to buy land? You go to Mexico.
I don't think it's the only country that allows for that.
Mexico, you have to lease land. You cannot buy land in any other country without leasing it or a very high tax rate.
I mean, can you give me a source on that?
China has literally bought hundreds and thousands.
No, can you give me a source that no other place around the entire world has like that type of policy?
I don't have it on me. I mean, if you want me to look it up, come back, drop it in the comments. I'm more than happy to.
Sure.
Yeah, but I'm not going to take up your whole time there. These are just my points on why I'm voting for Trump, because Kamala really has not stated any policy on how she's going to correct the economy. She's doing the whole around the bush thing where it's just she keeps saying, I was a middle-class citizen, I grew up, has not stated once, any time during debate or anything, on what her policies are going to do to fix the economy. Why is that?
She's given the policy, she's given the plans. What are you talking about? I've told you about one of them. Do you want me to go through the rest? You haven't heard me say the rest of them?
Yeah, because I would love it because that's just what she's saying.
Okay, so the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18.
So how
$2,000 out-of-pocket cap for pharmaceutical drugs, $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just seniors. Expanding the ACA, codifying Roe versus Wade.
Okay, but those are going to be
$50,000 deductible for small businesses that are starting up.
My point is that can be executive order, or is that going to have to go through the Congress?
And she signs into law.
Well, right. So how can she guarantee that, though?
So when you advocate for policy, no president is making a guarantee. They're saying what they're going to advocate and fight for. And when they get elected, there's a greater proportionality that those particular policies are going to be passed because people in Congress see that there's vast support amongst the American public for the proposals given by the president-elect.
Okay.
That's what we typically see. That's why Trump was able to get done the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, because him being elected showed vast support in the country for his policies that he proposed. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, personally, I think every politician in this country is corrupt.
I think that's a ridiculous statement.
Okay, look at Nancy Pelosi Insider Trading 101.
Thank you so much. So saying everyone is corrupt, how is Bernie Sanders corrupt? How is Tim Walz corrupt? Tell me. They all have people that lobby for them, and it's not the politicians. Wait, can you give me how Tim Walz is corrupt? Because he has no stocks. Tim Walz has no stocks, not a single one.
So you're not telling me that politicians are corrupt in this country?
How is Tim Walz corrupt? How is Kamala Harris corrupt?
Okay. You're right. I'm not going to generalize every politician out there. You're correct on that one. That was my fault. Sorry. But I'm saying, though, lobbyists, they all lobby for these votes because it's going to benefit them one way or the other. So everyone's pushing something. Either it's Kamala's.
Purdy, thank you for the touchdown. Thank you so much, Purdy.
Yeah. That's the whole deal about it, though. Like, you look at corrupt politicians. If you say Pelosi's not corrupt, you're dead wrong. I mean, there's you can't tell me she doesn't do insider trading out there.
This is just not relevant. You're saying everyone in Congress, right, is corrupt. Even if I were to grant that Nancy Pelosi, was corrupt, or should the hand? Thank you so much.
Well, I took that
is not
back.
granting everyone.
I took that back. I said I was sorry. I shouldn't throw everyone.
You just acknowledged that Kamala Harris is not corrupt, right?
Well, she's clearly being run by the Democratic Party. Otherwise, there's no reason why Joe Biden.
Can you give me any evidence that she's being run by the Democratic Party?
How is it that she was the only non-appointed official? Even like states like Wisconsin, Arizona, you cannot be elected unless the current president dies. Now she's somehow running. There is no vote for her to run. How do you explain that? You can't just do that. That's beyond.
So there's nothing for. You're saying there's nothing for Kamala Harris to run?
You can't just appoint a president.
Biden stepped down.
Right.
Biden endorsed Kamala. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala being the candidate. No one ran against her. The delegates voted for her.
States like Wisconsin, Arizona, there are states out there that you need a public vote.
All of those states voted for her.
No, there was no vote for her.
The delegates voted for her.
There was a big issue.
Alex, respectfully, you know nothing about party politics.
Okay.
Right? You don't know how it works. Right? We vote for delegates. The delegates vote on our behalf. It's very clear who the candidate was going to be. The entirety of the Democratic Party is behind Kamala Harris.
No people vote.
The only people that are mad about this is conservatives. The only people that are mad. I do not hear Democrats saying this. Literally, I have not heard a Democrat say this.
I'm saying this is the only time in history where there was not a people vote. It just went to the politicians to vote her in.
Dude, how about you look at your own party, bro?
What?
Go look at your own party.
We voted for. We're not gonna say we all voted for
more of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala being the nominee than the Republican Party of Trump being the nominee.
Okay, I'm just
Trump
saying.
has a lower approval rating in terms of the satisfaction than Kamala does within party.
When Kamala ran against Biden, she had like a 0% approval rating.
So she dropped out to join the Biden-Harris administration ticket.
Right.
Okay?
And
she had when she was running, she had 7 to 15% of the vote. You're just lying. Queen, I appreciate the little crown.
No.
I was paying attention back then. You're totally lying.
No, go look it back when she ran against Biden. She was the only nominee in history to have like a 0 approval rating. She had the lowest approval.
She didn't have a 0 approval rating. You're saying
she
didn't get any votes.
Approval.
You're saying she didn't get any votes in Iowa because she had already dropped out at that point. And it is the case. She did get some. That was just write-ins, by the way. So she absolutely had support, but it is the case that she dropped out and joined the Biden-Harris administration. So she was the VP.
Right. No, I understand all that. I'm just saying when she was running, she was the only person in that.
Where's the confetti?
Like the Hawaii candidate.
Alex, you don't care about democracy. You don't care about coups. You're voting for a guy that sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win and tried to pressure his vice president to not certify the election results by having a mob go after him.
Well, that's not very fair that you say I don't care about the Democratic Party. I think that's why we're all here. It's to talk
No,
about
you don't care about democracy because you're voting for a guy that actively threatens the integrity of our democracy.
Okay, well, if I don't prove for democracy, why are we here talking? That's what democracy is all about. We can talk about
because of people that supported concepts that you're actively undermining.
Okay, well, we as American people, we should be here to talk about these issues.
Yeah, and we won't be able to talk about these issues if you undermine democracy, instigate a dictator on day one, and allow for a guy that's calling for people who burn the American flag to be put in prison for a year, because that comes out our First Amendment.
So are you just not a fan of Trump, or are you just not a fan of the Republican Party?
I'm not a fan of Trump. There are Republicans I think are genuine people. Trump is not one of them.
So who would you rather see run against Kamala then?
Who would I rather see? Anyone that's on the Republican side. Like, Haley would have been a better candidate. Would I vote for Haley? No. But would she have been a better candidate? Yeah, absolutely.
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance is horrendous. I wouldn't vote for him either.
But you just said anyone besides Trump.
I was being hyperbolic. Right? Obviously, I wouldn't want another Trumper. Vance is just Trump but younger.
Yeah. Look, I'm not trying to get an argument.
JD Vance is like insane. He thinks the election was stolen in 2020.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say again.
He said that he thinks the election was stolen in 2020 and wouldn't have certified the election results and would have certified the false votes for Trump.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna let us go because I think I ran out of my talking points. I'm glad we can talk about this. Like,
right,
civilized. Yeah. Hey, have a good one.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get it out to more people, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in the bio. We finally got a PayPal, everyone, working. So that is in the link tree in the bio, everyone. All right. Yo, it's a pal to you?
How you doing? 36, can you hear me?
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Why so?
So I just want to go back to you were talking about inflation and tariffs and stuff like that. So you realize, and I'm looking right here at the facts, Trump's average inflation rate was 1.9, okay? Biden's currently average 5.2. Now, why is that?
So there's been global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So it's not specific to the United States. There is also higher levels of unemployment under Trump's administration related to the pandemic. So why do you blame Biden-Harris for the effects of the economy caused by the pandemic, but you don't blame Trump, right, for the effects of the economy caused by the pandemic?
So I'm talking about the tariffs. So you realize there's more tariffs under Biden's administration right now, currently, as of today, than there was under Trump.
They kept the same ones. I don't think they added new ones. They kept the same.
They kept
the same ones. Whereas Trump is advocating for universal tariffs. So universal tariffs would cause massive inflation in this country. Now, would hyper-specific ones cause as much inflation? No, they wouldn't cause as much inflation. They would cause some, but specific to that market.
So they did add. They did add that the administration did add a bigger tariff on China itself, which is the biggest tariff on China for automobiles in history. Trump didn't even go that high.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I disagree with tariffs. But the point that I would make is that Trump is advocating for significantly more, even if that is true. So I have seen no evidence indicating that. But
so if you go to taxfoundation.org, it actually lists what Trump's plan is and what current Biden plan is, and Trump's would lower the GDP. Where if we keep Biden's, it would actually increase our GDP.
You just self-dunked.
Sorry. The opposite way. Sorry, the opposite way. I'm reading here. I'm dyslexic a little bit, but yes. So
what's the title? Because they said what you said. So what's the title?
Of the article?
Yeah.
It is it's taxfoundation.org and it's tariff tracker. Tracking the economic impact of this is current.
No, you said the effects of the plans. You said that there's a greater effect of the plans.
Oh, I thought you're looking for the title of the what I'm looking at or what I just stated.
Yeah, so the ones that you're referencing, they have the same tariffs. That's what the tax foundation said.
Nope. I'm looking at it right here. So you have...
Yeah, they are referencing the effect of them.
The Biden administration has kept most of the Trump administration tariffs in place. And in May 2024...
So what they say... Listen. What they say is in 2021 and 2022, the Biden administration reached deals to replace certain steel and aluminum tariffs with tariff rate quota systems, whereby certain levels of imports will not face tariffs, but imports above thresholds will. So actually it mitigated it.
No, in May of 2024, he actually added additional tariffs to the Chinese goods.
That's for semiconductors.
Yeah, that's still a tariff.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not
that he
disputing it.
added.
I actually see that now. I do agree with you on that one. That is the one though. That's the only thing that you're referencing. There is a significantly greater extent of more. The one that you're referencing is 18 billion worth of goods. The one in 2018 was 20 billion. The one in 2019 was 30 billion. The one in 2019 also was 300 billion that he proposed. 5.6 billion, 11 billion. Yeah, Trump did significantly greater levels of increases in tariffs. The increase in tariffs under the no, I'm talking about things that they brought. I'm talking about things that they proposed and things that they put through.
Yeah, but there's a
Imposed.
difference
I'm referencing imposed. In 2018, they imposed a 20 billion tax increase right there. Announced tariffs of 60 billion on China, right? So the whole 16 billion that you're referencing, or 18 billion that existed under the Biden administration, is definitely lesser than what we saw under the Trump administration.
Well, were you
Diane, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much.
2 minutes ago, you were saying how inflation, is impacted by tariffs. Trump is 1.9, and Biden's 5. What did I say it was?
Where'd you get 1.9?
So Trump's average inflation rate was 1.9.
Oh, you're talking about average inflation rate? Matt, appreciate the $10. That's a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. Just because there was a higher average inflation rate under the Biden administration does not mean that the average inflation rate was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It is the case that that inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. The same way that even though I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. So I wouldn't credit the Biden-Harris administration.
I completely agree.
The same way that just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean
you contradict yourself because
what's the contradiction?
Two people before me, you said inflation directly is because of tariffs. You said tariffs.
Yes, tariffs do cause inflation. They do.
Yeah, that was your whole thing, and now you're saying, well, it's not just tariffs; it's everything else causes inflation. So which one is it?
When I said that tariffs cause inflation, that doesn't mean that other things don't cause inflation.
Yeah, but he was trying to bring up other things, and you were only referring to tariffs as he was trying to bring up other things.
Yeah, because I was telling him that the tariffs that Trump is imposing are going to cause inflation, whereas the Biden-Harris administration isn't engaging in a policy that is actively going to cause that level of inflation. That's what I said.
So I'm saying,
that's not a contradiction. Tyler, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. You don't know what a contradiction is.
It's a contradiction when you were saying...
Contradiction means A doesn't equal A. That's what a contradiction is.
Yeah, you were saying A plus A equals B is how you were saying it. Now you're saying A plus A.
Can you give me what were the A's?
So when he was trying to bring up other points that cause inflation, and you just kept saying on the tariffs is the large part of.
What were the A's? What were the A's? Can you define what A is? Yeah. Well, what was you said A plus A equals B. What are the A's and what is the B? What are those things?
So the A is inflation. The other A is tariffs. And now you're saying, well, there's other things, which would be B. He was trying to say that.
This makes no fucking sense at all. This made no sense at all. I said tariffs cause inflation. Okay? That does not mean tariffs are the only cause of inflation. It just means tariffs cause inflation.
No, I agree with you.
This is not a difficult concept.
I trust me, I'm in business and economics. I've done it. My master's in.
What is market equilibrium?
So I'm sitting here trying to tell you,
Andrew, what is market equilibrium?
What's that now?
What is market equilibrium?
I can't remember off the top of my head the exact definition.
If you don't know that market equilibrium is the intersection of supply and demand, I don't trust your economics understanding.
No, I get that.
I seriously do not trust it at all. So I'm going to trust my economics understanding. I have a degree in economics. Okay. I actually remember what market equilibrium is. So I'm going to trust that over Andrew, who doesn't know what market equilibrium is. That's the most basic economics that I even fucking knew in high school. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Before I was
I'm just saying, supply and demand, got it. Balance to the market. Completely understand that. Understand what you're saying. But there's other factors besides just like exactly what he was saying, and now that you're saying it now.
$5. Thank you so much, Mindy.
There's other things that cause inflation.
Thank you for the $1.
Understand that.
Yeah.
But what, you're saying Trump is saying anywhere from 10 to 20%.
Thank you so much. 10 to 20% tariff on the country.
Tariff, yeah, universal.
Yeah.
Why is that such a bad thing?
Why is that a bad thing? It causes inflation on consumer products. And also businesses' products, because businesses rely on imported goods as well.
So
Even businesses in the United States.
I understand that, but if we're, gonna go back to the way we were and produce in-house, which a lot of car companies
Chrissy,
have
thank you
came
for
over
$10.
here,
Thank you so much.
United States, Honda, Kia, stuff like that. Honda, Kia, and Hyundai have come over here, started building here. That's great. Let them build here. Let us use our internal economics instead of the external economics.
Andrew, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You saying that we just shouldn't interact with the global economy reduces the efficiency of trade. Because if you limit how many people you can trade with, it reduces the efficiency of the supply of goods going from low valued use to high valued use. If you have more people you can trade with, there's a greater. If you have more people you can trade with, there's a greater likelihood of the goods going from low value to high value, which increases the profitability of an economy and the efficiency of an economy. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're saying that the United States should produce every good that it uses. Are you totally serious? Do you think that the United States can produce every single agricultural good it requires? You think that countries around the world don't have better food than we do here? Appreciate the hint on my mustache because they have better conditions for growing certain crops than we do? That is terrible. Obviously, we rely on the global economy to some degree. I have no issue with relying on the global economy to some degree.
Like, I'm not saying cut out the global economy, at all. I didn't say that
You're
at
just
all.
saying heavily limit it and actually make products more expensive. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What I was saying was I'd rather deal with mostly, here our economy within. I'm not saying get rid of global economy because we need that. We need that 100%. Especially agricultural. I worked in the agricultural field. Avocados, expensive as fuck. I worked in that industry for a long time. Mexico, Peru, Chile, huge economy.
Are we going to be able to make the same types of avocados here as they can there? No. They have way better conditions for avocados to grow.
Actually, no. California actually has the best conditions of avocado growth in North and South America.
You understand North and South America isn't the only place where you can get avocados. One, two. If that is true, then it is the case that we would buy all of our avocados from California.
Majority of our avocados. If you look up Delray Farms, it's the biggest avocado farm in the United States. It's the biggest distributor of avocados in the United States.
It's the biggest distributor. That doesn't mean that we have the best avocados. Julia, appreciate the
There's a difference between best avocados and most avocados. They're completely different. Best avocados actually come from Florida, which is very rare that they don't sell that much. But yes, California is a huge, massive farms of avocados.
Mexico is the best avocados.
There's a difference between best and how many. Like, everyone has their own.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that California is the best conditions for avocados? What the fuck?
There's a difference between. No, they have the
I see nothing supporting that. Literally nothing supports that. Where the hell did you get this from? You just make that up?
Doing it. No, actually doing the job for several years. Most of our avocados that are sold here in the United States.
Why don't we rank in the top 10 in avocado production then?
There's a difference between avocado production.
Ekany, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Ekany. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Ekany in the comment section right now for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Ekany in the comment section. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Julia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. One thing I just want to say is it goes Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Dominican Republic, Kenya, Indonesia, Brazil, Vietnam, Israel, and Haiti. They all produce more than the United States, according to Statista.
There's a difference between producing and what is actually on the U.S. market.
Yeah, if we produced more, that would mean that we had the better goods.
There's different
because that's what we're able to uphold.
I'm not saying that they're better. I don't eat avocado. I fucking hate avocados. I deal with them all the time. But I'm just saying.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Alex.
United States, I'm from California. Number 2 is Mexico. Number 3 is Peru.
Neri, thank you for the $10.62 from Denmark. Thank you so much. We wish the free healthcare education, safe and gun free streets that we have. Yes, that'd be so great.
But I will let you go and get to the next caller.
Okay.
Thanks for the debate.
Okay. If we were the best avocado producer, we would produce the most avocados. because it would be the most profitable. You know, what's up, how to you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you for the hand and mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Most avocados come from Mexico. Yeah, literally. That guy totally lied. I was like, what? I was like pretty sure that California wasn't the majority producer of it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. I might turn it up just a little bit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
I don't know. I kind of want to hear your. I want to hear why I should vote for Kamala.
You should listen in then. Listen in. I'm gonna be arguing that right now. If you don't have the reason to vote for Trump, I'm gonna go on to the next person who is voting for Trump. But listen in. Listen to what I argue real quick, and you're gonna hear the answers to those questions. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
You voting Trump?
No.
Based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, all right. By the way, everyone, Dean's going to come do a co-host with us here in about 10 minutes, everyone. Dean's going to come do a co-host with us in 10 minutes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, the man.
Are you voting Trump?
No way.
Based. Have you seen Dean's full Jubilee video? No. I'm going to be reacting to it the same time you guys react to it. I'm going to try to find somewhere to react on TikTok or something. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Ashley, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Why so?
Stance on abortion.
Okay. Do you think abortion is murder?
Yes.
So do you think murder should be left up to the states?
I believe it should be a governmental thing. So no.
You think it should be federal? So why do you support Trump, who wants to leave murder up to the states? Oh, he left already. That's funny. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I want to touch on a few points that you brought up earlier. I've been listening in for a while. Let's talk about the economy and tariffs. You mentioned how tariffs will cause inflation, and I don't completely disagree with you on that. But you also mentioned that inflation under Biden has been high because inflation's been high in a bunch of other countries. Why do you think inflation's been high in a bunch of other countries?
COVID.
COVID? Why is that the same reason you think inflation's been high in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Do you not think it has to do with the fact that a lot of the jobs that have been, if you want to call it quote unquote, created in the U.S. have been taken by people who are not natural born citizens?
What relevance does that have? How would that cause inflation? And if its jobs are being taken, how is a job being taken? Like, that just doesn't even make any sense, because you understand that they add demand and supply.
How does it cause inflation? But the Biden administration has been known and has prided themselves on government handouts. You can't disagree with that.
Government handouts? So you're pivoting on a bunch of different things.
I'm not pivoting. I'm not pivoting.
You just totally pivoted. We were talking about inflation. Now we're talking about handouts.
We're going to go full circle here.
Okay, so tell me what you're saying.
I asked you a question. You haven't responded.
What was the question? I didn't answer. I apologize.
The question was, what do you think happens when the government prides itself on giving government handouts?
So I don't think that I would define it as government handouts. I would say as beneficial policies, like we invest in the American people. Corey, thank you for the subscription. Joshua, thank you for the $10 for the government handout. Thank you so much.
So, what do you mean invest in the American people?
Yeah, we invest in infrastructure for the American people. Trump wanted to do that. Is that a government handout? Trump wants to do tax cuts. Is that government handouts?
What do you mean by investing in infrastructure for the American people? Like welfare and shit like that?
Trump wanted infrastructure, so like roads and bridges.
We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Biden here.
Yeah, but you asked about infrastructure, which is something that both Trump and the
you brought up infrastructure.
Shut up.
I never.
Shut up. Be quiet.
Okay.
So infrastructure is something supported by both the Trump administration and the Biden-Harris administration.
What do you define as infrastructure?
Yeah, like typically examples would be like roads and bridges, would be things like expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities, would be like getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. Sean, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Those are a few examples. Me saying shut up is really like the craziest thing. People freak out. Are you there? Hello? Okay, he left. People are triggered about me saying shut up. Wow, okay. Do y'all need Kleenex? Kleenex at all? Yo, what's the power to you?
22.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because y'all are dumbass pussies. Nah.
Do you want to give an argument? Okay. That's definitely not rude to the people in chat that thought that I was being rude. Think of that mustache. Thank you so much. It's definitely not rude for someone to, sexually abuse a woman, try to coup the country, try to restrict a woman's access to abortion, try to call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. That's not rude. You know what's the power to you?
23.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Okay, they just totally left. Great. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Dean should be on here pretty soon.
Parker.
You know what's up, Howdy?
What's up, dude?
You voting Trump?
Do you remember me?
I don't actually.
We talked like 2 weeks ago or so.
I do appreciate you coming up then. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I typically look for people who have not been up here before because I want to be able to get to new people. I do appreciate you coming up though. Thank you, man. Someone said I only have clout because of Charlie Kirk. Girl, I literally had a platform well before Charlie Kirk. That's hilarious. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Now, all right, this is my argument, okay? So, I'm from Kentucky, and I'm a blue-collar worker. So, once Trump left office, I do construction. We build houses. So, once Trump left office, I watched the market on absolutely everything just to build a home. Everything raised by $30 to $40, and that's like an outrageous price. Nobody.
That has nothing to do with the president of the United States or the.
How does it not?
Because it happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world. Inflation? Yeah, inflation happened everywhere.
How? What do you mean? Inflation is happening massively here.
We had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7. We have less inflation right now than we had on Trump's administration in 2018.
That's not true.
It is true. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Doug,
right before Trump
do you know
left,
what inflation is? Can you tell me what inflation is?
I do know what inflation is. Inflation is when prices raise.
It's the rate of increase in prices.
Yes.
So the rate of increase in prices has gone down. That's what I'm telling you.
Around here it has not. Around here it has not.
Average of the United States is literally 2.5% annually. It was 2.9% in months during Trump's administration in 2018. July 2018 saw 2.9% inflation.
Then why is my gas prices so high?
Because we're getting less oil from countries around the world as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine situation because of the Russia invading them and us sanctioning them, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office.
Can I ask you
Same
this?
thing is also true. Same thing is also true because Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production. So that actually reduced how much oil is going into the United States or being imported into the country. So we're producing more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history or of any country ever. But that's not enough to compensate for the amount we lost from importing it in the country.
Do you think that shutting down the pipeline in 2020 was a good idea?
2020?
Or 2021, whenever it happened, the first day Biden got in office.
So so the Supreme Court ordered that, and Biden followed through with the Supreme Court order. So yeah, I think that was the right decision because it was over indigenous land, right? And we've signed a treaty with indigenous people, right? That it's their land, okay, not our land.
I think it should be our land.
So you just want to keep taking from indigenous people when you already have?
Yes.
Yeah, you're fucking disgusting.
This is America. Who gives a fuck?
Saying who gives a fuck about colonizing and like taking people's land is disgusting as fuck.
Everybody's took.
That's actually disgusting.
Everyone's took each other's.
No, but you're actively trying to do that right now.
Yeah, to save.
Prisoner, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You're actively trying to perpetuate that right now, when you don't have to. You don't need this. In order to produce oil in the United States, you don't need this. The tar sands that you're referencing, as it relates to the Keystone XL pipeline, the paper grant, thank you so much, mostly is used for plastics. So you're just fucking vile. Joshua, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I just don't really give a damn about any other country but America. Who cares? It ain't our problem.
Prisoner, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So you said it's not our problem. It is your problem. If you're actively stealing land from people, that's wrong. Do you think it's wrong to invade countries and take their land?
Not necessarily when everybody else is doing it.
Not necessarily?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So because other people are committing crimes, it's okay for you to commit crimes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if other people are graping people, does that justify you graping someone?
Did you say graping?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I understand now.
If other people marry children, does that justify you marrying children?
No.
Lizzie, thank you for the $5. Okay. So just because other people are doing things does not justify you doing those same things. So if it doesn't justify you doing those same things, then why are you using it right now as a justification to do that?
Because I don't think it stands on the same lines as graping people.
What do you mean by stands on the same lines?
I don't think it's that high of a scale. You're talking about...
What do you mean that high of a scale? That just doesn't make any sense.
You're talking about graping someone and then also doing something to better your country. Would you rather... What
was I comparing?
You was comparing graping someone, a child, or anyone.
So someone just sent Dean $10 to kick the racist.
Kick the racist? How am I racist?
Well, they sent it to Dean.
Oh, to Dean. Okay, I thought you was talking about me. I'm not racist. I'm just saying, all right, the way I think about it is if it's bettering us as a country to make us stronger, why would we not do it?
It's not making us stronger as a country to throw our morals away, right? You're saying us going morally bankrupt is strengthening the country? I do think it's fucked up for you to say that you want to steal indigenous people's land even more.
When Trump was in office, we wasn't going bankrupt. China was paying us to import their goods.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ali, I appreciate. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Chandler with the $80. Who does this guy think he is? Thank you so much. Tweet some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chandler. Thank you so much for the $80 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Tweet some W's for Chandler in the chat. Thank you.
What I was saying is, okay, well, now I forgot. You screamed $80. My bad. Hold on. I'll remember it in a second. I genuinely cannot remember what I fucking said.
Lisa with the $50. Oh my God, can we get some W's for Lisa in the chat? Thank you so much. Parker, this is for your hard work and the annihilation of Charlie Kirk. Thank you for taking him down. I despise him. You deserve more. because you put up with MAGA dingleberries. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. And Corey with the $11.72. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
So,
Yo, Schwartz, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so
You
much.
said something about us going bankrupt while Trump was in office, but
morally bankrupt.
If I'm not morally,
You're advocating for us to go. You're advocating for us to go morally bankrupt. That's what you just said, that we should steal land from indigenous people. You just said that. You literally just argued that, and you're like, I'm not racist.
I'm not.
Robin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
What? Okay, so morally bankrupt. What do you?
Wait,
what
here. Let me just ask the question, Duck. Here, chat. If you think the guest is racist, type 1 in the comment section. If I see at least 1,000, I'm gonna kick you. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lizzie, thank you. Yo, no, fuck. I keep doing it. I'm so used to just doing that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I need to get used to it because I always look at the name first. I'm so sorry.
He left. I wanted to ask him a question.
Shay Jones, I didn't get the DEI argument from my dude. I got it from a different person on TikTok. I'll actually show the video of the person I got it from. Him saying that's kind of wild. And they left anyway.
I was going to ask them if it'd be okay if I steal their house because I heard it has a bunch of oil under it.
That's crazy. Hey, valid. Yo, Dean, your thing's frozen, by the way.
It's probably just frozen for you.
Logan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Logan. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can actually show the video I got it from. Let me see if I can find it. Here, while I add some up. Do you want to add some up for me?
Yeah, I got you. Also, chat, is my camera frozen for y'all? All right, let's see who our next guest is here, y'all. Everyone just
I might need to do something real quick. Oh, by the way, so you might just be able to debate people on your own for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hello?
This is it. This is the video, everyone. I used this same example, too.
It's fire. What's up, Corbin and Parker?
Yeah.
Are y'all voting for Trump?
I am indeed.
How old are you
Parker,
guys?
what about you?
Yo, what's going on, 19. Parker?
Parker, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm 19 as well.
Okay, evil Parker and Corbin. Why are y'all voting for Trump?
Okay.
He has like 10 times better policies than fucking Kamala does.
Kamala? What policies?
Kamala. What policies? The better. He's gonna take away overtime tax, tip tax. He's gonna take away all that.
Yeah, how's he going to pay for it? So another 10 years of his tax cuts, the CBO estimated it to cost $4 trillion.
Hey, Dean, you talk to them. I'll be right back. Give me like a few minutes.
Bye, Parker. I'll miss you.
No, you won't. Anyway, so Corbin, how the hell is he going to pay for
that's
it?
pretty mean. That's pretty mean.
So the CBO announced before he announced no tax on tips and overtime that his tax cuts were estimated to cost $4 trillion for another 10 years. Corbin, where in the hell is this money going to come from?
Taxes that we pay.
Oh, so we're going to pay for the debt-related spending accrued by a reduction in the federal tax income with taxes? So you understand that $4 trillion in debt-related spending has literally come from a reduction in federal income associated with taxation. And we're going to pay for that with taxation? Okay, all right. Next, Parker, why are you voting for Trump?
I kind of just want to talk about the economics behind Kamala right now.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I know that there's a wealth tax. She believes in the wealth tax, so
something like that.
I kind of want to ask how is that gonna, help the country in an economic standpoint.
Sure, of course. So yeah, she wants to raise about $500 billion over the course of the next 10 years with an unrealized capital gains tax on people with over $100 million in invested assets. And it's going to help the country by funding her tax cuts for you, Parker. Let me ask you a question. Who do you care more about? You, your mother, your father, and other average Americans, or Jeff Bezos?
Definitely me and my family.
Cool.
But
yeah, the average
one thing
American.
I would
the average American. Because,
Yeah,
there's
the average
more
American,
average
obviously.
Americans than there's Jeff Bezos, but that's besides the point. Not to mention, Jeff Bezos has an empire of billions of dollars. So the plan is to tax the Jeff Bezoses of the world a little bit more, an incredibly marginal small percentage, to fund and to pay for the tax cuts for you, your family, and the rest of the low and the middle class. She wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in that low and the middle class, and it's going to not increase the deficit or debt debt over the course of the next 10 years by a single dime by being self-sustaining. But that's the issue about Trump's tax cuts that disproportionately favor the rich people. He has no fucking clue how he wants to pay for it. Trump is a man that lacks substance. He doesn't have a healthcare plan. He doesn't have a well-developed tax plan. He doesn't really know what he wants to do with the border. He just kind of screams and shouts, deport them all now, as Bush did and all Republicans have done for the last 20 years. He doesn't have plans, man. Thank
to
you,
be
Greg.
fair, I can agree somewhat, but I also kind of feel like having a wealth tax is also going to hurt the economy a little bit.
Yeah.
There's been countries that have tried wealth taxes, like Colombia.
Okay.
Brazil.
What wealth tax did Colombia try?
They imposed a wealth tax on like similar to what we're trying, like higher corporations. I mean, and like you said, Jeff Bezos, didn't he kind of start
Higher
off
corporations. This has nothing to do with corporations. What do you? Okay, so what do you think an unrealized capital gains tax is? I want to make sure that you truly understand what the hell you're talking about.
Did Jeff Bezos start off as a middle class citizen in the United States?
I don't
did
know
he
about
rise
Jeff
to where he is
Bezos.
now?
I don't know about Jeff Bezos' background. That's completely irrelevant. You said that this is going to hurt the economy.
That is sort of irrelevant. That is relevant here because if he started off as a middle class American, just like we are, and he is where he's at now, that means any American could technically do that. It comes with risk, obvious.
God, yeah.
obviously.
I wish I had his problems, man. I wish I had to pay 25%.
It's a risk you have to take.
What the fuck
that's
are
like
we
the
talking about,
American
Parker? What are
dream.
you? What? Okay, you know what? No, we're gonna get off the economics thing because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, I'll give you one last shot though to prove me wrong.
Wait,
What
can we
is
talk about the
what-
border?
God, fucking go on mute, Corbin. Wait your damn turn. Okay, Parker, I'm talking to you. Okay, I can only handle so many teenagers at once, and I get to pull that card now because I turned 20 like 3 weeks ago. So, what is this quote unquote wealth tax that Kamala Harris wants to propose?
Well, I believe Kamala wants to tax the rich, basically. Like, that's what she's stating.
Be more specific.
That just seems a little bit greedy. So if you're making more money in the country, you're working harder, you're getting taxed more.
Yes, yeah. You want to know why? Okay, it's because when we don't have a progressive tax system, it disproportionately affects the low and the middle class more in a negative way. Okay, so there's really only two options here when it comes to tax policy. You either have a flat tax that hurts the low and the middle class the most because they spend more money on the bare necessities to live, or you have a progressive tax that hurts the high class the most because, well, they pay a larger proportion of their income. So would you rather the low and the middle class be the worse off, or would you rather the high class be worse off?
Now, is this going to be like sustaining long term though? Because I know Trump, whenever he taxed.
Dear God, no, answer my fucking question, or I'm going to put you on mute and go back to Corbin.
Okay, can you repeat the question for me? Sorry.
Of course I will, Parker. So there is two potential tax strategies that we as a country can implement. It's very simple. We could either have a flat tax or a progressive tax. A flat tax will make the low and the middle class worse off because that will take more money away from them that they could have spent on like baby diapers or food or health insurance. And then a progressive tax system, which is the second alternative, is where we make it worse off for the rich people because they pay a larger proportion of their income. Would you rather the poor people be worse off or the rich people be worse off, Corbin?
Well, obviously, I would rather find a middle ground. I don't think
There
it should go
isn't.
one or the other. I mean, that's what we're working for. That's why there's like equality. It doesn't
there's
make
no
sense
such.
to not have.
What is the middle ground here?
The middle ground is finding something that supports both. So I mean, obviously there needs to be something
Dude,
else.
Jesus Christ, no, there's not. It's either a flat tax or a progressive tax. No, it is a true dichotomy. So which one would you rather have it be? Do you want the rich to be worse off or the poor to be worse off?
I think I would rather have it to be the poor worse off because the poor are leeching off of benefits, obviously, and we're giving handouts. Now, handouts are going to cause inflation, obviously, because that's the government spending money on those people through programs that we are paying for in taxes, regardless.
Hey, Parker, let me guess. You're a Christian and you go to church every Sunday, right?
I am Christian. I respect my values. And and you're laughing at my First
Oh
Amendment right.
my god. Oh my god, dude. You can't
You're
make
laughing
this
at
shit
my
up.
First Amendment right.
You can't make this shit up, ladies and gentlemen. So I have a question. What did Jesus say in John? So when he said that a rich man is just as likely to enter into the kingdom of heaven as a camel is to pass through an eye of a needle, what did he mean by that? Or like
Well, I
Psalms
know God told us
32,
not to-
where God talks about helping the needy and those who give to the poor will be given glory in the name of God. Where in the Bible does it say, fuck the poor, we want to make the rich richer, I want
Well,
Jeff
actually,
Bezos to
if
buy
you
an
read the
extra
Bible-
yacht, so we're going to take that single mother of fives, right, additional $300 a month away so she can no longer buy dinner for her kids every Tuesday and Thursday.
Well, actually, if you believe in the Bible, the God actually he focuses on the poor because they're the ones that are always in pain. And they're always looking and crying for help.
Okay, wait, I have a question. So if God should focus on the poor, why shouldn't you?
I do focus on the poor. I do other things other than just sit around and just do nothing. Like I help people.
Parker,
you
you
I can only
literally
do
told
so
me
much.
that you would rather have a taxation system in which the rich is better off and the poor is worse off, instead of the poor being better off and the rich being worse off. Like, dear God, dude, I'm gonna go ahead and give you two arguments. We have the moral argument and the prudential argument. So let's go and talk about them.
Do you believe in-
Okay, what do you want to say?
Do you believe in capital flight?
Capital flight? I don't know what that is.
Okay, we should look up capital flight. So basically, if we do like impose a wealth tax, don't you think that like people may flee the country?
Oh yeah, where are they gonna go?
Another country with lower taxes.
Okay.
where they're not being
So I
taxed as
have a
much.
question. So the U.S. has higher taxes than Romania. Should we drop our taxes lower than what they service in Romania so people aren't going to Romania?
Well, wouldn't our economy be? We have a bigger economy here.
You literally just
Well, they would go to another. They would go to a country that's obviously not fucking poor. They would go to like China.
You just self-dunked. You literally
No,
just
they would go to
self-dunked.
China. They
in
would
the
go to
context
another.
of
They
two
would go to
questions.
another economy that is also
Freddie, I
booming,
appreciate you
not
so
just
much
America.
for the love. Yeah, so here's the issue. They don't. Why? Because the U.S. has the largest consumer base, largest GDP, right? The most active, the largest GDP per capita. It's simply not the case, okay? Right? We have forms of incentivization to stay here at home in America that don't exist in other places, so we have the ability to raise our taxes without causing people to leave. I'm going to go ahead and just give you two quick arguments. So we have a moral argument and a prudential argument insofar as why we should have higher taxes on like rich people. First of all, if I'm considering spending $3,000 on a new GPU and there's like a single mother of five struggling to pay for her five kids' meals every night, I feel like I should chip a little bit more into the system so her life is a little bit easier. So there's the moral argument. Typically, Trump supporters don't understand that. My second argument here would be the prudential argument. So the prudential argument is, well, would you rather be a king in a golden castle or a king standing on top of a pile of dirt? Okay, like if I moved to Romania right now, I'd be a part of the top 1%. Okay, I'd be the king, but I'd rather live here at home in the
Thank you so
U.S.
much, Dean, by the way.
because all things considered, the social services are better, right? Because the top 1%, plays into the system more, disproportionately speaking, making the country as a whole better off, including for people in the top 1%. Of course.
Okay. I also have like another thing I want to talk about too. It's about gender. You guys want to go there?
Oh yeah, what's a man?
Well, I know Charlie had a thing about the man, referring to God and how we refer God to as he.
Casey,
And
I
therefore,
appreciate
how
you
do
for the $10
describe
on
he as a
Venmo.
man?
Thank you so much.
But
Thank you,
like one
Casey.
thing I have to say about that is you can't really use God because God is not really a physical being. He's not a human being. We refer to God as something that is like all.
But
not
do
a
you think
man,
God is a father?
Like what Charlie said, God could be a father, a mother, creator. He is not a physical being, so we can't give him physical.
So you get to choose God's
attributes.
pronouns? Push the money gun.
I mean, we're not really choosing. Back when the Bible was written, it was more masculine. So of course they used he.
So he has preferred pronouns, or you can choose. Push the boxing up. Thank you so
I
much.
believe you could choose. If you really wanted to say God,
you get to choose. You get to choose his
yeah, but he doesn't have.
pronouns.
He
Okay,
doesn't
so
have a
can I
penis,
can I
he doesn't
choose
have a
his
gun. He's not a
pronouns?
physical.
Can I
He's
can
not
I
a
choose?
physical being.
Can I
He's not a
choose
human
his?
being.
Okay, so he's not. Okay, so he's non-binary.
He's not a human being. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So is he non-binary?
When we refer to a man or a woman, that's a human being, right?
Is God non-binary?
You're not answering my question.
Is God non-binary?
You're not answering my question. I asked you, is
What
God a
question am I
human
not
being?
answering? You're not answering any of mine.
Is God a human
No,
being?
no.
Okay, so therefore,
I thought that
if
was
he's not
obvious.
a human being. Okay, exactly. So if he's not a human being, then how could he be a male or a female?
Wait,
That's exactly.
is
that's
a dolphin a
exactly my
human
point.
being?
Yeah. So
obviously
therefore,
Hey,
how
Parker,
could
is
you
a
like, base
dolphin
your
a human being?
No.
Can a dolphin be a male or female?
Is a dolphin a human being? No, it's not a human being.
Okay, so no, things that are not human being can be male or female. Okay, Joshua, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you for the $5. So, is God non-binary, right, or does God have preferred pronouns?
I believe it's subjective. It's up to the person of faith to refer to them as they would like.
Okay, so
It's
how
a
about
freedom.
can I make God's pronouns whatever I want?
You really could, but typically
I can?
we refer to God. You could refer to God as him. You could refer to God as her. God is not a human being, so he's not a human.
So
We do not
the
give him
mother.
a
So I can
sex.
the mother.
You could say God the mother, yes. You could
Really?
say God the father, yes.
Okay.
I believe Charlie stated that actually in the debate that you had.
he
against
did
you.
state that, but then he went back on that, saying that God, all fathers are males, right? And then he thinks God the Father is a male.
Okay, he didn't state that. He said all
He thinks
fathers
that
are
all
males.
fathers are males.
All fathers
God
are males
the Father
because
is
they
a
have
father.
chromosomes that refer to them as a male. It's in their DNA. Do you not believe in science? Do you believe in
So
science?
is gender based on biology?
And that goes back to like the dolphin topic. So if you
Hey,
were to take a dolphin's blood,
Parker, is gender based on biology?
gender is based on science, yes.
Okay, so if gender is based on biology, how come you can use mother or father to refer to something without any biology?
What are you talking about? We use DNA.
So you use father and mother to refer to something that has no biology.
Those are titles. We give male and female. Those are two genders
So
that we
God the
have.
Father is not actually a father.
Yeah, so father, so not actually a father, yet you're still using it.
You guys are avoiding like the point. I already stated to you that God is not a human being, so you can't use him to
So
reference.
if you're
male or
okay with
female.
using God, if you're okay with calling God a father, why wouldn't you be okay with calling trans men fathers
I have a question.
if they have children?
I have a question.
But
I
can
just
they
want to answer my
actually?
question.
Okay, so you're saying trans women. So can they?
I said trans men.
Trans men. Okay, do trans men have the ability to get pregnant?
That's okay.
Trans
that's
men
what
are
I'm saying.
biologically female,
Parker,
yes.
Parker, say you're an EMT, right? And you show up to a trans woman's house. So man to woman. If he is on the floor saying,
Kitten, thank you for the
saying, I'm
$15.
about to
Thank
have
you
a
so
baby
much,
right
Kitten.
now. I'm my water broke. I'm going into labor. I'm about to have a baby. What are you going to tell that guy? Are you going to start sitting there trying to
So
deliver his baby?
you can identify that obviously someone's like sex is relevant in the context of a medical scenario. Now that's not relevant in terms of identifying gender. You understand that gender and sex are two different things.
Yeah, but are
so
you
the
gonna
way
tell-
that
are
I
you gonna tell-
refer
are you
to the
gonna tell- are you
context
gonna
of
tell that
Corbin,
person
can I
that-
finish my statement?
You're not answering the question. That's the problem. You're trying to answer my
I
question.
am
No, you're
directly
not.
answering
You're
the
not.
question.
You're not. But okay, go for it.
What am I not answering, Corbin?
I gave you it's a strict yes or no question. Are you going to tell that person that they are having a baby right now or not?
Yes.
So you're going to tell a man that has become a woman or saying that they're a woman, you're going to tell them that they're having a baby right now.
Wait. So you're misunderstanding the point. We were talking about trans men. Trans men can have uteruses because they're biologically female. So yes, in a specific scenario where a trans man is pregnant, which is unlikely, it is the case that you would tell them that they're pregnant, right? If it is the case, or that they're giving birth, right? If
because
it is the
they-
case that they were giving birth, because it's a fact that they're giving birth.
Because they are.
Again, gender and sex are different.
Because
We
they
can
said so.
acknowledge
Because they
these-
said that
when
they're
I'm
giving birth.
acknowledging someone's gender, that does not mean that I have to deny their sex. Does that make sense, Corbin?
Not really, but
What?
Okay, well then you're just dumb.
So real. So Corbin, a trans man, right, is a female. Okay, females can give birth, meaning a trans.
no.
man
I
can
said
give birth.
trans man to woman, meaning that they believe that they're a woman now. They were a man at birth. They were assigned the male.
That doesn't even make any sense. So they're male, but they're
male.
So
yes,
they're male.
They're
Okay,
male.
so
Parker, listen.
that's
listen,
not what I was
Parker,
talking.
Listen,
So no.
Listen, Parker, I'm
so
talking.
no.
I'm
Someone.
talking. Listen. I'm talking.
I'm talking. I don't care. I don't care. You're saying something dumb. Okay. As it relates to trans women, we're not saying trans women can get pregnant. That's not the argument we're making here. Like what?
Parker,
we were
I got a
talking about
question.
trans men.
So then he's not a woman if she can't get pregnant. If he can't get pregnant, then he's not.
Oh, okay. So my
mom.
mom who can't get pregnant because she doesn't have a uterus, she's not a woman.
Does your mom identify as a man?
My mom is a woman. My mom
Exactly.
is biologically. My mom is a woman. Can I finish? My mom is a woman. My mom is biologically female, but does not have a uterus because she's had a hysterectomy. Is she a woman? Because she can't get pregnant.
Does she have a dick?
Are you fucking dumb, dude? Are you actually serious? No.
You're not understanding the question. Somebody that is born a fucking male has a penis, right?
Dude, Corbin, I'm sorry. Listen to the fucking words coming out of my mouth. It's not difficult. If you can't listen to the basic words that are coming out of my mouth, I'm going to kick you from my stream because you have to have at least a 3 IQ to be on the stream, okay? At least goldfish intelligence. I'm not asking for much here. My mom is biologically female. She does not have a uterus because she had a hysterectomy. You probably don't even know what the fuck that is. Now, it is the case she can't get pregnant because she does not have a uterus. Is it the case that she's a woman?
Yes, because she was assigned a woman at birth, wasn't it? Was she not assigned a woman at birth?
Okay, so in order, you don't have to be able to get pregnant in order to be a woman.
She got pregnant at one point, didn't she? Because she had you, didn't she? Corbin, she was able to get pregnant.
Wait. So there are women that are born, that are biologically female, that are born without the ability to get pregnant.
Yes,
you
but
understand that, right? And they are infertile.
Yo, Parker, can I make a point?
Go ahead.
So I'm dead. All right. 15 years from now, someone digs up my remains. I like my whole life, I proposed as a female. Someone digs up my remains. Now they have to decide if I'm female or male.
Yeah, thank you, Lorenzo, for the roses.
Okay,
Parker, they're going to be able to identify your sex, but not your gender. In the same way, they'll be able to identify biological characteristics of you, but not what your name is.
Okay, so
are you saying that because I dig up your body and I can't find out what your name is, that somehow makes your name invalid and I shouldn't call you Parker? Do you realize how dumb of a statement that is? That is, it's relevant though, because obviously gender is sociological. So obviously if you ask me about some sociological thing, you're not going to be able to identify that at the point in which you're dead, because all ability to interact with sociological context and conversations and concepts is completely out the window. So if that's completely out the window, well, then it is the case that that doesn't make it invalid just because you can't identify it after the fact that they're dead.
We would have to reconstruct everything that this country has been founded on then.
No, we don't. You fucking, what are you talking about?
What are you talking, dude? Because people are going to get taken offensive. So you go to a job interview and they ask you male or female, or they ask you for your birth certificate and it says something different than what you associate with.
What's wrong with that? It's having a different thing for sex and gender. There's no difference. Do you just have do you not have the ability to interpret sex versus gender? Is that a difficult concept for you?
Can I ask you? Can I ask a question?
As a woman.
So I'm like a 12-year-old boy, and I say I'm female, and now I want to go and use the female bathroom. That's not weird.
What, dude? What are you saying?
Wait, what are you saying? Are you when you say when you say boy, are you saying that they're a trans boy but they're biologically female?
Okay, I don't have to be trans. I just say yeah, sure. I want to be a female.
Parker, you're not making sense right now.
Okay,
Holy shit.
Okay,
so
Parker, I see
male,
you're
but
confused. I wanted
female.
to explain this to you. So there's no such thing as being male to being female. Okay.
Okay, I'm trans. Sorry.
One moment, Parker. So you could change your phenotypical sex characteristics, which can be associated with the phenotypical expression of a sex. So you might be
Can you
able
please
to
change your name?
Phenotypically female. However, right, when we're trans man says they're a man, they're just making a completely different association with what gender identity is that is completely different from sex. Okay?
Lizzie, thank you for the $15. Eric, thank you for the $5. And Kitten, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Everett. I appreciate it all.
I understand what you're saying, but going to my question, so do you have to be trans? So like, obviously people because there's been times where men who look like women use a woman's bathroom, but they're not trans.
Wait,
But
here, I'm
that's
going to ask you this
because-
question. Do you think trans men who are biologically female should go into the women's restroom?
Should go into the men's.
Do you think he should go to the women's
If you were-
restroom?
If he's biologically female, does he have female parts?
Yeah, female. Biologically female, but it is the case that they're a man. Should
Do they have
they go
female
to...
parts? Do they have
Should-
female parts?
We don't know.
Dude, are you
If
fucking...
I don't know
dude,
if they-
listen. Jesus Christ, dude. They are biologically... This is not a difficult fucking thing to listen, okay? They are biologically female, but it is the case that they are a man. This is not difficult to understand. Should they go into the women's restroom?
If they are biologically female, yes. And if they have female parts,
So
yes.
you think he should go into the women's restroom?
Do you understand that you're actually putting like?
I think there should be a separate bathroom.
Can I clarify?
So you want to segregate trans people into a separate bathroom? So you think
They're
trans
segregating
women...
themselves. They want to.
What do you mean they're segregating themselves? What are you
They're
talking
making
about? No,
them
they're
their
not.
own fucking.
Trans people
their
are
own
not.
fucking person,
Shut up.
basically.
What are you talking?
Okay,
Trans people are
can we
not
switch
advocating.
the role on
Trans
that,
people are not
Parker?
advocating. Listen, trans people are not advocating to be put in a separate space from everyone else.
Hey Parker.
What are you
Parker,
talking about?
Parker, I wanted to respond to you.
Avery, think of the $5
So,
and go for it.
I think it's.
It sounds worse
Okay.
whenever he makes it. Like,
Aaliyah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Are we not
He makes it a
segregating males
biological
from
female
females
going
in the
into
first
a-
place? What's
Okay, so Parker, I'm actually addressing you right now. So Parker, yeah, the evil Parker. So yeah, you're specifically putting cis women.
Call
at
me
a-
evil Parker from now on because I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I got you. At a greater level of risk, if you'd say that trans men should use the women's restroom, segregating the restrooms on the basis of sex allows for more masculine presenting individuals to go into the women's restroom, which opens the door towards fucked up cis men entering into that space easier. Okay, right?
But that's
so when
the
we
whole
segregate.
problem.
So the problem is that you want to segregate trans women from the
I never
women's
said
restroom.
that. He asked me if it was okay, and I said
I
yes.
said that.
Joey, think of the $5.
He asked me if it was okay, and I said yes. If they have female parts, they're biologically female.
I really want to make
yes.
my point here. So, evil Parker, you think that trans women should use a women's restroom?
I said if they have female parts, then yes.
Okay, so it's dependent on what's in between your legs. So, should we have like a monitor at the entrance to?
Yeah, should we have
checking what's in
genitalia
between someone's legs?
inspection at the front
It's
of the
getting-
bathrooms?
Like obviously not.
Okay, so then
Like,
how
why
would
not?
we know what's in between someone's legs?
Yeah, how are you gonna know?
Exactly. Like just like how would you know if that's a male or a female if they look like a male but they're actually female?
Well, this is actually the issue that I was responding to, but you were too ignorant to see it, right?
Well,
so what
I'm
my
also
argument
just
is,
stating my point.
hey, Parker, are you going to listen to what I have to say now?
I am.
Okay. When we segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex, right, you're increasing the threshold of,
Parker.
of like you're essentially saying that more masculine individuals should be entering into the women's restroom due to the fact that trans men are more masculine presenting than trans women on average. Okay, and trans men are females, which are individuals who you say should use the women's restroom. Right. So when we segregate the restrooms on the basis of gender identity, saying that trans men should use a men's restroom and trans women should use a women's restroom, we're actually decreasing the risk that women are put at in that space because less masculine presenting people are entering into that space. So if you truly care about protecting women, if you truly care about protecting women's rights and keeping women safe, well, then you'd say that trans women should use the women's restroom.
Joy, thank you for the $5. Avery, thank you for the
Alright.
$5. Shay, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Logan,
I
thank you
have
for
to
the $5.
this for that.
Go ahead and respond to me, Parker. Team Parker.
Lena, thank you for the $1.
Go ahead and respond
Sorry,
to
this
me.
is really confusing me,
Insulted
Dean.
me.
I'm
I haven't
sorry. It's
insulted
so
either one of
confusing.
you. That's ridiculous.
Team Parker, go ahead and respond to my point.
Dude,
No,
I
so you're saying
just want to. I
trans-
want to remove your ability to be named as Parker. Like if I was president of the United States, my first executive order would be to make it so that you can't be named Parker. That's my first
Dude, I've been
executive
trying.
order.
Oh, thanks, man.
You're welcome.
That means you're a great president. That's your first executive order.
That would be my first executive order.
Shows how much you care about the country instead of your feelings.
Yeah.
So can
Are
you
you an
respond to my
American?
point? Dude, look at this shit.
Sorry.
Parker, can you respond to my point?
Yeah,
Snap
so you were
realize I'm
saying
joking.
trans
He
women-
doesn't realize I'm joking.
Do you wanna
He's-
make it
he's not
more-
intelligent enough.
I mean, I'm just put on the spot. I've been waiting 3 hours. It's just been funny listening to this. You guys love to like
We need to think of the
do
$5.
hypotheticals. you
I
know?
do not give a shit. Respond to my point.
So you said that trans women. So you're trying to make it so that if trans women go to the bathroom, and they have to go to the men's bathroom because it's basically more, I guess, protected
the
for women,
$5,
right?
Holy God.
Isn't that what you said?
I don't think this conversation. Okay, so I have a question. You don't want like men and women's restrooms, right? You don't want men in like women's changing rooms?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so how do you feel about voting for someone who walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place? Do you want to hear him say that and brag about it?
Who said that?
Trump.
Donald Trump.
Trump said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to hear it?
Obviously, I don't support that, dude. No, I don't support that.
But would you vote for someone who did that?
I believe there's other things that I would vote for besides like the media claims. You know, I mean, obviously
that's not a media claim. We can play the clip. You can hear it. You want to hear it?
Donald Trump boasted about it.
Kayla, think of the $10. Thank you so much, Kayla. Dean, you have it, right?
I mean,
I
I
actually specifically don't have that one.
I love how like the mainstream media is all about sexuality, like in this country. That's like
You should
so
send
sad.
you should send that clip to me as
You
well.
mean how Donald Trump is a violent sex offender?
Kayla, thank you for the
Everything's
$10
about
on Venmo.
sexuality
Christian,
now.
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Kayla.
What happened to like,
bro? You make shit about sexuality. Literally,
think of the dollar.
bro. Listen. I swear to God, it is
that's
the
what the
fucking
Democratic Party's fighting.
It is the Republicans that love to talk about gay people and their sexuality. It is the Republicans that love to talk about trans people and their gender identity. It is the Republicans who love to talk about what two men do behind their closed doors.
So I have a question. This girl at my school, right?
Thanks.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress is.
Is this a voice clip or is this an actual video clip? Can we see a video clip of this?
Can you shut up? Jesus Christ, dude. Is it hard to be that quiet for literally like 20, 30 seconds? Corbin, I will kick you from the live if you can't be quiet. I'm asking for 20 to 30 seconds of silence. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress is. Everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
The reason why it can't be AI is because this was in front of Howard Stern, right, on the Howard Stern show, right, and it was live, and people saw it live, and it came out on audio before AI existed.
Okay, well, that's all I was
you
asking.
claiming that it's AI is pretty
I
crazy.
didn't claim that it was AI. I was asking if there was a video clip of it.
So I'm pretty sure there is. I can find it though. I just have an audio from that one video.
So yeah, how do you guys?
I can pull it up though. Thank you for the
How do you
subscription.
guys-
Thank you so much.
So yeah, would you guys vote for someone that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect their bodies, with some girls?
When did it say teenagers?
It was a Miss Teen USA pageant.
Because Miss Teen USA.
Are those like? Do we know for a fact that those are teenagers?
Yeah. We even have
Miss
reports
Teen USA.
Dude, Parker, please.
You can't make it up, dude. You can't make it up.
You can't. You truly can't. I can't believe that I got back on for this.
Was it Miss Teen or Miss Teen?
Miss
Miss Teen USA.
Right, and we also have reports with some of the 18, 19-year-old girls that are reporting girls as young as 15 and 16 being there. So yeah, would you guys ever vote for someone that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls?
I don't know.
You don't know? Would you ever vote for someone? Would you vote for a rapist that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
Aiden, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Aiden.
Can you answer my question? Would you literally vote
rapist?
For a rapist, right? Like held liable in court that's boasted about walking into the into the changing rooms of teen girls.
I haven't
Thank you
really
so much for the
looked into
$10. Thank you
conflicts
so
with
much.
Trump and the rape allegations. I haven't really looked
Quite
into
frankly, you're not answering my question. Quite frankly, Timu Parker, please answer my question.
Yeah.
You would vote for a rapist
I
who's
obviously
boasted about
believe rape is wrong.
Oh, wait, okay, Parker, I want to ask you a question. Would you vote for a rapist that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenagers and sexualized a 10-year-old girl?
I know rape is wrong, but if Trump really was a rapist, how is he able to run for president?
If Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he could run for president.
We cracked down on the Jeffrey Dahmer, P. Diddy stuff. Like, those people are in jail.
Yeah, well, Trump's not in jail.
Let's
because
crack
the
down on
statute of
Trump, please.
Because the statute of limitations had passed for this to be brought to
Well, if
criminal
Trump
court,
was guilty,
he's
he
held
wouldn't be in
liable
jail.
criminal court. No, you're wrong. He was held civilly liable. He was forced to pay $87 million.
I'm apparently dodging this person. Let me talk to them real quick. Yo, Randall, how old are you?
I'm gonna be 20 in a couple months.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
How am I dodging you?
Because I've been in here for like 3 hours.
You're not special.
Okay, and you know there's 9,000 people in here, right?
You're not special.
You're still dodging.
How am I
you're literally
dodging
not
if there's
special.
9,000 people in the lot?
Because I
How
just
the hell would
wanted
I
in
know?
here, you know? Say my piece.
So I wasn't dodging. You were just saying that to get on the live.
I mean, I'd really want to share my stance. You know, I think I can provide constructive discourse.
Really? Okay. How many House of Representatives are there?
435.
Oh,
He's on.
okay. Yo,
He's
Baze,
on.
he's on. He's on point. He's on point.
He's on,
Okay, I'm
bro.
ready for this. Can you name me one Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Yeah, his tax cuts actually did also help people with child as well.
Tax cuts mostly went to people who are rich.
Yeah, but that also helps to trickle down.
Trickle down? Okay, so did you know only added 0.04% to the annual GDP?
I'm
Actually, the tariffs that he wants to replace it with will reduce more economic growth long term, right, than the GDP increase would be from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So we'd have negative economic growth from Trump being in office.
Yeah, honestly,
due to his Trump policy. If
honestly,
you
my
replace
expertise
tax
are
cuts
more
with tariffs.
My expertise are more on abortion, and
Okay.
I really don't understand the problem with the
Your
overturning. of
expertise
Roe
are
v.
on
Wade.
abortion. What part of a woman's body does conception occur?
All right, well, we don't need to state the obvious there. I don't understand why it can't go back to the States.
So Mr. Doctor Scientist Expert, okay, what part of a woman's body does conception occur?
I mean, I think even the dumbest citizens of America can answer that question, but
So then answer it.
I'm not going to.
Okay, wow. Jay, I appreciate you for the $10.
Dude, you're nice expertise, bro.
Yeah, Mr. Doctor Scientist, please tell. Wait, I have a question. Do you think that abortion's murder?
I know the point you're going to make, and it's like a gotcha line, and I understand that. But under the Supremacy Clause of the United States, there's no problem with it being sent back to the states. And since we can't find a middle
You could
ground,
say there's no problem, but is that preferable? Is it preferable for, if you think it's murder, for murder to be left up to the states, right? Or for women to have, control over their bodies and great victims to have federal protections to get access to abortion? And for people who aren't actively dying to be able to get access to an abortion, especially if there's a huge risk on their long-term health?
Yeah, but that's the problem, Parker. I'm not one-sided here. I'm trying to find a middle ground because there wants to be a federal ban on both sides, or a federal ban for abortion, and there wants to be federal legalization of abortion. So why can't there be a
we were
middle
fine
ground?
before. We were fine before. Why'd you change it?
It wasn't fine because half the country disagreed, and the Supreme Court made
Half the
a
country?
judgment based off the Constitution of the United States of America. So unless you
Then why don't they run on abortion more?
Republicanism is why Roe v. Wade works in the states. You're voting your delegates into office, and they're voting on the policy of abortion in your
What
state.
percent of America supports Roe versus Wade being overturned?
Very little, but I think there's it's probably about 40%.
Oh dear God.
Okay, so no, it's less than 40%. I just want to let you know that.
Is it like 37 or what, boss?
Randall, would you
Yeah,
support Roe v. Wade being rescinded from the state to each individual county to put even more individualistic power in the hands of each constituent of every county in America?
I mean, unless you disagree with the democracy you have and you want a direct democracy where you vote on every single issue, then, I mean, that's kind of what you're advocating for there.
No, just we're sending it back down to like each district or county.
I think the states works perfectly because you're still putting your representation, voting for you. You don't need it even more
Joshua, thank you
individualized.
for the $5. Thank you so much, and Danny, thank you so much for the $6.
I don't understand why.
I
you
appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Ren. And
But what is the problem with using republicanism in a pillar of democracy?
Yeah, here's the problem, because I
decide
think that basic human rights should be protected. Like, you understand that the Confederacy gave the same argument that you're giving right now for, like, the ability to own a human being as property. Like, I just think that there's going to be some basic, like, human rights that ought to be protected universally in, like, every single country around the globe. Unfortunately, the most that we could do with U.S. politics is protect them nationally or federally, right? And that's why I'd say that a woman in, like, Colorado or California, right, deserves the same access to abortion or healthcare in general as a woman in Idaho, Kentucky, or Texas, right? I understand that you're saying, oh, this is like unconstitutional, this is that, this is that. Well, I'm not going to base like my moral claims, right, off of like any piece of paper, especially the Constitution. Like what I'd say is that it should be protected at the federal level, and that's why I'd vote for Harris here. It's because she intends to codify that into law through congressional legislation.
Yeah, but that needs to get passed through congressional legislation first, and that probably will not happen.
Okay, so are you talking about whether or not it's legal, or are you talking about whether or not you have the position? Because morally speaking, right, do you like value the zygote at conception? You think that's a person?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other consistent line of when you can draw lines.
No other consistent? Yeah, you can draw it at sentience. But as it relates to conception,
people in comas
can you
don't
tell
have
me
those
why?
feelings. I mean, that's an easy one to dispute. I mean, just listen to Ben Shapiro for 5
How I
minutes.
define sentience is past or present and future subjective experience. I appreciate the subscription.
Which would
Thank you so
apply
much.
to
So if you run a
common sense.
disjunct into the conjunct, you don't deal with that issue. Okay? Whereas if you have specifically just like life, do you think that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
You made a sentience argument. I'm confused.
Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family who's brain dead?
I mean, that's up to them, but I mean...
Up to the family? If you leave it up to the
That's a
family, what
unique
you're just
human
saying
life.
that is that the cellular human life is not granting of the rights. Because you wouldn't say that for someone who's in a coma. So
Yeah,
what is the
that's
relevant
only
difference
sentience.
between
They
these
still
two
have-
states?
They still have future
What is the relevant
ability
difference
to have
between these two
sentience.
states? Oh, are you saying sentience is the difference? So then why don't you value past or present and future subjective experience? Why do you value the cellular organism at conception? Why do you think that's a person? Because you could also say that you value a sperm cell. That's living.
Well, the problem I have with you, I think your position on abortion is, what is it, the first, how many weeks?
18 through 24.
18 through 26 is what
I mean,
likely
you
is.
have your unique DNA, you have your heartbeat. I mean...
I don't give a shit about those things.
Yeah,
so does
neither
a
do you,
branded
Randall.
individual. They have unique DNA and they have a heartbeat, yet you said they could pull the plug.
So someone's heartbeat stops.
Yeah, well,
you don't
they've
give a shit,
lived
it's
a
over.
full life.
No
They're
resuscitating.
on their deathbed. They're
Why? Why? Because their sentience is gone.
Sentience isn't permanently gone. That's your problem.
Yeah, yes, it is. That's what brain death is.
In a case of brain death, maybe.
In a case of brain death, sentience is permanently gone, and that's why you think people can pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead.
Yeah,
because
Randall.
they're cellularly speaking alive. They have a heartbeat. They've got everything else about their body. The only difference is the fact that their subjective experience is gone. So what this completely illustrates is that you care about subjective experience.
Yeah, because
It does. That's what it shows.
If the distinction between a zygote at the moment of conception, a brain dead patient, isn't like unique human DNA or life, what is it, Randall?
I mean, brain damage can result in a reduction of sentience. It doesn't mean they're any less of a human than others.
Okay, so you'd say that it's okay to kill, right, a brain dead patient, even though they're no less of a human or no less valuable than you and me. So why shouldn't all murder be legal?
Yeah. Why just this form of murder, under your view?
I didn't say to murder brain.
You don't think it's murder, right? If you don't think it's murder, well, then why is it not murder? Because it's not a rights-bearing individual because it's not sentient, right? In the same way that it was when it has past or present and future subjective experience. That is the most consistent view. If you want to relate to this scenario, because also I don't think that you think that women who have IUDs are murderers. Do you?
I do not.
Okay, so but that would be murder under your worldview because there's a future potential and there's a zygote.
Yep, and I already listened to
You have to accept that worldview.
The problem with us is neither of us are going to convince each other. That's why we need a middle ground, sending it back to the states where the pillar of democracy.
No.
Republicans
I can
decide the
convince
issue.
you. You gave me no good argument. Why do you still hold the view? Is it religious?
Could I reduce what Randall just said there? So you
Go
said
ahead.
that y'all disagree,
Absolutely.
therefore it should be up to the state. Do you think that like the white supremacists and MLK disagreed? Would they ever find middle ground? Does that mean that, I don't know, like segregation or slavery should have been left up to the state?
That's a really good point, and that comes with the development of America when there is time for monumental change. But when a Supreme Court rules against something, and under the supremacy clause is the law of the land, it's a little different, boss.
I want you to actually answer my question this time. White supremacists and people like MLK disagreed.
I thought it was pretty obvious my answer to that one. Obviously, there's not going to be middle ground. And that's why I said there's monumental change in America that needs to happen at times.
So then what do you say that slavery and like segregation should have been left up to the states?
No, because that is on a different level than abortion, in my opinion.
Okay. So, right, you're just making an arbitrary and baseless distinction between basic human rights here. All right. I feel like you
basic
might be
human rights. Let's get on basic human rights. You have an ultrasound between different babies. You're not telling the difference and giving different human rights to others.
Well, actually, we could observe thymocortical connections, which is what neuroscientists have indicated is most likely to lead to the ability to deploy consciousness. So unfortunately, your point there was just literally fucking wrong.
But there's still a possibility of life. I don't understand why they wouldn't have moral value.
Okay, so if you're saying that it's possible for it to be the case at this time, then we should take a precautionary stance, all right, and we should value the life of the fetus. Well, the issue with this stance is that it goes both ways, because it's also possible it doesn't have life, sentience, and it's possible
Ryan,
that
thank
we're
you for the
infringing
$5.
upon,
Thank you so much. And Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
meaning it's possible that we'd be infringing upon the mother's bodily autonomy without good reason. So what we'd say here is that we'd put a legal cutoff at the point in which sentience is most likely to occur, so we can account for the potentiality of sentience in the fetus, right? Not only in consideration of it being a rights-bearing individual, but also in consideration of the mother's bodily autonomy. If you don't get that point, feel free to, let me restate it.
Absolutely. If you're threatening the mother's life or something like that, rape or incest, that's even though that's less than 2%
what I just said had nothing to do with exceptions.
Well, you're talking about the threats of infringing on bodily autonomy, even though there's also another life within it.
Never mind. Never mind. That
All
point
right.
just went over your head. Yeah.
Okay, so here, I want to run some things. Randall, do you think that women who get abortions in the first trimester should go to jail?
No, I do not. You can have as many punchlines as you want and repeat them as many times as you want, just like Kamala Harris does. It doesn't change anyone's views, and that's why we need a middle ground.
No,
My
wait,
bad, man. I'm
stop
not
just
trying to be
saying that we
something.
need a middle ground because you're just cutting off the debate right there and acting like you're never going to change your view. Appreciate Rocky, thank you so much. That tells me that you are completely lacking open-minded. You completely lack that. You're not even willing to engage in the conversation. You're just so hyper fixated on saying, "Oh, we're never going to agree." Okay, well, that means that you aren't able to hear out a rational argument.
Have I not listened to this whole thing, been respectful while you're talking?
That doesn't mean that you're listening or actively trying to change your worldview.
I've been doing it for the last 3 hours listening to you, boss.
I understand you're listening. That doesn't mean that you're actively trying to change your worldview, though.
And you can't tell me if I am or I'm not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't seem like that based upon what you're saying.
Well, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I'm just saying that not everything has to be partisan, and there at some point does need to be a middle ground to benefit the goodwill of the people.
Okay, how do you feel about Trump undermining the border bill?
I do have a problem with that, and I said I'm not straight right or straight left. I'm middle ground myself.
You have a big problem with that, so he's worse on the border. Not only is Trump worse on the border, he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
You just said he's
defamation,
worse on the
fraud. He has
border?
34
Oh,
felonies.
buddy.
Wait, he undermined the border bill. That means he's worse on the border.
You're so fucking wrong, dude.
You guys are mad. Give me an argument. Give me an argument. He wants an open border.
There's been 72%
What
more
happened to Dean?
illegal immigrants coming into America, into California specifically. Because
Wait, do you think there's a border crisis right now, Corbin?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, okay. There's actually less border crossings right now than
You
there
are
was
so
at the end of
false.
Trump's
You are so
administration.
false.
That's from the congressional budget.
No,
or
it's
no,
not.
sorry.
No, it's not.
That's from
It is
sorry. That's from
way
Customs
higher
and
than
Border
it.
Protection.
How many?
That's from
how many,
Customs
how
and Border
many people do you
Protection.
think are crossing the border? Have crossed the border since Joe Biden has been in office?
No, I'm talking about daily crossings right now.
Which doesn't discount the fact that there's been more border crossings under Joe Biden than Donald Trump.
Since Joe Biden
I'll be back in
has
5
been in
minutes,
office, it's
everyone.
been 1.6 million people have come across the border into the U.S.
You can say whatever. So
Actually,
wait,
10
1.6 million is not bad, by the way.
10 million.
They're being 1.6
That's just last
million
year.
is
That's
not
just
bad.
last year.
10 million is the overall the population you're referencing. You're referencing actually 11 million. Okay. So I'd like to see where you're getting those estimations. But like as it relates to the numbers in terms of immigration, we have less immigration right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Why didn't he fix the border crisis?
Corbin, this is your topic, boss. You go for it.
Well, okay, hold on. What did you say? Sorry, one more time.
Okay, if there's a border crisis
Oh, you're talking to
right
me.
now, then there was also a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration because there's less border crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration, according to Customs and Border Protection.
I don't believe so. I believe that there's been twice as many encounters per day of people crossing over the border. Biden
It's still rising too. That's the funny thing. It's still rising.
It's going up every single day.
That's totally wrong.
I'm reading it right now.
Yeah,
It's
no,
saying
so
the apprehension rate
Where
from
do you get your
Southwest border
information from?
crossings
Probably
in
like
2022
thank you. I just told you, Customs and Border Protection. Where the hell are you getting your
information?
information
Months of 2024, it was 92%.
Yeah, so again, wait, 92% for what?
For border crossings in the first 4 months of 2024.
92% for what? Apprehension?
No, this was for. Okay, it does say apprehension.
So you're saying that they apprehend 92% of people who are coming across the country undocumented? And you think that's a bad thing?
No, I did debunk myself right here. I'll admit that.
Okay.
Well, you're talking about the end of Trump's term, which is conflicted with COVID. And so there's a little external stuff there. And then that brings in your argument, well, there's external factors with inflation as well for Kamala being COVID. But you also make the point that America was the fastest country to rebound from COVID. So why is our inflation rates higher than those other developed countries that went through the same experiences? Unless you're saying
lower
we're
now.
unparalleled.
I said we have the fastest recovery, which means that we are lower in terms of inflation than like all the G7 countries.
We're not, though.
Right. On the month by month. Yeah, we're at 0.2%.
We're at 2.5.
What? 2.5 annually.
But like Sweden and Britain are under that rate.
We're 0.2% month over month.
169
US inflation rate is 2.5%.
Were apprehended.
Yeah, that's for the year.
And what's the problem with that statistic right there?
I never disputed that. I think that's right. But I'm talking in terms of listen, I'm talking in terms of it being 0.2% for month over month.
And I don't understand what the difference there is because Sweden.
That's why the Fed recently just indicated that they are bringing down the rates by 50 basis points.
But that doesn't change the statistics saying that Kamala Harris doesn't have an impact on inflation because the annual rate is still higher than other countries.
So so that doesn't mean that she had the impact.
I mean, if it's a national trend, absolutely, you have to take leadership and accountability.
Actually, there were countries around the world that experienced more inflation than we experienced here.
Wait, there's a good reason why other countries around the world don't have as high of rates that we do. It's because they want people to use, borrow, and spend their money, right? Like the U.S. dollar, right, is kind of like the world's backer. But countries like Japan, when they increase their interest rates by like 0.01%, I mean, all of a sudden, a lot of money gets given back to them. So it is the case that there's other incentives for other countries to keep.
I just want to let them know that like the global inflation rate was literally higher than what the U.S. inflation rate is.
Yeah,
you can look at the global inflation rate. It hit 8.7% in 2022. For an annual year, it was like 7% in the United States.
You were referencing developed countries.
So 8.7% is more. Wait, so if we saw more inflation globally on average, how can you tell me that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration if the average inflation rate around the entire globe was higher?
You were talking about the rebound for certain countries after COVID. Those were the only countries I was referencing.
No, you're not answering my question. You said that inflation was higher here than it was other places. We were lower here in terms of inflation than what the average global inflation rate was.
I understand that, but in terms of like Sweden
which means we were pulling down the average.
Yes, globally,
what are you talking about?
You have undeveloped countries and countries that are statistic outliers compared to us.
Statistical outliers. Okay, I don't see how that's an argument right now. You're saying that we had more inflation. Who did we have more inflation than?
Like Sweden's right now is 1.8.
Sweden has my economy that I would like. Better, more like my economy, not completely, but more like my economy. That's a social democratic model. Are you saying you like social democracy?
I'm not referencing their forms of democracy. I'm saying
they have broader social safety
Kamala's policy or Biden, but you don't like to talk about him.
They're like super liberal to us. They're like hyper left wing radical liberal to you. Okay, you understand they're more left than Kamala Harris.
Wait, he just said that Biden and Harris's policy
He
cost
actually
inflation.
cited Sweden, which is more left than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, but why is their inflation rate lower?
Because they're.
You can't make this shit up.
Well,
Chad.
what do you
can't
think,
make it up.
Randall?
Are you saying the more left-wing policies lead to less inflation?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just.
Oh,
questioning-
Jesus Christ! Oh, wait.
I'm questioning the policy that.
So
that Joe
what
Biden's
is
implementing.
your hyper right-wing model that led to less inflation?
I don't understand international government. I'm not typing right now. I promise you that.
You can hear it.
You don't hear it.
Coffee. First of
You hear nothing.
Gaslighting us.
So
is okay.
you also said that Biden and Harris caused inflation with their policies. What's a policy that they passed that caused the inflation that we saw?
I said that there was more than just the external factors. I did not have specific policy.
So
but
how
the
did Biden
national
and Harris
trends, I
cause
think there needs to
inflation?
be accountability taken for.
So how did Biden and Harris cause inflation? What do they need to take accountability for?
The inflation rate, I don't know.
Yeah,
what
but
else to
like,
say.
what action did they like engage in that caused the inflation rate?
Now I'll start typing. Just kidding, I won't. But I don't know. I don't know specific policy.
Oh,
And
it just
you're more
happened under their
expert than I.
presidency, therefore they caused it. Do you think that Donald Trump needs to take
It was
accountability?
Biden's American Rescue Plan. It basically.
Do you think that Donald Trump had to take accountability for the highest rate of unemployment since the Great
Mute me, bro.
Depression?
You know you
Wait, no. I want to address this thing after. Wait, Corbin. I'm going to address your point right after Randall responds. Okay.
Do you
So
think
why
that,
are we meeting Corbin when he's about to make a plan?
Because he
make a
interrupted
point
me.
in a specific example.
Because he was making a point, and that's kind of like a point we can't address, but it's a little bit to the side of you answering the question that he's bringing up. Because you brought up a correlation causation.
we could just
But go for it, Dean.
Yeah, so you're saying that they should take accountability for it because they caused it, and they caused it since it happened while they were in the presidency. So do you think that Trump should take accountability for the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 because he caused it as it happened under his presidency?
There needs to be some accountability. I'm not saying all.
So Trump caused that rate of
extremes
unemployment,
here.
right?
What'd you say?
So Donald Trump caused that high rate of unemployment. The
No,
highest
he
that
did
we've had
not
since the Great
directly cause it. I admit that there's
Okay, so
external
if he didn't
factors,
cause the
but I'm saying
unemployment,
that
Biden and Harris
trends
didn't cause the inflation.
Also show other.
If you don't blame the economic effects caused by the pandemic on Trump, why do you blame the economic effects of the pandemic
I
caused
just told
by
you
COVID
that
under
there
the
needs to be
Biden-Harris
some
administration?
accountability taken.
So, okay, but the accountability is taken for an action that they engaged in. If you can't reference an action they engaged in, well, then you can't grant any accountability.
Okay, I'm doing that for both sides right now. So what's the problem? I can't name.
Okay, well, then you have no argument that differentiates either side. You're not making an argument that sets Trump out to be better. Push the confetti. Okay, Corbin, make your point.
I think that Biden's American Rescue Plan fueled inflation, sending all of the money and the wasteful spending that he did caused.
Is that because of the debt spending?
Huh?
Are you saying because of the debt spending?
And like the increase in the
There
amount
was
of
more debt spending signed into law under the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related compared to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. The American Rescue Plan that you just mentioned was the 2.1 trillion of COVID related spending under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, all right, Corbin. Yeah, 8 up. And Donald Trump actually directly signed more COVID-related expenditures, such as stimulus, into law than Biden and Harris. The American Rescue Plan was $1.9 trillion. His stimulus bill was 2.3.
Which was extended just like some of the tariffs through the Biden administration.
So it wasn't extended. They just wrote in the American Rescue Plan. Oh. Everyone's silent. I have a question. Do all of you guys think that Kamala Harris is like a socialist or a communist?
No.
I do not, but I think she's really questionable.
Okay, so then
because
do you think that Donald Trump is just a delusional fearmonger when he incessantly calls her that?
Yep.
Trump says some questionable things, and we all know who he is at this point, but we don't know who Kamala Harris is because in the 2020 primaries, she didn't even make it to Iowa, one of the most unpopular candidates, and now she's somehow our president nominee.
She literally dropped out to be the VP.
Yeah.
Are you telling me dropping out to be the VP isn't a good decision?
Well, that wasn't The
It
primaries
clearly
weren't
was
over
because
at
she's
that
about to
point.
be president.
The primaries weren't over at that point.
Yeah, she dropped out before they were over to secure the VP position. Like RFK dropped out of the general election before the general election occurred to secure a position on Trump's admin. Do you think that RFK was just a wildly unpopular candidate and he shouldn't have been running for the presidency in the first place, and that's why he dropped out?
I actually do believe that, Dean. Yeah.
RFK is on Trump's ticket to secure his views.
Well, they like him.
Kamala Harris didn't advocate for what she believed in and has switched up in a lot of her policy.
Oh my God.
Biden
Okay, I have a
administration.
question. So JD Vance actually said that Trump was America's Hitler in 2019, and then 12 years ago he actually wrote an essay shitting on the Republican stance on the border and shitting on the GOP as a whole. Does that mean that JD Vance is a chameleon? Why are you voting for a chameleon?
And Donald Trump, he used to be a Democrat that paid for multiple abortions.
Oh yeah,
it's difficult to defend all of these politicians' characters. I'm not gonna lie. Even Tim Walz, I mean, who seems like the most innocent
I was
guy,
a
is
Republican in
innocent.
like 2018, 2019. Am I a flip-flopper?
I'm sorry, what?
Have I flip-flopped my positions and am I just all over the place and not trustworthy because I was a Republican like 6 years ago?
No, but if you can't.
Oh,
acknowledge
okay. So
that,
if I could switch my belief without being a flip-flopper, why can't Kamala Harris?
but you acknowledge it and don't deny the fact that you did believe that.
Could you please give me a clip of Kamala Harris denying the fact that she was against fracking in 2019?
She will not admit that she said that. Then she talks about her in 2020.
She
I said
actually
this.
did admit she said that, and she says that it is the case that she thinks that we can reach a green economy while still conceding on certain things to get bills done. What she's learned as being VP is that you have to concede on certain things to be able to get bills done.
Oh, it's almost like our whole middle ground topic earlier.
Frida, appreciate the
It's kinda
$3.
funny.
Thank you so much. What'd you say?
Almost like our whole middle ground topic
So
earlier,
yeah,
boss.
I'm not disputing that as it relates to Congress, but you using it in this conversation, actively speaking, doesn't do anything productive. It does something productive in Congress because it gets legislation passed that benefits the American public. But in the conversations that we're having right now, it does not benefit the flow and dialogue of the conversation because it demonstrates that you're not open-minded.
If you can say that Trump lies about this or that, like Project 2025 supporting it, you can say the same about Kamala with fracking, as she probably just does it.
Kamala. Can you say Kamala real quick?
Kamala. as she
No, you
just,
actually quite frankly can't, because we shouldn't believe things without reason. You have no reason to believe that Kamala Harris is lying about her support for fracking. We do have reason
you
to
have no
believe
reason
that
to
Donald
believe
Trump.
that Trump's lying about his support for Project 2025.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, because he contradicted himself in the tweet that he sent on Untruth Social, right alongside the fact that John McKenty, one of his main advisors from his last admin, said, right, Date Right Stuff, super popular influencer, that the Heritage Foundation is helping Donald Trump out with building his team and will be ushering in some of his first
And Kamala Harris contradicted herself in 2019, but she announced that
was the
she
contradiction?
disagreed with her points in 2019. Trump said on a national stage, I do not support
Wait, I have a
2025.
question. How did Kamala Harris contradict herself?
By flipping on fracking. Which she, if she said she was
listen to
gonna
this
ban
real quick.
fracking, she would lose
Hey,
Pennsylvania
Randall,
faster
can
than
you-
she could say fracking.
Hey, Randall, can you listen to this real quick?
For sure, boss.
For the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
That's one of the people from Trump's administration.
Yeah, he's a part of the administration. And he's actively saying that Project 2025 is meant to be the staffing of, right, that he was heading the staffing of Project 2025 for the Trump administration. It's literally, he's demonstrating the affiliation.
A lot of the stuff in Project 2025 isn't necessarily partisan. Like, there are radical parts of it that are highlighted constantly.
Say,
but a lot of it
okay,
isn't.
so are you defending Project 2025, or are you saying that there's no affiliation between Trump and Project 2025?
No,
Because
I'm
those are
saying
two
there's
separate
reason
statements.
to defend parts of it, but Trump has denounced it publicly on a national stage. What else does he have to do?
It's totally false.
He said, I have nothing to do with Project 2025 in the debate.
He said I do not know anything about it, but then also claimed that he vehemently disagrees with aspects about it. How do you disagree with aspects about it without knowing anything about it?
I mean, I agree with you there, but how does he have to tell you that he is not going to be a president under Project 2025, that he's going to be his own president?
What? Say that again?
How else does he have to tell you that he's not going to be controlled by
we think
the
that Donald Trump
policy
is
in Project
lying.
2025?
I want to clarify that. We think he's lying.
Not lie.
You think he's lying?
Yeah, like the
He did lie. I just
30,000
told you how he
times
lied.
that he lied during his presidency, lied about the outcome of the 2020 election, and Parker specifically detailed how it is the case that we know Donald Trump was lying about Project 2025 and reading it because he gave a contradictory narrative, and John McKenty, one of his former advisors, came out saying that they're helping him with the staffing. Look, here's the point. Donald Trump is the biggest liar that we've ever had run for the presidency. I actually want to ask you a question. I want you to take a second, think of the biggest lie that Kamala Harris has ever told, and I can guarantee that I could give you a lie that Donald Trump has told that's bigger. Let's play that game, man.
We have no active.
I promise you, I guarantee you're going to win that game, but Trump gets the job done on character based off of doing what he says he's going to do.
Oh, what about the what? No, he doesn't. What about the wall that he's going to build, stick the bill to Mexico? He built less than 50 miles.
$4.4 trillion in COVID-related funds. That's what happened, boss.
So actually, no, the wall was a first day thing. He tried to get it passed through Congress, failed. So then he misappropriated DOD funds to build less than 50 miles, and then couldn't stick the bill to Mexico. Right, and then what about the infrastructure bill that he promised for 4 years every week, couldn't get it done? Biden got it done in his first year. Right, he simply does not deliver.
And
yeah,
just like Parker said, you can advocate for something, but you can't get it done alone and as one branch. And
yeah,
so that was my point.
And that's what he's bad at. That's what Donald Trump is bad at. Is he's bad at getting the Congress together. Okay, Donald Trump was a failure of a leader when it came to meeting in the middle of the aisle with the Democrats and with the Republicans to actually get good, effective policy passed. Like his trophy is his tax cuts that most likely only got passed through Congress because it benefited them, all of them. But when it came to actual good everyday legislation for the average American, he couldn't get anything passed because he's just totally like a MAGA mind virus out of his fucking mind. So like maybe
out of his fucking mind.
Maybe there's a question I could ask you here. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the average working class American more than it benefited rich people?
I asked him that earlier. He couldn't mention it.
I already told you, child tax credit.
The child tax credit was included in his TCGA that disproportionately benefited rich people.
How does child tax credit benefit rich people only?
No, because child tax credit wasn't the only part of the policy. We agree if the child tax credit alone was the tax policy, that it would benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people. That's not the case, though. It is the case that was with a lot of the other tax cuts, most of them going to people who are rich.
Okay, the tax rates also change in each bracket. You only say there's like the same constant tax rate. The brackets increased for higher tax rates.
No, they
Casey,
didn't.
think of the $10.
No, they decreased for the highest tax rate. It went from 35% for the highest earners. No, that's
and
the
the lowest ones also
down
dropped.
to 21%.
It was a tax cut. It
so
benefited
the highest
everyone.
marginal tax rate for personal incomes did
I
drop.
misspoke on that one. I'm not gonna lie, but the bottom of it also dropped. Each
Yeah, but
bracket
that
dropped.
doesn't change the fact that 83% of the cuts in the bill went to rich people, meaning that it didn't disproportionately benefit the average American. I'm asking you to name a policy that disproportionately.
Are we really talking about disproportionately when the
We
top
really
rate fell 2% from 39.6 to 37, and the bottom one went 15 to 12, which is a higher percentage?
Yeah, high percentage, but still disproportionately benefited rich people. 83% of the cuts in the bill went to rich people. $1.6 trillion.
But the
of
bracket
debt
drop
related
is higher for the lower brackets.
So the marginal tax rates on personal income weren't the only tax revisions in the plan. Okay, we also have to consider the corporate tax rate. We have to consider the reduction in wealth taxes on like a state. There's like a bunch of considerations here, right? And all like in the grand scheme of things, it disproportionately benefited rich people. You can't just isolate it down to the marginal tax rate. Use your brain, buddy. Name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited rich people more than poor people. Sorry, the average working class American more than rich people.
I just gave you a specific part of his tax cut.
Yeah, but I'm asking you for a policy as a whole. Like, because it's really easy to do this for Biden and Harris. The PACT Act, that policy as a whole benefited the average American more than rich people. CHIPS and Science Act, policy as a whole benefited the average American. Inflation Reduction Act, policy as a whole benefited the average American more. Right? I could do this all day, right? The infrastructure bill, American Rescue Plan. So name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the average working class American more than rich people.
And you're more well-versed on specific policy, but as Parker likes to say, you're moving that goalpost as I gave you a specific part of a policy. Now,
no, actually, you gave me an incorrect answer, and I have been asking you the same question this whole time. In order for me to move the goalpost, I have to move the goalpost. I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm just correctly responding to you and how you're inadequately answering my question. I'm not asking you to dissect a policy and ignore, the $1.6 trillion for the ultra-wealthy. Right? I'm asking you to name one policy as a whole that benefited the average working class American more than rich people. I don't feel like I'm asking a hard to conceptually grasp question here. I feel like that you're intentionally misinterpreting it and answering in bad faith because you don't want to be you don't want to act in good faith and just admit that you can't name one.
No, I'll have humility and I say I cannot give you a specific entire policy, but I'm giving you part of his foundation of the Trump tax cut that is at the top.
Okay,
of it.
no, but we're asking for like a policy because that's not
And
the
I
overall
already
policy.
admitted I can't give you one.
Yeah, so if you can't give us one, obviously, then it doesn't show that the main focus of his presidency was benefiting the middle class, and indicates that probably the main focus of his administration was making it better for rich people, and that's exactly what we see with his proposals. He's advocating for Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right, extending that, but then at the same time he wants to replace it with tariffs. Tariffs predominantly negatively impact people who are lower income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods. If that is the case, then it is the case that people who are poor or make less income are going to be paying more in taxes, and it's shifting the burden from people who are rich to people who are poor.
I'm not going to give you a radical answer like some of the past speakers, but even parts of the policy that you're going to say help the rich people in a free market will trickle down to the lower people, just like Ronald Reagan advocated for.
Trickle-down economics is a failure.
In what way?
Yeah, we see a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. If we want to benefit the low and the middle class, we direct that benefit directly to them through tax cuts specifically designed for them, not by making the rich Americans richer. Like, trickle-down economics is a seemingly intuitive economic tax policy. Like a tax structure that has ultimately failed given
If everyone cared about each other like 100% and wanted the best for everyone, if we lived in like a perfect family unit,
yeah,
right? But that's not how it works.
Angels,
like
there would be no reason.
Like
to
it's like the same idea. It's like no, like what you're not understanding is that there's the case that there's a profit motive within our economy, and we see from a macroeconomic lens that when trickle down economics is implemented, that the money stays at the top. It does not trickle down. That's what we see. We see an increase in income inequality. We see wages not increasing with productivity when prior they did. And there was a huge increase with productivity. It was like literally the same line. Just kept increasing with productivity. As soon as trickle-down economics was put in place, stop doing that.
But it still stimulates economic growth, which will help everybody, even though it might.
No, it doesn't. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only added The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only added 0.04% to the annual GDP. And the tariffs that you want to replace it with, you understand that those will take away more from the long term. Those will take away more from the long term economy in terms of growth than would the tax cuts bring back. You understand that, right? So we would overall lose economic growth.
I don't see it same
because
way.
tariffs are bad.
Also, Randall, did you just say that, even though it was $10 billion, it was still $10 billion?
I never said a number, but all right.
Yeah, like the issue with that is that we shouldn't be spending nearly $2 trillion on $10 billion per year. Like, that's just bad policy, man.
I'm confused on where you pulled that from and how that applies to what we're talking about.
Yeah, because you just said that although
I can
there
send
was
you
growth,
a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard.
Yeah, because Parker pointed out like the low amount of return generated by these tax cuts, and you just said, well, there's still a return, okay, all right, but investing $1.9 trillion for $10 billion annual return, is not necessarily going to be a good investment. Like for instance, if I were to take my money and start a business and I only made a fractional percentage of a percentage rate of return every single year, we'd say that is a failing business.
Let's get some more maggots, chat.
All right. Well, I appreciate your guys' times. It was fun talking to you guys, and
appreciate you.
Hope to see you again.
Yeah, you guys can keep adding to the conversation, by the way. Kai, thank you for the hand art. Noah, are you voting Trump?
No.
Base. Only set a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Damn. Are y'all gonna say anything?
Yeah. Parker, can you just explain to me, just because I'm curious, how Kamala's plan for her plan for basically the tax cuts is gonna not lower how it is going to affect the GDP and the economy?
Yeah, so top economists say that it's going to lead to long-term growth and stability, whereas the Trump economic plan will lead to decline. Right? That's what top economists are saying. It's not what I'm saying.
Goldman Sachs.
I'm talking Nobel Prize winning economists.
I saw that it was more 50-50 with Trump's policy. It could either lead to long-term growth or it could lead to
where? Can you name me one economist that agrees with Trump's economic plan?
I can't give you the economist. I was on a source. It was the tax foundation. Yeah, it said that it could go either way. It said it could either go up, it could actually help the economy based on how he actually does his tariffs.
Look up Trump economic plan compared to Harris economic plan.
Well, I'm that's what I'm trying
Sarah,
to do.
are you
I'm
voting
trying
Trump?
to like.
Sarah, you voting Trump?
Seemingly
Okay.
she's not here.
If you
Well,
want to add
that's
people
what I'm
up,
saying,
Dean
like-
as well, you can.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to figure out where it's going to show like Kamala's long term, like where it's going to actually show me that. And that's hard to find. Like I only see stuff like degrading Trump's plan, but it's hard to find stuff like actually showing Kamala's.
What do you mean? What Kamala's plan is?
Kamala's, sorry. Like yeah, like actually showing like the long term, like what it's actually going to do.
Like what the effect of on the economy is going to be.
Yeah, because I mean, I feel like if we like she has the 25,000 first year homeowners, like wouldn't
That's
that
good.
increase inflation?
No.
For new, so it would increase prices for new homes, right? But we would offset the lack of affordability caused by the price increase with the tax credit, so it wouldn't increase unaffordability or decrease affordability. But it would. It is the case that it would increase the incentive for suppliers to produce like a particular housing in places where people want to live.
How would it incentivize?
How would it incentivize? Because there's a higher
wouldn't
price.
it just cost like one? Yeah, but wouldn't
There's
it
a
just
higher
like
price.
as a producer, wouldn't you just charge more now to combat that to make more profit?
Wouldn't you just charge more to make more profit? In
Yeah,
terms
if you
in
were
terms
building the
of
home.
what taxes? Oh yeah, of course you'd charge more, but that's the whole point. That's to
contradicting.
incentivize.
That would contradict the money being
No, it
given.
doesn't.
So we're well.
No,
If you're gonna build a home-
how so?
So if I'm going to build a home and I know that a first year home buyer is going to come and try and buy this home. Now I know they're going to get 25,000. So now I just add 25,000 to the cost.
You're not going to no, because
contradicts.
not everyone gets it. So it's not gonna. It doesn't completely get rid of. So one, it becomes more affordable. Two, it is the case that it incentivizes production to a greater degree because there's a higher price. So you're offsetting again the higher price in terms of lack of affordability for the consumer by providing the tax credit. Does that make sense?
Well, aren't the costs for those goods going to still be like inflated because of inflation right now? So like to build those homes, like the cost of lumber, the cost of all that will still be inflated, right?
Yeah, but this is an increase in price predicated off of demand, not cost of manufacturing. Doesn't make sense.
But they would work together. They would both increase because of it.
Not necessarily, right? So manufacturing wouldn't necessarily increase. That wouldn't happen.
So you're saying demand would actually decrease. So manufacturing would decrease.
Demand would decrease for manufacturing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because there wouldn't be as much.
I do think demand for manufacturing would go up for new houses. Where should they end up? Yeah.
So you think demand would go up?
Yeah, that would create an incentive to produce more products. But again, it's demand related. So whenever you remove the tax credit, it is the case that you're going to have a higher supply because there was an original higher set price, right? But then you're going to have lower demand because you offset, again, the tax credit that was implemented prior. And Chandler, oh my God, with the $60 on Venmo. Thank you so much, dipping out for the night. Thanks for the stream as always. Thank you so much, Chandler. Can we get some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chandler. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
But like what I'm trying to say is like, as like if I'm going to sell a house to somebody and like I know like they're a first time like homeowner, they're gonna have this money coming to them and they're gonna use it to buy the houses. Wouldn't they just increase the prices of houses to combat that?
Well, then they wouldn't have any incentivization because they wouldn't have an increase in the demand.
But that's what people think.
No, that's how macroeconomics works, buddy.
Well, if more people think that they're going to have more money to go buy a home, they're going to, of course, think that there's more of a reason to buy a home now because they have money. Just like if you give somebody a scholarship to go to college, they're incentivized to go to college.
Trisha, I appreciate you so much for the gift. Listen, here's the point. If those producers, if those developers like charge like an additional $25,000 for their new houses, there will be no incentivization for the people with those $25,000 subsidies to go out and buy a new house because it's just as affordable as it is now. Right?
That's exactly what I'm trying to prove.
No, but you realize that wouldn't occur given that if there were to be developers developing in the first place, they want to charge that additional $25,000 on top, right? Because the only reason they'd be developing was for the increase in demand, right?
But that's the thing. Like, there would be an increase in demand because that's what Kamala.
No,
Sorry.
That is the point.
There wouldn't be an increase in demand. if
We're
they
trying
just
to
inflated the-
incentivize home buying by giving people money.
Our
to buy
point is there
homes.
wouldn't be an increase in the demand of housing if there was an inflation of the in the housing market, like that would like sustain the same level of affordability.
But how are we going to bring that inflation down by giving people money?
So again, we're not bringing down inflation by giving people money in terms of that. What we're doing is we're creating like a long-term stability for those markets, because it is the case that we're going to produce a greater amount of supply. So for example, if there is a greater amount of supply and a lower demand because you get rid of the tax credit in the future, there's going to be a lower pressure on prices. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Greater
because there's more
supply,
houses
lower
and more
demand.
people. Yeah, yes, I understand that.
Yeah. So the point of implementing the subsidy is to stimulate the production of housing. What is Trump's plan?
For housing? Well, Trump has. I don't know what Trump's doing for housing because I don't think he's said anything about housing yet. And I
What's
think
he doing for healthcare? What is he doing to pay for his
Trump
tax
was
cuts?
trying to do the similar things to the Democrats with healthcare, making like a policy where everyone could afford it, or like a policy that like.
Okay, where's Trump said this? Nowhere.
I don't know.
Are you just making shit up, Parker? Can I wait?
No,
would you
I'm
ever
not,
vote?
I'm not making stuff up.
Would
I was
you
on
ever
a topic,
vote-
and now
would
you guys
you-
are switching the topic.
Would
Like
you
I was
ever
still on
vote
that
for
topic.
someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman?
You already asked me that question. I'm still just trying to work with you guys about like why I should vote for Kamala, and you guys are trying to bash Trump. Kamala, sorry, but you guys are trying to bring me back to the Trump topic.
Yeah,
I'm trying to,
you
like,
understand
work
that. You understand that we can have reason to vote for Harris because of how bad Trump is, right?
Yes, and I can.
And also, we've given you we haven't even talked. Do you want me to give you like policies she's advocated for our past?
I've read her policies, like of LGBTQ
so
rights,
then what do you
rights to
disagree with?
abortion. I'm not going to talk about what I disagree with and what I believe with. I was on a topic that I was like
Okay,
trying to
I'm
get
gonna
through.
kick you
but
then.
guys-
Okay, bye.
Corbin, you got a point you want to make, or should I go on to the next person?
I don't want to talk to Corbin.
So yeah, I feel like I haven't been able to talk that much.
Oh man. Dude, I'm a little hungry. I may hop off here for the night here shortly.
Okay, for sure. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's
All
up? How's it going, Barker?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
Honestly, I'm kind of just going back past off the past years. I mean, you could argue otherwise, but I just feel like I personally was better off economically under Trump than I was under Biden. So I think that's a big one for me. Policies that Harris has or things that they're trying to kind of push, I personally don't agree with, but that's where we can have our differences, and I completely understand that.
Okay, so can you tell me what policy you like of Trump's?
I mean, I just think all of Trump's his main factors are kind of just the economic.
How do you think of the $5?
His thing is the economic value he's pushing to bring, which we've seen through his first presidency. I mean, this guy's not an idiot, man.
Okay, I'm asking for like a policy, and yes. Dallas, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So what is the policy?
Are you asking me or Dallas?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't give you word for word policy or numbers or whatnot. It's mainly just kind of how I was under Trump versus how I personally was under Biden, and that's the biggest argument I can give you.
I agree with what you said, and as well as ending the war in Ukraine.
So how is Trump going to end the war in Ukraine? Is that by giving up Ukrainian land?
Yeah, I think it's necessary. Given Trump's view that he doesn't want
I don't know how Trump's going to do it, honestly.
Well, what we do know about his position is that he doesn't want Ukraine to win, and Ukraine winning would imply no Russian advancement, So, given the fact that he does not want Ukraine to win, this implies that he wants Russian advancement.
I mean,
So why are you voting for
He said he publicly said he doesn't want neither Ukraine or Russia to win. He's made it neutral. He's never put one side over the other.
But Ukraine wins if there's no Russian expansion.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really say.
Okay,
oh,
so wait, so you agree with Trump wanting to like let Russia expand into Ukraine?
I don't think he wants to let Russia expand.
Oh wait, so I mean, if there's no Russian expansion, then Ukraine would win.
It wouldn't be
There's
a win.
no winners and no losers. Like there doesn't have to be a definite stalemate.
Yeah, no. So if Russia expands, Russia wins. If Russia does not expand, right, Ukraine wins. It's a true.
Okay, so I guess Ukraine can win, but nothing's going to happen. Both.
Okay, so you'd agree that
are gonna
Ukraine
pull
should
out.
win. Why are you voting for Trump? He does not agree with you. He thinks that Ukraine shouldn't win.
Because it's all about ending the war, not about who's winning. And if Ukraine winning ends the war, then whatever.
Wait, you just
Like
told me that
Ukraine
there
win.
shouldn't be Russian expansion 5 seconds ago.
There
Now
shouldn't
that
be
I've-
Russian expansion.
Oh, but if there's no Russian expansion, that means Ukraine wins.
I just said let's have Ukraine win if that means that we can have peace.
Yeah, so then why would you be voting for Trump? Because he does not want Ukraine to win.
I mean, Trump's been neutral.
Trump's not doing what you're saying. He is.
Trump's been neutral, Dina, and I think you just don't want to accept the fact that there can be a mutual agreement.
okay, so-
and there
so
can be
what does
he's
neutrality
neutral,
look
and
like?
You guys think he's on Russia's side, but he's on neither side.
What is neutrality?
Then why did he believe? Okay, sorry, I'll let you finish that.
No, you're good, bro.
Wait, no,
You're
that's
good.
fine.
Yeah, you're good. Hop in. Hop in.
Okay, so then why did he believe Russian intelligence, like what Putin said about them interfering in the election, comparative to U.S. intelligence, indicating that Russia didn't interfere?
Because it was true.
Yeah, it was true. So why did he believe Putin over U.S. intelligence?
Because Putin didn't lie to him.
Putin did lie to him.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said that they didn't interfere. They did. That was proven.
We are getting so off topic here.
No, it's literally directly related to the topic, smart guy.
I mean, I just don't get what you guys are getting at.
What was the point you were just making?
I don't even
The point I make is that I want the war to end and I want shit to be affordable, and neither of those things are going to happen under Kamala.
You'd see
Kamala.
more inflation under Trump.
Yeah, not only that, but it is the case that Donald Trump, you're saying that he'd give up Ukraine in order to get peace.
Dude, you see
Okay, if he
what you
cares so
just
much
said
about
was
peace, why is he
absolutely
urging
wrong.
if he cares so much
You're
about
wrong.
peace, why is he urging Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire?
I don't know. Why don't we talk about how shit was cheaper when Trump was president and everything got more
Okay,
expensive when Biden
we
became
can,
president?
but that happened globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Yeah,
so you can't
because
just
of
like
our
hyper
campaign.
specifically look at like only inflation in the United States and then say it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration just because it happened under the administration.
How
Because
did they
you're
cause it?
blaming? Okay, so why do you blame the Biden-Harris
Because they
administration
cut
for
off
the effects?
the oil
Why do you blame the
pipeline that we
Biden-Harris
have on our
administration for
economy?
the economic effects caused by the pandemic?
You know
You
about
don't
the
blame the
oil
Trump
pipeline
administration for
that's
the
on our
economic
economy,
effects
right?
caused by the pandemic.
You know that the Biden administration outsourced all of our energy overseas, right?
No, we're producing
No,
more oil
that's
today
totally
here
wrong.
home in America than we did under
We
Trump.
actually have less imports in the country. We have
were
less
producing
imports.
it into
That makes no
the
sense. Wrong. The Garland, I appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much. He just totally lied, by the way. We actually are getting less imports right now than what we were under Trump's administration, and we produce more oil right now than any point in American history. So actually, we're more energy independent now, and we get less imports of oil and energy from other places. So he's just totally lying.
I personally I work in logistics and I work in fracking, and from my personal experience, I'm gonna be honest with you, Eamon, everything's been down the dumps. The economy with fracking, the economy with freight has been
No, you're
horrible.
actually wrong. You're actually wrong.
I'm telling you from a first-hand perspective.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that your
You
micro
can look at the
experience-
overall economic data.
I'm
Like,
telling you
it's
from
not-
a guy
it's not
who's
right.
directly involved.
Yeah, and I'm
in
telling you that on the
I
large scale, that's
honestly don't
incorrect.
care.
Like what me and Parker would be referencing
what you
here
guys are
would be
saying
the
is
U.S.
wrong.
No, what you're saying is wrong. So what me and Parker would be referencing here is the United States Energy Information Administration. So if you just go on Google and you type in U.S. EIA domestic oil production, right, what you'll be met with, right, is a graph that begins in the 1920s and goes until now that indicates how much oil we've produced month by month, year by year, how many million of barrels of oil, right? And what you'll find is that under Biden and Harris, we have produced more oil domestically than we ever did under Trump, and we've been less reliant on imports from other countries. So my question to both of you guys would be, how can you
Harry,
guys say,
thank you so much for the raid. Harry, I really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. We need some W's for the Harry raid in the chat, everyone.
Hell
W's
yeah.
for the Harry raid.
How can you guys say that we were more energy independent on Trump when we were more reliant on foreign oil and we produced less domestic oil?
I mean, under Trump, he put a lot of restrictions. Everything as far as freight manufacturing was more focused on the U.S. He put more bans on and made it harder for other outside countries to ship and to bring in stuff to the U.S.
But yet we were still more reliant on those imports.
Those numbers.
right?
I mean, those numbers you're given, and there's been many sources that have come out. And you can say, oh, maybe that's not a reliable source. Fox News.
Oh
ABC,
no, there's
CNN.
literally no source that would indicate that we're
You're just citing Fox News is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I say. I mean, you can.
No, give me a source
dude.
give me a source that indicate a higher level of domestic oil production under Trump than Biden and Harris. It doesn't exist.
Can you tell me how much the Biden-Harris campaign paid you to do all this, though? Can you
Oh
tell
my
us
God, Dallas, don't.
$1 million a day.
Dallas, why do you think I'm paid by the
I believe
Biden
it.
campaign? Let me buy. Okay,
You
Dallas.
believe I'm
You
getting
just
paid
know
$1
that all the
million
money that
a
you're gonna
day?
make is going to be wasted when
Dallas, can you give me any evidence?
Dude, he thinks I'm getting paid $365 million from the Harris campaign. They don't even have that much money in funds.
Said that.
Hey Dallas, I have a question. What's your evidence that we're paid by Biden and Harris?
He's
I
delusional.
don't have any evidence. I'm just saying.
Okay, so you
how
think it's
much
okay to
are
believe
you
in
being
things
paid
without
by them?
evidence?
Yeah, I'm saying how much are you being paid by them?
Okay, if it's
Because
okay
you
to believe in things without
actually-
evidence.
$1 million
because if you
a day.
actually looked up the stats and put them side by side.
We
Trump
did, and we
Biden,
can show you them. You just
Yeah.
are lying.
And no, you see that you're lying if you actually look at the
Not
stats.
true.
Yeah, that's
We just
true.
told you where to go. The Energy Information
Wait, I'll pull them
Administration.
up. I'll pull them up.
There's been multiple
Literally,
sources, and
pull them
this is one we're going to disagree on.
What multiple sources? Tell me.
I'm trying to.
I wanna see the URL.
Tell me what's better than the Energy
I'm trying
Information
to go. There's
Administration.
been multiple, people who have come out within the government who have gone through interviews, and they're reporting that many of these.
The government that needs reform, dude. Do you know that the people that you're going for don't give a fuck about you? You're the one that's going to lose if Kamala wins, right?
No, you're going to lose when Trump wins because he's going to
you're
shift the
gonna
tax
lose.
burden from rich people onto you and your families because he's going to increase
That's not
tariffs.
true.
Yes, that's true.
He didn't do it his first presidency.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Hey,
Increasing tariffs,
I'm gonna
hey.
talk real
tariffs
quick.
brings money to America.
I'm going to mute both of them because they're just fucking loud. Okay, be
So
quiet.
I'm
Both
gonna
of
go
you.
and talk to both of y'all now. So you guys are contesting that we have higher levels of domestic oil production per day under Biden and Harris in comparison to Trump. So right here is the highest year that we had under Trump's admin. The year was 2019. The average amount of million of barrels of oil produced per day was 12.3 million. And then 1.3 million, sorry. And then what we'd specifically see under Biden and Harris, right, is a higher level of production, right? And this is going to be year by year. So there's a highest under Trump, there's a highest under Biden and Harris. You could also extrapolate this out monthly, right? So we could see here indicated monthly. If there's more oil produced under Biden and Harris than Trump, we could even zoom in a little bit on this, right? So there's going to be a highest under Trump, there's a highest under Biden. So why specifically would you deny reality?
Because you're looking at a website that they made.
Many of these sources, I mean, there's
Like,
been many
what you're
people
looking at is false. That's false information.
Okay, then I have a question for you both, because this is going to be the EIA.gov that's existed before Biden and Harris.
Muting me.
Yeah, because I'm just like expediting our process here. So this is coming from the US EIA.gov. This has been a government organization that's existed.
Yeah,
prior to
exactly.
Biden
A
and
government
Harris.
organization.
That's
where you're
existed
coming
prior.
from.
That's yearly average of million barrels of oils produced per day under Trump. If it
That's-
is not 12.3, what is it?
I mean, that's going to be a number that, I mean, we don't have the answer to.
Okay, so do you see how you guys deny my source, which is literally the EIA.gov, with literally no reason? You are sitting here telling me that the EIA, the fucking EIA is wrong, and you are offering no competing nor alternative source. I'm giving you exact numbers, right? Incredibly exact numbers. I'm citing you the years, the month, the amount, right? I'm giving you a reliable source, literally a .gov, and then you're saying that's wrong? And what reason do you have to believe that it's wrong? Do you just have your feelings and your emotions? I want y'all to stop being snowflakes. I want y'all to stop being emotionally driven, okay? It is time to give me the facts. I swear to God, Republicans are so emotional. Can you guys stop being emotional?
I mean, I'm telling you from someone who has a first-hand source. I work in the industry. If the numbers are so much higher, why am I struggling more than ever in that industry?
Okay,
If
so
the
you
numbers
actually don't
are
have a
so much
source.
higher,
Okay, Dallas, do you have a source?
Why am I, not seeing as much come through it on my hand?
So let's think about it this way, right? If all of the production moves to a specific side of the United
source
States,
is Reddit, by the way.
right, and it is the case that there's more production in those areas than there ever was before, right? People in one area where they stopped producing might think that it all destroyed. But if you look at the overall numbers, you see that there was an increase. So again, there could be a reduction in your area. That does not mean that there was not an increase nationally.
Yeah, so Dallas, what's your source?
It's Reddit.
Oh, wow. So what should we trust more? An anonymous...
Reddit is crazy.
An anonymous, like, incel on Reddit or, like, the EIA.gov?
Dude, incels are on the left. I don't know
think of the dollar.
An incel, that's a left.
Incels are not, no. They're definitely hyper right wing.
So
Yeah,
wait,
kinda
did you really just say Reddit's your source?
Yeah, I mean, not really.
You could go on Reddit and literally find legitimate Kremlin propaganda if you wanted to.
I could.
Simple.
But that's not on the right subreddit, so what you're saying is irrelevant.
Christ. So okay, I'm gonna entertain you. I have my laptop open. Okay, what's the name of like the subreddit or like the
subreddit?
What's the name of the sub
memes.
Bro citing his subreddit.
So I just want to clarify your source is the Jurassic Park news subreddit.
No, Jurassic Park memes.
Jurassic, so a memes subreddit, right, is more reliable than the EIA.
Dude, I'm just telling you, it doesn't take a fucking brain like.
Yeah, it doesn't take a brain to accept the source of reality.
Wait, did you just say that? Did you just say that you don't have a brain?
No, I didn't say that. That's actually crazy.
You just said that it doesn't take a brain to know that I'm wrong.
No, I didn't say that either.
You literally just said that you literally don't have a brain.
You're hearing. I didn't say that.
Gaslighting.
Either. You're gaslighting me by.
We're gaslighting you.
Anyone who's
can you define gaslighting, Dallas? Can you define gaslighting?
Yeah,
How come liberals always have sources and facts, and like Republicans always have their emotions? Can you like stop like being so in your feelings?
Yeah, you're the one that's going to be in your feelings when you can't afford anything and you're homeless because of all the illegal immigrants. And
what?
You think it's funny,
dude? This guy is so delusional, dude.
No,
he's so delusional. He's like you guys are okay. So you want to know something funny? Donald Trump undermined the border bill, so he's causing the open border.
Oh, Donald Trump's causing the open border. Oh, yeah, that's what's happening. Dude, you're
I mean, isn't
bro's so mad?
Isn't Kamala like in charge of the border right now? So
Yeah,
it'd be her that's
no, the borders are is a made up thing.
No,
wait. Trump's the borders are. Wait, no, guys. Trump's the borders are. He undermined the bipartisan border bill in the House 2 years ago because he didn't want Democrats to look good, and he'd rather the crisis continuing. Hey, Dallas, you understand you're actually disagreeing with Trump here because Donald Trump told you to blame him for it failing.
No. Donald Trump closed the border and Biden opened the border.
No. Literally, go on Google, look up Donald Trump tells you to blame it on him with the border bill.
That's totally wrong, by the way.
He literally said that.
There were more border crossings right now, or more border crossings in the Trump's administration daily than there are right now.
Like
the Customs Border Protection, Customs and Border Protection.
You get it from the media and shit.
Wait,
Customs and Border Protection.
Is Customs
Where do you get
and
your
Border
source
Protection
from? Trust Me, Bro University.
Wait,
Trump University?
I want to ask Dallas this question. So Parker's source is Customs and Border Protection. Is Customs and Border Protection a reliable source?
No.
Okay, so last night Donald Trump said that his favorite graph ever was the graph that he had behind him when he almost got assassinated at his rally in Pennsylvania. Okay, and you know that graph cited Customs and Border Protection?
Dude, this is hilarious. Okay, guys, vote for Kamala. And when you see shit hit the fan,
Kamala.
don't tell me
Kamala.
I didn't.
Is it really Dallas?
No,
Honestly,
it's
your
not.
IQ's got to be like 3,
You're
dude.
not saying it right, by the way. It's Kamala.
I'm
Kamala,
kicking this guy. He's got to be
you-
trolling. I'm not even taking that seriously. You know what? We're just gonna do a full clean house, okay?
I'm gonna get off and go get food.
Okay, all right.
Have
You're gonna
fun.
leave me alone to fight a war alone.
Yeah, have fun with this fucking brain rot, bro.
Okay, I will. Hey, tomorrow, what time are we gonna react, man?
Oh yeah, I'm down to react first thing. It'll be 9 your time, but you know, whenever you're down, I'm down. So let me.
What are we gonna do it on? Are we gonna do we have an account to do it on or no?
We have DNC Dean.
We could try that, and then if it doesn't work, we'll go to
YouTube.
Yeah.
Bet. Okay. All right. Just text me when you get off.
All right, for sure.
All right. See you, man. See you, everybody. Bye, y'all.
Is this on?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Oh no, I was just wanting to ask. I'm a big
based. I appreciate you a lot, but we are gonna get someone up here to debate real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? It's me. Oh, well, that's late. Haley, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Y'all, I got a controller the other day. I got a PS4 controller. It's $16. They used to be $60. I was like, $16 for a controller? What a steal, bro. What a steal. Dude, inflation has not gone up. There's been deflation with controllers, bro. I swear. $16 on Amazon, bro. Look at it. It's a PS4 controller with a Type-C cable. It plugs into my PC. Based, bro. So fucking based, chat. It's because the PS5 is out? That's probably true. Hey, but the PS4 controller's so worth it. That's like the PC controller, you know? PS5 is 70. Jeez, dude. Jeez. Hey, the PS4 controller is definitely worth it for the PC. I'm totally fine with it. No issue with that. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much, Shay. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 5 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. Oh. All right, let's get this next person up here. What game are you playing? I always play 2K. In the background, I play 2K. Thank you for the Henry. Thank you.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
So I just wanted to point out this point real quick. So I see a lot of people come on here and they don't know what they're talking about. And you always try to you'll shit on them with all these facts and stuff. But I just want to add that when you put it in perspective, if there's two leaders that we have to pick from, and one leader has all these people come into her, and they're just I'm not going to say retarded. They're just
bro, already using a slur is crazy as fuck, dude. I literally didn't even get through his first statement. Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Why so?
So, I got friends who are Republican.
Allison, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Allison.
I'm honestly like 60-40 right now, 60% Trump. The only reason why is because when it comes to foreign policies, I mean, I'm not too educated on foreign policies, but can you explain why there were no wars that were under Trump? And
there were wars under Trump. There actually were more service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration than the Biden-Harris administration. Under the Biden-Harris administration, there's been 16, and there were 65 under the Trump administration.
Wait, what wars were under Trump?
Yeah, so we were in Afghanistan. We specifically launched a proxy war, or there was a proxy war with Russia and Syria. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Trump vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Yemen to Saudi Arabia when they're committing a genocide in Yemen. So there was a few things.
Okay. Okay. And then, like, when it comes to Kamala's, like, economic policies, can you, like, explain to me what are they exactly?
Red, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Yeah. So she wants to do like a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. She wants to do a $50,000 deductible for small businesses in terms of like the first year that they're starting up. She wants to do what's it called? She wants to do a $2,000 out of pocket for what's it called? Out of pocket costs cap for pharmaceutical drugs. $35 cap on insulin for each month for everyone, not just seniors. Jared, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. She also wants a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18.
So, but wouldn't this increase inflation?
Which ones?
Giving $25,000 to new home buyers.
Just for new homes, right? That's what it would cause an increase in, and they would offset the unaffordability of that by the tax credit. So it would become more affordable because the amount you get in a tax credit would be greater than the increase in the price of the house. Not only that, but it is the case that it's meant to incentivize, the greater price of the house is meant to incentivize more people to supply housing in places where people want them. So it like creates an incentive to produce.
Okay. Okay, because I'm really like, I'm kind of playing like devil's advocate right now, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 5 million likes, everyone. 5 million likes. All right. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. By the way, everyone, let me see how long we've been on. I think I've been on for what? I've been on for 6.5 hours. Still got. I'll probably go on for until 7 hours, maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's have this next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, we're doing sub only. It's the end of the live, everyone. So, like I'm getting the last few people up. So that's what we typically do at the end of the lives. We do sub only. If you want to support me, as always, you can subscribe. Get access to the sub only chat and the emotes that subs get access to. It's definitely worth it. It's easier for me to see your comments and stuff like that. It's really cool. But yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit more. In the meantime, if you want to tap the screen, I really would appreciate that. Let's try to get to 5 million likes, everyone. That helps it push out to more people. Everyone. All right, it's not accepting this person. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. I go live literally every day. We hit 752, everyone, which is really cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, tomorrow, make sure to follow DNC Dean, like his account, DNC Dean, because we're going to be reacting to him on Jubilee on his DNC Dean account. I can't wait to do it. It's going to be fun. Are you a candy corn fan? It's cool. It's cool. Deanna, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I like it. Definitely not something like I'll go out of my way to get, but it's like something that, like, if it's in front of me, like, I'll be like, yeah, that was good. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. You said you were going out for a birthday? Yeah, I went out for dinner with my family. User 339, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. By the way, everyone, Angie, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. PayPal is in the bio for anyone who was asking. A lot of people were asking, so I was just going to like let people know. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, I think there was like, I'm not quite sure. I think there was push today, but I just noticed it was a little bit different today. I don't know. I think it's also correlated with me putting the thing in my bio, so I'll have to see. All right, chat. It's like actually like no one's getting added on the live. I apologize, everyone. This is getting really bad. Yo, see, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Like a day or two to resolve. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I think it's just like it's all following glitch related. Like I was getting like 14% following, and I was like yesterday I had 11.6 average. So like, I definitely noticed a difference, and it's just me looking out for the algorithm. I'm just trying to make sure it's all working. Lauren, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, yesterday was great. Yeah, that was the most I've ever had. Mandy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Mandy. All right, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. It's really not adding people. I apologize, y'all. I apologize. I'll try to get someone up here. If I can't in the next few minutes, I don't know how much longer I'll go, but I do want to stay on. I might do a Q&A later. I might do a Q&A. Like probably in a bit. If I can't get someone up right now, I'm probably just going to do that. Go do a Q&A on my second account or something. Like people can come up and ask. Top 11.6 million likes yet? No, I haven't. I have not. Okay. All right. I'm going to try 5 more people. If I can't add someone up, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know why it's not working now. We were just getting guests. Why is it not adding? What the hell is going on right now, chat? Do a sub only live? See, the thing is, I wouldn't be. I mean, I don't know what that would even be like, and I don't know if it would affect my algorithm. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Cypher, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Hello? Hello? Dude, what the fuck is going on right now? I'm serious. Like, why are they all bots? Like, just not talking. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Dude, why am I getting bots in my live, bro? What the hell? What is going on? I'm like, actually, I haven't got a single guest in like a few minutes, dude. This is getting wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but you own Charlie Kirk.
Based. All right, everyone. We'll see if we can get this going. Yo, Ivar, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait, where did you see that, Ivar? Because I'll definitely use that point from now on. Dude, why is it not adding anyone? I'm sorry, everyone. This is actually getting unbelievably ridiculous. And it's like actually kind of frustrating. It's kind of frustrating. I don't know why it's not working. Alaskans for Parker. That's based. That's based. Okay. I'm so sad, everyone. It's really not working. I'm gonna cry. Chat. It's doing bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Dude, it's actually so frustrating. Oh my. Why is everyone AFK, bro? Like literally everyone I'm adding up is AFK. Why is this so bad? I'm actually about to just get off, chat. I'm sorry, but like it's like getting bad. It's getting bad. Okay, you know what? No, maybe I'll just chill with everyone. I'm just chilling. If you have any questions, you can put in the comment section right now. I'll respond. Steph, thank you so much for the $25.32 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it, by the way. Thank you so much, whoever just sent that subscription. Thank you. But W for Steph in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Anna, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, I'm so happy I finally got my PayPal working, everyone. So happy, because I could have done that before and I just didn't. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Oh no, sorry. I was just checking to see if the boxes were working since you were having.
Yeah, you're working. I appreciate you. Okay, I'm gonna. I think it is working. I just think that everyone's like AFK right now for some reason. Next debate with Charlie Kirk. He doesn't want to debate me until I could do something like that sometime pretty soon. Ray, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. My green money app, it thinks I'm a business. Yeah, they do that with they've been doing that with everyone recently. All right. Yeah, chat. I might just go do Q&A because this is actually getting ridiculous. I don't know why it's like this right now. It's like completely the live just like died for some reason. For getting people up. I'm gonna try 3 more people, and then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna go to my second account and just do Q&A. All right. Here's number 1. 1. Okay. 2. I don't think it's sub only, so I've done sub only before. 3. Yep, it's just not working, everyone. I think it's time to call it for tonight. I'm sorry, everyone. Do you see this? Look at this. I'll try 4. I'll try 4. Maybe this will save us. Look. Oh my gosh. I have 5 people connecting. I have a full panel of people connecting, everyone. Look at this. TikTok's messed up, everyone. It's not working. Do you see that, everyone? Look at that. All right, everyone. I'm going to go do Q&A. I'll go to my second account. Go to, should I do Parker get a real job or Parker needs a job? Which one? Parker needs a job? All right, all right. I'll be right there, everyone. Go to Parker needs a job. I'll be right there, everyone. Then just to give the money so that they can buy the service. Like some of the benefits that you would get from giving people the money is that people can choose to spend it on things that they would want. But like what we're trying to do is provide things that people need, not necessarily things people just themselves want. So we already know what we need to provide people, and we already know what we need to provide in terms of a standard, but we just currently don't. That's kind of like my point. I used to be super pro UBI. I was part of the Yang Gang. Like that was like a really big policy I liked. But yeah, no, I appreciate the question. Ruben said, what would be your type if you were a gym leader? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I think dark type. I think I would do dark type. Like if I'm going to do one. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. That was a hard one. Caitlin, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Howard Parker, I'm a huge fan of you and Dean. I watch you guys for hours while I clean my room, and it's more entertaining than YouTube. Much love, you guys. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's a W. That's a W. I fucking love this so much. I love going live. I literally watch TikTok lives all the time as well. Like whenever I'm doing stuff. Did you get the new 2K? I actually haven't. Is it worth it? Is the new 2K worth it? Because I mean, I have basically everything I would need. Also, I kind of like, you know, I'm trying to get better at 2K, but damn, dude, I'm still not even that great. Like, I still get cooked by the Hall of Fame CPU sometimes. Like, I'll beat the Hall of Fame CPU like 70% of the time. Your debates today were great. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. Did you get my Venmo? What was your name? Did you get my Venmo? I'll tell you the last people I got Venmos from. So I got Venmos from Ruben, from Leah. Yeah, Michelle, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for sending up for reproductive freedom. Thank you so much, Gail. Thank you for the $5. Can you explain the Trump Iran campaign situation? Oh, was there something recent with the campaign? I might not know about this. If it wasn't recent, I could probably explain. Are you talking about? I would know about the nuclear peace agreements he pulled out of. I actually kind of don't know what you're referencing. Mark, let me look. I didn't get anything from a Mark as of recently. So, did you send it to Parker Get a Job on Venmo? Damn, I gotta find a way to clarify this to people sometimes. I have my Venmo in my bio. It's Parker Cole, Parker COL. I know it's different from my other ones. Venmo, yeah. No, but like, did you send it to Parker Get a Job on Venmo? Because that Parker Get a Job on Venmo is not me. I'm Parker COL. It's in my bio. Like, the best way to go to it is to my link tree in my bio. Link tree in the bio, because you can QR code right to it. That person is like literally probably makes money off of that. Like, that's so frustrating. Tyrell, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. You play Smash Bros? Oh, I haven't played Smash Bros in a long time. I used to in the past. I have a Nintendo Switch though. You can always dispute the people you send the money to, by the way, because you'll know that I get it because I'll say something about it. Or you'll know that I get it for sure if you click on my link tree in my bio, because I have them linked. When are we talking about content creation? Oh, spoof. We got to do that. We got to do that. So I've been so busy recently. I've just been like literally like on the move 24/7. I got to set it up. I could probably try to make some time here pretty soon, within the next few days. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Just remind me tomorrow morning, and I think I might be able to make time. Caleb, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for $2 for 2 questions. Got you. Did you enjoy studying economics? And how would you recommend someone start debating life? Okay, so I did enjoy studying economics. I actually did like it a lot. I think it added a lot to like my overall knowledge and everything I know, and really helped me with my career path. Something that I don't think I would not be as good at debating, and as able to respond to arguments if I didn't get an econ degree. So I am very happy I got an econ degree. It really helped refine my knowledge. Like so much. And then the second question is, how would you recommend starting debate on live? Here, let me turn this off. So, I actually don't know how to go from nothing now. So like, I don't think anyone would be able to tell you how to go from completely nothing. All I can really tell you is to show up, to do, to be consistent with it. I do literally every single day. I'm super consistent with it. Build a community, of people, figure out what on your account works, try a bunch of different things. Whatever works, do it over and over and over again. That's typically what I see on TikTok works. Now for me, I have been able to build myself into a position where I can do multiple different things. I've already gone through like the phase where I had to do like one topic only, because like that's the only thing that gets attention on that account. But as you build up the amount of people you have, and then you can do different topics. And right now I'm just doing election stuff, but before I was doing a bunch of different topics, and I was able to run those. Raven, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. What's your favorite Harris policy? My favorite Harris policy, probably the child tax credit. I like that. You did good against Charlie Kirk. Thank you. Tyrell, thank you for the $1. How'd you become so confident? I debate every single day, and I know I'm right with the things that I'm speaking on. But if I don't know something, I'm not going to speak on it. So the reason why it seems like I'm so confident is because I'm speaking on things that I know. Whereas things I don't know, I'm not going to. Mark, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I do see this now. 2 questions. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. What are your thoughts on the deep state, and do you think Trump is a part of it? So I don't really believe in any type of like deep state. Do I believe that there are corporate interests that influence politics? Yes. Do I believe that there are lobbyists that do that? Yes. Do I believe that there's corruption in politics? Yes. Do I think it's most people? No. And do I believe in this like Illuminati deep state that controls everything? No. I think there's a lot of evidence to believe that that's not true. Because like you wouldn't be able to explain like sort of the positions that different parties take and stuff. And I could go further into detail, but you kind of can hear me on lives do that as well. And then I don't think Trump is a part of any deep state or anything. No, I do not. I do not. Have you seen your TikTok thirst edits? Yes, I've seen them. My sister was talking about how she's like scrolling on her For You page and seeing a bunch of Parker edits. It was really funny. I think I've caught up with all of those. Have you ever been challenged on debates? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely. I think that I got challenged on religious conversations a lot more than I'm challenged on the politics as much. Like, there are people who engage in religious conversations, and like there's religious conversation that definitely exceeds like what I was originally. I remember coming on when I did lives. I did prove to me God exists lives, and this is before I knew a lot. I was just totally agnostic. I was totally just like trying to figure out like and see what people's position on that. I wasn't like trying to come on and debunk or had like a position yet. And I learned all the arguments on TikTok live. All of what I know basically in the topic is something that I've gained from just engaging in conversation with people. That's like most of my knowledge. So that is definitely it. I want to donate to you, but I'm from EU. PayPal is in the bio now, actually. So I think EU has PayPal. So I do have that. It's in my link tree. Go into my link tree in my bio. Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 for respect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Yvonne. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Bear Yvonne, thank you so much for the $5. I'm Kurdish. Thank you for bringing up the Kurd-Turkish war. Yes, I think it's not brought up enough, and I think no one talks about it. So I do think it's really important to bring that up. How do you determine if a source is partisan or if the source is nonpartisan? So in terms of like AP News, like PBS, it's there's reputation involved. There's checking and fact checking sources. So having it built up that like this goes into reputation of it is the case that they report factual information and independent information, and then corroborating those sources by comparing them with other types of sources over time, and that given that you have a statistical probability of it being true, you have a good likelihood of assuming that the information they're giving to you is true because of the past and prior experiences associated with AP News, NPR, Reuters, and PBS, like being accurate and nonpartisan. But mainly, like the nonpartisan sources I look for are like they have liberals and conservatives on it. So like bipartisan support is definitely when I can deem that, and you can see that based upon committees. Like certain committees are like nonpartisan, or certain committees are partisan. Like some people bring up like this House Budget Committee critique of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget source, but it's just like a Republican source. This is just like a totally partisan source. So obviously you wouldn't take a totally partisan source. Who's the best debater you've went up against? A Christian named Exploring Reality. For like people I had to debate. Actually, or no, originally Danny. Danny's came up and debate me originally. Danny is OP. Danny's so OP. He came up debated me in the past. I actually originally I kicked him from my live because I thought he was annoying. But then we became friends. Super funny. Shira, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You give me strong Martian vibes. Do you have an Aries Sun or Scorpio rising by the chance? I did just mention this earlier. You might not have heard this, but I have Aries Sun, Aquarius Moon, Scorpio rising. Tyrell, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Can you explain reductios in a concise way? Yeah, so like a reductio is I'm essentially taking like the principle that someone outlines in a particular thing or a particular argument, and I'm applying it to other circumstances in which have that principle true, where they don't hold it to be true, and asking them the relevant difference between the two circumstances. That means that they applied in one scenario but not the other. And if they can't provide a relevant difference, it seems like it's there's not really any reason. People are saying I'm reading fake comments. I'm getting cash apps and Venmos, but that'd be crazy to have fake comments. Are you single? No, I have a girlfriend. Angel, I appreciate the $5. I watch you so much. I dream about you about debating people. Oh, that's so base. That's so base. I dream about debating people too. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of like a reductio. So, like for example, I'll give an example of a reductio. Someone says that just because under Trump's administration or under the Biden-Harris administration there was inflation, that means it's caused by them. You can give them a reductio of like, oh, under Trump's administration there was 14.8% unemployment. Do you blame him for that? Because they feel like they don't want to blame that on Trump because they don't think it's his fault, and they're going to identify that there's external factors that led to that, not specifically just Trump's administration. So you get them to realize sort of that it is the case that they, in this scenario, they're using sort of a different thought process than they might typically use for other concepts. That's kind of like what you're showing. And then asking, why do you hold a different standard for this comparative to other things? Do you need a snack? I'm going to go eat after this, yeah? How did you choose to get a degree in economics? I actually started off with history, and then I chose economics like halfway through, just because I started debating people, and I would debate about economics. I was a socialist at the time, and I just like kind of liked those conversations. I was like, I should try to do this, and I liked it. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Shocked you got my name right. And Danny Philtalk. Yes, Danny Philtalk. Vayers, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I listen to you at work. It makes my work fly by. Oh, that's based. That's so based. Oh, and thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you do. As a trans guy, would love to do a collab with you. With you sometime and talking on the transphobes. Yeah, for sure. I definitely someday I just bring people up and do like debates like that. I think that's something I would do on like a second account or something like that, like a different type of stream. You know, I typically do like the one-on-one debates on my main. I might do that on like a second account sometime. Do you like Congresswoman Jasmine Crocker? I haven't seen. Y'all fight fiercely and do great work, and I think someone with lived experience would be a great addition to the conversation. Of course, yeah, that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Will we ever get Medicare for all? I hope so, David. I really hope so. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, David. Let me see if I'm completely caught up. Our debate's over for tonight. Yes, I am. I'm just doing Q&As right now. Nicole, did I not see it? I'm so sorry. Nicole, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. What does Harris Chase say about criminal justice reform? Thank you for reminding me. I didn't see that. Sorry, people are sending them, and I didn't catch up. And Karma, thank you for the $1 thank you for answering the question. So she hasn't really said much this election about criminal justice reform that I've seen. Now, she's advocated to end the drug war as it relates to things like leafy greens, like the federal legalization of leafy greens, getting non-violent drug offenders out of prisons, things like that. So that's what we'd probably see with criminal justice reform. And then also in the past, like she's touched on things like defunding the police. So she still has those values in terms of reallocation and reform, which is what I'm saying, but she probably just doesn't use that motto anymore. Which I think actually the motto we should be using is reallocate and reform the police, because that's what we want. So those would be the main things. I haven't really seen anything else from that, but like it's also like I haven't seen like a lot in general, and I haven't looked for that. So I'll probably do more research looking into that. Adriana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Question: are there opportunities for you to debate or discuss on major news outlets? Actually, I don't know. I would love to, because I think it would help me getting verified. I need to get published on news to be able to get verified, which would help me with bans. Sydney, thank you for the $1. Favorite sports teams for basketball, Lakers right now because of LeBron. I follow like LeBron because I just like his skills and his longevity. I think it's really interesting. And then Broncos. Brandon, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Broncos, because I just grew up watching them, and those are really the only ones that I've been watching recently. Carlos, thank you for the dollar. What are your thoughts on prison reform? Yeah, so I think we need to do rehabilitation, kind of like what they do in the Nordic European countries. I think rehabilitation is definitely the route. Against the death penalty. Um, what else? What else? What is relevant to bring up? Like different things. End drug war. What's relevant? Prison. I think those are like the main things. Um, and then like I also think that we just need to help reduce biases, like racial and gender-based biases within like the criminal justice system. It does exist within many like juries even sometimes. Um, so that is important to look at. Now I think that comes through like addressing socially. I don't know how else we could address like certain things like that. I think a lot of the reform for criminal justice comes from like the police, comes from that. Parker, do you think we are going to win Pennsylvania? I don't know. I can't really say, to be honest with you. I wish I could say, but I don't know. Leisha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Would you like a podcast? Yeah, I would love to do that, honestly. That'd be incredible. Incredibly fun. It'd be hard to get people to come, though. To like come to a podcast. Amber, thank you for the subscription. Tanya, thank you so much. I appreciate the $13 from a Swifty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Raven, thank you for $2.79. Thank you so much. Do not have enough space on Cash App for all my questions. I got you. My last question is, what would you like to debate with anyone on the LGBTQ community? Oh well, I used to run lives, and I'm gonna be running them after this. Of why people think that being GAY is wrong, like debating people who have those positions and kind of debunking the homophobes. So that's really it. Otherwise, I don't really I don't disagree with the LGBTQ community, and I'm an ally. So I have family members, a part of the LGBT community that I love and adore, and wouldn't want anything bad happening to them. So like that's important to me. Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. This guy at a bar I was at tonight was talking about Adam Mockler, and I showed him your live. You have a new fan now. Oh, that's so based, yo. Thank you so much. Prevention, thank you for the touchdown. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Adam Mockler, I've seen him. I have seen him. He's like pretty big on YouTube, isn't he? Would you debate me as a Republican? And would you fight me in political punch? I'm not gonna fight anyone. But I'll debate. If you join my lives, I'll debate. I don't discriminate. Just join the guest box, and I might be able to get to you. Darnell, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you so much. Favorite music artist? It's just my girlfriend's playlist. I'll read it off in a second. Let me answer some of the other questions, and I'll read it off right after. $4 for 4 questions. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What's your position on God? I'm an agnostic atheist. So I don't believe in a God, and I don't know what's the cause of the universe. I am still agnostic. My political ideology, do you identify with a social democrat? I'm not a socialist. I used to be a socialist. When I was a socialist, I was a market socialist. It's kind of like democracy, workplace, cooperative-based economies. Appreciate the stage. Thank you so much. But I'm a social democrat now, which is kind of like the Nordic European model, which they actually have freer economies than what we have in the United States, yet but broader social safety nets. Heard you were a socialist. I was a socialist, yeah. I'm a libertarian and agnostic, pro video editor. If you ever need help, let me know. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let me get to everyone else. Okay. What sewer did Laura Loomer crawl out of? Holy shit. I don't know. But she's been near Trump a lot recently. Why don't we do any debate categories anymore? I am going to be, but after the election. It's well because of the election. What's your favorite ABBA song? I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Oscar. I don't know like the titles of. I don't listen to music. I appreciate that mustache. I don't listen to them a lot, and then when I do listen to them, I don't hyperfixate on the titles. I feel like that's a terrible thing to say, but like, if I could see them, I could tell you. So I was gonna tell people what my favorite music artists were in a second. Thoughts on libertarianism? Any counter arguments to it? Yes. So libertarianism is not really good like economic history to justify it being good. So that's a critique of it. There's also like ethical critiques in terms of it. Like if you're talking like libertarianism in terms of, it depends on like what view you're talking about. But you could easily reduce it down in terms of like social programs. I think not accepting plenty of social programs are is definitely pretty absurd. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. But like yeah, no, if I'd love to do more debates on that. But people don't really like the econ debates as much. Like when I specifically like debate people like that. Brandon, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much as a service member. You have me voting for Harris. Oh, thank you so much. That's so base. Thank you. All right, now let me look at my playlist, everyone, and then I'm gonna be probably getting off here pretty soon by like 11:45. All right, here, let me go to it, and then I'll tell you. All right, she has the 1975 in here. I like the 1975 Lana Del Rey. Charlie XCX, 070 Shake, Mitski, Frank Ocean, Blood Orange, Abba's in here, Lord, Cigarettes After Sex, Tyler the Creator. It's a little bit of Red Hot Chili Peppers, Troye Sivan. Who else? There's Abba. Childish Gambino. There's some more Lana. Those are like the main ones. Chappell Roan. And Caroline Polachek. She likes Caroline Polachek. Cindy, thank you so much for the $50. Oh my god, on Venmo. Thank you so much, Cindy. I really appreciate that, Cindy Sin. Thank you. I'm probably your oldest fan. I appreciate your enthusiasm, confidence, and knowledge. You rock, dude. Oh, thank you so much. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you so much. That is so cool. That is so cool. I actually was looking at my analytics, and I think like over 30% of my lives right now are people above the age of 35. Now, I wish it told me more of like the analytics on like what the demographics are for people who are above 35, because 35 plus is a pretty big like demographic. So yeah, I'd like to see. But yeah, no, yeah, Cindy said thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. It's incredibly nice. I'm 62, 52, 39, 41, 46. See, so there's a bunch of people who are older. Mostly male. Actually, recently it's been according to TikTok, mostly women. So yeah. We are proud of you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Y'all are incredibly kind. I'm so proud of what we've been able to build here on TikTok. It's like something I would have never expected. So, what's the watch party for tomorrow? We're gonna be watching Dean's episode on Jubilee. Him versus 20 conservatives. Parker, check your PayPal. I don't think I. Oh, there we go. I just got it. Yeah, Toady, thank you so much. I appreciate the $6.69. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't see that. Sorry, I need to get used to like checking PayPal and stuff, making sure. I just like I'm so busy just looking at Venmos and Cash Apps. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Do you think NATO expanding was a good thing? Love from Finland. I actually like protecting like yeah, I think it was important to protect the Scandinavian regions and like Finland. It probably was. Like I'd be curious to see your perspective as someone who lives in Finland. Like what your perspective would be on that. Like as someone from who lives in Finland. But yeah, like I do think from my perspective, from what I've seen, that it would be beneficial for like them, as Russia is clearly like invading regions that were previously owned by the Soviet Union. So we want to protect like those regions because NATO's solely defensive. One respond to the one from Mark. Mark, I did respond to the one about libertarianism. There's a few things I said. It was like economic history, not really many good models justifying it. I made a thirst trap out of you. Thanks for fighting for my rights. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to look for that. Did you add me in it? Because I'll definitely make sure to see that. I'll try to look for it. All right, everyone. I think I'm going to go for a few more minutes, and then I probably will be getting off here for tonight. A few more minutes, and then I will be getting off. What's time tomorrow for Jubilee? Probably whenever I wake up and get ready, I'd guess probably 12, 1 o'clock my time. Okay, all right, let me catch up. Oh, I'm so far behind. Thoughts on prisoner reform, I already responded to that. Gonna win Pennsylvania, I already responded to that. Brandon, I responded to that. W, I've caught up with that. Jose, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Free, do you think there's hope for Colin Alred in Texas? That's something I actually need to look up. Let me look up. I'm remembering the name. That's the you talking the innocent person. Yes, innocent person on death row. I don't know if they're in Texas. But sorry, that just like mistaken me. But yes, I do. I think there's obviously hope, and there it was leaning towards Oh wait, no, wait, no, wait. Am I tripping? Oh, that's the American politician. No, this is not the. This is not the. Fuck, dude. I'm like my brain. I thought that was the person that was innocent on death row. I thought we were talking about that. I apologize. Colin Allard. I actually don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I think they're probably apparently they were signed by the Tennessee Titans. American politician, civil rights lawyer. Are they? Oh, it's against Ted Cruz, running for Senate. Yeah, I think there's hope. I think there's hope. I've talked to some people in Texas, and they've been saying that the shifts are changing for Democrats there. Now, do I think it will be realized now? It's really close. Apparently, he is 1 point ahead in some polls. Now, I would say it either is Dems this election or the next one. But once it's Dems, it's probably going to stay that way. That's just what the demographic shifts are there. Sorry, my brain it's getting late. Kaylee, think of the dollar. Were you ever a Trump supporter? If so, what made you stop supporting him? I was in the past. What made me stop supporting him was learning he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, and most of his tax policy went to benefit rich people. He didn't follow through with a lot of his promises, didn't repeal and replace the ACA, didn't build the wall and make Mexico pay for it. It was just seeing that he's a liar. And now I disagree with a bunch of those policies, but he just didn't uphold his promises. Infrastructure he didn't do. All right. I have 1 more minute, everyone. Then I'm gonna get off. If you have any last questions, do make sure to ask it right now. Last question, everyone. Last questions. I'm gonna make sure I caught up with everything. Let me go to Venmo. Make sure I'm caught up with everything on Venmo. I am. Again, everyone, my Venmo is Parker COL. By the way, everyone, that's if you click on the wrong one. If you click on my I'm honestly about to just only put in the bio because I feel like people mix it up a lot. All right, we got a few seconds, everyone. It looks like people don't have any questions on Venmo Cash App. Let me make sure this. If I didn't get to anyone's and I didn't read them, I do apologize, everyone. I did look through all of them to see if I could find as of recently. And I think I've gotten to all of them that I saw. If I didn't get to yours, I'm really sorry. If you did click through on the link tree, then it's definitely my fault. For sure. You missed me on Venmo. Norton, what's your name? I'll make sure to get to you. Or Norton, type it in the comment section right now and I'll make sure to look for it. Or you can just send me a comment on the message. Parker, why do you hate me? I don't hate anyone. Will you bring your girlfriend on live sometime? Yes, she's come on live before. Now I can't tell anyone her name or she can't show her face or anything because she doesn't. We don't want to her to get harassed. Not by any of y'all, but by people out there that are that hate me. You missed my Cash App. If you tell me your name, everyone, I would see. Check Nate Venmo. All right, I will look for Nate Venmo, and then I'm going to get off here, everyone. Nate on Venmo. Nate. I see Kyle Norton, actually. Let me see. What is your stance on people having the right to end own life? I think that people should have the right, but I do think that we should try to provide help for people first. But I do think that people should have the right. Let me make sure I've caught up on everything. I don't think I see that other person's name. I'll read off the recent ones. Cindy Sin, Mark, Oscar. I did read Oscar's. David, Jacob, Kyle, Darnell, Evan, Mark, Garrett, Raven, Sydney, Andrea. That's the last ones. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off right now. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, everyone. I love y'all so much. Y'all are... Good night, everyone. Peace out, everyone. I love y'all so much.